krld-fm and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The 1-0 pitch, and Peterson hits one deep down the right field line. It's hooking, and that ball is history. On the second pitch first, Jock Peterson connects, and it's 1-0 Texas.
Good morning, Metroplex. That is the way we start off the live Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt on DFW Sports Station, your official home for Texas Rangers baseball. We got Peyton Phillip Russell running the fan cam, Twitch, YouTube, and the Odyssey app, and that was just the Rangers' night. It was the 4-run, 6-inning that ended things, but from the Zeke home run down the right field line with the roof open.
About time.
2 home runs with the roof open. Hey, now.
Wasn't sure if that if the roof was like open during the day. It just got stuck. You know, they couldn't open it or they couldn't close it. I don't know what happened because the day before was one of the most gorgeous nights ever. Monday night, gorgeous, and it was shut. So I suggested they just buy some JB Weld. Just put it over top there and just seal that thing up. That ain't a roof. That ain't a retractable roof. That's a dome.
Dave Raymond had said, you know, in talking to people, right down the right field line was the biggest impact people felt in terms of the ball carrying when the roof was open or you had those conditions. You saw with the Zeke home run. Seager's RBI fielder's choice, Zeke with an infield single. Osuna had a single that had eyes. It just felt like everything was going the Rangers' way last night. A weird Osuna steal going to third base. Yeah. And Gore was cruising. Rangers get the easy win over Arizona.
Everything was magnificent for 8 innings. 8 innings. And then in a 7-1 game, you have to burn your closer, which sucks. Like that completely takes the air out of the entire night. Because now it's like, all right, well, there's
the dome air.
What?
The open air.
The open air. Because it's like, all right, well, now there's the fact that what does this do to impact the next game? And that's exactly what happens because you have to use Lats. In a 7-1 game, you never should have had to bring him in. And they were just unable to get outs. Just unable to get outs in that ninth inning. The bases loaded, nobody out, and it was like, all right, well, we're going to have to bring him in. We're going to burn him now.
So you had to call your closer?
You had to call your closer.
Come on, that's a Gavin Collier joke. That's not bad.
Yeah.
That's not bad. Screw y'all, whatever. It's early. No, you mentioned that sixth inning where they score the 4 runs. They never have innings like that. Where the balls weren't even like.
I think when they score in general.
Yeah, like it's the Perdomo ball. Like he's fielding the ball and he slips, and they score on that. And then the CNI single from Osuna, and then even just before that, I'm trying to think. Did somebody score on the Carter ground out when he barely got thrown out at first? But either way, it was like balls weren't even leaving the infield in that inning, and they were still scoring on them. And so they never get that sort of benefit, right. And they got you finally properly, or maybe it wasn't you, maybe it was Gavin Dawson, motivated Mackenzie Gore to pitch better.
What'd you see from Gore?
I mean, he was really good. He was efficient too. You know, like he was really, really efficient in this one. That's the key. You know, like you have, especially in a game where the day before you have an entire bullpen day, right? Because Eovaldi was not able to pitch. So you needed him to go out and give you a ton of innings, and he did. And this was when you have a pitcher who doesn't usually go into the 8th inning at all, and he's able to. That was exactly what you look for. Like that, they going into this one, if they could have drawn it up any better with him and the amount of innings he went, they couldn't have asked for anything more.
And not used to seeing that from Zach Gallen. Allowed a season high 7 runs in 4 2/3. Well, I guess you are used to seeing it in May.
Yeah.
He's got a 10.67 ERA in 3 starts this month. So it's nasty for Gallen in a bad way. And then I was listening to Skip in the pregame with Eric Nadel, and Eric's like, all right, what about Jock Peterson? He's like, let's try to get him some more bats. So you got him right there at the top of the lineup, the leadoff home run that you heard to start off the game and start off the show.
Wouldn't have thought that Peterson was like the quintessential leadoff hitter. You know, wouldn't have guessed that one.
He's not.
that 6th inning, I saw the note. Somebody tweeted it last night, like as the inning was going on. Gallen this year, when he gets to the 3rd time through the lineup, people are hitting 480 against him. And that was the third time through the lineup in the sixth inning. I was surprised he was able to stay in there, even though it was kind of just nitpicky. He was like dink and dunk, essentially. I was surprised he was able to stay in there that long in that fifth.
Yeah, he wasn't great last year either. Ever since basically their World Series run, he's not been an elite pitcher. But I mean, this also could be in part just May, and where he hasn't been great.
He's striking out 5 every 9 innings.
That's a little low. That's a little low.
Berger hitting in the 8-hole, went 3 for 3 with 2 runs batted in. You look at the extra base hits for Jock in 3 out of his last 4. Nimmo had a triple, and dare I say it, Zeke Duran is this team's second best hitter right now.
Yeah, right now, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be yeah. I mean, that'd be
2 for 3, a home run, 2 runs batted in. Zeke Duran, I mean, it feels like over the past 2 weeks at least, is getting things done.
He is. When Osuna's getting time in there, he doesn't have a whole lot of power, but he'll make some contact. Then Nimmo has kind of struggled, and then of course he has the really fortunate, nasty injury yesterday with his ankle turning the inside. Pretty gross. That way that ankle turned on the inside, so he'll be all right. But yeah, I think you can make a case for Duran right now.
I'm trying to look at this. He's got in how many games here? In 34 games, he has more home runs and triples combined than he did from August of 2023 through the start of this season.
Yeah, it's like last year, all
it's 2.5 years.
Everything disappeared. For Duran. But he's got things going right now. And then the Mackenzie Gore fastball, Jared Sandler tweeting out Arizona hitters were 2 for 17 against his four-seam fastball last night.
Sounds like good stuff to me. That's some pretty good stuff from Mackenzie Gore.
With the command, which is the same thing. Wemby was out for his vengeance.
Here comes Wembenyama, going to work again, backing it in. Victor, kick out, Castle, left wing, Castle, back to Wembenyama. 3-ball on the way, yes sir! Victor Wembenyama feeling it. 16 in the opening quarter.
I knew to bet Wemby, I just didn't know where. I ended up with higher than 13.5 rebounds on Underdog, and he hit that pretty early in the third quarter after going off in the first. Wembenyama coming back from the ejection with the absolute statement: 27, 17, 5, 3 block shots, 2 threes. Apparently that had not been done since the 79-80 merger, or 79-80, excuse me, when the three-point line was introduced, and the Spurs end up rolling to take the 3-2 lead over the Wolves.
Don't do this too. Don't.
What?
The last thing we had left with Wembenyama was like maybe he crumbles in the moment. Like we hadn't quite seen him be able to have. How do you respond? Like, are you able to level up your game when somebody pisses you off? We haven't seen if he's got any Luka traits or Jordan, or don't tell me he's also going to come out there and start playing out of his mind whenever he's pissed. That's not. I don't need that.
I saw a stat on contested shots. Have you seen this one?
Who can contest his shot?
No. When he is contesting the shots. When he is contesting the Minnesota Timberwolves shots in this series, he has 22 blocks. They have 19 made field goals on shots he has contested in this series.
He blocked a three-pointer yesterday. I think
they were 8 feet away.
Yeah.
Maybe more than 8 feet away.
That's when the Athletic did their player poll recently, and they asked all their various questions, and it's always the leading vote getter, percentage getter on any one of those questions they ever ask is 12%. And then the question was, who's the best defender in the league? And Wembenyama was the answer, 45% of the league.
He limited Minnesota to 7 points on 3 of 11 shooting on attempts that he contested in the first 2 quarters. When Minnesota called their first time out, he had single-handedly outscored them 16-11. 16 of his first 21 points came over a span of 6 minutes. He was out for more blood than what he drew in the previous game, and San Antonio in the driver's seat now.
And this is this is what the NBA, I think, really wants. Obviously, they want the series to go a long ways, but they also want to make sure that Wemby gets to the conference finals. And then, obviously, you take on the Thunder because now you're going to have a big gap. So the Thunder are just sitting home. Knicks are sitting home, feet kicked up, just going to get rusty and everything, but this is we are 1 game away from absolutely having the conference finals in the West that we want.
You know how we...
I don't know what Jalen Williams' status is. He's always hurt for the playoffs, but maybe this can give Jalen Williams even more time to recover so we can get both teams full throttle.
Yeah, we have this... I'm curious from the Minnesota perspective, because to me it looks like Minnesota's probably done. I don't know that they may win Game 6, but either way, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to win a 7-game series here. But... we always get the sense that the NBA, not just the Luka to the Lakers thing, but we always get the sense the NBA starts getting a little antsy if one of their stars is stuck in somewhere where they can't move forward, or it's a smaller market or somewhere else. I wonder if they're going to get to that point with Ant at any point, just because he's such a massive star. They've been to the West Finals back-to-back years, and now you've got the Spurs ascending like they are and the Thunder ascending like they are, and I just don't know that the Timberwolves are ever going to be able to put a team around him that's... You may reach a Garnett point with him where the NBA is like, yeah, let's try and find somewhere else for him to go.
Had a couple of terrible stories coming out of the NBA yesterday. Brandon Clark, a forward from the Memphis Grizzlies, passing away at the age of 29, suspected drug overdose. And then later in the day, Jason Collins, the NBA's first openly gay player, he passed away because of brain cancer. He was 47 years old. So 2 deaths in the association, kind of back-to-back in yesterday's news cycle.
Yeah, the Clark one being investigated as an overdose. I mean, you hate to see any death, but you really, really hate to see that. And then obviously with Collins, it's the fact that we still can't find a cure for cancers and stuff just blows my mind.
It's also the what he had, which is the glioblastoma or whatever it is, where it's one of those things where they've
stage 4.
You get symptoms, and it's like one of those things where it's like as soon as you have symptoms, there's a problem, and then at that point, it's really difficult to reverse it. And
he went to Singapore to get experimental treatments that were not authorized yet in the United States. They were effective enough for him to return home, attend All-Star Weekend, attend a game at Stanford, but obviously it was at stage 4.
Yeah, and then with Clark, with them investigating the death as an overdose and them finding drug paraphernalia in his apartment or wherever it was at, he was arrested last month. He had possession of controlled substance that he had run into, and so 2 very sad stories yesterday for 2 very different reasons, but it's just those are... That Jason Collins thing is like one of my biggest fears. That's how I get always in my head about like illnesses and stuff. It's just because it's so fast and so rapid when it hits.
And a matter of luck.
Mm-hmm. Oh, for sure.
That's what's crazy. Mm-hmm. You have a former athlete. He's 40. He's our age almost.
Yeah.
And roll the dice.
Yeah, like you eat all the right things, you exercise, like you do all these normal things that tell you you're going to live a long life, and then something like that happens.
Well, he did all those things, not us.
Yeah, no, not us, never. But.
Changes in Philadelphia. Daryl Morey out. Howard Eskin was actually first on this. He must have talked to someone that worked the concession stands there at the Spectrum or wherever the hell they play. Daryl Morey out. Nick Nurse is staying as the city of Philadelphia continues to try to get over their elimination against the Knicks. So bye to Daryl.
China got their way finally.
Is that's what it was? Yeah,
China took him out.
Yeah, I mean, look, Daryl has done a tremendous job of staying employed while actually doing nothing in the NBA. So we'll see who he bilks out of $4 more million a year next.
Why Troy Aikman says you actually want to see a less effective Cowboys offense. The Cowboy great explains why. Next on Sean and RJ. Glad you're waking up with us for the Hump Day edition right here on The Fan.
After we get you over to Underdog, fantasy promo code TOLO, make picks, win money. We're going to make plays. How about tonight in the association? Donovan Mitchell higher or lower than 27.5 points. Cade Cunningham 26.5. James Harden 18.5. Maybe go to the Diamond. Josh Young higher or lower than 2.5 hits plus runs plus RBIs. You can make these plays every single night on Underdog.
Or just outright game picks if you have a straight-up winner in mind. And I've been riding that in the National Hockey League as you are going to have Minnesota and Colorado again. Montreal, Buffalo, you can go Vegas, Anaheim for the next game after what happened last night. Download the app today. Use promo code TOLO to score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5 with promo code TOLO at Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply.
beginning, the true color of trust for the last century and the next. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas through it all.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the Personal Injury Lawyers. Frankel and Frankel, if you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
We go inside the Star here on your home of America's team. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Troy Aikman saying maybe it'd be better if the Cowboys scored a little bit less.
That's what it sounds like, which is so odd. So the Miami Dolphins front office executive Troy Aikman was asked to talk about the Cowboys for some reason yesterday on Get Up with Mike Greenberg, and he was kind enough to actually answer it. So this is a lengthier answer, but this is Troy Aikman talking on ESPN about where the Cowboys have improved, and the initial question being, where do things stand with the defense?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that is the big question. They can only get better. I do, and it's early, I understand that, but I do like the hire of Christian Parker. I think sometimes you bring in a young assistant who now is getting his opportunity after having coached under some really good people over the course of his career. He comes in with a good resume. All indications are that the players are excited about it. I think what they've done, starting with the draft to address some of those needs on the defense, has been positive. What I think Greeny gets lost a little bit, the offense was so prolific last year, and then you've got a healthy Dak Prescott. And unfortunately for them, we saw it with Joe Burrow and the Bengals a couple of years ago. When you have that kind of play at the quarterback position, typically that means good things when the season comes to an end. And yet for Dallas, they failed to even make the postseason. Can that offense continue to play at the level that they did last year? And that's a big if. It was one of Dak Prescott's best years. It was George Pickens' career year. It was Javonte Williams' career year. I mean, there was a lot that happened on the offensive side of the ball. The numbers may not look as good. In fact, I think if you're a Cowboys fan, you hope the offensive numbers don't look as good, because that would then mean that the defense is better and playing a much bigger role in the success of that team.
This is something that we've talked about recently. I mean, not so much the idea of that means the defense is improved. I don't know if a lack of numbers means the defense is playing better. I would assume more numbers because you get more possessions, or you're not having to, you get more time for the offense on the field. But in general, the broader point that there's this assumption, I can't remember if KNC said it the other day, maybe it was G-Bag. They were talking about the Cowboys offense and how they expected it to be better this year. And I was like, it's possible, but I think the reasonable expectation is it's not going to be as good this year. And that's not for any sort of...
What were their reasons for it?
That they think it's just another year of the offensive line. And again, I can't remember which show made the point, but another year of the offensive line. Brian Schottenheimer setting into comfortability in the second year. Jaden Blue maybe taking another step. It was those sort of things. But I think that the likelihood of you getting 17 games of Dak Prescott healthy again is not that high. I think the likelihood that Javonte Williams and George Pickens play as well as they did last year is not that high. And they were very fortunate to weather some really difficult moments with the offensive line last year. Where that Jets game, I think it was, that they went into, where they had 4 of their starters out and they still managed to get by. There were a few games last year where it's like, protection's a problem, or your tackle's out of the game and you were still able to push the ball downfield. That's a lot of different things that clicked into place last year that I don't think it's likely that you can bank on it this year.
Look, I think the only question is Dak's health. That's it. Like when he is healthy, this team pretty much is what it is offensively. It's 27 to 28 to 29 points a game. If you go back and you look at the last, since 2021, outside of the 2024 season, they're scoring 27 or more every year per game. That offense is what it is. Like, the only question to me is the health. That's the only thing that it's not George, it's not Javonte, it's Dak plays 17. If he doesn't play 17, and I don't want to say, I'll say 15 and a half, right? Because you can, I assume everyone's going to miss a game at some point, right? They're going to put up the same kind of offense. They always do.
they will be good. They're a good offense regardless. That's not, I don't think the question is, will they be good again? They may suck next year on offense. It's more the question of, are they going to hit that level of just, wow, they are rolling and they can keep up with anybody. There may be games where I think we're looking at it and going like, okay, it was just, I think small regression is likely. And not to the point where they're outside of being a top 10 unit or anything, but some small regression is likely.
Yeah, a lot of Tolos have been like, why are you guys just skipping over the offense? This is too much of an assumption. I'm assuming as well, my only worry with the offense is the tackles, with the number one by far biggest question and concern being left tackle. And I don't even have a close number two. I guess the number two would be Terrence Steele, but number one with Guyton this year moving forward is my number one worry.
Yeah, it's something where the fact that we probably haven't focused enough whenever we talk about the offensive line, the idea of what the hell were they doing at the end of the year? Like, Guyton couldn't get out there, then he was shut down for the end of the year. Then Tyler Smith has this weird interaction with them where he doesn't seem to want to play tackle, but they're making him play tackle anyway. And it's like, why are you making him play tackle when the season's already settled, unless you're trying to figure out, is this something we want to do moving forward? And then they were really coy about what was the purpose for that. We're just trying some things out.
And we're going to address it.
Yeah, okay, but is that is that your plan? Is that what you? And they wouldn't answer it. They were very vague about it, but I think heading into the training camp practices, heading into these off-season practices, like the first part of their program yesterday with the veterans being involved, I would say that I think it is a Nate Thomas, Tyler Guyton competition at left tackle, and Terrence Steele's got right tackle, and you're just hoping that the line solidifies and plays at a high level.
877-881-1053. Troy Aikman saying maybe have the numbers be a little bit less prolific, and that means that there's not as much on their plate and the defense is stepping up. Todd Archer says that the defense is basically complete now.
Yep. Archer wrote over at ESPN about the Christian Parker edition, and this is something that we've heard a lot about in terms of just we can see the excitement on their face and different things like that. But it's more than that. There is a buzz that exists over there right now in Frisco from other people in the building who are like, this is just a different approach to defense than we've ever had. This is something that we think if he's what we think he is, then this defense is going to be good naturally, and we're going to be able to maximize and get the most out of guys. But he writes that the makeover of the Cowboys defense is complete. Oh, they can still add a piece here or there, but with the culmination of the NFL draft, the heavy lifting is certainly done. There's anticipation inside the Star about the ability of the defense in 2026, and not just because things can't be worse than they were in 2025. Some of it is tied to the new players, but most of it is tied to Christian Parker. He has some quotes there from Schottenheimer during his availability. Said this week will be the first time Parker will be on the field with the full team as the Cowboys begin phase 2 of the offseason program. It's only on-field teaching sessions without any competitive periods, but it will be where Parker brings the defense from the classroom to the field. At the recent rookie minicamp, Parker walked between position groups, observing the other assistants teaching. At different times, he got involved in a hands-on way when it came to technique with downs or where third-round linebacker Jayshon Barnes' positioning was supposed to be in a certain drop. Schottenheimer has called Parker an elite coach. Ooh. And I think that's the thing you are hearing pretty consistently from people over there when you talk about, like, hey, how's the Parker thing going? How's that transition going? Is they love that he's delegating the right sort of way and then stepping in where he needs to. And Shotty had talked about that. I think we played the clip.
Coaching the coaches.
Where Shotty had said his problem when he was a coordinator that young was micromanaging and getting involved too much and meddling and overseeing. And instead they're like, no, Christian feels like he knew all these coaches really well, like knew what kind of teachers they could be. He put them in place to do that and to delegate and to handle things, and that he's going to manage a larger scheme and then drill down when he needs to.
That is, I love to say that's a good sign. You'll get some coaches who just want to be, they're so hands-on, right? There's nothing wrong with that. It's just the way they do it. But then you get other ones who what they're great at is coaching the coaches. Not necessarily coaching the players, they coach the coaches on what to coach the players, because they can, it's much easier to do it. Just look at school. It's easier to teach 6 kids than 20, right? It's probably easier, right? It's probably easier to teach, 7 players in a position group than 25 guys.
Yeah, it 100% is. And also, I think it's just from Christian Parker's own experience. He became a coordinator at 34 because coaches trusted him like that. Like, he was allowed to manage his area and he was allowed to be on top of it. And I think he just has learned from coaches that similarly allowed him to flourish and grow to the profile he had.
Well, if you're worried about the defensive turnover, justifiably so. I did take this from Archer's piece. In 2020, Mike McCarthy's first year, they finished 28th in points allowed with Mike Nolan. In 2021, Dan Quinn was brought in. They finished 5th in points allowed. They also had 7 new starters on defense. That also included Micah, though. So when you're looking at these numbers, 7, 8, not 6, 7, 7, 8 new possible starters. Just 6 years ago, we saw this defense go from 28th to 5th in points allowed, so it can be done.
Yeah, and you mentioned it, first off, stunning that there were 4 teams that allowed more points than Mike Nolan's defense. That doesn't seem real. But the sense in here where he says they hope that Downs can have a similar impact on the 26 defense in a different manner than Parsons, it's like, well, that's okay, that's serious expectations. Because Micah was... Sure. You go back and you watch highlights of Micah when he was first starting to break out as an edge rusher, as a rookie. It's terrifying. Like it's this sense from everybody of like, oh my gosh, we don't know how to stop him. And obviously it's a different impact. It's a different form of execution. But if they're trying to say Downs, they're hoping can have a 28-5 type of impact that Parsons did, that's huge expectations.
How many sacks Micah's rookie year, RJ?
Why do I feel like the number was like 11 or something?
No.
13.
It was always like 13 or 14 every year he was here, basically.
13 his rookie year.
That's how I got Zach Wolchuk's beard shaved. Zach tried to bet that Micah would get 15 sacks one year, and I was like, he won't. It's just not. It's not what he does.
Well, I mean, he gets 14.
Right. He falls one short, though.
13. I wouldn't be bragging so much about Cowboys sack opinions. After what your head went through.
Well, fine.
Yeah, well, one and one. Little 1-1 on
that. If you're hitting 500, Rangers would love that.
That's right.
Yeah.
877-881-1053 as we take you inside the Star for the Hump Day edition on
Hump Day.
DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Where was our number one pick last night? And how is she missing the second game of her regular season? Next on The Fan.
After we get you over to Just Love Coffee, Ethiopian.
on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Dallas says we've got to keep the ball in front of us tonight.
Good cut.
Ray, again, that straight line drive, Reese the rebound.
Unbelievable.
Works on Smith, got it. Angel Reese, 10 points in the ball game and 10 rebounds.
Barbecue chicken for Shaq's girl all night long. Angel Reese with the double-double on Wings TV, spoiling the Dallas home opener, giving the too small gesture to 5'8" guards in the paint, and the Dallas Wings fall to 1-1. This is Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. The story here, though, is AZ Fudd, the #1 pick, inactive in not playing in their second game of the season because of a supposed knee injury.
Well, listen, it's just, the unrivaled, Paige was used to playing with just 2 other girls, right? On a 3-on-3. You can't work all 5 in there.
Then the unrivaled.
You like that?
Spots stop.
They're picking back up, baby.
They are.
It was never about spots. It's about love of the game. Chop is just a big fan.
Faster.
That's right.
Faster paced game.
Now,
more action.
They're going to say, look, she just played a long season, right? What's the break between the end of the women's tournament and the start of the WNBA season?
I mean, you're looking at 35 days?
Yeah.
I mean, the women's tournament ended this second week of April.
Yeah.
Not even 35 days.
The only problem with that...
By the way, I've never seen a league have the end of a college season go right into a draft, go right into opening day faster than this one.
No.
This is warp speed.
So you could, I guess, make the argument, okay...
There's no rest.
Long preseason, there's no rest, but then I'd have to go and look at other #1 picks and see how many games they missed in their opening month.
Well, April 3rd was her last game at UConn. So over a month ago.
And to be fair, the other girls in the WNBA, most of them, because they don't make a ton of money here. Oh, that's changed, Bobby, with the new CBA. They play year round anyway. So they're not getting the normal offseason that, say, an NBA player would get.
Paige Beckers, in her first month, played on the 16th, the 19th, the 21st, the 24th, the 27th, and the 29th.
And it's the same time off because her last game at UConn was April 6th. So her first game was 3 days later. Her last game at UConn was 3 days later.
Yeah, so a little something to keep an eye on. It was not a fantastic debut for AZ in the Wings opener over Caitlin Clark. 3 points, 1 of 2 from the field, 18 minutes played, the fewest points in a #1 pick debut in 20 seasons. Whew. So first 2 games, a little bit rough for Paige's running mate.
Well, we're not allowed to ask questions about it, apparently. So I think we know why.
What's the name of the analyst on ESPN? The women's analyst?
Chiney Ogwumike.
Well done.
Thank you.
She kind of trashed the Wings' plan here, saying playing 17 minutes, shooting the ball twice, something that should never happen with your #1 pick. The last thing you want is for her not to feel completely confident. She's the best shooter we've seen in a long time. She's a pure shooter. You don't want to create that lack of confidence in that selection. So that's the way we're starting off for AZ Fudd here in Dallas as a Wing. They fall to 1-1. We had a shoe battle between Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark.
I mean, I guess.
Sorry, the next shoe for RJ's son.
Yeah, this is the next shoe.
He's on the Sabrinas.
The battle for Choppy's wallet.
He was on the Sabrinas, but their new shoes have dropped. Okay, and I'm not talking pumps. Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese just had a sneaker war, apparently, according to Sneaker Fortress, and they were writing this breathless review of how cool the shoes looked out there. But Angel Reese's, hers were the winners in this one, a clear winner. Even though there's no sales, this is literally all opinion.
I
it
was
just
reading
about
the article and I'm like, where's the winner?
I know. I was looking to I was expecting to open this and be like the first week of sales. Angel Reese sold 3 million pairs or so, and it wasn't that. It was just these look cool. So it was just one sneaker blogger's opinion. But yeah, it's the sneaker. I mean, do you want me to read whatever?
No. I did think it was unfortunate. I was the only one that was going to be able to read that type of comedy because no one else is going to open up the emails.
It's sad.
But it was going well. I thought it was readable until one line.
About the Ventura Beach bathroom.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Are you reading it now?
No, I'm looking at the shoes.
They're ugly.
The Angels?
What do you think? You think Luca will like them or Julian?
Yeah, see, these don't look all that different. The red and the silver ones, they don't look all that different than the Sabrinas that he wears.
Pretty Privilege did not extend to these shoes. These are ugly shoes.
It's they're a low top shoe, looks almost identical. They're just different color. So I could absolutely see him wearing these. Really, I really could.
By the way,
I'm not joking about this.
Dad, can you buy me these women's shoes?
He's obviously not joking. He's wearing women's shoes now.
Not only is he wearing women's shoes, he's worn them back-to-back years.
I wouldn't laugh if he was joking. I'm laughing because it is true.
Wait, so when you go into the store, do you have to reverse it and say, do they have men's?
Oh yeah, they have.
They have the men's size for the women's shoes.
Yeah, they do.
So okay.
Yeah, they look fine.
It must be a trend amongst the kids.
A lot of them, they wear all kind. Most kids wear the amount of.
It is a trend. Greg Abbott's been trying to stop it.
The amount of kids who wear different colored shoes.
He's trying to stop a lot of things.
You get a pink shoe,
particularly in mosques.
You get a pink shoe on one.
Keep it up, Ray. Way to go, man.
You get a pink shoe on one foot and a purple shoe on another.
Oh,
so they're all mix and matching.
What? That just doesn't sound good.
And sometimes the shoes are made that way.
I remember one time Kristen wore red. It was like red and blue sandals or flip-flops or whatever, and then the bottoms of them were white. And it was like, for 4th of July or whatever. And I was like, that just looks like you messed up and wore wrong shoes.
But that's the great thing. It gives us a pass at 4 a.m. Sometimes when I'm driving, and I'm like, did I put the wrong shoe on the other foot? You can get away with it now.
Yeah.
You're totally fine. No one can look at you sideways for style these days.
We have a kid on our baseball team. He wears different colored socks on each foot. So he'll wear high socks. He'll wear the high pants, the knicker pants, and he'll wear like a blue and a black or a red and a black sock.
And speaking of things that kids are into nowadays, man, you put me in my nephew's backyard last weekend when you talked about the sack is back or the hack is back.
The hack is back,
dude.
Do you know what this is, Peyton?
The hacky sack.
Yeah, okay. This is the knit one that looked like
it's a knit squishy.
It's a knit squishy. It's a hacky sack, right? And we did this during lunch in high school all those years, but that's all the kids want to do now. And they have, the other day on Sunday we had a little bit of a rain delay, so we were in our cars because it's lightning outside. What are all the kids doing in the parking lot? They're in a circle, hacky sacking it up. Right. Listen, get outside by any means necessary. I don't care. But I got to hand it to Julian. He called up customer service for World Foot Song or whatever the hell it is.
But he can't make a haircut.
Can't make a haircut
appointment.
But this kid called up customer service and said, "When are you guys are out? When are you guys going to drop a new line of hacky sacks? Because you can't find them. They're like those Labubus and the Nitos, right? You can't find them." So
I feel like this is something people could just knit.
Probably, yeah. Someone who could crochet should be able to do this. Well, he got them. He said, we're going to drop 20 more. He goes, okay, I'll wait on the phone with you until you drop them. And he got them on the phone, and they dropped them 2 minutes later, and the guy was counting him down, and then he bought them.
Don't ever make a haircut appointment for him again. He just got them to.
When he wants something, he will do it.
My nephew came over from his buddy's house, 6 or 7 juniors or sophomores in high school were just chilling, and they were supposed to have these big plans, and we're like, well, why didn't you go out? And he's like, we were sacking, we were playing hacky. I said, what do you mean? He's like, And he brings it out, and he's just sitting there in the backyard. And he's like, we're all just for hours doing hacky. I said, what? This is a thing again?
It's a thing again,
This is
man.
back?
They love kids.
It's good coordination.
It is. Kids love to juggle now, too. Like, he's sitting there juggling left and right and, like, figuring it out. I'm like, what's next, Rubik's Cube?
That's not hard. Juggling's not hard.
I can't juggle.
You can't juggle.
Yes, I can. I've done
How
it
many
in the studio
things can
before.
you juggle?
3.
For how long?
If they're if they're the same size like ball, I can put 3 in the air and keep them up there for however long.
5 minutes?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I think we would have seen. There's an orange.
I've done it before.
One more.
Okay, hold on. Y'all keep talking.
more.
I'm going to look around the studio for something.
Oh, I got a football right here. Same size. Almost.
Okay, I'm going to go get it.
That football looks like it'd be difficult to mix in
I think
with
it's
the
difficult.
oranges.
Okay, this is going to happen.
We'll see.
This is something that he would do. It bothers me. It bothers me the amount of people who can who can juggle. I can't juggle.
All right, would you be able to hacky sack or juggle longer?
Well,
all right, here we go on the fan cam.
That's gonna
Yeah, I told you they were different. Why do you? The mic's on, right?
Yeah, I just turned it on.
Okay, let's go.
Oh wow,
that's that.
All right. The weight of that, I can see the weight of that.
The weight of this
I can see that. You throw it too high. You got to.
He looks like a carny too.
He does look. He looks.
This is something a carny would do, sitting out there for the act.
Why didn't you bring 3 oranges?
I'm sorry.
Bring 3 oranges tomorrow.
I'll bring 3 oranges tomorrow.
Yo, be careful.
Whoa, Bob. Hey, you better dump that.
Dude, I didn't say it.
So this is good. A longer hacky sack or juggling? I think hacky
Probably
sack.
hacky.
And it would probably be like 3 kicks. Is it all feet or?
Oh, they're
knees?
solid on the chest.
Yeah.
You know, the head, the back of the neck. Yeah, they're having fun with it.
When you saw teenagers in a circle, what did you at first think they were doing?
I think I knew exactly what they were doing.
I was trying to come up with a name for it, but I did. Oh, maybe they were looking at your new OnlyFans that you're going to go after.
Jamie Presley, baby.
You got Shannon Elizabeth $1 million in a week.
That's pretty good, though, because if it's Jamie Presley, that means it's also 3 other women. Because she looks exactly like Samara Weaving and looks exactly like, what's her name, Margot Robbie. Like, they all look like twins.
We forget, when we do the hottest girls of our childhood, we forget Jamie Presley. Joe Dirt. She was in one of those Poison Ivy movies.
Yeah, she's like nasty hot.
She's nasty hot. Exactly. She's nasty hot. This is like that. Okay. This is nasty hot. I'm like, wait, like, who is the next OnlyFans girl that I just can't wait to see? Now, I'm never going to see this because I'm not going to pay for it. But hopefully, Peyton will. But like, is it Alicia Cuthbert, Girls Next Door from 24 fame?
Alicia Cuthbert was way up near the top about 20 years ago.
So what is seriously, text in. What is the immediate expectation when someone like Jamie Presley is good and Shannon Elizabeth goes on OnlyFans? Like, am I going to see what am
the
I?
expectation is for them to get
naked.
Unclothed.
Okay.
Yes, because there was a couple years ago. I don't know. I'm just telling you, there was a couple years ago where Bella Thorne had joined, and she used to be this Disney star, and so there were all these weirdos who were like, oh, Bella Thorne's finally going to be on there. And then she went on there, and she was just like posting videos of her normal like talking, and people got pissed because she had got like $2 million in subscriptions in the first week, and they were furious.
I mean, Shannon Elizabeth made the $1.5 million in like a week or something.
And I didn't hear any complaint about Shannon Elizabeth, so I think that says what she put on there.
So this is basically celebrity softcore.
Yeah, sometimes it can be hardcore,
and sometimes it can be hardcore. Yeah, but Jamie Presley was in something. She was in like Poison Ivy was not a softcore film, right? It was as soft as it gets.
You've almost slipped a couple times this segment, along with Bobby too. Welcome by the mic. So there it is, Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ, trying to get you to the end of your week as quickly as possible. Take cover, because Steve Sarkeesian is going scorched earth on schools and college football. We'll bring it to you next. But let me get you the Tolo team of attorneys. It's Mark, Scott, and Gene at Franklin.
studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Take cover with Steve Sarkeesian getting ready for college football media days. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt with you. Hump Day edition here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Basket weaving, making headlines.
Steve Sarkeesian is like an elephant. They say an elephant never forgets, right? Got a memory. Steve Sarkeesian has been hanging on to this one for quite a while. So he did an interview with USA Today's Matt Hayes talking about academic standards. And he says, quote, at Texas, we will only take 50% of a player's academic credit hours. So when you transfer in, let's say you transfer in as a junior or you're going to be a senior. So you've got, let's say, 90 credit hours at Oklahoma State. And you transfer to Texas, and you need 120 to graduate. Well, they will only take 60 of your 90. So you have to do at least 50% of your credit hours at the University of Texas to graduate. A lot of schools have something like this. Ole Miss, their standards are 30 credit hours. So you need to do you have to do you could come in with 90, and you only have to do 30 at Ole Miss. And he says you may be a semester from graduating, but you're going all the way back to 50% if you want to play here and you want a degree, so you're going to have to do 2 years. He goes, but at Ole Miss, they could take you, and all they do is take basket weaving, and you get an Ole Miss degree. Great line.
Ole Miss getting swerved at.
Well, Ole Miss, right, they were the sweetheart and the victim when Lane Kiffin was doing all that.
Right.
But now all these stories come out about how dirty they've been, like Dabo said, our kid is in class, and Ole Miss allegedly sent him a picture of $1 million check. And Dabo's like, I have the photos. I have the receipts. And the kid is now at Ole Miss. So while all of us were wrapping our arms around them, feeling bad for poor old little Ole Miss burned by Lane Kiffin, some of the dirty recruiting stories leak out.
And look, I mean, Texas is a really good academic institution.
And by the way, they haven't heard one thing Dabo said from the NCAA. Not one thing to police it or respond to the illegal recruitment of that player.
And the NCAA will figure out who they want to get in trouble and who they don't. John Sumrall, who's the coach of Florida, and Florida and Texas are tied. They're number 30 in academic institutions, right? That top 30. Sumrall says, I'm grateful to coach at a top 10 university that also offers advanced basket weaving. Right? So you can do it there at Florida. But why is Sark bringing this up? Why is he keeping receipts?
Because he's not a hypocrite, unlike Nick Saban.
Because he is going back to when Pete Golding, who's now the coach at Ole Miss, called him out on a Zoom call with Arch Manning. So Golding was trying to recruit Arch to Alabama. Golding was on the Alabama staff with Nick Saban. And he was trying to recruit Arch there. And on this Zoom call that had Arch's a high school head coach and Arch and the family, Golding was saying, hey, I love Sark. He's my best friend. I hope he could stay sober.
Oh, that's right.
And the coach, the Isidore Newman coach, Arch's high school coach, called Golding after that and said, dude, that's effed up. That's not cool. That's not how you recruit against somebody. And he said, Daddy's really on me. They're talking about Saban. They called him Daddy. They said, Daddy's really on me to close this deal.
And y'all defend that guy.
Daddy's really on me to close this guy.
Daddy said I could have it.
I don't know if Nick told him to go with the old.
When you're sitting in the meeting before the conference call.
Listen, when they bring this up, you gotta hammer him with the
alcoholism.
All right.
Hit that he's an alcoholic,
Say, we drink Diet Cokes here.
Yeah.
Okay, you gotta hammer him with the. I don't know that Saban said that, but that's why Sark has been hanging on to this.
What do you think? Saban probably is like we only have alcoholic communion, like when we go to church on Sundays. That's probably what Nick Saban's got in there. This is why this is so much more legitimate a criticism of the system than what Saban did when we were talking about that yesterday. Because like you said, well, he was in the system, Saban. He had to like game the system. He couldn't call it out while he was in it. This is Sark in it. And Texas, you could argue, has benefited from the portal more than any other big team in the country. Other than maybe Tech. No, period. Just during Sark's run. That they've done
a good job.
They have built massively through the portal, and they've been hurt less by the portal than a lot of other teams. Like, they have been able to hold on to their quarterbacks. They haven't lost Colin Simmons. Like, they've held on to all their stars generally. And so he's still critiquing the system. In fact, everybody's complained about, like, I didn't get fit into a 12-team system. He's bitching about, like, a 4-team system where he's like, I think it should go back to 4, and that should be it. Because he's like, they barely have time to watch 12 teams. You want to go to 24 now?
Yeah. That's the problem with 24. And he's right about that. Like, they're using the coaches' polls, and that's fine. Like, you want to get an idea, right? You want to get, like, how do other people view this?
Couldn't I also say that he's crying about, you're saying he wants to go to 4?
Yeah.
Okay.
He wants to narrow it. He wants to narrow it to 14 playoff again.
Oh, wow. Yeah, whereas others are going 24. But he said the committee doesn't have the bandwidth to watch this many games. They see the media and coaches poll, and they copy them. You've got a 12-team playoff. That means there are at least 30 teams that impact it. Now, all of a sudden, you want to go to 24. So I do give Sark credit, because you would expect him to cry about expanding it and want it expanded after Texas didn't make it in. And he's wanting to shrink it.
I do think that there's a much different discrepancy, though, between the polls and the committee.
But I like his point. He said we have no idea what the committee is. He said there's no transparency. We don't know how they're processing this. Like,
they have their codes, but whether they follow them or not.
But that's the whole thing, is that he's like, there's zero transparency. So, like, we can't even follow along and know what they've kept up with or what they've done.
Remember the video we saw a couple years ago of all of them watching the game, and half of them drinking beer. Like, no, there's not a single notepad or a
watching
computer
the game,
in front of them,
having a bud. He said, I'd go back to a 14 playoff. Have your own conference playoff to get the 4 teams if you want more inventory for your television partners. So that's Sark's idea if you're worried about TV revenue.
I think that that's actually not a bad idea. Like, to have a conference playoffs, to take, like, the top 6 in the conference. The top 2 get buys. The other 2 have a play-in game. Then you go for your final 4 in conference, and then you send your champ to the playoff.
Anything else jump out from this, Bobby? Sark going off on the state of college football?
Well, I mean, if you want to be completely consistent and say there's maybe a little bit of being hypocritical in here, then it'd be at the end where he goes, everybody wants to complain about NIL. I think the bigger problem's the committee, and blah, blah. And it's like, well, okay, because you have done well with NIL in the portal. So you'd be like, people think that's a problem. That's not a problem. But overall, I think that this is a pretty, like, this is not, there's no being hypocritical here in terms of calling out something that could benefit him.
For the betterment of the sport.
Yeah, he is genuinely talking from a perspective of, this would have hurt me even worse last year, but this is for the better.
Tiger Woods got some problems around the corner?
Yeah, he does. The prosecutor's office has requested...
Hopefully not the street corner?
Hopefully not. Prosecutor's office in Florida has requested access to his prescription drug history in the DUI case. So they want to find out, were those prescription drugs something that he had gotten prescribed to himself? Did they get him on the black market, which I guess is a felony?
He's got a prescription, I'm sure. There's no doubt that he would have a prescription for it. The question is going to be, you last got this prescription filled 4 years ago? Okay, that doesn't sound like it. They need to look through his prescription records and see, is the amount you had and the dates you got filled, like, do they match up? Because if they can look there pretty quickly, I think, look at the records of what he's actually turned into the pharmacy, what he had on hand, and figure out, all right, you have too many. Like, or you've got this that you haven't had this filled in enough time to where that's what you were holding.
I am a little surprised. I thought this thing was over. Right? I'm a little surprised. Like, oh, wow, they're really going to go after him here. Like, they're going to... This is not nothing.
You thought
they're putting on their Sunday red.
Yeah.
You thought he would just pick up the...
I mean, he called the president from the accident scene.
Yeah.
Like that.
Maybe him and the blonde are not doing well.
Maybe not, because she was upset with him. But
didn't it come out right after that like Trump was still telling people, like, don't ever get in the car with him?
I love that Trump won't let Tiger drive.
His grandkids.
It's
crazy, right?
Not allowed to drive the grandkids.
So the president, you can't call the governor? Tell the governor to tell his prosecutor's office to lay off?
Good. He needs to go to jail for 30 days.
He needs to.
Put his ass in jail.
Yeah, I'm just surprised it hasn't done it yet.
People love him, and, okay, like, I understand there's an addiction aspect to this and everything else that should be considered. But the fact is, like, he has genuinely endangered people on several different occasions to the point where it's like, if this was anybody else, they would not be allowed to drive. They wouldn't, with all the incidents that he's had.
So
absolutely,
turf is good enough for National Football League players, but it's not good enough for soccer.
Nope.
And here we have a divide between football and football.
Players, according to the NFLPA, strongly want, quote, high-quality grass. 15 of the 30 NFL stadiums use some sort of artificial turf for American football. So basically, half right there. They become more vocal in recent years about their desire to play on the grass. They want good grass fields, good fields. And they're all upset that basically the NFL owners are acquiescing to FIFA, right? And giving FIFA grass in every stadium, whether it's a dome or not.
Yes.
So AT&T, SoFi, wherever they're playing these games, Atlanta, that have turf, they're going with real natural grass. And look,
this is an amazing sports divide. So it's like, all right, soccer players, amazing athletes, world's most popular sport, are clearly saying we have to have grass.
Got to have grass.
And then NFL owners in their suits at their country clubs are saying, we don't have to have grass.
Right.
It's different. It's different for our athletes.
It's different for our athletes.
Running around.
Because, the difference is
well,
that
92% of your players say we want grass.
They all want grass, basically. Now, I bet you if you were to take, when the Cowboys go down to play in, is it Rio they're playing in? Mm-hmm. When they go down to play there, I wonder how they're going to say the field is different. I've heard soccer fields are a little softer than NFL grass fields.
Players are.
Right? So how different is that, going to be if they had to play on, like, that softer or whatever? But, it does look bad that you're like, oh, we'll give these athletes that we don't employ, we'll give our non-employees the grass they want, but our employees, we're not going to give them.
But here's the problem. When I read through this article, and this is even coming from J.C. Treader, who's the NFLPA executive director, he's not really giving me, like,
stats,
evidence and stats that are jumping out and slapping me in the face as I would expect them to do, because Jerry Jones comes on here twice a week every single year and goes, the numbers don't support it. The numbers do not support it, and that allows them to have the rodeos and allows them to have the concerts and allows them to have every other event to make gobs of money at AT&T Stadium and all these other. But I'm not seeing the counter evidence slap me in the face here over the grass versus turf injuries that would help the players' cases.
That's the problem, is that the data out there, like, you can skew data probably to say anything you want. The stadium that has had the highest percentage of lower body injuries on a field has been Empower, Denver, which is it's grass. And so that's one problem.
Giant Stadium, right?
Giant Stadium is a huge one. But the bigger problem, I think, that the reason why they can't really quote the data, but they still know it's true, is like, all right, so the injuries aren't happening there, but the toll you're taking on that player's body and then on their frame for like 3 hours of running around on that turf is wearing things down to where maybe you then have the injury in Denver 3 weeks later. Yeah, but it's just in general, it's taking a toll on their bodies, and they don't really have a number to quantify it, but they know it.
It's the whole trust the person in the water theory, right? It's like, I know that the temperature of the water is 85 degrees, but you're in the water and you're telling me it's colder than that.
Yeah.
Right? You know what I mean? It's like the players telling you they wake up the next morning.
Yeah.
And they feel, and we can tell it. Go.
Treader said there's something about the feeling of being on grass. The body feels different. I think if you ask the coaches, just standing on grass versus standing on turf for 3 hours feels different. There's something there that impacts the body. Well, that is not like outright.
It's not data.
Numerical data.
Right. It's not data. Like, Bob, did you ever do San Antonio training camp?
No.
You did.
He was blogging it.
I know you did because we were there together, but
taking homeschool calculus then.
There is a distinct difference in standing on the sidelines at Cowboys training camp in San Antonio on the turf than Oxnard. I mean, you just standing there, you feel it the next day.
Speaking of injuries, RJ has a DFW overreactions or not. We got Rangers, Mavs, Stars, and we're going to start with CeeDee Lamb's injury status. DFW Sports Overreaction or Not, covering the entire Metroplex, commercial-free in the Expressway right after this.
After we get you over to Trust and...
Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broaddus. Afternoons with G-Bag Nation right here on The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
We are commercial free. Thank you, Peyton. Not getting promos around here, apparently.
Well,
he should have done that live.
How about that?
I know.
We'll chop it up at 7:40 here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Thanks for being a Tolo. Y'all, that stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Choppy with some Rangers Diamond Cavs at 8 o'clock and former Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone at 9. But both of you pointing out the same exact thing with a question mark after Dan Graziano asked some lingering questions left around the National Football League.
Yeah, so it was the 10 lingering questions from amongst a bunch of teams, and one of them was, why didn't the Cowboys want to extend George Pickens? Right, that was one question, or that was one of the questions in this. And then they go down, they're already paying Lamb $34 million a year. Do you really want to carry the two highest paid receivers or two of the highest paid? We know all that. But then you get down to the very end of it. Who knows if Pickens has another big year and Lamb struggles with his health again, maybe the Cowboys feel differently about both players a year from now. And I was like, if CD struggled with his health again, do we consider him injury prone?
I don't.
I know he got hurt. He got rolled up on. What are you going to do about that? Find me the guy who doesn't get hurt of that play.
Right.
Yeah. There was a point where that used to be the discussion with Julius Jones. I remember where Julius Jones got hurt the first couple years he was here, and people were like, somebody fell on his leg in Baltimore. Somebody did it. Like, what are you supposed to do? And I always felt that way. And then there was a point where it's like, he kept getting hurt, and it's like it's the Hagelin point that you and him have fought over before about injury prone, where it's like, can your body handle those things or not? Because there are people who get landed on their leg and don't do that. But even still, that's concerning to me that he would put that in there.
Well, there's two parts of it. There's the injury part that Choppy raised the eyebrow at, and then the other part over a decision about one or both? Huh?
Yes.
Right.
So this is the Cowboys. What was it? 22?
They made the decision with Amari, right?
Yeah, they were heading into the 22 season. They were annoyed with him being banged up all the time and other things. And
damn
they were like, is he ready, CD, to step up and be the guy? Because if he is, we're going to pick him, and we're going to go ahead and just make a move. And they re-signed Gallup that same offseason, I think, that they had moved Amari. So it doesn't surprise me that they'd look at it and go, can we have the highest paid quarterback, two of the highest paid wide receivers, a couple highly paid offensive linemen, and one of the higher paid tight ends? Can we have that? Or do we need to start shifting some things? But the assumption has always been probably Pickens that they move away from. But to me, it's to put in there that line about who knows, maybe Lamb's struggling with health. They'll get annoyed with that, and maybe they won't pick him. And it's like, while this article feels like off-season quota filler in a lot of ways, generally national insiders don't just speculate and throw things out like that because you could upset somebody in that organization. And they could go, what the hell are you doing? You're causing problems for us. Now people are asking, now we're hearing from CD about, so what are you doing with this? And they'll get frustrated whenever that sort of thing is just speculated on by somebody who's supposed to be reporting rumors or insight.
Yeah.
So that makes me think he's at least heard, not that CD could be gone, but he's at least heard, it's a little irritating he's gotten hurt the last couple of years.
But, it makes him sound like he's Mike Trout.
He is not.
Now he's hurt all the time.
He dealt with the shoulder thing, the AC sprain, for the last half of.
He fell right on it.
No, I know. I'm just saying what his injuries have been. He had the AC joint sprain at the halfway mark, same game where Dak tore his hamstring. In 24, and then he played through it and was banged up. He had surgery, got shut down the last couple games of that season, fixed it. Then there was the rolled up on his ankle thing, and that was just, somebody fell on his ankle, and then he was back out there in a few weeks, and he seemed fine. So I don't think of him as being an injury prone player at all. But
no.
I guess if they're saying,
but
if it happens
5 games in 2 years.
I guess if they're saying if it happens a third year in a row, Well, then we're just questioning, like, is it his frame? Is he just a slightly built guy? Is there something wrong there? That's what I guess they would be looking
let me
at.
ask you this. So he's missed 5 games in 2 years. If you put that in baseball terms, that's a player who's missed 25 games in each of the last 2 seasons. Do you consider a player who's missed 25 games each year, do you consider that guy injury prone?
I mean, it's so difficult.
Right, it's so difficult.
It's the sports,
right.
but
it's
I would
almost
say
a month.
I would say no. I would say
I
no.
assume the average baseball player is going to get 10 days off anyway.
I had to make sure Seager wasn't playing.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
I had to make sure before I answered I wasn't going to be a hypocrite because I'm going to call out Corey for missing all the games, but no worry about that.
Yeah, Seager misses like 40.
Yeah.
Because so that'd be 137 games a year played.
Yeah, that's a little light. It's a little light,
Seager's
but not much.
high the last 4 years is 123. So Seager is and Seager is like
it's a full 2 weeks.
Seager is like just below the line of generally what I think of like banged up guy.
Yeah, I just like my assumption is you're going to have like one DL stint, miss 10 games. You know, obviously if you have a great health year, you're going to play 160 of them. But I mean, you're going to get eight days off anyway.
I think of CD as being in general ridiculously tough. Like, I mean, you're talking about a guy who, like, he gets the AC joint sprain. He needed surgery for that. He would not come off the field against Atlanta, even though every time him getting up looked like he was being resurrected. And he played, like, 6 more games with that issue with his shoulder.
Go ahead, Sean.
Every non-quarterback, their over-under on games is going to be 1.5 missed. Every non-quarterback. That's just the reality of it.
In the spirit of the segment, this is an overreaction by Dan Graziano suggesting, even walking around the topic of CD being injury prone or that something could happen with him. They're not sitting here basically stiff-arming George Pickens and saying, one more year. They're not saying it, but they very well could be saying, one more year and you're out of here. And then, or like, there's zero indication that they would choose George Pickens over CeeDee Lamb at this point in time. So I will overreaction Dan Graziano's Cowboy note.
Overreaction from Dan Graziano is what it certainly is that. I just hope it wouldn't be overreaction by the Cowboys and that he's just repeating what somebody told him. And where it's, well, the reason why we want to buy the extra year and we don't want to commit to Pickens yet is because we got to see CeeDee's health and then make the determination of which one's staying.
You feel the same?
Feel the same. It's a little bit of an overreaction.
Let's get to DFW, the rest of the Metroplex overreaction.
All right. So let's stick with the Cowboys here.
What do you want to talk about with AZ?
I want to talk about a lot, but
go ahead.
No, not into a microphone.
All right. Overreaction or not, the Cowboys' strength of schedule this year is too tough to have high expectations on their regular season outlook.
So, Bobby, we went through the opponents on Monday while you were out, and I do have to admit, and Atolo said the same thing, this brought me back down to earth a little bit. It did. I know I threw it out there when Warren Sharp said it's very difficult and basically trying to say
one of the 4 or 5 most difficult schedules, yada, yada.
Man, going through this, Bobby, with the opponent, and things change every year, but I still don't look at it as totally meaningless. Like, yes, we get the surprises, part of greatness of football. This did bring my excitement and hype down a level.
Yeah, because, I mean, what's your point? They've got a tough schedule, and
You're screwed, Jerry. That's my point.
It's tougher depending on some of the factors, not just like if things change every year, but like there's an expectation that Baltimore's not going to be what Baltimore was last year, that they're probably going to be closer to what they like people generally seem to have this expectation that Baltimore's going to be back to what they were.
Really good.
So, and so if that's the case, then that's a really difficult game. But again, we're projecting a little bit there of like, we think they're going to click back into place based on what we saw last year. There's, you look at Indianapolis, for instance. That was a team that started hot and then finished really poorly. You would assume Indianapolis isn't going to be a tough game. But if they start surprising or something clicks into place that they had from the first half of last year, same sort of difficulty. Is Houston able to carry over what they did defensively last year? Since defensive year to year can be sort of unpredictable. If they're able to carry that over, that's a super intimidating game. If they're not, and it's kind of like a middle-of-the-road defense and you're going against C.J. Stroud, you're like, all right, maybe that's an easier game. So a lot of different factors on there, obviously, in terms of how bad those play out, but that's about as bad a road lineup as you could have specifically.
I'll say it's not an overreaction that the expectations should be lowered. because of the schedule. Now I'm kind of thinking in my mind, just like, okay, 10 wins max. Max, best case, 10 wins. That's what's in my head right now.
I mean, there's a chance that outside the NFC East, so there's that would be.
You have the schedule. Just read the opponents real quick for those who missed it.
I got it in front of me. The home games are Giants, Commanders, Cardinals, 49ers, Jaguars, Titans, Buccaneers, Ravens, Eagles. Ravens is home game. It's Rio. The road games are Texans, Colts, Rams, Eagles, Seahawks, Commanders, Packers, Giants.
So Titans and Cardinals, who, as you pointed out, Arizona always beats you.
Always does.
They look like the gimme home opponents outside of the East.
And outside of the East, I mean, you could make a case that maybe Indy, they beat Indy.
Yeah.
But you can make a case that the other 4 road games, like Green Bay and you said Seattle, the Rams. I mean, you can make a case that you go like 1-4 in your non-NFC East road games.
Look, I heard Fred make this point the other night on the night show. They were talking about the fact that, this is a difficult schedule for Dallas. They're playing the same division. So they've got a couple extra games that they've got that others don't. But I like the Eagles are playing the NFC West as well. And so Fred was saying, you said 10 would be the max. Fred was saying, like, I think this could be a year where you see 10 wins, maybe wins the East. Just because it's such a difficult run.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And they have to face the same divisions.
Yeah, the only difference is that the only difference is the Eagles have to face the first place team. The Cowboys don't.
All right, next.
All right, next one. This is not a slump for Corey Seager. This is something more.
I want to see one of you guys go out on the ledge on this first. The easy answer, right? And Skip said it to Nadel yesterday in the pre. The easy answer is he's Corey Seager. We know what he is, and he's going to end up carrying us. What's your answer to it, Chop? Let's put you on the spot.
His swing and miss rate's really troublingly high.
Like yesterday, it felt like such a fortunate. It was a fortunate break that fielder's choice, that ended up scoring a run.
Right.
But that last night to me, it's the opposite of the A's announcer. That was their night. It was their night.
His barrel percentage is still good enough.
It's not your night.
Right. He still barrels enough baseballs to make me think, okay, he eventually will come around. He'll get a little bit more fortunate. But he is swinging and missing at such an alarming rate. It's almost too much to actually.
And he
quantify.
took one last. Like, I'd also like to know if his at bat, if he's seeing more pitches per at bat, because we know prime Corey Seager, you ain't getting to a third pitch.
No, right.
And he I think he took a called strike 3 last night. I can't remember if he took it or he swung, but if he took it. It just jumped out as like unusual. Like Corey Seager, he don't take pitches, let alone called strike 3s.
I think there's something more. I don't know if it's an injury that he's not talking about. I don't know if he's just trying to figure out how to manage his swing as he gets up there in age. This feels
we
like
need to do the average drop off in bat speed like Bobby did the defensive ends when we were talking about free agency. We need to see like what is the year where you get the most miles per hour, or whatever the
reduction
metric is on the bat speed. Like, is it 31 to 32? Is it 30 to 31? Is it 33 to 34? 34 to 35? Something like that.
Like his bat speed right now is 71.9. All right, if you go through, and now they didn't start doing bat speed until right around 2020-ish, where Baseball Savant starts to have it. But I'm just going through, and it kind of runs through it here. And once you get to It's pulling up.
Let's do another story. We do it in another story. We got too many topics to get to.
The batting average on balls in play for Seager would say that he's going to average out because he's hitting so ridiculously below. The average in Major League Baseball is hit 300 on balls in play. He's hitting 216 this year. So, I mean, some of it, too, is peripherally some bad luck.
I will say that it's an overreaction to freak out over a long period of time, that this is a long-standing problem with him and that he will get out of it soon. But I don't feel great about saying it.
He'll finish 250 or above as a hitter.
His exit velocity is normal. His launch angle is normal. Like everything is kind of the amount of balls, percentage of balls that he hits on the sweet spot is normal. Bat speed's normal. So it's a slump. But I am a little bit worried, but it's still a slump.
Last time we were worried, it was Nate, and he shut us up against the Yankees.
All right.
And then he got hurt.
DFW Sports, overreaction or not? The Mavs should focus on a position and not BPA with their first pick in the draft.
Overreaction. I don't care what position it
Defense
is.
wins championships.
Now that is with the one caveat to this would be point guard.
Right.
Where I'm like, all right, you're going to go and get a point guard, which a lot of people are projecting. And that leads me to say, try to get a first-round pick for Kyrie. But that would be my one issue. But Kyrie is older, and I'm not expecting him to play an awful lot anyway moving forward. So I'll say overreaction, get the best player.
I've never seen a team as bad as the Mavericks were be able to afford to say, let's force this pick.
Yeah.
Let's do. No, hell no. Just take whatever the best players, because I mean, there's 5 spots on the floor. Even if you take somebody that's like, well, that's kind of similar to Cooper, it's like, all right, great, have him do something else then, because like you can finagle it to have him do something else. So no, that's an overreaction to lock in on a position.
Yeah, I agree. There's enough holes here where you can make that work. Now, how about this one?
You guys have any issues if they draft point guard with Kyrie staying?
None. How about this one? The Mavs, let's say Acuff is there at 7. The Mavs should package 30 and 9 together to move up. To get Acuff or somebody else.
No.
Or just stay at 9 and take.
How do you stack up RJ, Acuff, Burries, Brown, and the other kid you like, I think, above all of them except for Acuff? Phylon.
Baron Phylon.
Stack them up.
I think Acuff's the best.
Okay.
I actually like Phylon better than Brown and Burries, but I think he's a 50-40-90 guy that he can do that. So I would put Acuff first.
Okay.
Brown I really like. I really like Mikael Brown, but I think Acuff is the guy that I would, if I could find a way to get him, that's the one.
Look, I'm not going to freak out, so I'll say not an overreaction. If they love Acuff that much and they feel like there's a separation, because, again, 30 in the NBA draft. Now,
but we brought you bring in Masai Ujiri to find those guys at 30 that he has throughout his career.
And he's found Siakam, he's found OG and Anunoby.
Yeah. And I'd like to know, you'd think if 9 this year is much better than 9 in other years, that should apply to 30 as well.
30.
Should apply to the end, but we don't think of the end or second rounders of the NBA draft in the same galaxy as the NFL draft.
No, God no. Second rounders in the NBA draft are like,
we don't care.
5th rounders.
There was a post going around the internet yesterday that was about like historically number 9 picks, and like, well, maybe the Mavericks lucked out, because historically number 8 picks in the NBA draft, there's not really a good one that's ever existed. And then it's like number 9, you've got Dirk, you got Blackman, you got all these different guys that have slid to number 9, and so they're saying maybe you got out of the cursed position there at number 8.
Metroplex overreactions or not before chopping it up.
The Stars have missed their window.
Overreaction. They're young enough.
They are young enough.
That to me is what it comes down to. Like, a window to me is about age, and you can throw in contracts, right? The robo contract.
He's going to get paid a lot of money. Yep. He's restricted, so they can match it, but they can also move him still if they wanted to.
Yeah.
But my group chat's trying to move him left and right. They're like, let's offer up Otter and Robo for Connor McDavid. They're throwing Thomas Harley too, and I'm like, guys, Connor McDavid's in the same boat here. Then if you purge everybody,
you want to reverse the Stanky trade.
The Stanky trade is the other one. It's like, you traded him for Mikko, and now obviously it was the right move because this was a win now team, and Stanky was like 21 years old.
Yeah,
but now here's Stanky with 8 points in 8 games in the playoffs. His team is 8-0. He is heading to the East Finals. They are going to be the odds-on favorite to reach the Cup, and he's the best player, one of the best players over for Carolina. And it's like, okay, now that he comes into his own at 24 and Mikko's pushing 30, do you feel differently about the trade?
Harley's 24.
I ain't giving up Thomas Harley. Hell no.
Miro's 26. I'm just talking about the ages of what you have moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
Ottinger's 27. Miko, 29, pushing 30. Robo is 26. Hintz is 29. And, did I say Wyatt already?
Wyatt did not.
And Wyatt is 22. So, no, they did not miss their window.
They absolutely did not.
They haven't missed their window to compete, but the question is just like,
are they good enough for the
window?
are
you Buffalo? Like Buffalo now, like are you this team that you're good enough to be right there, but you're not going to be better than the top dog, and you're not going to be able to surpass them?
There's no reason, and the only reason I can think of is the Stars are built around a lot of speed, but there's no reason for all this talent on this team to have gotten kind of pushed around in the 5-on-5 like they did against Minnesota.
Let's chop it up.
Oh.
Pew, pew, pew.
Oh, no.
RJ Choppy.
Here we go. Chop it up, 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 chop it up. Come on, chop, choppy.
We have some unwanted house guests in the Choppy household. It's not my wife and it's not me. It's not my kids, either one of them. All right, let's get on over to this one. So we get home. We get home from our trip. And I open the back door, and I notice there's all kinds of twigs right at the base of the threshold of the back door on the outside. Now, right above that is our TV that we have outside. Okay, so it's got the little arm. It kind of sticks out, maybe a foot of space. And I look up, and it's a dove.
Oh.
And it's a dove nest.
Mm-hmm.
On the television, on the arm of the TV, which means when this thing poops, it's going to be all over the television set.
Yeah. Wow.
And I'm like, dadgummit.
I have a bird on top of our little built structure over the pool, and I see the bird keep going back to the same spot, and I am starting to get worried that it's building a nest.
Oh, let's build it, because it's their time.
Yeah.
This is their time.
It's got to go. Bye-bye. See you later.
Yeah.
I'm going to get the pool net.
Oh, no.
And I'm gonna be high sticking like Miro.
If it's you gotta check for eggs.
Listening.
You gotta check for eggs.
I don't have to check for eggs.
Oh yes, you do.
I just have to check if the bird is around to peck me in the eye. Otherwise, you ain't building. I'm not letting that thing build a nest up there. Are you kidding me?
I don't think you're allowed to knock down a nest.
Let me look it up.
Look that up.
Just don't tell anyone.
A
Jamie,
nest
pull that up.
period?
Yeah, if there's eggs in the nest, I don't believe that you're.
You're freaking Smokey the Bear over here with his little nature rules.
Only you can prevent forest fires.
I know. I blame myself for the dove because I'm just making my dove calls all day at the pool.
Okay,
just trying to bring them in. I should have known. I put a stopper. I saw them trying to build it on top of one of the speakers. So I put some stuff on it before they could get to it. But on the TV, I was like, they'll never be able to get up. There's no spot for them. There's no spot for them up there. But here they are, and she is sitting. She is sitting on that egg. She's sitting on that egg.
You could be fined up to $15,000 and up to 6 months in jail for taking down an active nest. An inactive nest, they say, go to town.
Go to town.
If there are eggs in the nest, they'll take you out.
So
it's Class C misdemeanor.
That is an episode of House Guest number 1.
So Sarah probably wants to keep it up. Like, don't touch the nest.
I'm not going to touch it. I don't want to kill the baby eggs.
Who said you had to kill it?
Well, if I knock it down, it's going to crack, right?
Well, you be careful. Treat it like a waiter.
Could do that.
Just be careful with it.
Like a waiter.
And walk it out to the woods.
You should replace them with eggs you have in your fridge and see if the bird notices.
Here, sit on these hard-boiled.
They're going to be cold.
It was a devastating weekend for the Sharif household, but my dad's house has a bald eagle nest. And
that's awesome.
It's been awesome. He tried to install like a camera up there.
Oh my God.
To get like 24/7 view of the nest was gigantic.
Oh,
it was
those
humongous.
Birds are huge.
Some crazy windstorm blew the nest out, and the tree ended up dying, so that he cut down the tree. But my dad's devastated. That was his pride and joy. Not any of his children or his grandchildren. It was looking at this bald eagle's nest.
Did you see the video of the house cat that was trying to stalk an eagle?
No.
It was like sitting there trying to. It was how like the cats will slowly creep up on prey.
Yeah.
And the eagle like turns and looks at him, just spreads its wings and kind of runs at him a little bit. And that cat, gone.
Yeah.
That cat had no idea what he was dealing with. Oh man. All right, so chop it up here on 105 through the Fan. Infestation number 2.
This is nasty.
I go in the garage, and listen, the garage is a mess. The garage is a mess. I fully admit this one.
I thought you cleaned it just a short time ago.
I did, but then we've added more crap. We've added more crap to the garage.
Are you both hoarders?
I wouldn't call us hoarders. I would just call us...
No one calls themselves a hoarder.
That's very fair.
What's your fancy term for it?
Sentimental.
Lazy. Sentimental. We got a lot of clothes in bags in the garage, and I'm like, we need to either just give.
You've been
these...
rejected from the uppity ups around here.
Yeah, so we tried to sell them to Uptown, Cheapskate, Closet, Play-Doh, whoever.
Yeah,
and they take like 2 items at a time.
Yeah,
So I was gonna take them to Goodwill, and Sarah's like, no, they overcharge. Take them to Salvation Army. I just have to put them in the truck. It's been a year. Okay, I just need to put them in the truck and take them somewhere. But we got a lot of other stuff in there. And we've noticed these little tiny black bugs that are all over the place. And I mean all over the place. On the ground, on this box. We have like an old silverware container that's out there. They're just piled up halfway up in the silverware container, just all dead. I'm like, where are these coming from? They're multiplying. And I called cat neighbor over, the guy who keeps all the cats in the freezer. And he says, do you have any food in here? I go, no. I said, we have our old Blackstone. By the way, if y'all want it, let me know. If you want a Blackstone.
Why aren't you using it?
Well, we got a new one. This one's got like a rusted, rusted top.
Hold on. Was Cat Neighbor already over there, or did he come over to ask you if you have food in your house?
I called him over there. I said, come on over and take a look at these. Tell me what these bugs are. So he said, got any food in there? I'm like, no. Then I look at this one cardboard box that they're all on, and on the cardboard box, it says, because I wrote on the side when I put this together, when I did this, when I cleaned the garage last summer, I put all the items in each box on the side of the box. And it said, Bentley's dog food. Bentley is Sarah's dog that passed away in 2022. That I have had, for some unknown reason, an open bag of her dog food in the garage. And that's...
But like dry food.
The kibble.
The kibble, yeah.
The dry food.
That's how you get rats, dude.
And I went and I grabbed that box
How
down.
would you know? You don't have a garage.
I did. Lots of experience with rats younger.
And I grabbed that box and I opened that box, and inside that box was a billion little eggs.
God.
You're messy.
Beetle egg, larva, however you pronounce it.
Oh.
All over I'm just, get rid of it. I get the Raid out. I am spraying with Raid. I'm itching right now. Just thinking about this. I went immediately to the hardware store, bought a bug bomb to fog a fogger. And I look at it. It was disgusting. I had bugs crawling on my skin for like an hour after this. I immediately got in the shower, and I had just finished showering, and I got right back in. I'm itching right now just thinking about this. But they were all over everything, and that's the culprit. And it's totally on me.
So did you put it in a big trash bag to throw out?
Big trash bag. It was a Sunday anyway, so it was trashed the next day. So they're gone. We didn't even put them in the trash can. We put them in trash bags. I put them on top of the bed of my truck, over the Tanu cover, and I drove them to the dumpster.
Yeah, where you should drive the bird's nest.
Right. There you go. Chopping it up here.
And the clothes.
On Sean and RJ. I need to get rid of the clothes. I really do. I need to get rid of the clothes. Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Do you have a lifted...
What's the last thing, by the way, that you opened and you got caught by surprise, whether it was in the fridge and like the mold and the look and the smell just smacked you right in the face? It's always a disgusting, awful experience.
The bathroom in our hall? Like the bathroom here at the station?
No, I mean at your house.
Nothing has hit me like that. That's what's burned into my brain.
I hate this bathroom. Oh. I said it to RJ yesterday. It's the same exact stench. Musty, humid, disgusting stench every single day. Mm-hmm. It's like, I don't want to get too nasty and graphic, but sometimes people's sense in there should change based upon what you eat.
You would think.
But someone's doing the same thing every single day.
Well, sometimes I'll make a list to go to when I go to the grocery store, and so usually I'll go through the fridge and see what I need. I saw I had sliced cheese for burgers. I was like, okay, I'm good there. I didn't know the last time I bought it, but I was thinking, okay, it's been a week or two. I go to make burgers. The burgers are on the grill, on the Blackstone, and I open up the cheese, mold. I mean, it had been moldy for at least 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I was like, well, we're having no cheese on our burgers.
That's not too bad. We have so much cheese in our house for some reason. I'll see that every once in a while. But I'm talking about so much cheese.
We got a lot of cheese,
so
guys.
much cheddar.
So much cheddar.
Chopping it up.
Do you have a lifted vehicle? Because if you do, as gas prices have continued to climb, which, by the way, we are much cheaper here than they were in Utah. It was $4.80 a gallon in Utah. It's less than $4 here.
I did see $4.40 on 35 over the weekend.
I filled up for $3.99 the other day.
I've never seen gas as high as it's spiked at different times during wars or whatever else. I've never seen gas get to $4.40 around here.
Yeah, it's usually in the high threes. I've never seen.
It'll get to $4 occasionally, like 07, 08 it got like that, but a couple different times.
RJ trying to simp.
But
for the leadership.
I don't know about that.
We're not Utah.
We're not Utah, I know, right? But
that was Romney's territory.
Hey, they're friendlies too, okay? They just have higher gas.
They're very friendly.
They are. They have targeted lifted trucks. You got a lifted vehicle.
Yeah.
You do. You got a lifted vehicle. So what they're doing now is called the drill and drain method. They drill into your because they have you can't really siphon the gas tank on the newer cars anymore. They've got some protections against that. But if you've got a lifted vehicle, it's easier to get under there. They drill a hole in your tank, drain it, and now it's like a bigger cost. Obviously, a tank of gas for a truck, for me it's like $120 to fill up.
Yeah.
But a new gas tank, if I have to get a completely new gas tank with the labor, you're talking $1,500 to $3,000.
So what are they doing with the gas once they steal it?
You put it in their car.
Put it in their car. Man.
It's a lot of work
to save $100. That's a messy crime. Yeah. That's a really messy crime.
Yeah, it's a lot of work to save $100.
Yeah. Thanks for targeting my car, Choppy. People be on the lookout. Chopping it up every hump day in the commercial-free expressway. Thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. RJ rejoicing because they finally opened the roof. Look what it led to offensively, and the closer is dead. Some Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers next. But
and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's the pitch. Swung on, hit down the right field line pretty deep. Back into the corner is Carroll. He's at the foul pole. That ball is history. Zeke Duran, an opposite field home run. Carroll just ran out of room, crashed into the fence, and the ball clears to make it 3-1 Texas.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about scoring in, 4 different innings?
Wow.
Scoring is always romantic.
They scored a run in multiple innings in a baseball game? Holy cow. It's Diamondbacks here on Sean and RJ.
What a great job by the boys.
What a great job by the boys. They beat the Diamondbacks 7-4, scoring in the first, scoring in the second, scoring in the fourth, and then a 4 spot in the fifth. No wonder Banny hasn't returned my text message.
Oh, what do you need from him?
I just said, hey, you're in town. Do you want to go to lunch?
Wow.
You know, this same time last year we came into town, met at lunch with the Hudson House. Great spot. I even
one of
brought,
my wife's favorites.
I even brought the credit card.
Whoa.
And he said, no. He says, you think they don't pay us? That's what he said. You think they don't pay us?
Wow. So when did you text him?
Monday.
Did we?
You should call him live right here on the air and say, just so you know, Banny, Choppy is complaining that you haven't called him back.
Did we? I know when we were talking about.
What do you think? Should we do it?
Yeah.
He knows you pay, right?
Of course he knows.
Go ahead, call him. Call him right now.
No.
Call him right now and say, RJ's giving it to you, and I just wanted to give you a chance to respond. You know how to do it. Butter him up.
Yeah.
Tell him
Let me make sure he didn't text me back. And I just
He's panicking right now.
Nope, nothing.
He didn't. All right, give him a call. Say we want to throw you on for 2 minutes to respond.
I even sent him a happy birthday in January.
Did he reply to that?
You don't send us these things.
I don't have to. I see you guys every day.
You don't say it.
We can't give him that. We can't pay for lunch at Happy House or whatever.
November 21st, baby. I say it. I know your birthday.
Hey, well done.
I know your birthday. I don't know. You're June 10th?
Nope.
9th?
Nope.
17th?
Nope.
Right around there. 2nd? June 2nd?
Nope.
February 1st.
We can play this as long as you want.
Imagine the Banny morning voice at 8.
Oh, God. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. What are you doing?
He's up. He's lifting.
He's not awake.
He's lifting.
He's lifting.
Getting a new tab.
He might be.
What happened, Pepe? What happened with it?
It rang once and then straight to voicemail. I think we woke him up.
No.
I think we woke him up.
Wow.
I even said, happy birthday, old man. And he goes, weather just right. He even said he's weathered.
Maybe because he called
right.
him an old man. That's why he didn't reply to you.
I mean, that could be it. But so anyway, I'm trying to have lunch today. But alas. Anyway, the Rangers get the 7-4 victory. The one downside of this game is that they were forced to use lats in the 9th inning. It was a 7-1 game. You allowed the bases loaded, nobody out, and then Latz is forced into the game. And you just hate to use your closer and burn him, especially when he had a day off.
It's really going to make you bitter if something happens tonight.
If you need him tonight. If you need 2 innings from him tonight and you can't get it, because you had to do a bullpen day the night before when Evaldi got scratched. So that really puts you in a tough spot when you're sitting there like you get 2 innings from him on Sunday. He didn't throw a ton of pitches. You give him a day off on Monday, and then Tuesday in a 6-run game, you roll right back out there, and you've got to bring him in.
And Collier had a nice start to the season with like it wasn't 30
I mean, his ERA's under 3.
Yeah.
For the year.
He walked the bases loaded like they had to get him out of there.
They had to get him out of there. They had to get him out of there, and Latz comes in, real nice job. I mean, he gave up some, he allowed those runners to score, some of those inherited runners, but, he wasn't necessarily out there looking for strikeouts. He knew he had a lot to play with. He's like, we'll trade the out for the run.
What had he done, Bobby?
He had a 0 ERA heading into May. And then he had, in fact, I think that was the first.
How many innings?
He was up to 14.
Okay, 14 innings. All right.
So, Rangers get the 7-4 victory. Rubber match is today at the Globe, and we will have coverage starting at 6:30 for the 7:05 first pitch.
And the roof was open last night.
And the roof was open last night. That's awesome. I love seeing that because I'm ready to just call it a dome.
Sandler is so excited for Banny to call back. He said it's clearly on Do Not Disturb. A second call will ring through. He's like on the edge of his seat here.
Oh, I called twice.
Oh,
you
no.
did?
Yeah, I called again. I was like, oh, maybe he just
you
hit the wrong
notify
button.
Anyway. Oh, no.
And then the second time, you go one ring voicemail?
No, straight to voicemail after that.
Oh, did you leave him a voicemail?
No, I didn't.
You should have told him Choppy. This is Choppy's fault. You were waking him up.
He's got some text messages, no doubt, from people telling him what's happening.
Absolutely. But I'll tell you, I was so upset on Monday that they didn't open the roof. At 8 o'clock, it was 72 degrees. To me, I don't know what your guys' expectation of the roof is, but to me, the roof is there for rain, super cold, and super hot.
Yeah.
Like
this drives me crazy with AT&T Stadium.
Right. A comfortable night, even if it's a little chilly. Just let them play outdoors.
Bobby, what's the difference at AT&T Stadium when it's open? Does it feel so much better? Is it awesome?
Yeah, because a lot of times I feel like they open it when they won't open it unless it feels like, I think it's like a little cool and breezy. And so usually when they open it up, it's like, oh, there's kind of like just some nice air flowing through here. But it's pretty routine. Like you can tell a difference in there when it's open. Like especially even when the doors are open and the roof isn't.
And I think Dave Raymond would say, and some of the Rangers players would argue that the Zeke home run maybe doesn't get out down the right field line if it's closed. Jared, you can weigh in as well with a text message, but that's immediately what they brought up. They said some of the players, the biggest difference was, the biggest impact for all these different factors, and Brett Boone will join us at 9 o'clock, is right down the right field line where Zeke's ball got out.
And look, and whether there's still discussions on the ball and how the ball travels, roof open, roof closed, like you said, and the questions as to whether or not it would have gotten out with the roof shut. I'm pulling a Bobby here. I'm asking ChatGPT to tell me the theories behind the ballpark.
God, I almost drop kick RJ the other day, and he brought up Hurtado barbecue costing the Rangers offense. Brandon, don't let this man eat in Arlington when we come. We're coming. Don't let this man in any of your Fort Worth location. No RJ Choppy allowed.
You could play corner with all the backpedaling you're doing this segment. All right, this is the second time. He's like, wait.
I'm being unfair to him. Really. But he did bring this up.
My guy Mike Wang, who sent me this. Mike Wang. He sent me this. He started me down this rabbit hole, and he said, there's a theory out there that the barbecue joint, the smoker makes the air too dense. And I'm like, I don't think they smoke it in-house.
Yeah, they bring it over.
I don't think they
from
smoke
the Arlington location, nut job.
I was like, I don't think they smoke it in-house, so don't play Brandon.
Yeah.
That's not the reason. Yeah. But, there have been, and I'm sure a lot of stadiums have, like Chase Field and Miami probably have to deal with Houston. What is the right temperature? You got to play with the temperature. Like, do they keep it at 72? Do they keep it at 75? What is the difference in ball flight at 76 degrees in there versus 71? Right, because colder air doesn't allow the ball to compress as well.
Yeah, I would guess they would say, well, it's set this. If they're worried about like condensation and humidity when they just open the roof, then I would assume they're going to worry about humidity whenever they don't have it at their particular temperature. It's a bad ballpark just in general. So that's
when it's open, it's got some aura.
It's a bad lineup.
It's a bad lineup, yes.
Yeah, because if you look at it, even
because you spent all that money on a ballpark,
even with the roof closed, we talked about this like a week or two ago. There's been of all the 6 longest home runs in this park were all by other people, by other teams. Right, all those are they're having no problems hitting home runs here.
Yeah, I got to be honest with you.
What?
I'm right here on the verge of not being able to take this topic anymore.
The ballpark?
The ballpark. I can't. I'm right here every time you're bringing it up. It's starting. It's pushing me to the very edge.
Sean doing the work of the ballpark lobbyists.
Because what it's doing is it's making me think you're giving. It's making me wish I was RJ Choppy's son, one of his kids, because it's sounding like so many excuses and reasons to give them an out. I think we can have two separate things be true, that the lineup is not good enough and the ballpark is not good enough.
The lineup is not good enough.
I don't like the mixing of it.
Oh, yeah.
To give them a break. Every time they score 2 runs, I feel like you're going to come in here and say, if that roof was open, you're attacking the roof more than the roster. That's my problem.
Yeah. The roof
Why?
over the roster. Well, I mean,
because you want to be right about your original Globe Life argument that they shouldn't have had the new stadium or they shouldn't have had a place with a roof. I think this is all tracing back. Follow the ego.
Follow the ego. I've come to like the new stadium.
You have?
It's not the old one. The old one was way better.
No, he doesn't like it. He's just saying that for the sake of his argument.
There's no doubt. The comfort of the new stadium, I can dress however I want. I can dress however I want when I go to the new place. The comfort of the new stadium cannot be outpaced. But I like it open. I still like the roof open. I still want it open. Chase Field does a really good job of this in Arizona. They keep it open like basically nonstop until maybe kind of right around this time of year, and then it gets too hot. But like they keep it open a much higher rate than the other retractable roof places.
What else you got?
All right, so reasons to believe. So they did the Athletic did their power rankings, and they gave each team one reason to believe. And some of these were, like, boy, they are really trying. They're stretching with some teams. For the Athletics, it's a pitch to contact rotation, or for St. Louis, they're talk about one individual player. For the Rangers, one reason to believe in this team, quote, the bullpen is elite. And they read on this, Carter breaking out, Wyatt to heal. They're waiting on all this. Just because you haven't heard of Jacob Latz doesn't mean you can't marvel at his opponent's slash line. He is allowing hitters to hit .074 with a 125 on base and a 147 slugging percentage. He and DeGrom combined to heat 3-hit, 0-walk the Cubs on Sunday. Quote, it was art. Art! This is a safe space. You can admit you've never heard of Gavin Collier, the guy with 11 scoreless appearances until yesterday, or Junis, still in the league, and a 1.65 ERA. Beek's name rings a bell, right? His ERA is 2.65. The Pen ranks first in the league in ERA by a lot, and it has kept the club afloat.
Despite the closer being dead.
Despite the closer being dead, which is another thing. And this is from Buster Olney talking about...
And by the way, if your number one thing, like, how far can you float on that your bullpen is elite? I mean,
the pitching staff really is.
Yeah.
Right, as a whole.
But if your number one strength, if I'm like, all right, it's not going to be your offense, definitely not going to be your defense.
Yeah, the bullpen is supposed to preserve leads that you're not getting to.
Yeah.
You're not getting. They're good at preserving deficits.
Yeah.
Holding them right there.
You don't lose so bad.
Right.
And that's what CY did to build this team. He built this team so that they wouldn't lose as bad.
But going into yesterday's games.
500. Kind of.
Going into yesterday's games, there have been 118 different players to record a save in Major League Baseball this year. Guys, we're 40 games in.
Seems like a lot.
That's 3 a team. We're 40 games in here. So it's more than 3 a team. It's 4 a team because there's only 30 teams. And we got 118 different players record a save. So that means each team has used all these guys, and we're not even at Memorial Day.
Yeah.
And the number is so high. To put it in perspective, again, 118 different players. In the entire 2009 season, only 124 guys recorded a save. We will eclipse that number before everyone eats a hot dog on Memorial Day and says a prayer for a fallen soldier. Before that happens, we are going to eclipse the 09 number.
And does that compare to past years?
Yeah.
Show?
It does. I mean, and thing is that...
And how much is it outpacing? Like how far
Well,
ahead?
it's getting worse. It's gradually has gone up. But you're paying top closers $15 million a year. So teams are looking at this like, all right, so the bad is you don't know day to day who your closer is going to be. The good is, you're going to save a lot of money. But the days of knowing that Rivera, Gagne, Joe Nathan, whomever, right, out there. You throw them out there, they're going to give you what they're going to give you because you know what you're going to get. When you have four guys on your team, and every team has had about four guys record a save, you have no idea what any of them are going to give you night to night. You could have an off night. When you have a lockdown closer, like a Diaz or whoever you're going to have in the league, you know what you're getting that day.
I'm going to put that on your tombstone. They're going to give you what they're going to give you because you know what you're going to get.
Diamond Cavs on your home of the Rangers with Ralph James Choppy Below the Belt coming up on your home of the Cowboys at 8:40. But today, Bobby Belt is speaking at a career day.
Yeah.
Name the things, text the things that you think Bobby could teach the kids about at 877-881-1053.
Been injured in a car or truck wreck? Call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Anthony Edwards of the logo at half court. Over to Nasri. Left wing knocked away by Castle. Castle against Edwards. Castle slams it down for two. Timeout, Minnesota. Steph Castle and the Spurs defense has come alive in the second half.
Spurs radio with the call. They regain the lead in the series with the return of Wemby, 126-97. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Roberto here on DFW Sports Station. We got Peyton and Aiden running the Odyssey app, the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And this is Wemby going off early in this one. 21-11 at halftime. The Spurs were up 12 at the half. Then the Wolves have a 14-2 run to start the third quarter. They tie the game. Then San Antonio responds with a 9-0 run, and they basically never look back. But this is about Wemby coming out with a vengeance. He had to feel terrible about abandoning his teammates after the Nas elbow. And I'm really, really sad that I have to do this to our guy, Stephen A. Smith, and immediately nominate him for Worst Take Fridays at 9 a.m. this Friday in Rockwall as part of our next Firehouse tour. Stephen A. said this yesterday morning that the Wolves actually want Wemby on the floor.
How do you know he don't have a problem with it? How do you know they don't want Wemby on the basketball court tonight? They might want it. Even though he's 7'5", you keep saying 7'7", he's 7'5". But they might want him. They might want him out there. You understand? Especially, and Big Perk, especially because, again, this is not the Diesel. If it's somebody like Shaquille O'Neal walking around 330, 340, you understand, and dunking on your mug, that would be different. But because of how skinny he is, you might have some cats that might want him out there. As great as he is, they might want him out there just so they can make sure he feels them a little bit tonight. You never know. You never know.
I'm willing to bet everything that I have that if you took a poll, a survey in that Minnesota locker room, whether they want Wemby on the floor tonight or him not on the floor, I guarantee you they will say they don't want him on the floor.
Okay. What am I missing? I usually give Stephen A. some basketball cred. What am I missing here?
He's literally just talking about fighting, I guess. Like you can get him around. You can get him back, and if he wants to fight you, it's not like having to fight Shaq. You can get your physical retribution and feel safe fighting a skinny guy. That's what it sounds like he's saying, which still is a weird point.
Because I brought this up earlier, if he's contesting the shot in this series, he has a better chance of blocking the shot than you have of scoring the basket. In this series, he has 22 blocks to 19 allowed field goals on shots that he has contested in this series. So, take your chances, man.
Also, for Worst Take, Stephen A. and Kendrick Perkins apparently agreeing that Wemby should have been suspended for yesterday's game. And now you throw Draymond Green into the mix with his opinion on what should have happened last night.
What if it was the shoe was on the other foot and it was Nas Reed taking out Wemby? I think this situation would look totally different. There would be fines. There would be suspensions. Listen, I'm not one to ever want to see guys get suspended because I think that is whack. But standards has been set. Fines have happened. Jaden McDaniels and Joker just got fined for much less. For there not to even be a fine, it's crazy. It's crazy. And I'm not for guys getting fined. I'm not for guys getting suspended. But for there not to even be a fine, let alone a suspension, I think it's insane. So what I would say to the Minnesota Timberwolves, after watching their coach say, well, I'm happy he took the matters into his own hands and leveled Nas Reed with an elbow, I would say to the Minnesota Timberwolves, hey, guys, this is fair game. There's no suspension. There's no fines. This is fair game. Who coming out there tonight or tomorrow night and doing it to Wemby? Who's going to elbow him in the face?
Now, I do agree with Draymond there should have been a fine. The fact that there was no fine, I think that is pretty ridiculous. But I used to give Draymond the intellectual benefit of the doubt that he's one of the most cerebral basketball minds and players and helping facilitate an offense. And it's really about versatility and grit and grind, hustle, and basketball intelligence that made Draymond Green's career. I'm flushing that opinion because he says some dumb, stupid stuff.
Death, taxes, and Draymond hating on the Euros.
I was just about to say, it's stunning how consistently it is just Europeans that he's either taking a shot at or he's ripping or it's pretty universal.
I think it's insane.
Because I think it's all he's got some Nico hatred for Europeans.
It's like we're forgetting. I think the league considered that game already a suspension. It was 12 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with the guy who spit in Dak's face.
Jalen Carter.
Yeah. Same thing with him. If he did that in the fourth quarter with 2 minutes to go, I think he's suspended for the next game.
I thought you said yesterday you didn't think he'd be suspended if it happened in the fourth quarter.
No. I don't.
I think Sean asked that question and you said no.
Would I have, or would the league have?
The league.
Yeah, maybe they. Oh no, they wouldn't have because they want him in the game.
So you're tied,
right? But I could at least see the difference.
So Draymond is trying to suggest you're tied 2-2. You're on the road, and you should have someone elbow Wemby to get. While starting your point saying he's the golden goose, that's why he didn't get fined or suspended. So, by your theory and logic, if someone did that to Wemby, they could be suspended or fined. So you want someone to get tossed out of this game. This is not that NBA. This is not that NBA. Paul Pierce tried to sit there and say, oh, back in my day, Paul, back in the 80s and 90s, Atolo said, Paul Pierce didn't play in the 80s and 90s. Paul Pierce got carried. Paul Pierce wheeled himself out of a game with crap in the back of his pants. So stop miss me with the back in my day in the 80s and that. Paul was drafted in 1998.
Yeah.
All right.
Kobe literally said F Paul Pierce and walked off on a torn Achilles. That's how Paul's reputation was.
And the fines, I mean, money is so inconsequential to these guys.
They still should have fined them.
It's a monetary punishment for charity.
Bobby Belt, little scholastic charity today, is leaving the show in the red zone to speak at a career day.
To speak to the youth.
Oh, baby.
To shape their minds. I will be speaking to the Tigers this morning.
Your daughter's school?
That's their, it is, yep. We're going to go talk to the Tigers this morning about the career path of radio, Dallas Cowboys, how to just in general crush it on into a microphone, I did get some suggestions here from the fan text as to the things, since you wanted to find out, hey, what are some things that Bobby could teach the youth of America?
Now, what are you wearing to this today?
This. I'm in team colors today, so I got the
jeans.
Yes, because Kristen did tell me yesterday. She's like, at least put jeans on tomorrow, please. And I said, okay, I'll do that for you. So I'm going to be wearing jeans, and I've got the 105 through the fan hoodie, and I got Tolo stickers and everything else, and we're ready for bear. This is what the Tolos are suggesting I should teach the children. How to properly prompt ChatGPT, 469 says. How to make a diss track, 817. 682, trolling, never growing up, pettiness. 817, how to gaslight your co-hosts. 817, he can teach life hacks, a generation of scammers.
Yeah.
512, he can teach them how to do the AI voice deal, like with Broadus.
This is good.
And then a real suggestion, I guess, 972, Bobby, teach them to do research and be okay with the other perspective. So critical thinking, I guess. I don't know if that's a 214, how to deal with your mom's death at work.
Damn.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
So those are some of the suggestions there. I did 214, very nice, how to be a good sports reporter. Boom, nailed it. But
Jeremy Shep.
No, it is the
ESPN.
No, I did this once. What? 3-4 years ago. It was like right after I joined the show, I did it.
And they didn't ask you like right back?
No, so it's the kids basically. Addison, I did it, and the next day, because I was talking about the Cowboys, Addison had like 2 kids walk up to her and go like, since your dad is famous, can we get your autograph?
What?
And she got so embarrassed that she was like, will you please not do career day anymore?
Oh my gosh.
So
only the belts could reverse that as a negative.
I know. So Laura wants me to go today. She was like, yes, I want you to do it. And so I was like, all right, I'll sign up for it. But then she came up to me yesterday and she goes, hey, when you introduce yourself, will you say, I'm Laura's dad, not Laura's daddy? Because that's kind of for little kids.
Yeah.
And so would you...
That's understandable.
And I was going to bed last night, and she came back in and she goes, remember, you got to say dad tomorrow. Don't say daddy. If you're going to say daddy, I just don't want you to come. And I was like, okay, geez, all right. But I'm going to go talk to him. And
what's the age group?
4th grade.
Oh.
So I think last time it was 5th graders that I had spoken with, but I'll do 4th graders. And it's always, I learned last time this is going to be very easy. You just basically...
How long do you have to speak?
It's like 10 minutes.
Ooh.
But it's like you speak and then they get to ask you questions about your job.
Okay.
And so it's...
The first question you're going to get is, how much money do you make?
It's super...
Always.
Yeah.
Always.
And I'm going to be like, a disgusting amount.
It's a crazy amount.
Now you got to figure out if that's disgustingly good or disgustingly bad.
Can you afford a $1,400 computer?
But I did... no,
hey, at least your kids want you to go to career day. My kids would never allow. They would never.
Like I said, I went
allow
once and they banned me from it for 4 years. I just got the ban over.
Your parents don't, or your kids don't think you're cool because of your job?
They would be mortified if I showed up.
When you're out at their games or you're out in the mall and people come up to you or say what's up or hello, they don't think that's cool? How could you not think that that's cool?
They could not care. They first of all, they don't know what is going. They're surprised.
I think it's just...
why do they know who you are? And then like, you know, my son's like, you know, all my friends talk. You know, they listen to your show. They're like, they have no idea.
It's the natural embarrassment of just like parent, I think, is what it is. Because all the kids in her class thought it was like, cool. Oh, you get to be around football and you get to be on the radio and stuff. But then she's like embarrassed by it. Addison was. And so I think it's just the natural, like, don't want all the attention on me kind of thing.
When I pull up to drop them off somewhere, I'll put the car in truck and park, and I'm waiting for them to get out. And they wait until I turn the music down. They won't get out of the car if there's sound coming out.
214, tell them they'll need a second job to afford a house for their family. Wrong. Third job. Already got 2 jobs, 214. Dumbass. They did say teaching ball. That's the biggest reply we've gotten.
Well done with the text messages here on Sean and RJ with Bobby Belt Career Day. The best rosters in football according to the math nerds. Next and below, right here on The Fan. But...
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby knows ball. Hey, let's talk ball. We're the ball knowers and we just talk ball. It's a community RJ has rejected, but today we embrace it again. Let's talk about the math nerds once more here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Window Nation. I am fascinated to know where you were going with that, because he was looking offended before I said math nerds, and he went, oh. So who did you think I was saying you were rejected?
Oh, no, I wasn't offended by it at all. I was kind of scared that you were going to say something you shouldn't, but whatever.
Oh, okay. No, over at The Athletic, they've got their head analytics guru is a gentleman named Austin Mock. And Austin Mock is like their version of Cynthia Freeland. So he's got all these just different math formulas and projections and things that he does. Some of it's pretty interesting. I'm curious, before I get into this, because this is going to be so analytics heavy. Chop, what is your relationship exactly with analytics at this point?
Honestly, I don't even know anymore.
Like, how do you use it when you look at it? Sean, how do you use it? Like in general, how do you think of analytics when applied to football? I had this talk with somebody with the Cowboys when we were in Indy, and we were walking and we were talking about it. And my thought on it this whole time has been, I think analytics is really good at telling you what happened or why something's happening or different things like that. Or maybe even give you like, hey, here's some flaws. I think it's awful when you're trying to make it predictive. I think it's really, really bad when you're trying to make it predict things in football.
But like a fourth down play to predict whether you should go for it, that percentage?
The percentages as like because so for instance, you may be looking at just completely raw data of it's 4th and 1. Here's the success rate of 4th and 1. It's like, all right, but your offensive line, their defensive front, where it's at, and they get like there are all these different things related to how likely you are to I don't think you can just boil it down to a number. It's helpful, and I think it's good to like inform yourself that way. But at the end of the day, you are going to have to make a decision of like, can we beat them up front or not?
Yeah, I think it's really, really helpful. I still love it. I think that we've gone too far with it in some situations. In all sports, right? I mean, all sports have kind of gone too far with it. But, I mean, to me, it has completely changed the game on 4th down. It has changed the game on 2-point conversions for the better. It's changed the game on whether you should pass. Like, just finding out that the 17th best passing offense is as efficient as the top running offense in general, right? Like, that's really, really good to know.
And that's exactly how I look at it.
But I disagree that it's really good to know. When I first heard that stat, I'm like, okay, you should just be passing all the time. And then now that's probably like 5 years ago. We're talking about those types of things, but every single offensive mind and every single offense, no matter whether we would criticize Jason Garrett for 1st and 2nd down running, well, the opposite of that based upon these numbers is just throw it basically all the time. And I don't think anyone actually applies that and practices it in football. And it must be for a reason.
Well, and the problem that you run into is like, because
like Baltimore was a very analytical team, and I think we know John Harbaugh is going to want to run the football.
So let's like I said, the number was like the 17th best passing offense is still more efficient than the number 1 rushing offense. Well, that doesn't mean that the 25th best quarterback in the league should be throwing the ball the same amount of times as the 4th best quarterback in the league. Right? It's like you do have to look at how good your player is.
But should the 15th best quarterback be throwing it so much more if you have a 5th ranked rushing offense?
Yeah, you should. But not. Is it the same as having the number 1 passing offense and the 28th rushing offense?
Yeah.
No.
I really use it the most now in terms of like, I want to know, I throw this into analytics. To me, everything that's a stat is analytics. Motions, shifts.
Yeah.
I want to know who's doing what in terms of offensive movement, how you're lining up, And I actually think in football, it may be the least amount that I use or take into account.
Well, yeah.
I want to know corner threes in basketball. Baseball, obviously, and strike zones and lining up and positions and all these different things. I actually think in football right now, and I'm keeping hockey to the side,
the money puck.
It's the least applicable.
It is. It is less applicable in some of that. Now, I love that it's like gotten rid of some stats. Like I can't
like this EPA per play stuff. I don't care about, me personally. I don't care about point per possession. I dismiss all of it. I don't care about any of it.
EPA per play is. There's interesting aspects to it. I think it's really, again, you're assigning value.
And a lot of it has to do with me also not understanding.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I mean,
it's hard to understand sometimes.
You're assigning value to something that is just stripped away from any, like, real variable of who's out there. Of, like, when it says, like, you're expected to score this because this is the down and distance and this is here and this is the... Well, okay, but, like... If it's the Cowboys defense last year back there, I think your expected points is higher. Like, and so those sort of things just don't get taken into account. The running game stuff is interesting, and I just had Peyton pull this. I had to find it in my email and send it to him. This is an old clip. So Sarah Mollypie works for the Cowboys in their analytics department. She'd worked for the Ravens in 2019, had been there for a little bit. Not last March, this would have been March 2022. She was on an ESPN sports analytics conference panel, the Sloan Analytics Conference, and she was asked, as somebody who came into it as a math person and as an analytics person and then got to the NFL, once she was in the game, what is the biggest thing she evolved on and changed her opinion on from analytics?
So the idea behind running backs don't matter is running backs are replaceable because so much of their production is related to the offensive line blocking for them and the number of defenders in the box. So I think my perspective kind of changed on that and seeing how when an offensive line blocks for a running back, once you get to that second or that third level defender and you're one-on-one with them, are you a back that is able to either shake that tackle or if you get wrapped up, shake that guy and then create more yards? And I think if something's not perfectly blocked and your offensive lineman has a bad block, are you a guy that has the vision to be able to change your point of attack and fight for more yards? And then even on a perfectly blocked run play, if it's a perfectly blocked read and you have that unblocked edge defender and your quarterback makes the handoff, are you a back that's fast enough to be able to outrun that unblocked edge defender? Again, I think some guys are better at that than others.
I agree with all of that 1,000,000%.
And she even said, like, there was another cut later where she talked about she thought defensive tackle didn't matter before she got in the NFL. And then when she got in the NFL and she started seeing the way things work, and she's like, it changed my perspective on how valuable that position can be and how you can impact the game when you've got a really good one. And so even analytics people, I think, will acknowledge there's limits to what they can do with the information, especially in the game of football. It's not a 3 true outcome sport like the way baseball is.
Well, there's too many variables of other things that need to happen on each play.
So Austin Mock over at The Athletic, he wanted to take a look at who are the real contenders now that all the rosters have settled. He wanted to run it through his model. So he said his model has compiled all the rosters as they stand after the draft. He has ranked them from best to worst. To do this, the model uses various metrics and assigns a projection to each player to show their impact on a single game. Of course, positional value is quite important, which means, for example, that quarterback Josh Allen is worth a lot more to his team than running back Bijan Robinson, even though both sit atop their respective positions. So the way he did this was he had a number that he's calling expected margin of victory, which is how much would you expect that this roster is going to beat a league average team by or lose by if they're playing them. So the number one team in the NFL, according to this, is the Los Angeles Rams, that they are plus 6.3 points, which means they're a touchdown better than an NFL roster on generally every game. Seahawks are plus 5.3. Bills are plus 4.1. They're third. So you go down the list and you look at this, and here's the top 10. Rams, Seahawks, Bills, Chiefs 4, which this is a bad list if you've already got the Chiefs up there because that's not a great football team. Eagles 5, Chargers 6, Broncos 7, Ravens 8, Packers 9, Jaguars 10. Most of these rankings have put Dallas, the highest I've seen is 16. Most of them are putting them like 18 to 20 right now after the draft. This list has the Dallas Cowboys at number 13. They are behind the 49ers at 11 and the Lions at 12. It says it starts with the offense. The Cowboys are set at quarterback and wide receiver, and they should be good along the offensive line. The tandem of CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens is arguably the league's best 1-2 wide receiver punch. Defense is the problem. My model believes the Cowboys need a lot of edge rusher help, where they'll be leaning on second-year player Donovan Ezeraku and rookie Malachi Lawrence. The interior defensive line is great, and recent number 11 pick Caleb Downs should help in the secondary, but there are still some major holes there. And, of course, we talked about this yesterday. The amount that this team in particular, though, is going to lean on the pass rush, I don't know if it's as significant. Now, definitely they need better ones. But is it a case of does his model take that into account? Probably not, because we don't even know for sure. We're just kind of filling in with gaps of what we assume. But even with all that, even with the questions at edge and all those changes, right now the Cowboys over a league average team are plus 2.3. So they basically think they're a little less than a field goal better than a league average team. The worst team in football by far, according to this list, is the Miami Dolphins, which are minus 7.1. The next worst is the Cardinals and Jets at minus 5.3. So they say the Dolphins roster is 2 points worse than anybody else, at least 2 points worse than anybody else. But the other interesting thing here, Commanders minus 1.3, Giants minus 2.5. So not as heavy or high on the Commanders or the Giants as a lot of other people are.
So the Cowboys should be a 5-point favorite, neutral field, over the Giants.
Yes, in theory, a neutral field, it would be 5-point favorite.
By the way, yesterday, Nick Harris tweeting, yesterday was the first team workout for the Cowboys since Pickens signed the tag, but he was not present. The workouts do have high team attendance, but it is all voluntary at this point. Nothing is mandatory until June 16th. So just in case you are keeping track, which we do.
What do voluntary mean?
What do voluntary mean? George Pickens not present for the Cowboys' voluntary offseason work starting yesterday. More football with the Red Zone at 9:20 here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Let's catch up with our buddy Brett Boone and figure out what the former Rangers hitting coach can help fix with Corey Seager. Booney on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube on your home of the Rangers next.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell for employee pricing. That's right.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The 1-0 pitch, and Peterson hits one deep down the right field line. It's hooking, and that ball is history. Jock Peterson connects, and it's 1-0 Texas.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Alec Medford getting it, Aiden Butler, Bobby Bell with KNC, Peyton Russell, RJ Choppy. I'm Sean Sharif on your home for Rangers baseball. Got a little uncomfortable in the ninth inning. 7-1 turned into 7-4. They had to burn Lats up, but the Rangers get the win to even up their series with Arizona. And joining us right now on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube is our boy, former Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone, host of the Brett Boone podcast, and he is brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Good morning. How are you? Hair's looking fantastic.
Morning, guys. Oh, isn't it wonderful? It's flow. That's what the kids call it. They call it flow. So,
do you wash your hair every day?
I do.
Okay.
Boy, you gave a wrinkled eyebrow here on that one.
I try to tell. I got a lot of women in my house.
Oh,
a lot of girls. And they're always talking about hair. And I said, do you realize with men are different, especially when you get a little bit older. If you grow out your hair, it's kind of like a badge of honor. Like, do you realize how many stages I fought through to get to this? It's been months and months. Yet we get up every morning and it's just a pain in the neck and we hate it, but you kind of rock it because, hey, your hair's growing long. Yeah, look at my hair grow. Yeah. I'm at that point. I'm sick of it. I want to cut it off. So,
really?
We're gonna go back to the normal, high and tight, look like a gentleman. The problem is this: I called Supercuts, and my girl that's been cutting my hair for years.
Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, I love Supercuts. I love Supercuts. I called and I said, "Is Sade in? I'd like to get a haircut." And they're like, "Oh, Brett, sorry, Sade retired." I don't know what to do now. It might keep growing. Yeah. I might keep it growing.
You are making RJ and Bobby upset because they're the two bald ones that go without. I have tremendous hair, but at 4 a.m, I don't want to do it up, right? I want to put the hat on.
Yeah. Long hair is good for hats, too.
But Choppy feels like you're kind of spitting in the bald people's face by letting that go to waste by shaving it. This around the last time you were on, tell us what you're saying. I know what you're going to say already. He's Corey Seager. He's a stud. He's going to get going. But tell us what you're seeing with Corey Seager's struggles.
Corey, he's just, I when I watch the broadcast, I hear, we've never seen Corey go through this. Well, last year when I got there, in the first week, we went to Detroit. Corey hit 2 home runs that day. I think Schaub was pitching. And the next day, he went on the IL. And he missed, I forget at the time, 3 or 4 weeks. And I've seen Corey Seager over the years and, winning World Series MVPs. So I know the level of hitter that he is. He's an elite guy. And he came back, and for about 6 weeks, he was about as bad as Corey Seager could be. I remember going, when's he going to get it going? Because Corey kind of has his own program.
Yeah.
He's kind of in a world of his own. He's got his own guys. He's very regimented, and he knows what he needs to do, and he just kind of doesn't waver from that, which I understand as a veteran player. When you've had a lot of success, you don't want to get out of what you've done, and you just trust the process. Well, I think he's in that same thing right now, and he's trusting. When he gets off, he's in between everything. He's not getting on the heater. He's in front of the breaking ball, and I see that. And I don't know. At this point, I'm kind of watching him. I know he's going to come out of it, but it's like this team to be what it needs to be a playoff contender, you got to have Corey Seager in the middle of that lineup. Nimmo at the top's been, I think, beyond what they expected. I mean, it's like he got a new lease on life coming to Texas. The way he just has an energy at the top of the lineup. It seems like every time I turn the game on, Nimmo's on first base. It seems like he leads off with a base hit, and that's big in a lineup, especially when you've been struggling consistently for that offense to know, hey, the guy at the top gets it going and starts off the game by getting on base. I mean, that's a big lift. Now you got to start taking advantage of that. I see some of the guys I'm actually confused watching this team. It's like Duran, could he have a bigger turnaround than he has? It's been unbelievable one of the best guys I've ever been around as far as attitude coming to the ballpark, good times, bad times. I've never seen anything like it. And I talked to Zeke last year he just 0 for 4, made an error, made a base running blunder. And I'd look at him and I'd say, Zeke, how do you do it? And he goes, what are you talking about? I said, how do you come to the ballpark with this good of an attitude every day when you're going through what you're going through? And he'd just look at me and say, Booty, I trusted in the Lord, and have a smile on his face and say, know what I'm saying? And I said, I can't believe you're a better man than me, because I've never seen anybody go through adversity like Duran did a year ago, and to come into the ballpark with a better attitude. And I'm talking every day. There's not one day last year that I was with Zeke that he came to the ballpark frowning or pouting. Never, not once. So to see him doing what he's doing, I think everybody is not only proud of him, but so happy for him because of what he brings to the game, good, bad, and different. Berger, he's had his struggles. They sit him down. He got 3 hits last night. It was really good to see Gore, because he's had a couple rough outings. To come down and to come out last night and shut him down the way he did. A lot of positive things. The one positive thing I would say about this team is they're in a not very good division. Right now they're definitely better, but this division's very gettable this year. Seattle's not playing up to what everybody thought they were going to be, so it's wide open. That's the one positive to this point, is this division's wide open.
Booney, when it comes to like talk about Seager, and it comes to that situation, it does seem like he's swinging and missing at a lot of pitches, especially ones that are on the outer half of the plate, just swinging through them. His whiff rate is a lot higher, swing and miss rate a lot higher this year than previous years. When as a hitter do you know, or you start to think that it's something more than a slump?
At the end of my career, I knew that. I knew my legs were going. I don't think Corey's at that point. He's not at that point where his legs are gone, or you're getting to that age where, everything's downhill from here. I think his is strictly mechanical. And you're not used to seeing that established of a hitter swing and miss as much as he had. I mean, not even foul balls off. That's the weird thing for me. I wasn't the level of hitter throughout my career that Corey Seager was, but I didn't swing and miss pitches like that. And I watch him and I go, wow. But I watched it a year ago. And people don't forget, don't remember, I don't think, because he came off the IL, and I mean, it was at least a month where he was hitting at a 140 clip, and I'm going, when's he going to get hot? When's he going to get hot? We need him to get hot. So all you can do is kind of let his process play out, and it either is going to come back or it's not. It's not going to. I'll tell you what, it's not going to be at the level it's at right now for the rest of the season. I don't care. He could have his worst year of all time. He's not going to hit 184. It's not possible with that skill set. But yeah, sooner than later, we'd like to see it get done.
Brett Boone, former Rangers hitting coach here on the Fan. Can you talk to us a little bit about Seager's process and how unique or rare it is? Because a lot has been made over, is there isolation from the rest of the team or running his own program? In New England, Belichick would have a problem with Tom Brady and his own conditioning type thing. Does it cause any discomfort or any type of situation, Brett? And I mean, because what can you really say to him if he's doing his own thing in his own program?
I think it's a status thing in this game, and I mean once you earn the right to kind of do what you want, and through your work, through your body of work, people tend to leave you alone. And hey, been there, done that. He's done that before. Corey is no different. He interacts with his teammates. A lot of guys, he jokes around with them. He comes into the cage. He has a good time. So yeah, he has a good rapport with his teammates. He has a set time. He comes into the cage. It's a set routine. Takes about 15 minutes. He's in, he's out. And then, yeah, he interacts with his teammates like anybody else. I mean, he's well liked in the clubhouse. He's very quiet, close to the vest, doesn't say much. I mean, he's different. He's definitely different, but I don't say different in a negative way. He gets along with his teammates great. Very regimented approach. Actually, from the standpoint of how you prepare for a big league game day in and day out, Corey's got one of the best routines I've ever seen. He sits there and he hits slow breaking balls every day. He never turns that machine up. He never cranks up the velocity. And that's all we talk about today is velocity. Well, that's not how you get ready as a big league hitter, hitting off velocity. That'll wear you out. That's like going to the driving range before Sunday on the PGA Tour and just seeing how far I can hit my driver. That's not what the real guys do. They go out there and they go through routine. That's what Corey does. He sets it on about 65 miles an hour. It's a big loop and curve ball. He sits there and he gets his swing to hit him into the upper left part of the cage, and that means when he does that, his swing's on time. He gets his body in position to hit, which is how you prepare to hit in the big leagues. And he's done it a lot of times. So I really am. I'm a fan of how he prepares for the game. Just right now, he's off.
Brett, you talk about preparation, and Brett Boone joining us here on 105 through the Fan. You talk about the preparation, and I know there's always been a lot of chatter coming out of Arlington about how Josh Young is one of the best at preparing and the work that he puts in. Why do you think that preparation has actually sort of matured into the kind of results we've seen this year, where ever since that spell to start the season where he couldn't get a hit, I mean, he's hitting essentially 340 the last month and a half or so?
It seems like Josh gets a hit or two every night, and it all comes down to one thing. He's not going forward. He's not getting on his front side, which he did all last year. And I try to tell him, Josh, getting that little base hit when you bring your hands inside, get jammed a little bit, and get a base hit up the middle, that's what great hitters do. Live the other way. That's where all the money is, the other side of the field. The pull, when we get a little pull happy, pull in the air, the new metrics of this, they're nonsense. It's stay through the ball. Pull is just a reaction. Anytime you see a hitter take a fastball in and yank it down the left field line, that's positive. That's a result. But that's not the process of how good hitters or elite hitters think. You think pull, you're done. That gets you off every other pitch. And I kept on him last year, and he would get jammed and get jammed and get jammed. I'd say, you got to start going down and stay. Right now, he's picking up his foot and setting it straight down. That allows him to see pitches better than he saw them all last year. That's the key to being a hitter at the big league level. The guys that see the pitches, because the first thing you do when a right-hander swings at a breaking ball in the other batter's box, what does everybody say in the booth? First thing the guys in the booth say, well, he's trying to pull everything. Well, that's nonsense. It's not that he's trying to pull everything. It's that he thought it was a fastball and it was a breaking ball and his hips are gone and he's out. It's not because he's trying to pull it. No good hitter ever tries to pull everything. But it's an easy phrase, and it drives me crazy. It's nails on a chalkboard. But he's just picking up his foot, setting it down. He's seeing pitches. He's recognized. He's having great at-bats. His plate discipline is 180 degrees from a year ago, and I'm happy for him, and hopefully he can keep this up. He's hitting 320, and his ABs are just so good because he's seeing the ball.
Very impressive you didn't make the 360 mistake. Right. Many do that instead of the 180. Absolutely. Well done.
Hey,
well, yeah.
Booney, before we let you go, Cal Raleigh, your boy, breaking out of a slump, showering in his full uniform. What was your get out of a slump? Did you wear a thong? What was your thing that you did?
I did whatever I needed to do. I'm not shy enough to say I didn't put on a thong. I did. Oh man, you can't really. It's not for air. Some of the things I did to get out of stuff. Baseball players are baseball players, and you'll do what it takes. Yeah, Raleigh went 0 for 36. That's tough to do. It's harder to go 0 for 36 than it is to go 20 for 36. So I was happy to see that for him. I like Raleigh. I think he's the rock of that Seattle team. And yeah, he's another guy, off to a horrendous start, had a terrible WBC, got off to a rough start. I think he's got 7 or 8 homers, but from an average standpoint, he's hitting 160. So from a personal standpoint and knowing Cal a little bit, I was happy to see him get out of it, because when you're going through something like that, it seems like it's you against the world, and it's part of the deal. It's part of what we sign up for. It's being a player, making a ton of money. Hey, you got to be able to handle the criticism with the praise.
Hey, the mechanical answers. I'm already getting text messages. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for the insight. We'll do it again. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
That was great stuff. Brett Boone, Odyssey Baseball Insider. More of that with his podcast. And Dana White tomorrow on the pod.
Yeah.
On the Brett Boone podcast with Dana White, who's making a lot of headlines. Booney's brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Why the New York Giants let us get Caleb Downs. We have the inside story in the Red Zone next.
Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
The Red Zone is your football fix, brought to you by Just Love Coffee on your home of America's team. 105.3 The Fan, Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy with you. Bobby Belt off to career day to teach the kids.
You know, I think if we were to rank all the fan hosts that you would, want to be in charge of America's youth, I don't know where Bobby would rank on that. I don't know where he would fall on that.
Man, you're asking it like with a genuine tone, but I think you're meaning it to be an insult.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's good. I nailed it.
You're basically saying his daughters are screwed.
Well, they have their mother to help, right? So she helps out with that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, they have the mother.
Well, that's KNC.
He's definitely behind those two.
What advice they think Bobby can provide to the fourth graders at Career Day. 940 Crosstalk with the masterpiece. How did the New York Giants just let us get Caleb Downs? This is the Red Zone, brought to you by Just Love Coffee with the new Sean and RJ flavor out there. Let's buy it all up in Grand Prairie and Arlington, with portions of those proceeds going to the Sandlot Children's Charity.
Yeah, the Ethiopian Yirgacheffe blend. Fantastic roast. At Just Love Coffee. So we asked the question, why did the Cowboys want to extend George Pickens? This is from Dan Graziano earlier in the show. And a couple of other questions that he posed on these lingering questions of the offseason and explaining some of these moves was the question, why didn't the Giants draft Caleb Downs with the 10th overall pick? They got Arvell Reese, fell into their lap. They could have come out of the first round. Could you imagine how their draft would have looked had they drafted Reese and then Downs and then got Colton Hood still at 35?
If the Cowboys were in those draft positions and we ended up with Styles, Downs, Colton Hood, we would have already had Laura Miller schedule the parade.
Yeah. The tattoos of Super Bowl champions would be out of sight.
As euphoric as we have been after just getting Downs, if we had the draft of Styles, Downs, and Hood, and then just imagine the reaction if we had Styles passed on Downs for a lineman or a receiver, how that reaction would be here. A lot of Giants fans are freaking out, but it's going to come down to how good, Maui Noah is. They think he was the best lineman in the draft. Cleveland thought different by taking Fano.
Right, and, New Orleans and Tennessee, they're building around, young quarterbacks. They draft Golden Tate and Tyson, right? What did I say?
Golden.
Tate, Carnell Tate.
And that's something none of us saw coming. That was the first true stunner, right? You're sitting there at Pluckers. Well, I was still stunned by Love at 3. Mm-hmm. Like, oh, my God, they actually did it. But we have been talking about it. We didn't talk about Carnell Tate to Tennessee at all. Nothing. And with Arizona, we don't know. Did they like Bailey over Reese? Would they have taken Bailey if he was there? So that's just one question about that. Is the Giants, did they make a mistake? And because the Cowboys definitely got the number one benefit, the biggest benefit of the Giants passing on Caleb Downs and taking Maui Noah was clearly the Cowboys getting him. And then just think about the position. Here we are debating whether the possible franchise tackle was the mistake against the safety and maybe nickel corner.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
When you keep him in the box at safety instead of saying corner, you're like, you take the tackle every time, especially when you're trying to protect a guy who gets himself hurt as much as Jackson Dart.
Yeah, and the Giants clearly, according to people around the league, they went into the draft with their 2 top 10 picks saying we are going to take 1 offense and 1 defense.
Yeah.
And we are, it doesn't matter whether it's, Reese or Bailey or Downs or Stott or whoever, right? Whoever's there. And then we're going to get our tackle. We're going to get that guy.
And it sounds like Graziano says maybe the luck played out for us that Reese didn't go top 4. I think there's a chance they'd have taken Downs at 5 if Reese had been picked in the top 4. So you just look at luck and the dominoes and all the types of things that played out for you. But they were going to go 1-0, 1D. That could have meant drafting Jeremiah Love if he had been there at 5. It could have meant Tate or Tyson if they were there at 10. Ultimately, it meant locking in the player the Giants identified as the best offensive lineman in the draft.
How about this one? Why didn't the Vikings trade J.J. McCarthy? The expectation is that Kyler Murray is brought in to start. If he does and plays well, how much of a future is there for J.J. McCarthy in Minnesota? This is already his 3rd season, which means next May they got to decide whether to pick up his 5th-year option. If he doesn't play this year, they're not going to pick that up, are they?
Bobby says you should because you've paid, almost 70%
of the contract
already. I think this is my number one disappointment of the NFL reporting offseason, that we have not gotten more to this story. Every time I read about it, every time I hear about it, I'm like, Broadus would have already gotten this. Bobby would have already gotten this. Bad job by the Vikings beat reporters. Bad job by all the national reporters of not getting the true story on what is going on with J.J. McCarthy, because I'm fascinated by this.
Graziano writes, people I've talked to close to the situation insist they have not given up on J.J., that their hope in bringing Murray in is to send a shock to his system and get him refocused on whatever they think he got away from last year.
Yeah. That's the only thing we keep getting. Can they wake him up? But wake him up from what?
From what?
Is he not studying? Is he not practicing hard? Is he a douchebag, which he seems like? Does he not listen when he did the celebration against the Cowboys that Kevin O'Connell told him not? Is he arrogant beyond belief? What is the problem?
Right,
what are the issues?
He seems like, from afar, he seems like the kind of guy that is like a massive overachiever. And when you're an overachiever, that generally means you're a hard worker, right? That he is getting by. He's got a good arm.
Yeah.
But he's getting by. Like, his genius is in his ability to process, his brain, his work ethic, his teammate.
Genius.
Not like, he's not Josh Allen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's not Josh Allen. He doesn't have that kind of...
Good athlete, good arm.
Good athlete, good arm, but doesn't have like this freakish physical tool set.
But you think playing under Harbaugh that, Harbaugh keep him in check. And, although he's fine for personality. I bet Harbaugh wishes Herbert had a little more flair that JJ had. And Kevin O'Connell is wishing that JJ would dial it back like Herbert.
Yeah, and like if you're looking at it, you want him to do that right now because you don't like nobody likes where it's going. The next one is, why didn't the Steelers try harder to upgrade at quarterback? I asked my guy Chris Mack out in Pittsburgh. I said, is it Drew Aller? Is it Will Howard, or is Rodgers going to play? And he says, of course Rodgers is going to play. He's needy. He's being needy. But he says on the 1% chance he doesn't, they're not going to go with Howard or Aller to be Mason Rudolph.
Oh,
right.
And,
yes.
I can read though
because they're saying Aller needs a redshirt year, maybe both. You got to let Mike, build back their fundamentals, but they are hell bent on not going 4-13. Hell bent.
The line in here from Graziano that jumps out the most: no team seems to enjoy its status quo as much as the Steelers do. It would suck to be a Steelers fan.
Awful.
I don't care. You can sit there and brag about they made the playoffs 17 times this century. No team has won more Super Bowls overall, but what? They haven't won more than 10 games since 2020. They haven't been to a Super Bowl in 15 years. I know half of the Cowboys.
And they haven't they haven't won a playoff game in 10.
Bam. There you go. January 2017. This sucks.
That would suck.
To be a Steeler fan.
That would be really...
No one going into this year just caught right there. I'd rather have the intrigue of the Cleveland Browns than Aaron Rodgers or Mason Rudolph playing quarterback. I want to see Will Howard. I'd like to see Drew Aller instead.
I would give it to Howard or Aller. I've seen enough of Mason Rudolph. I've quite frankly seen enough of Aaron Rodgers too.
Yeah.
So give it one of those guys. Why didn't the Browns cut Deshaun Watson? That's another one. I mean, I think you would have to tell me that the owner was probably involved in that and didn't want to just throw the money away. He wanted to try to get something out of him. I understand that, but it clearly showed and seemed that he was either broken mentally or the team just doesn't like him, and they don't really try for him. This was an interesting one. Why didn't Houston extend C.J. Stroud? This is always one.
Because he's not good enough?
Maybe, but they picked up the fifth-year option, which is a no-brainer, but they want to wait and see another year before committing to him.
Yeah.
There aren't any big quarterback extension on the horizon anywhere else that would scare Houston into signing him. Boy, that Dak number's staying.
Just what I was about to say.
It's been
rotting.
3 years?
It's rotting like it's in a bag in your garage.
2 years?
Dude.
Yeah.
The eggs growing on that thing?
Yeah.
Not that Dak isn't good, but you hope that you're the Cowboys. That thing got leapfrogged already a couple times. It shows that you overpaid. You misjudged the market.
Misjudged the market because if you're Houston,
it's like paying, $400,000 more for a house in your neighborhood, and the other homes that get sold that are just like yours don't even come close. Don't even match
to it. No, and then they're not worried about Bryce Young. He'll get an extension. At least it seems like off of last year, he had a nice little pop, but nothing like he's going to get $60 million to reset the market.
Right.
They don't have to worry about.
Did Lamar
anybody.
get his yet?
Not yet, but they seem to be in no rush. He's not rushing to do an extension with the Ravens. It seems right now. So there's some of them on those lingering questions.
The Red Zone, brought to you by Jess Love Coffee with the new Sean and RJ mix in Grand Prairie or Arlington. Let's crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece and see if Kevin Hagelin is in a better mood today after this.
Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The international games are out for the NFL. Of course, you got Ravens Cowboys in Brazil week 3. And then Tolo Diego has sent us something that is not going to make RJ Choppy very happy. It's Crosstalk.
Range of the roof closed today.
Crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece. NFL 2026 miles traveled.
Well, going to Rio, so that's far.
Okay. Do you think you can guess? You're such a travel nerd and aero nerd. Do you think you can guess the top amount of miles traveled for that team?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Let's hear a guess. In the range of what? Let's see if you how much.
In the coming year or last year?
2026.
26, okay.
Rio's throwing me off here because I think Rio is much further than Europe.
I mean, it doesn't have to be for the Cowboys. Just
I would say a high number. A high number is 27,000 miles.
Ooh, I say 30,000.
30,000?
27,000 is a fantastic guess for the Dallas Cowboys. They're at 27,980 miles traveled, and that's fourth highest in the league.
Okay.
So nice job.
Thank you.
Right.
The Texans.
And they're in the middle of the country.
Yes, but their divisions
you, Carmen
this year.
San Diego
Their divisions
over
this year are the NFC West, right? They play the NFC West. They have to go to Seattle, which, as Brad Sham has pointed out, is just as far as going to Europe, England. And they have to go to L.A.
Yeah.
Do they go to San Fran or San Fran here?
To San Fran, I believe.
To San Fran.
So I'm wondering if West Coast teams, Sean, with my Carmen San Diego situation, are having to travel more, further, or East Coast teams have to travel further.
Oh, yeah, because the West Coast teams have to travel to maybe New York, Washington, Philadelphia in the NFC West.
And your hypothesis, Bill Nye. I'm
West
just trying
Coast.
to think who else I can throw out from my
East
childhood.
Coast, even in their own division, they're pretty close.
Yeah.
So I'll say West Coast. So the Niners, Rams, Seahawks probably in the top there.
San Fran will
Screw
travel the most with 38,105 miles. The Rams second, 34,847.
They both go to Europe.
And the Texans, 28,470. Cowboys, fourth most miles.
Science. Oh. I almost said that part.
Yeah, the
least amount traveled. The Carolina Panthers will travel 8,700 miles for their NFL
Oh, wow,
season.
that's way lower.
The Browns are 9,000. The Bears are 10,000.
No international games.
It's part of that is the Browns. I mean, Pittsburgh is 90 miles away. Cincinnati's not very far. Baltimore's not very far. There's your division guys. And then if they play the NFC North.
Well, that's important
the
because they have to
AFC
take
East.
their busted up team plane,
That's right.
where you have the terrible magazines on it and everything.
It's good.
How do you think this correlates to wins and losses? Like if I took the top 4 that travel the most.
Well, you said the Browns are in the bottom 4, so I do not think it will correlate.
But I mean over the past 10 years, how much does this matter?
I think if you looked over the years, Vegas has figured out when COVID changed a lot of things. Bobby and I were talking about this today.
By the way, San Fran is at home this year.
San Fran's here. COVID during the COVID year, Vegas really changed how they do point spreads for home teams. They recognized that the home crowd isn't as impactful as they thought, but the travel still is.
We were talking with, I think it was Sean Merriman we had on. We asked him about that whenever because he played for the Chargers, and it was always the idea that West Coast team traveling east always lost. And he said it was whether or not they traveled a day early. He said if you traveled a day early, then you got your opportunity. But he said if you traveled a shorter time, he was like you always screwed yourself over.
Sean McVay has figured this out. When they go to Europe, they travel the latest of anybody over.
So it's kind of like the final countdown situation.
Basically, so a lot of teams
get
will
off the plane and get on the field.
A lot of teams will get there a week early. They would leave at a normal time, like a normal maybe like 12 to 14 hours earlier.
Wow! I mean, they've had success. That feels like a dicey
and they went
scenario.
Out there, I think they beat Jacksonville. Didn't they beat Jacksonville 31-7 in Europe? They just stomped them.
What if I told you I don't think Jacksonville, when they have to go to London, that should count as any miles traveled? That's essentially their home.
It's a home game.
Yeah.
What's coming up?
Guys, at 12:20 today, Skip Schumacher, manager of the Texas Rangers, will join us to talk about his moment last night where he said, I have to go to Jacob Latz. Or should he have taken Mackenzie Gore out? I don't know if that guy's an all-star.
Oh, man.
And then we'll talk with Eric Nadel at 1:20 today.
And his Jock Peterson move looked fantastic last night.
Straight away.
Really?
Lead-off home run. Now we've only been outscored in the first inning 30-15.
What happened after that?
We won.
Okay. So Jock was the spark
That's
for
right.
the win.
Bobby Bell is speaking at a career day.
Yeah.
What do you think he should focus on or could focus on based upon his expertise or lack thereof?
I think he needs to focus on just not falling into a hyper loop where he just lists a whole bunch of things that the kids are like, it's too many things. And they just they get a little woozy.
Like his speed of talking will be very high, right?
Very high.
What's the age group?
Fourth grade.
Fourth grade.
Ooh, okay.
9.
Yeah.
There's certain grades I won't go speak at.
Oh, what grades are those?
I'll reject the invitation.
And why?
Because I'm like, they're not
going to get the most out of it, you know?
Yeah, they don't. What am I going to talk to a third grader about broadcasting? Second grader? No.
Yeah.
That needs to be a fireman. That needs to be a policeman.
Yeah.
An astronaut. Something cool.
Yeah.
I want people to at least recognize like a little bit of my fame.
Oh, my goodness.
In order to make it worth my time. So
you really need those kids to appreciate that you're volunteering.
Yeah, probably a sixth grade at minimum.
I heard that this morning, and that is the kids, my kids still, when we go to the Tom Thumb or whatever, that's where I'm famous.
Wow.
If I am recognized somewhere, my kids will like stand there and be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this is happening. But then as we walk off, they have this big smile on their face, like it is pretty cool.
Right.
They think it's really cool.
Choppy's kids and family don't care that he's a Z-lister.
Do not care.
Do not care whatsoever. They get embarrassed by it.
I care.
Thank you.
Does your family care at all? Like, oh my God.
They care, but that's because they like to try and embarrass me.
Yeah.
In public situations because they have no level of embarrassment, whereas I do.
They walk around and go, oh my gosh, is that Kevin Hagelin?
Yes, and I'm like, please stop doing
Even like a college class, I'm like, do any of these kids listen? I don't know. So I'm like, I don't know.
So it kind of sounds like you don't want to talk to any of the kids.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got to figure this out because like they asked me,
except for Pat Doney's class.
You did say like my kids have they want me nowhere near. They're embarrassed by me.
Oh.
They asked me to do the PA for their high school baseball. For
The
next
kids
year.
did?
No, the parents did.
Oh.
And I'm like, I could embarrass my son.
Yeah.
You know, I could come up with my own walk up music for him.
Yes.
But I'm thinking maybe I just start the RJ Choppy School of bring it back.
Yeah.
School of Broadcasting.
School of
Have the kids do it, and I can just be a teacher, an adjunct professor out there.
Hey, we've had more con artist schools than that, so I think that could happen.
Wow.
You don't know what that is?
You just called him a con artist.
Yeah, you did.
Why
I didn't take it that way. But I know you were going with that. I didn't take it that way. But now that they bring it up,
You're trying
it really
to
is a
sow
good point.
division.
Yeah,
You just said there's been bigger con jobs than what the RJ
It's
Choppy.
a compliment, RJ. You wouldn't be the biggest con artist to run
right.
an educational institute.
Yeah, that's a
You're
perfect,
welcome.
Perfect RJ compliment. He
Yeah,
would view it as a
I
compliment.
know.
Yeah.
I'm not the worst.
I love a good con man.
See, I knew he would be fine with that.
Who in the building would be the least qualified to teach a broadcasting class?
Ooh.
Probably, could be Choppy.
Least
Kyle
qualified
Yeomans.
broadcasting class.
I mean, like by the book.
Oh yeah.
By the book broadcasting, or like, teaching. If it's about having fun or being funny, timing, all that stuff, like Choppy, but formatics.
Yeah, the old AP style book. I'm not going to be
Broadus
in that.
Like Broadus is good at what he does.
Yeah,
he's very good, and he talks.
Right,
but like he's does he host? Does he run through the show? Does he lead the show? And those format parts
interrupt them a lot.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
Whoa.
Does he?
He's been around radio for a long time though, so like he has the stories that you can bring to the forefront.
Does he praise legends in an appropriate way?
Okay.
all the
see
time.
where this is
I'm not a
going.
fan.
You know what I mean? So I don't know. Fred? They say Fred.
I was thinking Fred or Blake. Probably Blake. I don't know.
Blake, it doesn't know you can't curse, right? He didn't know what some of the curse words
He'd be
were.
like, hey, listen up, MFers. And they're like, we're 8.
You can't say that. He's like, you can't say MF.
Yeah.
Same with Drake Toll.
Oh yeah, Drake Toll didn't know.
Yeah, but is that
Gotta have
just
a good lead-in, though.
Is that a result of nighttime radio though?
That's a fair point.
Like,
That
did
is
you
a fair
guys follow
point.
the clock?
Man, it's different at night.
We're number
though.
one for a
You have
reason.
2 minutes of commercial.
Yeah, they're
Rangers
like your
baseball.
commercial break is 75 seconds long, so do whatever you want.
Oh, no commercials.
Dude,
That used to be the thing is
tough.
they would be like, hey, your commercial breaks are about a minute and a half, so if you run over time, that doesn't really matter. So that's fair.
Yeah, clock's a
Aiden
little
raised
different.
his hand, not him, so maybe not him.
Not him.
Not him.
Y'all are not Z-listers. Well, maybe globally, but locally, you're like Brad Pitt. Thank you, Case of Brodo. Appreciate that. Yeah.
Did you run out of things to talk about?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Why don't you come up with something?
All right, what do you want to talk about? Whose murder conviction got overturned?
Oh, yeah. This is crazy.
Alex Murdaugh. Remember the Murdaugh murders?
Amazing documentary.
The documentary from South Carolina. Remember that? It was on a boat. Well,
Husband-wife situation.
Murder conviction, shockingly, has been overturned.
Was it the husband who had gotten convicted of killing his wife?
Sentenced to 2 consecutive life sentences for the grisly murders of his wife, Maggie, and their 22-year-old son, Paul, following a 6-week trial that gripped the nation back in 2023. I did not see the Hulu doc on this. I just saw the Netflix one. I've heard there was
I saw the Netflix
difference.
one.
I don't know. Whatever one I saw was captivating. Why did he get overturned?
It's a 5-0 ruling.
Oh.
Okay. We are aware of the time, money, and effort expended for this lengthy trial. We have no choice but to reverse the denial of his motion for a new trial due to Hill's improper external influences on the jury.
Oh,
and the
jury
remand
tampering.
This is the Becky Hill. She pled guilty to misconduct in office perjury and obstruction of justice.
Oh, dear.
This is from that situation that happened where there was a tampered jury.
So is he like going free?
No, I think what they're going to do is they're going to retry him and keep him in.
Because he did not find, he was found overturned because of procedural issues, not an innocent thing.
You didn't watch this at all?
I did. When I saw that name, I was like, I don't think I know who that is. So I am unfamiliar, but he just said grip the nation.
Yeah.
So.
They claim, or he claims, that she placed her fingers on the scales of justice.
Oh.
Is that what they said?
They said, yeah. So they're going to do a new trial.
You watched it on Netflix and it's good?
It was
fantastic.
Yeah, dude. I watched
There's a
like
Hulu
the
one
first
too that I've heard is really good too. If you have Hulu,
watched the first like 4 minutes, and I was like, I would love to finish this, but I got other things to do.
Maybe the Hulu one makes it seem like he was innocent.
You didn't finish it?
Nah, Adrian did. She loved it. She thought it was awesome. I
Great,
walked through
man.
the room every now and then, so I saw what was going on. I got stuff to do, man.
We're back to Mr. Busy over here. I like
Like
figure
much
it out
euphoria.
where Dallas is located. Steve Berline.
Oh!
Wait, are you all in on Euphoria?
I just started, the
Yes.
season 1.
Is it
I'm
good?
4
Al?
episodes in.
Okay, I guess season 1's supposed to be good, but season
It's
2?
weird, dude.
Season 2's good.
This is where Sydney Sweeney's basically naked?
That's season 3, which I haven't started watching it yet, but I've heard
seen it all.
season 3 sucks.
Steve Berline tomorrow at 9:20. The
You like when
KNC
she whispers
Masterpiece
naughty things?
is next.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors. Oh, man! And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck you doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053. Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube.
What is there really left to learn at this point, Kevin? That's the question that you have to ask yourself every day.
Lots of stuff. I'm learning about the guy right now who...
It was more rhetorical, but go ahead and tell your story.
But he really started the lobotomy.
Whoa.
And not the forbidden dance, if that's where you're going.
That's the lobotomy.
And he decided that it would be quicker if he used an ice pick and went through the front of people's brains through their eye sockets than the back of their heads.
Aren't we glad that we're not doing that anymore, though?
Are you sure?
Why are we doing it?
Because he said it would cure mental illness.
Seems inhumane.
Yeah.
And that seems like a ridiculous plan.
Man, and he did that one thing. You know how, like...
What did his kid that he did that on first?
No, it was other people.
Okay.
It was other people, but...
He did do it to this kid, though, right?
I've not gotten that far, if that is the case. But he did that classic thing where you're like, oh... I definitely won't do that. Because his partner was like, you can't be doing that in the hospital. And he goes, oh, I won't.
In the hospital.
And now we're to the point where he's doing brain surgery in his office.
Yep.
And the guy's like, what the hell? Mm-hmm. This stuff isn't sterilized. Plus, this is an office building.
Yeah. No, that makes...
So I guess my point is, be careful if you get a lobotomy. Do they still do that?
So, no, I don't think so.
Not.
I don't think so because of the inhumane part of it.
Yes.
And there's so many other proven, mental health ways and avenues and strategies that can help you rather than that.
It's hadn't worked out super well.
But, we used to do bloodletting, and here we are.
Leeches.
So, Alec, the reason I asked that question was exactly what Kevin just displayed. You should wake up every morning and kind of say, what more is there to learn? And then find something that you're interested in learning. What we try to do is curate all that learning for you, right here on the KNC Masterpiece. We try to bring it all together and deliver it to your ear holes so that you can have learned, laughed, and maybe even loved by the end of the day.
That's nice. What do you think of the odds that we accomplish all of those things today?
Alec?
I think we've already hit the laugh factor. Okay. I've learned. I didn't know that we were doing lobotomies with ice picks. Yeah. I didn't know that was a thing. So at least I've learned today. And then the love thing, I don't know. That's up for y'all to do and figure out after 2 o'clock.
Yeah. Or show up at the Dallas Card Show on Friday because Alec's going to be there.
What?
So if you've been wanting to fall in love with Alec or vice versa, well... you got a better shot if you're in front of him than if you're not. You know what I'm saying?
Well, hold on. Like behind him?
All right.
No, that's later.
He can't see you if you're...
Yeah.
But if you're in front of him, he can be like, oh.
Sure.
How you doing?
Yeah.
That's always a better thing. Allegedly.
Your thoughts?
Respectfully. Allegedly. I have no comment. You got to find out. You got to pull up to the Marriott in Allen and find out.
Facts.
The 806. I'm guessing you're in the middle of a Corey Random story.
Wow.
Actually, it was a Kevin Random story, but I set it up.
But they said they couldn't listen today because of work. But that just means that they already knew what was happening.
Yeah. They were like, I'll send him random texts kind of alleging what's happening on the show at the moment.
By the way,
good luck.
This is really nice.
And you're right.
From the 940 is Kevin on Ozempic. No.
He looks good, though.
It's
you look good,
Souza.
Dude. You're looking good.
Do I think this shirt fits a little weird? I do. But...
why?
It's the neck.
Okay.
I don't feel like Noah has a giant head, right? That's why Jess had to get a C-section because of his massive head. His entire life, and we can call Mike's wife, she'll back it up. She's his pediatrician. He has had at least a 98th percentile head. And for a while, it was the 99% greater than sign. And they're like, we can't say 100 because there's probably someone in the world that has a bigger head for your age. And so I don't feel like I had a Noah-sized head where you just stretch out the shirt. But the neck's weird.
Kind of dealing with that with this graphic tee that I'm wearing.
He gets it.
Like my necklace keeps on slipping underneath inside the shirt because the neck is a little bit stretched out.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's probably because I wear my hair in a bun sometimes and I put the shirt on after I already tie it up.
It makes sense.
So it's really just, it's a skill issue for me. It's not necessarily a shirt issue.
Yeah, Kevin doesn't have hair, so that's a different thing.
That's true.
Yeah, I think mine sometimes
that'll slow down my process of putting on my shirt.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why you went ahead and did that.
Of the drag.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
And it fell out.
Oh, well, I wear hats sometimes.
Oh, is your hair falling out?
Probably.
Hold on, is this going to be a Bobby situation where you don't ever look at your hair? You're like, don't know.
I think it's probably falling out.
Okay.
Like we all are losing our hair.
Sure.
What?
We're not going to. You lose your hair every day, right?
Yeah. I hope Alec doesn't lose his hair for like 60 years.
It's whether or not the follicle replaces. That's or is still living, I believe. Hey, text in and let us know how hair works because you're not sure?
No, I don't think that's going to go the way you think it's going to go.
Yeah, explain hair. Kind of like we explained lobotomies this morning.
From the 817. Yeah, I like this. Could you imagine going to a psychiatrist for a few months and you come into your next appointment and they go, yeah, this isn't going to work. We got you scheduled for a lobotomy today at 9 a.m. You're like, hold on. Yeah. Don't I need to sign off on that? And
you're going to go visit a place and then your mom leaves you there and now you have to live there forever.
That's what JFK's dad did to his daughter.
See? That's terrifying.
They gave her a lobotomy and it didn't work out well, and then they put her in the mental asylum, and he never visited her again.
That's messed
up, dude.
I'm dead serious about this. Man, here we go. This is going to change a lot real fast. Do you think a lot of people are scared to admit mental health concerns and unwilling to talk to somebody because they're afraid they're going to be put away?
So, you know what? This is going to steer the conversation a different way. And I promise we'll talk about the Rangers kicking the Diamondbacks' ass. So when I was in middle school, and this is why, if you're new to the show, new listeners all the time, this is why I call it the talking doctor. Because I had a conversation with my mom. I believe I was in 7th grade. And she said, hey, we've got a doctor's appointment, tomorrow or the next day. And I go, I just went to the doctor. Because, there's only one kind of doctor when you're a kid, or at least when I was growing up. And she goes, well, this is a different kind of doctor. It's a talking doctor. And so that's why, to this day, I still say talking doctor. I told that to Dak Prescott when we did our national show about that. And he goes, I like that. I'm going to use that, talking doctor. That's why I say talking doctor. And I remember going... And obviously, in the long run, it helped me a whole lot. But I didn't want... I told my mom not to tell anybody. I didn't want anybody to know about this because it felt like weird and different is wrong, or that's how I felt when I was 12.
And Tony Soprano thought it made him weak.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody has a reason for, that.
Exactly. And so, for all of those reasons, I didn't want anybody to know. And then I got to the point, it certainly didn't happen when I was middle or high school, but I grew up and I was like, well, first of all, I don't really care what anybody else thinks about it, and the people that I would spend my life with would not negatively judge me for it anyway. And they might give me some crap about it. That's fine, or else we wouldn't be friends.
Or you find out, hey, that friend of mine also has something going on.
Yes. And so I think that's why we talk about it so much or focus in on it so much. Right now, we're talking about BetterHelp. In the past, we've done a whole bunch of stuff with NAMI North Texas, is because, I want to use this platform to tell everybody about it. Because I can also tell you, if you're struggling with it and you're like, well, it's easy for you. It wasn't. Mm-hmm. It took me a long time to get here. And so I hope everyone, if you're feeling it right now, today, and you're like, I got no one to talk to, I got nothing to do. I'm not trying to sell you just on BetterHelp or sell you on NAMI North Texas. They have a bunch of free programs. I'm trying to sell you on not making a permanent decision for a short-term problem. Mm-hmm. Go talk to somebody today, whether it's just opening up to a friend or whether it's looking online at one of the resources that we've talked about a whole lot to take that next step. The hardest thing is to get through the door or get into the virtual room or whatever. But then it can change your life. It changed my life. I know it has. Yep. I'll let you tell your own story, but I believe it has changed your life as well. And I think it could change a lot of people's lives.
Yeah, I learned that, and this is just kind of a trend, that every January I get sad. Don't know why, but then found out that's actually a thing too that they've diagnosed. And I was like, well, that's interesting. Not as much sun, your body needs some physical things. Also, it's cold. I love being in the sun. Like, the things that make me happy aren't in existence from late November through the end of January a lot of times. And so in that time period, there's also some things that have happened in my life that are around then. So maybe there's some other things involved there. But I didn't know that till I talked to somebody about it.
Yeah.
Then I found out now I have the tools and the strategies to work around it. And if I didn't have those strategies, I would just sit there and question, and then I would probably make some other poor decisions that would set me up in the wrong way. So I always say to be better is to have more tools in the toolbox for yourself. Go get better. If you don't have the right tool when you're working on something at the house, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
You're going to try and probably create another tool and then break something, all right? Or maybe create another tool and now you're a genius. But a lot of times, like you just having the strategies in place that put you in the best position to succeed, that's the best way. And I don't know everything. So it's nice to know that somebody out there has studied and became smart at it and was able to help me out.
Not the ice pick guy.
Not the ice pick guy. Sometimes, the avenue they went down just didn't work out. And that's lessons we have to learn the hard way sometimes.
And that guy really was trying to help at first, but then it seems like he found out what was going on, and then he was like, well, we got to keep going. Sure, maybe some people will never recover, but that's the price of science. And yes, I see all of your texts. I got all of your social media videos and reports and everything like that about Angel Reese last night.
What?
Did I hope she wasn't going to play and the Dallas Wings are going to win? Yes. Neither one of those things happened. She played. I believe she had a double-double. The Wings lost. She had that one putback where she did every celebration that's ever existed. I saw all of it.
I think it was her 51st career double-double.
That's right, Corey.
That wasn't going to be your note for today, was it?
Yeah, so you might need a new segment for 11:20.
Oh, great. Thanks a lot.
I know you'll find a new way to annoy me with your Angel Reese report or whatever the case might be.
Yeah, probably so.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, coming up next, this time really, let's talk about Rangers Diamondbacks. We also have some injury updates and the shuffling of the lineup next right here on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark, live
when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The 1-0 pitch, and Peterson hits one deep down the right field line. It's hooking, and that ball is history. On the second pitch at the bottom of the first, Jock Peterson connects, and it's 1-0 Texas.
KSC Masterpiece right here on a 105.3 The Fan. Jock Peterson with the leadoff home run. The Rangers were in control the rest of the way. A little bit of a scare in the ninth inning, but they get the win. We're going to talk with Skip Schumacher in about 2 hours, but getting that run in the first inning was really important. Did you know going into the game last night, in the first inning this season, the Rangers had been outscored 30-14?
I did not know that.
So as much as we talk about we like the job they've done seventh inning forward, either retaking games or making a comeback attempt or whatever, one of the reasons they found themselves in that situation is not the rest of the game as a whole as much as the first inning.
Yeah, which we discussed yesterday a little bit, where like that part of coming back late was fun. You know, nice that they showed that fight, but being able to put the whole game together was that's what I was saying yesterday. Was the whole game is the thing, and you got to jump on them a little bit. You got to get back into them and somewhere in the middle of the game, and that's part of everybody doing their part, playing their role in the lineup as well. And hopefully they can continue this little streak here. I did tell you last night, Kevin, or yesterday, I was like, look, man, I think you can get to this pitcher a little bit. I think you can get to tonight's pitcher a little bit too. So
and the Rangers are a nice little favorite going into this game.
Yeah, so I'm feeling good about what happened after the first one in the series.
Now, one of the other reasons, aside from just the lack of offense in the first inning season as a whole, the first 4 games of this homestand, another reason to facilitate the change for Skip. Did you know spots 1, 2, and 3 going into this game were a combined 4 for 44? That's a robust 0.91 batting average with 3 walks and 10 strikeouts in the first 4 games of this homestand.
If you move that decimal over, and you're hitting 900, you know, and
you have the greatest start of a lineup in the history of baseball in your face. 27.
But unfortunately,
Yankees.
It wasn't like that.
Yes, no, it definitely was not. And part of the issue is Corey Seager has obviously been really poor. Brandon Nimmo has fallen off a little bit. But one of the things that Skip talked about is, hey, Brandon Nimmo can still produce. We need to put people on base for him, and that's one of the reasons they moved him back. For Corey Seager, we'll try to confirm this with Skip today. I would imagine today or Friday he will get the day off.
Okay.
Because the Rangers are off on Thursday, or on tomorrow, I guess I could just say. Yeah, I'm sticking with it. And so if you give him the day off today or Friday, then that's a couple straight days off. For Corey Seager, he's been running hard, and obviously he has been struggling mightily. So we'll look for some confirmation about that. But yeah, I would bet on seeing Seager out today or on Friday. Now, Wyatt Langford, I have an update there.
Update!
Remember when we said he could miss the entire month of May?
Actually, I believe you said it's going to be May.
It's going to be May that he misses. So yesterday, don't act like he didn't like that. So yesterday was May the 12th. And Wyatt Langford said his forearm has felt really good the last 2 days.
Okay.
But he still does not have a set date for when he can swing again. So he's not even swinging the bat yet. And he said he did some defensive drills, but also didn't throw. And he's optimistic he can be back in 2 to 3 weeks. So optimistic. So that would put him between May 26th and June 2nd. And that's optimistically. So it does not take a genius to figure out that it's looking more and more like him being out all of May is how it's going to be.
Well, you know, if that's what it takes for him to be healthy and be back for a good portion of the season, the meat of the schedule, if you will, then that's what we'll accept. I just want him to be back and healthy, and it's gonna. What's really stinks is it's going to take time for him to get back in a groove. And that's what's really going to be. It's not like he's just going to step up to the plate and be like, "All right, guys, I'm at it again." Maybe he does, but I just don't see that happening. So, but hey, get healthy, buddy.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that soon.
Yeah, and then we will probably check up on, or at least ask Skip about Nimmo as well. The Rangers have listed him as day-to-day, and Nimmo already said his scans are clean, but he is also usually on the optimism side of everything. And
Yeah, it seemed like
I'm fine.
It seemed like Skip had to stand there and stare at him for 3 batters before he decided, okay, fine, I'll leave.
Yeah.
I'll get off the base paths in this 7-1 lead that we have right now.
But yeah, he was optimistic. Now, talking about the 7-1 lead, you asked this question. There's no way that Skip wanted to bring Latz out for this, right?
Right. No. Yeah. You want Latz has been the executioner for you. It's been great. It's nice, but you don't want to overuse him. You don't want to overuse him for a variety of reasons. The guy already, for some reason, when he starts, can't go past a certain number of pitches before his velo starts to dip. Also, you want this guy to be out there for the year.
Yeah.
You overuse him early in the season.
Sure.
And now you're like, okay, why I didn't have to use you tonight. I should have been able to, in a 7-1 lead, I should have been able to put in Gavin Collier and said, go do your thing, shut this down, let's get out of here. Instead, I have to go to the guy that's been a lockdown closer for me, and I got to use him. And he did 2 innings the other night. So you're just like, I don't want to have to do this that often, but the Rangers knew last night after what Mackenzie Gore set them up for, they couldn't leave that place with a loss, and they had to bring in Jacob Latz to shut it down and get the win.
Gavin Collier had 3 walks and a wild pitch. He recorded no outs. It shows you how fickle ERA is for relievers as well, because before this, he had 11 appearances this season, had given up no earned runs. So obviously he had an ERA of 0. Now his ERA is 2.79.
Okay.
Based strictly off of that
and remember
appearance.
Derek Holland would tell us that all the time. He'd be like, dude, being a relief pitcher is really weird.
Yeah.
Because you can be a starter and go out there and work 6-7 innings and get out of there, and you've changed your whole thing pretty well. But it hadn't changed much if you gave up something. You're a relief pitcher. You can go a whole season with a .98.
Yes.
All of a sudden, one bad game and you got a 4.
I hope eventually, Collier's ERA will get to 2.1, and we're like, this is the most amazing season I've ever seen. And people are like, 2.1's good, but not amazing. You're like, but that's all because of that one game.
Shut up.
By the way, since you said 6-7, I swear I'm not trying to bring it back. It's over. But Rangers 6-7 is now activated for Papa John's 50% off regular menu price pizzas today.
How many times has that happened this year? I believe the answer is 0.
I was going to say, this is the first email I recall getting about this, which I try not to think about because it makes me sad.
That's the most runs they've scored at home this year. And the roof was open.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Do you think that had anything to do with it?
Dude. Yes.
Okay. I assume that's what that dude meant.
Jock Peterson hit a high fly ball in one of the first games they had the roof open. The high fly ball barely scraped the edge to get out.
Right.
And I'm just starting to think, most of these guys grew up playing baseball outdoors. This is bringing them back to their childhood, Kevin. The sky above them, beautiful Texas sky, and some baseball.
This is staggering. I cannot believe it is this one-sided. All right, I tell you that the Texas Rangers have played 454 home games at this ballpark.
All right.
How many times has the roof been open?
4.
That is too low. Alec, 454 games. You know it's not 4.
Say 5. I dare you.
Son of a... I was thinking 6.5.
They opened it up and then had to close it.
Yeah.
That actually kind of happened yesterday because they had an issue getting it open and the game's starting and it's just it's still going up. I just really wish they would have kept the Space Odyssey music going and they're coming up to the plate.
I just want them to give us the chance to go be the person that pushes the button or cranks the wheel. However it happens.
Piece-a-thon auction idea.
I mean, we should have been able to do that to unfurl the championship banner.
Well,
we could have done that
It was
better.
a little crooked.
Yeah, we could have done better.
Yeah, probably
All
the
right,
best word.
Alec, 454 games.
Oh, man. It's got to be something like 30?
63.
63.
The game,
Wow, that's more than I thought.
yes, I know.
Over double what I thought.
The roof has been opened 63 times and closed 391 times, which is kind of sad. But batting average, open versus closed. This is for the Rangers and their opponent. 249 when the roof is open, 236 when it's not. This is per their own media guide.
Okay.
Runs per game, 9.54 when it's open, 8.46 when it's not open. Home runs per game.
We're averaging 8.46 home runs in that stadium.
Runs. And that's total per game.
Oh, total.
Yes.
Okay, not just like us.
No.
Gotcha. Okay.
Rangers
I was like,
and their
my
and
bad.
the
Yeah.
visitor.
I was like, hold on.
And then home runs. Roof open, 2.62 home runs per game. Roof closed, 2.33 home runs per game. So you can see almost a third home run more than a run more per game, and 13-point batting average higher when the roof is open.
So we don't have a jet stream necessarily.
Yeah.
But there is definitely a difference in the way the air moves in that stadium.
Agreed.
Whenever the air is like able to be up in the sky also.
That kind of sounds right.
Science.
So let's just assume the roof will be closed June, July, and August. But let's be a little bit more liberal with opening up the roof in these other months.
Yeah, especially the ones where we can make a dent.
Yes.
Yeah, do you want to make a dent in the standings? Open them early.
Yes, I do.
Let's figure. You know what? Because here's the reason, right? The reason is the dew point. All right?
Yeah.
Because for some reason they said, let's not carpet these floors like that Lowe's in Decatur.
Do you think the same? Man, I told Jess about that, and she was like, did you really bring that up?
And so for some reason, because of the dew point, they don't want people slipping on the floors.
Yeah.
Here's my suggestion.
We didn't design it.
Bring in leaf blower guy. All right?
Oh,
just have leaf
yeah.
blower guy rocking around. And you know what? Maybe every once in a while, leaf blower guy is standing behind home plate whenever one of the Rangers is up at the bat. And that ball, he just points it up a little bit, and that ball goes a little bit further because leaf blower guy's there.
Does that, okay, first of all, obviously I support the idea that, like, Corey Seager's in a slump and he goes up there and he swings and it's just like, and all of a sudden the ball just rockets off the bat. I would think that is the coolest thing ever.
We would have rally leaf blower guy shirts.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh, absolutely. But do you
little
think
kids would get these little leaf blower backpacks to be
10,000 fans.
Oh, and it has like a weird little hose attached to it, and they're just walking around. There's your giveaway. Forget bobblehead night. We have created the new giveaway. But is it at least possible that both of the stadiums most recently designed in Arlington came with massive design flaws? One not knowing where the sun is, and the other one not understanding condensation.
Yes.
It
Yes, you're right,
Okay.
Kevin. You got a good point here.
That kind of sucks, right?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
But they built stadiums for a living. That the people that did those, that's what they do for a living.
Did you know when 3 Mile Island was going into a meltdown, do you know they went to the engineers who designed the flawed system to fix it? That feels problematic, right?
Hey.
Why would you go back to the people who caused the problem to begin with?
Because they have the most calculations already done.
Okay.
And they're like, crap, yeah, X was actually 12 here.
Right.
My bad.
If they took out an eraser and just changed something, that doesn't inspire a lot of confidence. They're like, okay, I got it.
Next
engineer
group.
Do this. No meltdown. We're going to be fine. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. By the way, thank God for Jacob Latz. He is freaking ridiculous. His opponent batting average against is about 70. 0.70. 0.070? There we go. I'm going to go with that. Coming up next, Corey looks like he has something to teach us, but also it's time for baseball nuggets. The Dodgers make history, the bad kind, and Raleigh takes a shower in his uniform. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, our Cowboys
Fine. The number one Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
You betcha. Skeen strikes out the side for a third time tonight. 10 strikeouts, still nothing for the Rockies.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, today in the noon o'clock hour, we'll be giving away a 4-pack of tickets for Rangers Astros. Right now, though, it's time for some baseball nuggets. Do you want to start with good news, bad news, or showers?
Showers.
All right.
I love a good cleanse.
Me too.
Oh, and so does Cal Raleigh. So Cal Raleigh, on the advice of Logan Gilbert, his teammate, he decided to shower in his full uniform after Monday night's game. Kind of with that exact idea. He said he wanted to wash off the bad mojo or juju from the baseball gods. So, yeah, it worked. He was right. Going into Tuesday night's game, he was in the midst of an 0 for 38 slump. Started off the game 0 for 2 with a walk, but then in the 7th inning, he got a hit. That was his first hit since April 27th.
Really?
It is May the 13th.
So 16 days?
Ouch. Yeah. Ouch.
Kevin, what's the weirdest thing you've ever done to reset? And like whatever the slump was, I know like slump buster, we discuss that all the time, but like what is it's because was it breathe through your eyelids?
Yeah.
And he had to wear some stockings under his pitching uniform or a garter belt or something like that. So I know, look, people do this all the time. And you thought I was joking the other day whenever Brian Ray was in, and I was like, you take all your tees and put them in one pocket, turn your like in Tin Cup. That is a moment where Romeo, Kevin Costner's character, chili dips and hits a golf ball down the line at the driving range. And he was like, look, you got to do something extreme. You got to change everything up. And sometimes that is the case. You got to do something that makes you go, I don't know what's going on, but we got to cleanse it.
And then it gives you that, I don't know if you think like that just manifests itself, because in Tin Cup, you're at least not thinking about your problems before you're thinking, do I look ridiculous?
Yeah.
And with Cal Raleigh's case, like you just have that extra confidence, right? You're like, no, I did the things.
Yeah.
And so
exactly.
like that manifests itself into success, or some people will say obviously it can work the opposite way when you're like kind of intentionally dooming yourself. But yeah, good for Cal Raleigh, but I hope the Mariners keep losing. Now, Speaking of losers, the Los Angeles Dodgers. That might seem harsh, but
wow.
They've now lost 4 games in a row by 4 or more runs. The last time that happened, 90 years ago. It was 1936. The last time the Dodgers lost 4 straight games by 4 or more runs. First of all, that's not that long of a losing streak by not an insane amount of runs to lose by to be that long ago. It's been 90 years since they lost 4 straight by 4 or more runs.
Do we know the last time the Rangers lost 4 straight?
I'm afraid to look up and see if it was this season. I don't know that to be the case, but I am a little scared. All right, it looks like it has not been this season. So, 89 to go.
There you go.
I'll keep looking throughout the show. In the commercial breaks, I'll try to look and be like, oh, Corey, this is 24 years ago. Yeah.
Just ask Chat or something.
Oh, yeah, that's...
They'll be like, oh, yeah, it was 2 years ago. Don't worry.
I think Chat GPT, I've learned, is a great place to know where you're going to look to fact check. Because, like, they'll tell you a thing, and you need to go there to fact check it, though.
That being said, it does show kind of like the Dodgers have been a good team historically. And there's that kind of thing right there. And over the last few years, they've been the best team. Do you think the Dodgers are stressed about it? Do you think that they're like, oh my gosh, it's panic time? Or do you think they're going, we've won the last 2 World Series?
Yeah, and then
we'll figure it out.
And last year, it kind of felt like they cared at times and didn't at others, and they still won their division and won the World Series. So they're like, we're fine.
I wonder if they have like spots in their season where they're like, all right, let's go do some photo shoots. We're in LA.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
You can't focus all the time.
Well, I told you this disastrous 90 years in the making run. They're a half game out of 500, out of first place.
Kevin, I have an answer to your question.
Great.
But I will send it to Alec, who actually has the answer.
So the last time, the last time the Rangers lost 4 games in a row by 4 or more runs was September of 2021.
Oh man,
that's why I didn't want to know the answer.
And it was 4 straight games to one team. Do you know what team?
I swear to God, please don't let it be the Dodgers.
Yankees.
It's the Chicago White Sox.
What? That's worse than the other answers.
Ticks me off right now.
Yeah.
God, they're terrible.
Don't ever forget last year when you hear the commercials for the prediction markets. They said it was 3 times more likely that Jesus Christ came back to earth than Chicago White Sox won the World Series. And then they gave the White Sox the Pope.
And also don't forget, 2 years after that 4-game losing streak by 4 runs or more, Rangers won the World Series.
You know what? I'm willing to guess that in the next 2 years or so, the Dodgers will win a World Series. I feel confident enough to go out on a limb and say that.
That's a futures bet right there.
Yeah. Don't think I get the best odds on that. All right. Let's talk about Paul Skeens. So I have a few different questions specifically just about this start.
All right.
First 29 pitches, he threw 22 strikes and got 9 swings and misses because he struck out 6 straight people to start the game. Yeah. Do you have an issue with the bunt to start the 3rd inning to break the run of not getting struck out?
No, the only person that should have an issue with it is people that are watching the game as fans of that team. Not the team, not the team that's bunting.
Yeah, no, I got you.
Anybody that's a fan of it should be like, hey, why are you doing that? Like, because they want to see something special happen, and they think what you're doing is cheap. What you're doing is trying to beat the opponent. You're playing a game, and you're using every asset that you have to try to win a game. Whether it's hitting the ball, bunting the ball, it's all part of the game.
And it was still 1-0.
I'm just trying to get. I don't care what the score is. Honestly, I'm trying to get on base. I'm trying to produce. I'm trying to score. The whole point of playing this game is to win the game, and if by any means necessary. So yes, I have no problem with somebody trying to bunt and get on base.
Now, I know you were thinking that stat I told you about the Dodgers would be the most historical stat I gave you in Baseball Nuggets.
You know what? I really did.
It is not. Let's talk more about Paul Skeens. Paul Skeens has thrown 40 strikeouts since he last threw a walk.
That's a crazy stat, dude.
Last walk he had was a month ago, April 13th. And since then, he's had 40 strikeouts.
Today's May 13th.
That is correct.
You told me that earlier.
That's right. You didn't think that would come back into play, did you? So that is the most strikeouts between walks by a Pirates pitcher since 1893, which is when the mound was moved to its current distance. That's how long it was. The
current distance is also the name of Derek Collins' charity.
60 feet 6. Let's go. And so they moved the mound in 1893, and that's how long it's been. And did you want to know more about the 1893 Pirates? No problem. They played at Exposition Park, and their manager was Al Buckenberger.
I really thought you were going to say Bundy, and I was like, this is now even more exciting.
Yeah.
But the fact that you said Buckenberger?
Yeah. And they finished the season with 2 ties.
Huh?
They did. I don't know. Baseball was crazy. They were still trying to figure out the newfangled mound and where it was in the field.
The fan text. You can't win the game unless you win the game. And from the 601, to win the game, you got to play the game. And from the 682, no, the whole point of playing is so you have fun. That's what my parents told me, and that means it must have sucked.
Oh, man.
Because they never had fun.
Is this going to be another pay it forward day? Like, that's the most depressing day maybe ever on the show.
How are those Pirates related to Yellowstone 1893?
I thought that was 1883.
Oh, so 10 years earlier.
But
they
to
did
be
baseball,
fair,
huh?
I haven't seen that show, so I'm not positive. By the way, Paul Skeens, this is his second start in the last 18 days that he had a no-hitter into the 7th inning. And I want you to think about that for a second. That means in the last 30 days, it is more likely that Paul Skeens has a no-hitter in the 7th inning than he threw a walk. A walk! That's crazy.
Yeah.
His ERA, by the way, is now down below 2, both this season and for his career. Remember, after game 1, it was 67.5.
I wonder how many times the hitters swing at not strikes. Because I think he just attacks the strike zone, and you just can't hit his balls whenever they're in the strike zone. You know, he's one of those kind of pitchers that you're like, doesn't matter. It's placement. He's just doing fantastic.
Yeah, it is freaking
That
ridiculous.
won't be the last time we talk about Paul Skeens today.
Oh, yes. Man.
Or maybe it will be. Oh.
Now I have another historical thing that I really want to tell you. Remember I told you that A.J. Ewing, the outfielder, was getting brought up by the Mets? He reached base safely in 4 of his 5 plate appearances. He became the first major leaguer since at least 1900 to record 3 walks, a triple, a stolen base, and multiple RBIs in his debut. And guess what? So it's been 126 years. Not the most impressive.
No.
So the thing that happened to the Dodgers 90 years ago, only the 3rd longest historical statistic for the day.
What position does he play?
He's an outfielder. Next time,
sure.
just ask nicer. Fan text. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, would you want the Mavs to move up in the draft for any of these, perhaps more gettable players? Next on The Fan.
Tolo means Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Would you be interested in a Masterpiece Theater? Maybe tomorrow, maybe another day.
Sure, why the F not?
What's the show that you keep trying to convince somebody to watch, but they just have not watched it?
Have I talked about Wanted too much?
No, I don't think so.
In our history?
I was actually thinking of Tim with you in West Wing. But when you brought that up, I was like,
yeah,
perhaps that could be a segment.
I think I've almost got Kevin interested in watching The Pit based on how much I've talked about it. But I'm also at a point where maybe I've told him too much and none of it will be a surprise.
And my wife doesn't pay attention well during shows, so I'm sure she would watch it again.
She'd be like, "Oh yeah, this happened."
Yeah.
There's a movie called Wanted. 877-881-1053. I'm not saying you have to. I'm not. I do believe they had a textile factory, and we were just discussing textiles off air.
That's true. We really were.
Does anybody truly know what a textile is? Let us know. But also, have you seen the movie? And again, I'm not saying you have to see it.
Is that where they curved the bullet?
They curved the bullet, which is ridiculous. But the whole movie is kind of ridiculous, all right? So understand that. But I think you should see it.
Okay.
I just think it's one of those you'd be like, that was fun.
Okay. I mean, I just saw the movie Real Genius all the way through for the first time yesterday.
And you watched a Killer Tire movie once.
Oh, yeah. And then the Killer Pants. All right. My point is this. I actually don't have a segue for that. Let's talk about NBA prospects. That's going to be my professional segue right there. All right. Would you want the Mavericks to trade up for any of these perhaps more gettable players? Your options on the board today: Michael Brown, Kingston Flemings, or Keaton Wagler. Who would you like to start with?
I want to start with Flemings because you were the first person to suggest keeping an eye on him to me. And I believe Alec as well was there whenever it was a suggestion. But I think Alec had already, been in on this because that's Alec. That's how he do.
He knows stuff.
And so I want to rock with him, the kid out of Houston.
All right, go ahead. Good decision. Give me cut number 6, will you please? Because I believe right here, right now, this is my favorite player of these three.
Knocked away by Sinak. Here's Flemings, another run-out opportunity, and another throwdown.
All right. So you're going to notice two big differences, and I would love if after this we could pivot to Wagler, because I think you have a decision to make whether you go with Kyrie or don't go with Kyrie, depending on how you feel about these two players. All right. So Kingston Flemings, he is your playmaker on the ball. Keep in mind the phrase I'm going to use. If everything works perfectly.
Oh, no.
If everything works perfectly, think injury-free Derrick Rose. He is very fast with and without the ball, so he can bring you all kinds of downhill offensive pressure.
All right. I need to know what you mean by if everything goes perfectly.
Okay, because he can get to the basket, all right? He can give you that forward offensive pressure, that slash that you're going to want. But folks have questions about his jump shot. Now, it is true that seemingly everybody he talks to seems to like him. NBA executives and everybody else, they really like him. So keep an eye out. You know how we talked about Kareem Lopez, maybe the workouts could really push him up the board. Keep an eye out on the same thing with Flemings, like when they're doing the shootouts like they did yesterday. If he can answer some of those questions or look good in some of these workouts, I think he can move up the board. So he was 38.7% from three and 84.5% from the line this past season. Showing those types of progressions are really important for him. And if he can continue to grow in that area, he could be an absolute stud.
Okay.
But those are the questions. Will his jump shot continue to develop?
I don't have an answer for that, Kevin.
Sure, if you did, I would be like, you need to quit this job and go scout.
Yeah.
Because you're going to make a lot of money.
Or we could just, we could still do the job.
Oh, okay. All right, fair enough.
But also, the only God can predict that.
Sure.
But he, and if he puts the work in to make it happen. That's the other factor, is you never know with that.
And he seems intrinsically motivated, but you're talking about things you don't know? That's a guess.
Yeah. The one thing that I gathered from this kid, now, like Cooper Flagg, I think that when I watch him play, he gets joy from beating people.
Yes.
And I think that Fleming just gets joy from playing this game.
Oh, yeah.
When I watch him play, he just looked like he knows everybody on the court. You know that dude that shows up to your uncle that shows up to the softball field, and he knows every person as he's walking into the softball field.
Right.
And they're all saying hi to him, and he has to stop and talk to, Ronnie over there for a couple of minutes, and then he finally gets there. He doesn't even have time to stretch. He throws the ball twice and then gets out there and plays. And you're like, what just happened?
Right.
That's what Kingston Flemings reminds me of. Just the way I've seen him communicate with people. And it kind of goes back to that moment when he was in the other team's circle as they were huddled up, and he was just over there hanging out with them, and they were like, "Oh, what's up, dude?" And he was just like, "Let's go." He was excited, but nobody got mad about it. They were just like, "Let's go have some hoops and have some fun." And that's the kind of dude that I like having around for culture purposes, because he's good, but also can keep it loose whenever it gets a little tight.
Oh, from the 469, I've wanted them to draft him no matter where they picked.
Okay.
And I like that.
If he's a 9, I'll take him.
So I think they mean even if they were 1.
If he's a 1, I'll take him.
Okay. All right. So that would require, I think, some pretty radical changes. I think if you went with Flemings, this might be a situation where you move on from Kyrie Irving. So
how soon?
I would make the argument straight away.
And I'm sorry, correct me. How long does Kyrie have on his contract? Is he a couple years
2
left?
Years? I'm actually not positive.
And so that's why I'm asking, does playing behind Kyrie make sense for a year? Because you don't have, you know what I'm saying? You have 2 years to move him.
Sure.
And so does playing with him and letting him work with him and develop with him a little bit help? Yeah. Or does it hinder? But you want to get the ball in this dude's hands as quickly as you can, is what you're saying.
And I continue to wonder if you want people who are all on the same growth page, or same enough.
I got you.
Kyrie is hey, I'm ready to win now, one would assume. And this might not be the case. But if you want to stick with that, let's take a look at Keaton Wagler. That is your more prototypical shooting guard.
Okay.
I think he would fit great next to Kyrie. All right, I'm going to give you a gap here. Higher end, think Tyrese Halliburton. More reasonable expectation might be somebody more like Luke Kennard.
Okay.
All right. So
which everybody seems to love Luke Kennard.
Yeah, for sure. He's a good player.
Yeah.
I just those are different levels of players. So I think Wagler is a good catch and shoot guy. He's really good with off the ball movement. All right.
So he could be Clay.
It's not so much of the pure shooter. I mean, that feels like a tough expectation to put on anybody. But
Clay right now.
I think he has significantly better mobility, and so I will just go.
Okay, all right.
I would just go with that.
I'm going to
part.
go watch this kid so I can get a better understanding of whether or not he's Clay.
And so, come back. I want to know that. So, Wagler is the rags to riches story in this draft. If you're looking for one, he was not one of the top of the class guys. You know how we talked about the other day, Nate Ament?
Yeah.
He came into college and people were like, he could be a top 5 pick. Nobody was saying that about Keaton. And then he led Illinois to the Final Four, and he's just all the way. He is taken off, and people are like, holy crap, this kid's really good, and he's really good in a really strong draft. I could see him going 6 or 7 very reasonably in a very strong draft. This isn't a dud draft like a couple of years ago. And if you think his shooting, you notice, obviously, this is the theme. If his 3-point shooting translates to the next level, then he could be a stud as well. Now, for Wagler, he shot 40% from 3 this season. And then if you look at the NCAA tournament run, he really upped his game. He was shooting 7 3-pointers per game at a 37% clip. And one of the reasons that fell is because he really struggled in that game against UConn.
Okay.
But before that, he was
that struggle because UConn is that good, or he just the moment?
Well,
and that's something to learn from.
And so that question right there, I think, is a great question. But that's one of the key cruxes of this scouting report, right? Do you think he just had a tough night? Or do you think the better defensive pressure of UConn, which is the next step to what you're going to see defensively in the NBA, is what stymied him?
And sometimes you have to have that moment.
For sure.
So you can be a phoenix and rise again. But Kevin, I like watching this dude shoot the three. I like watching the fact that he can create his own shot. I like the fact that when he gets around the basket, his head isn't just focused on, well, I got to make this bucket. He can make those passes.
Right.
He's got a lot of ability that I like, and I really like the length too.
Yeah.
He does look 12. But that's
it the face?
It's definitely the face, because his body looks like it's developed for that right now. But he's got some game, dude. I like watching this kid.
And he is somebody that I think can plug right in and run at the 2.
Yeah.
So I do like that.
Can you see him handling some more ball handling duties?
Yeah, but
or would you just rather have him not focused on that right now?
No, he could, but I think if you're really going to unleash his full scoring potential, running him next to Kyrie would be significantly better for him. He's a competent passer.
I need to see him catch and shoot a few more. I've seen a couple of them.
Yeah.
I need to see a little bit more.
He is good off a catch and shoot.
Yeah,
for
it just
sure.
looks like you know how Jaden Hardy could catch and shoot, but also could create his own shot, and he's got a little bit of that, but it looks like he has a little more to it.
Now, then we get to Michael Brown. I think Michael Brown is the person that a lot of people were sad when you dropped just from 8 to 9, because maybe you'd seen projections that he could go at 8. That's why I'm telling you to watch players like Wagler or Flemings and where they move, or watch somebody like Kareem Lopez who could move in to that top area. And then Michael Brown, I believe it was at the lottery selection, said, I think Dallas is the best city in the country. It's my favorite city in the country. It'd be great. I just love the vibe of Dallas. I have a lot of family in Texas as well. I saw him play at the AAU tournament in Dallas, so that would be great. Every time I go to play in Dallas, I love the city, love the vibe, love the people, love the fans.
Holy crap.
Wow!
His shooting range is insane.
It is.
He doesn't care where he is on the court. He's just like, I need to see the basket. Oh, there it is. Shot.
So here is where you're going to have to maybe do your biggest projection. Because this is a guard-heavy draft, right? Like, you look at a lot of the players we've talked about so far are guards. There are a lot of scouts out there that still think Michael Brown has the highest upside of the group. That includes Acuff, Wagler, Flemings. His positional size, shooting ability, and passing skills all stand out. And I think this is another kid that could show that off in workouts. Because in workouts, then, you could almost compare side by side and be like, ooh, that looks better than Acuff, or that looks better than Flemings, or whoever. But one of the issues he's also going to run into is every single one of those players we just listed, they had better seasons.
Okay.
Because Michael Brown was impacted by his back injury.
Yeah, and then, Kevin, quite honestly, back injuries don't get any easier on a player or a body.
Sure.
So, that's just always going to be something that will be a concern.
And so you hope, that's the way you look at it, right?
That's the
projection. You
projection.
hope it was a one-off, or it was a specific thing that they fixed and it's going to be okay. But you have to think about that. Is this going to be an issue throughout his career? He's a quick decision maker. He's really good in the pick and roll.
Oh, yeah.
And he can see.
I was
love
just
that.
about to point that out. Yeah.
And he can finish against elite length guarding in the NBA. So you know how we talked about with Flemings and Wagler, is their shooting going to translate to the NBA? One thing I can tell you, it really does look like Michael Brown should be able to continue to score and finish against NBA guards, especially with their length. So he has flash plays, splash plays that are similar to Kyrie Irving. But
I'm saying like right now his defensive highlights, they're and his defense. I'm like, he's getting blown by on all these. But on the videos that I'm watching, I wouldn't have put those specific plays in there.
I'm going to throw out a player in just a second that might make you nervous. I think he's a lot closer to Tyrese Maxey.
Okay.
But I can also see and understand the comps of Trae Young with better defensive upside. But if we're being honest, to your point, I wonder if it's going to be a struggle for him to guard, especially if he's playing at the 2 off of bigger NBA guards.
I can see that.
I think Trae Young might be the worst defensive player in the NBA. So I don't want to say that's his comp. I don't necessarily think that's fair. But as of yet, he has not shown to be a particularly proficient defender, or at least project that out at the NBA level.
He does fight his way through screens. He fights
He's
to stay
great
out
at
front. His footwork's pretty good. It's just, there's some body limitations at the moment whenever you have bigger guys on him. There's the offensive production might make up for it enough, but if you're wanting to be in one of those lockdown defensive teams in moments, I'm not asking him and Kai to do that for me.
Yeah, and I think those two could play well offensively alongside each other. So, and when we talk about the speed, him and Acuff's speed really does stand out.
Put him in transition. He can go.
Absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus why this item from your childhood is making a comeback. Next on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our
Lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, why this item from your childhood is making a massive comeback. And stores are struggling to keep it in stock. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. Corey Majors has his hand raised.
I want to apologize to the Twitch.
Oh, yeah, you made the math.
I still can't log in.
Oh, no.
This has been like a multi-year thing.
I don't understand it. And I don't feel like calling Twitch. Usually you do everything you can via the internet until they go, you just have to call us. And you're like, nope.
Yes.
That's what they trust.
Yeah.
You'll back out.
And yes, exactly.
No.
And so I'm sorry, Twitch. Maybe I can get it on here.
Okay, well, we'll leave Corey to that. Usually this is the part where I would be a lot more excited when I yell this, so I'm going to make this very brief. It's time for the Angel Reese update.
Damn it.
And, yeah, she had another double-double against your Dallas Wings. 16 rebounds, 12 points, and the win over the Dallas Wings.
How do we score like 35 points less than in the opener?
Yeah, that was kind of confusing. I mean, I'm just going to say that, hey, you lost by, 5 points? Hey, maybe if AZ played, maybe she doubles her point total from 3 to 6, and then you win that game.
Are you prepared to say that she's the biggest flop in WNBA history?
What?
Wow, dude.
If I use Mike Kristaps Porzingis logic.
Do you remember this logic? I forgot about this logic.
Where you get counted for that game even if you don't play. She's averaging 1.5 points per game and has made half a shot per game.
She scored three points in her first game.
Yeah, one shot. So now you split those in two.
Yeah, just not a good shooting night at all for any Dallas Wings, pretty much. So there's your Angel Reese update.
Got to get used to the shooting lines in that arena, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, no, only for this year.
Well, how does the air work in there, Corey? Is it something?
It's more condensed.
Yeah.
You know, I'm betting because of the ceiling. It's a different ceiling than the other ones.
Thank you, Corey.
You're welcome.
One of these days, we need to get like Neil deGrasse Tyson on the show just so Corey can ask questions.
Yeah.
Like, how does air work?
Or would I make his mind explode? He'd be
I think he might quit science.
He probably would, because he'd be like, there's no getting through to this group.
Yeah.
At all.
Or he's like, I don't think there's any other explanation that could be as good. Than the way that guy just.
You know what? I think those are the only two logical outcomes.
He's like, mine's too difficult to understand.
Or brings Corey on as a partner in all of his future scientific endeavors.
That would be amazing. He's like, I give you the scientific jargon and whatnot. Corey breaks it down into humane and human terms.
All right.
I kind of
imagine you had 4 steaks. Like, that's how every one of his breakdowns is going to go.
Oh, man. Today, guys, is National Fair Trade Day.
Oh.
National Fair Trade Day. So the question of the day, 877-881-1053, Twitch and YouTube. Well, not Twitch for Corey, but Twitch and YouTube.
Oh.
Want to hear from you as well. What is the best trade you have ever pulled off? I'd like to hear about real-life trades, but if you don't have any cool ones, you could give me fantasy trades as well. 877-881-1053, because I bet everybody's got that one good fantasy trade that you feel like you absolutely fleeced somebody for. But I bet you got some good real-life trades as well, especially if you're a collector of some sort.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good question.
I will let you ponder. Because a couple come to mind for me. I was always bartering in school whenever you probably shouldn't be. So there have been plenty of situations where I've gotten like a pack of those G2 gel pens and stuff in exchange for one of the $1 cookies on Fridays.
Oh,
I would do that a lot because I loved having nice pens and pencils. Because I wasn't the person that was losing them. I would keep like the same ones all year. So if I could get somebody to gift one to me, I'm like, just save me $8.
Yeah.
Cool, because it's going to be in my backpack the rest of the year.
How often, Kevin, could you get somebody to take your 4 Browns pencils and your 2 Rams pencils and one Cardinals pencil for a Cowboy pencil?
And you just
like, nope.
dazzle them with, like, look at all these pencils.
Like,
you can break one of them and you still got 6 more. Don't even worry about it.
They didn't care, though, because they were like, I also put the quarter in and got the Browns pencil and the Cardinals pencil.
I always thought they kind of stacked those pencil machines that they knew. They're like, they're in Dallas and they're like, put one out of every 150 as a Cowboys one.
It's just like the claw machines and whatnot, the arcade games where they have payout rates.
Yes.
You know, where it's like every 250th play, it's going to be a 100% accurate turn.
Yes.
Yes. I actually like that theory. They're like, we're going to mess with these kids, so they keep putting quarters in.
You can get the whole vintage set, Kevin. Actually, 14 NFL conference teams for $19.99 on eBay right now.
All right, I'm looking into it. Oh yeah, because there was fewer teams then.
Oh, you can get it. Oh, you can get 28 NFL team pencils, the whole like value pack, for $69.99. Nice.
Man, that feels like a big jump up in price from just the one league.
But do you want all of them? That's the thing, right?
Yeah.
Completionist.
Is it weird that I'm thinking it's not as magical if they don't come out of the machine?
So you want the machine?
Oh, this one comes with a beat up tin.
You were way too excited.
You know what I'm really concerned about with this picture? They just have a picture of the tin open.
Oh.
It's not going to close and it has like a big knife mark on it and it's scratching into FU or something like that.
Man, I love finding some people that are selling stuff on eBay like that they've never sold anything before, so the pictures aren't super professional, and you see the most random things in the background. Like I saw one time some dude trying to sell a Jackson Dart card on eBay, and you could see his bare foot behind the card.
Nice.
Like, no sock, nothing. Just a grown man's foot.
Dude,
I'm like,
okay.
Oh, cool.
That's what he was really selling.
Yes.
First off, why do feet freak people out? Secondly,
they're gross.
It's weird. The world's divided into feet haters and lovers. That's it.
There does not seem to be much middle ground.
No,
there
you are
isn't.
seeking them out and trying to find them for purposes that other people don't understand, or you hate them and you can't stand that your toes are exposed to the world either.
Yeah.
Secondly, Kevin, what if you bought that set out of that tin and like 7 of the pencils were sharpened, but the others weren't? Would that just drive you insane? And now you got to go get those 7 pencils?
I need to get rid of some of those pencils or give them to Noah or whatever, because I can't have that. That's not right. I think about that all the time. If you get a parallel and it's just like a run-of-the-mill parallel and it's the one card I'm missing from the set, I want to put it in the set, but in my heart, I'll know how many boxes down I put that set. I know it's there, glowing, and it's like, Kevin,
you needed
we're in here.
You needed red, but it was a green, and you're like, oh.
Yes.
Sorry about that. You know what, though? What if all those pencils were the exact same sharpen? Like, exact same.
I could live with that, but then no one could ever touch them or use them unless you grabbed all 28 in both your hands and started to write something, because I need the even level of degradation right there.
I love it. I love it.
Okay.
Once I mentioned it, I could see his face. He closed his eyes, and he was imagining, and he was like, I hate it.
I do.
I hate it.
I was
doing
like,
this to me.
Thinking of the card calling out to me or the pencil calling it, I might have a problem.
Let's see from the 214. My 5-year-old brother pulled a Mike Trout rookie back in the day. I traded him 25 random cards because 25 is better than 1. Nope, don't feel bad about it either.
See, that's what my grandfather used to do when he gave me and my sister money. And I was like, she's so dumb. Is he would be like, I got you this bag of 20 shiny pennies. And Kevin, you get $1. And I was like, in your face, Amy! I got 80 cents more!
She loved the pennies, though. She was like, these are so nice.
Yeah, and shiny.
But, okay, so when my boys start trading stuff with each other, or when they did when they were younger, I always felt I had to step in. Because Avery was clearly taking advantage of the younger Carter at the time.
Yeah.
He was like, you don't know the value of things. And I was like, hey, hold on. If we're going to do this, I'm not just going to let you learn a bad lesson. I'm going to teach both of y'all the values of things together. So I always felt like I had to. Sorry, Avery, if I really screwed things up for you there.
Oh, yeah. Well, what can you do?
Well, so here's my situation. My favorite trade of all time was with my cousin. He had a Reggie Jackson 1974 Oakland Athletics card, and I loved Reggie Jackson. I had 2 Barry Bonds rookie cards. I gave him one of them.
And you got Reggie Jackson.
I got the Reggie Jackson card.
Yeah.
And I thought that was a great deal on my part. Now, looking back, Barry Bonds was alleged as a cheater.
Yeah, I kind of thought you just had that one card, and then magically it multiplied into 2, and then you had to pretend like you'd never done anything wrong or tested positive for steroids.
So yeah, that was my
head just got gigantic for no reason.
That was my favorite
What's the
trade.
problem?
I also traded my freedom for marriage. So.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Look, man, I love being married to my wife.
It sounds like it. From the 817, Corey, you should take notes here. I traded a ring for lifelong happiness.
See?
There you go.
It is.
Man, that's like the opposite of what you said.
You know what? It is more like I get to do this than I have to do this. Yeah, good point, guys. Thanks.
Jeez, Corey. And then a fantasy trade from the 682. I'm in a Dynasty Keeper League, and last year I traded a 4th-round pick for Jonathan Taylor.
Oh,
nice.
Good job. Good job.
Smart trade. Yeah, smart use of that pick.
Guys, an item that you loved at one point in your childhood is surging in popularity once again, just like the vinyl record.
Skip it.
It is getting impossible to find this item. The Hacky Sack. Is back.
Can't find hacky sacks?
Or Woody Harrelson and Matthew McConaughey firing up another season of True Detective.
It was at the Zach Galifianakis moment with McConaughey.
Are you worried that somewhere there's a sack not being hacky? That's what I think when G-Bag's on. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I will say one of the coolest moments in band was we were at NASA.
Man, what a way to start this story.
We had about a 50-person hacky sack set up, and every single person hacked it.
I still don't like.
It was a cool thing, dude. It's like whenever you don't drop the ball for 2 hours. You know, it was kind of like that.
The revival of the sack is happening, according to the Boston Globe. There's some sort of trend going on with Gen Z, especially through TikTok and Instagram, because an Instagram account by the name of MIAA Hacky Sack has been keeping score of local Massachusetts high schools in some sort of hacky sack competition, and they've started like these faux rankings because it's not like a UIL kind of sport kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
They're just recording videos and posting social media content about it, and they have actual Massachusetts public school rankings that this IG page is keeping track of, and because of it, TikTok has gotten a hold of it now, and Gen Z, they're trying to make hacky sacking a thing again.
Awesome.
And now stores are struggling to keep these in stock. So a lot of local retailers, like the Party Cities and whatnot, I know that's not a thing anymore, but those kind of stores that would have them in store, a lot of them just don't have any in stock right now because kids are trying to get really good at it again. And there's some insane trick shot clips on TikTok of people doing hacky sack once again.
Alec, let me ask you a question, because parody law exists to protect us here in this country. Do you think we should start creating hats that say Maha, make America hacky again? And I feel like we could kind of clean up with this.
What about Massa?
I do not
think we should stay away.
Sack again.
I do not.
I think we should stay away from that one.
You should do that one.
Okay, I don't know what that means.
Okay.
All right.
Good.
We'll tell you in the
You're
break.
a pure soul.
Thank you.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Are you ready to jump on these NFL team and player bandwagons? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next.
straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
30 seconds to go here in the first. Fields, great protection. Deep ball on the way. Rainbow is caught. Garrett Wilson. Touchdown, Jets.
KSC Masterpiece right here on a 105.3 The Fan right now. Powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it. Kevin, the Tolo that said this morning that they couldn't listen, but they were still going to text in anyway, has been continuing to text in throughout the day.
Are they pretty accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
At one point, they said linebacker and cornerback are still biggest questions. They want Jordan, so they were off there.
Okay.
And they said, "Wow, that's such a great point." And then they said, "See, this does feel normal because it's AM on the FM." I'm not going to read the rest of what they said.
See, I feel like this could have been like that. It might have been the last season of The Office where Craig Robinson is just recording a thing to get ahead of time, and he goes, "Wow, I cannot believe he or she got themselves in this situation." And then they ended up using it in that same exact episode. So I like that. That's a good bit.
Good callback.
All right, let's start with Netflix. Their CEO has reiterated that Netflix does not want the full NFL package. Like, they don't want an entire season of NFL games. But also, it's looking more and more like the NFL Honors Show is going to move to Netflix. And so it's interesting, because they're picking up games. Obviously, they want special occasion games. The Christmas thing is big for them. They've gotten different things. Obviously, they're going to be angling for a playoff game, but they don't want the entire season of the NFL package. So I'm going to take that at its word and say that it's just an interesting strategy. I would have thought that this was building up to the point where they were like, all right, now we're going to take it away from whoever.
Okay, so does Netflix believe that they have a product that people value?
Yes, that's why they keep raising the price.
Yeah, and I think that they also don't want to be stricken by the competition of the NFL. Like, they don't want to be held just to that. Like, the big networks, don't you think they're like, we have to pay this price all the time?
Sure.
Netflix is like, well, we can keep doing our thing,
right?
And we'd love to add this product to it, but we don't need it to be successful, and they don't want to have to be suckling from it all the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, and it's kind of similar to the situation with Amazon, right? Where Amazon's like, not only will people watch this, we can use this as an avenue to sell our products. And Netflix has essentially done the same thing, but their products are other shows and movies. Like, you notice on Christmas Day, that's like what all their commercials were.
Their guests and stuff too. No,
exactly.
It makes a lot of sense that they're just like, no, we'll utilize it for our product, but we don't want to have to be beholden to just what the NFL demands of us all the time. So that's probably a smart pursuit on their part, even though maybe it would make them more money if they had all the games. But the honors ceremony, knowing what they do with all these roasts and these other events like that makes a lot of sense.
And it's a red carpet deal, so obviously
they do really good at those.
Do you think this would work in the Patriots locker room? So Quintavious Hutchins has been charged with assault and battery. And the Patriots put out the, boilerplate, hey, we're aware, no other comment, we're gathering information. Do you think when Quintavious gets into the locker room and sees Vrabel, he can be like, hey, we all make bad decisions. Am I right?
Do you think Vrabel would be the first person to say that to him?
Ooh, because then if he said that, you'd be like, I'm going to be okay. But if you said that to him, you're definitely getting cut.
Confrontational, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to make it on the team at that point. All right.
Do you think that, man, this is another Vrabel question here. Does he have to tell everybody on the team, like in a speech of, you know what, clean slate for everybody?
I kind of think so, but I don't know their locker room, because I would wonder if it would come up like in a game as like you consistently make bad choices, and I'd be like, so do you. How's your wife doing?
Yeah, we clean slated at the beginning of the season, guys.
Yeah.
Is what I'm saying.
I I don't know.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
He needs to go coach another team.
All right, I don't think we need to freak out about this. I'm going to preface this by saying that.
He's
but
probably already thinking about coaching another team.
I mean, maybe. Nick Harris pointed out that yesterday was the first team workout for the Cowboys since George Pickens signed his franchise tag and he wasn't there. And so workouts do have high team attendance, but they are not mandatory. It's still voluntary.
What does voluntary mean?
Yeah, that's right. And nothing is mandatory until June 16th. But still, have you seen article headlines like, I didn't click on them because I already knew what they were talking about, and I thought it was lazy journalism of George Pickens wags his finger in the face of the Jones family and all of this. And I'm like, is that what's happening?
I think, Jerry would love for him to be there. Right? Like that's part of this whole we're giving you the money, but part of the we'll give you the contract is you show up to these things too. We'll give you the contract.
Right.
These are the other things we'd love to see from you if you want the big contract. If he's going to show up for the mandatory stuff though, that Jerry's like, okay, that's fine. We'll give you we'll give you this franchise tag. But also, I think a lot of people outside of Dallas don't understand what George did last year, too. Now, he did have, he was as Brad Sham pointed out, Marshawn Nealon passes away, and he's the first one to step out of line.
Right.
So, that is a real thing. But didn't George Pickens have, arguably his best year last year on and off the field?
Yeah, and if you look at what happened there.
Still had personal fouls.
And that's the level of problem you're going to deal with. I'm like, fine. Yeah. That's totally fine for that production. Not even close to being a problem.
Yep.
All right, international slate of games. Week 1. You get the 49ers and the Rams in Australia. You might have been like, I already knew that. Week 3. Ravens and Cowboys in Brazil.
This is Brazil.
Damn it.
Damn right.
You might have already known that too. You get 3 straight weeks in London. Week 4, Colts and the Commanders. That will be at the Hotspur Stadium. Also at the Hotspur Stadium the next week, Eagles and Jaguars. And then I'm assuming maybe the Jags just stay there because the next week they play in Wembley Stadium. Do they stay in London? No. For the week to keep training? Or are they
they do.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they have one of those things where they just stick around.
Like a training
facility? Like the doctors do. What's it called when a doctor stays at residency?
Okay.
Or like when, Dead and Company stays at the Sphere, they have a residency at the Sphere.
So
took me a minute to find the word.
All right.
But it did.
For the next 2 weeks only, catch the Jags.
The Jaguars.
Yeah. And then week 7, we go to France for the Steelers and the Saints. Week 9, Bengals and the Falcons. They play in Spain. We'll talk more about that in a minute. And then week 10, Patriots and Lions in Germany. And week 11, Vikings, 49ers in Mexico. So with the exception of week 2 and week 8, you have an international game the first 11 weeks of the season.
Mm-hmm. I like that.
It's
are they? Is every one of them's not like 9 o'clock in the morning?
I do not believe that would make as much sense in places like Mexico. I don't know what time it is in France right now.
No. I'm just trying to figure out, Kevin, because you know how I want football to be. I want to wake up in the morning and start watching football and not stop until the next time I go to sleep.
I'm telling
and then
you.
Wake up in the morning every day.
That's why you would like the European division. I really do think they could go kind of Premier League style, and they'll be like, it's Wednesday at 11 a.m., which means it's time for football.
And Broadus walks in and goes, day football, guys?
Yeah,
and
exactly.
We just all love it.
Because there it would be 6 p.m.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And that's a great kickoff time.
All right. Well, what I just realized is because we went in depth on a couple of things, I didn't get to tell you the teams or players of the bandwagons that you would jump on. So
you know what? If you want to do that during the C block today.
Okay.
We can't.
Or did you say can or
got
can't?
Important things to do.
Oh,
there,
okay.
So.
Well, I'll pick it up tomorrow, but I want you to think about it for 24 hours. Chargers, Texans, Cam Ward, and Garrett Wilson. We're the KNC Masterpiece. Think about it. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what do you wish for the Dallas Cowboys 2026 schedule? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. What do you wish for the 2026 Dallas Cowboys schedule?
Super Bowl.
I like it.
That it extends.
But I mean more specifically for the construction of the schedule, because Joe Burrow already got one of his wishes to come true. Do you remember, I think it started a couple of years ago, and he was like, Bengals versus the Dolphins in Madrid, ? Please be true. It was not. So the Dolphins ended up playing Washington in Spain. And somebody asked him after the schedule came out, maybe we could get an international game next year. So, of course, as I just said, week 9, Bengals-Falcons in Spain. So not only did Joe Burrow get his international game, he got it in the place he had first mentioned. And one of the people associated with the league said it is very unusual that they get players requesting international games. And it kind of sounds like they did go out of their way to make sure Joe Burrow got what he wanted.
Because he's into fashion, and I feel like there's some fashion show going on. You know, and Spain's an area for stuff like that, too. You know, Spain has lots of cool stuff going on. But I do wonder, will more players start suggesting or requesting or posting stuff like this now?
Well, because of that, I have decided to construct some things I would like for the Cowboys schedule. Hopefully it's not too late. Maybe we can make a few changes.
I wish the Cowboys would play a game in Brazil.
Well, Corey, I have great news for you. Wait till you hear it. Here are their home opponents upcoming in this season.
All right.
The Eagles, Commanders, Giants, Jags, Titans, Cardinals, 49ers and Buccaneers, and the Ravens in Brazil.
Look at that.
Brazil. All right,
Brazil.
that is going to become so annoying.
No, it won't.
You win.
Just wait for that week, dude.
So, man.
That's going to be so much fun.
It's going to be worse than Angel Reese week. So their road games will be against, of course, you probably guessed the first 3, Eagles, Commanders, Giants, and then the Packers, Texans, Colts, Seahawks, and Rams. Are there any particular wishes that come to mind for y'all for the schedule? Because I have 2 very specific ones.
I would like to hear yours.
All right. I would like a week 9 or 10 bye and more home than road games from December until the end of the season.
Why is that?
I've done a study. And it's partial. I get part of the reason is you get that Sunday, usually, you get that Sunday home game, and then you have the Thanksgiving home game. So you've got those 2 home games back to back. Maybe your schedule doesn't necessarily lend itself to getting a whole lot of home games down the stretch.
But that back half of the schedule, like getting 6 home games in 2 months would be amazing.
And so I would like that to happen because I did an analysis of their schedule from the last 5 years. 2025, so just this last season, 3 of their 5 games from December on were road games. Because, you know, people like to say, like, oh, the end of that schedule for the Cowboys, this looks really brutal. Maybe, or maybe it's just you're playing more road games. The only time it played for your advantage was 2024, where 3 of your final 5 games from December on were at home. But the problem with that, you had a week 7 bye. So your bye was way too early. And then look at the 3 before that. 2023, 3 of your final 4 games were on the road.
Okay.
2022, 3 of your final 4 games were on the road. 2021, 4 of your final 6 games were on the road from December on. So I get it. The opponent matters, obviously. But you look at that stack, and more often than not, you're finishing with a road-heavy slate. And so I would like the Cowboys to avoid that, A. And then, B, I would like them to have a week 9 or 10 bye, which would be in the exact middle of the season. I know now with 17 games, it's hard to precisely hit it in the middle, but you've had 3 different times in the last 5 years. You've had a week 7 bye. Oh, great. So I played 6 games. Hopefully this can help me out. And then you have 11 straight weeks of football that you have to get through. Whereas a week 9 or 10 bye, then you've either played 8 or 9 of your games and have 8 or 9 of your games remaining. I would like that exactly in the middle. So I want to avoid the earlier bye, and I would like to avoid a road onslaught from December on.
Love it, Kevin. I absolutely love it, but I'm going to tell you right now, you can only get one of those.
So close. Ooh.
Do you want the late bye or the home swing?
Then I think I would take the home swing.
Take the late bye. Here's why.
Ooh, okay.
You're going to have to go on the road a little bit, Kevin, in December. Maybe three of the 4 games you're going to be on the road, but you got the late bye.
I do like that.
But my wish then, you will be playing against Houston, Indianapolis, and the Rams in those 3 games.
Okay.
And why is that better than playing against the Eagles, Commanders, Giants, Packers, or Seahawks?
Do you think the Rams will be worn down by that? They're an older team.
Houston has a dome in Texas. Indianapolis has a dome in Indianapolis. And the Los Angeles Rams play in a stadium that is an open roof or open concept.
It's a dome!
With beautiful weather.
Or retractable roof.
So you don't have to go to Green Bay in December.
Okay.
That's my wish, is that you don't have to go up to these cold places in December and deal with all that stress that comes along with it, because you're not going to play in the cold weather like that in the Super Bowl anyway, so let's not deal with it at all. So, Kevin, you get one. I'm suggesting you take the Week 10 situation so that your road opponents are all in domes or nice weather.
So, and I did double check in 2024 when you got 3 of the final 5 as home games, you went 2-3. Now, you were also 7-10 that season. So maybe that was just an indication that you're just a garbage football team and not necessarily.
Sometimes it is, yeah. Sometimes
games,
that's the case, and you just kind of have to admit it.
All right, so this is interesting, and then Alec, I'm going to kick it over to you. From the 601, more home games at the beginning of the season because the temperature is nice for tailgating.
Oh, I like y'all.
See, I don't agree with that. I think we're all forgetting around
how hot it can be.
Around September 8th, it could still be whipping your ass with 101. Like, at least by October. I would think, but I get it. Texas, if you told me, hey, what's the temperature going to be on November the 18th? I think there's an evenly decent chance it's 95 or 41. Like, I'm really not sure. So I would think maybe you'd want a few more road games in that September spot just for tailgating, not for competitive purposes.
So if we're going to go on the road in September,
October.
We would probably want to go on the road to a Philly.
Okay. Perhaps a Seattle?
Seattle, San Francisco. I say you want to do one of...
That's a home game.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right about that. My bad. My apologies. But for tailgating purposes.
Yes.
Home game, Kevin, tailgating purposes, you want the San Francisco game. You
hate the 49ers.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, I do want to say this, though. When it comes to that, and Alec, I'm sorry if I'm going to step on yours here. You want San Francisco, in my opinion, either very early in the season or after Week 10 when you get your bye. Because that's going to be a physical game. So maybe you want it right before the bye. But I don't want it right before the bye because I've already been beaten up if I'm at Week 10 at this point. So I want it early and then lick the wounds and move on, or get it in Week 11, Week 12, whenever my body has gotten the opportunity to recover a little more again.
And it could be fortuitous because, unfortunately for them, San Francisco does seem to run into a lot of injuries.
Yeah.
Potentially sometimes with their quarterback as well. All right, Alec, we kick it over to you. Do you have a particular wish for the 2026 Dallas Cowboys schedule?
I'm never super particular about the schedule. I'm always just play the games and play good. But I always hate the early bye week. So give me a late bye week of I know one thing that sucks is we don't know when the trade deadline is quite yet.
Right.
So I always like having the bye week that is post-trade deadline.
Because you have more data points to make that determination.
Exactly. So I like that, and just getting new players acclimated quicker. I kind of like how that fell in place with Quinnen Williams last year. I thought that was probably good for him, and he would probably say the same thing, to have that extra week to be like, okay, let me sit down and learn a little bit. But other than that, I don't want many runs of sub 500 teams consecutively. Because I hate that we got that false hope after the deadline after the bye week last season, where you had that run of 3 games where you're like, holy crap, we might be good.
Which you tried to say, just watch out.
Exactly. So I don't want that. I want more staggered opponents. I would like to kind of be like, okay, you're going to have, let's just say, the Titans at home, and then next week, well, guess what? You're going to Philly on the road. I want it to be a little bit more like that. Then how about we give you Titans, Colts, Giants, in a 3-game span, where it's like you could end up winning those 3 games by a combined 64 points.
Yeah.
And then you're like, dude, we did it. We fixed the defense overnight. We're averaging 35 points a game on offense. Everything is perfect. And then you go, like Corey said, to the 49ers, and you're like, we forgot we're not super physical, and we got punched in the mouth, and you got beat by Brock Purdy again.
Hey,
I don't want that to happen. So give me a little bit of staggering in terms of the above and sub 500 teams, and I'm happy.
From the 682, more noon games. That is a fascinating request. We'll do our best. I think that request is going to fail just because of the nature of TV wanting these dominant windows for the Cowboys. But I like that request. And then from the 682.
Because you like noon games too?
I do like noon games as well.
Because if you have won the noon game, now you can just sit back and put your feet up and be like, awesome. If you lost, you can be like, don't care anymore for the rest of the day.
This is going to be
you can move on with your life.
This is my nerdlinger way of saying that, is it gives me more time to show prep what actually matters. Because I can do as much, or we can all do as much pre-show prep as you want. But if the Cowboys have the 7:20 game, you're like, I don't know if any of that is going to be relevant
I have no clue.
at all.
I'm going to use most of this for Tuesday, probably.
Yes.
I do ask you this question, too, though. How much time after do you need if a loss happens?
It depends on some of the variables, but
that makes sense.
But I feel like it's going to be a minute, right?
It's probably 45 minutes to an hour and a half for me.
Yeah.
If they win, I'm like, let's go.
Yeah.
Let's get this thing started. How many stories do I have that are Cowboys the first 3 segments?
I could see that. And then from the 682, why would American fans be happy with international games? It takes away from the fans that built this league. So I think that the NFL's counterpoint would be, we've already got them. Now we need to build new fans. Like J.J. Watt, who usually I like, he sent out a really stupid tweet today. International game slate is nearing the realm of traveling circus as opposed to occasional showcase. Good one, JJ. First of all, I don't really think they added that many international games. What did they add? 2 more than usual? And this has been building up for more than a decade, with the NFL already having open conversations about every team having to play 1 international game per year every single season. So I know, zing, gotcha, NFL, but this has been building for a while, with the exact idea being, we've already got these fans. Now let's make football a dominant thing in Europe. Like, I'm not saying it's going to overthrow the English Premier League or anything like that, but like, you want to make it a happening in all these other places, even close to what it's like in North America. So I understand that person's concern, but the NFL has moved beyond us as fans, and they're looking for other things.
There's always a resistance of what was.
Sure.
Whenever other things are starting to progress.
That is very true. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway. We got a Rangers-Astros ticket giveaway, and also we will talk with Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher next on The Fan.
When you're hiring,
Presented by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We will talk with Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher in just a second. But in the meantime, I have some betting odds for the Week 1 NFL QB starters. Let's go to the Kansas City Chiefs, where normally this would be a stupid question, but since he's coming back from injury, well, the belief now is that Patrick Mahomes will be fully recovered. He's a minus 800 to be their quarterback for Week 1. So when you're talking about his progression, Andy Reid has talked about it, so look for Mahomes to be good to go.
Do you think that changes then his MVP status too, or when do you think that's going to change?
I bet that's already been reflected.
Probably so.
By the way, starter Week 1 for the Raiders, favorite right now, minus 250. Kirk Cousins is the favorite over Fernando Mendoza, 2-1.
That kind of crushes my hopes and dreams of Fernando Mendoza getting that opportunity earlier.
And it is interesting, like if you factored in some of those season-long prop bets for him and stuff, do you all of a sudden start to pound the under because of that? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Trajan Wealth and Tropical Smoothie Cafe. It is Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher. Good afternoon, sir.
What's up? How's it going? You guys doing all right?
Well, after a win,
yes,
it feels like everything is good. And one of the things I wanted to know is whether it's because of the offense or just the aesthetics of baseball, do you have a preference on having that roof open?
I like it both. Honestly, the controlled climate in the middle of the summer is a real thing. I was obviously played in the old Texas Ranger Stadium in the middle of August, and that was not easy to play in. So I do love it for that reason. But anytime you can have the roof open, outdoors playing baseball, it's a beautiful stadium. With it closed, but with it open, it's pretty incredible. So the more open we can have, times that it's open we can have, the better off, I think.
Since you were talking about the old Ranger Stadium, do you think that after, let's say, May, if somebody invited you to that Sunday 2 p.m. game at the old stadium, they weren't actually your friend, they were your enemy?
Rod Barajas, who's our quality control coach here, he caught a lot of those day games in the middle of August, and he's told me some stories that are uncomfortable, to be honest with you. So yeah, it's again, we're happy that we have the option.
What lots of IVs, I presume, were needed in those times for sure. What was the mindset and how successful did you feel saying, Jock, you're leading off for us tonight?
We put together, the line of construction post game every day and trying to figure out exactly, how to navigate, the best way possible for our offense to click, but also potentially to make it challenging on the opposing manager. We've thought about a number of different ways to, are we just going to beat the starter today? Are we going to try to, make it difficult on the bullpen if they have a bullpen game on the other side? So there's a lot that goes into it. We have, our analytic group helps us out along with our coaching staff. So it's a collaboration to figure this thing out. But honestly, Jock being at the top kind of was a conversation I had with Brandon Nimmo the night before of just trying to think of different ways to kind of mix things up to try to get more runs, especially here at home. And, we've been struggling scoring runs in general, but definitely at home. And so, maybe getting Jock at the top, might spark something for, everybody else. And Jock's had a really good homestand. So that was kind of the thought behind it. Brandon was on board with it, talking with our staff, they thought it was a good idea. So we went with it. And, you look good when Jock hits a home run, right? The lead off
on the second pitch, yeah.
Yeah. So that obviously doesn't always happen, but it was a good day yesterday for everybody.
And I know Brandon Nimmo will probably tell all of us that he's always fine, but how is he doing, and is he going to be good to go for today?
Yeah, he woke up feeling good. So, we'll see when he comes in, make sure our medical staff is comfortable, kind of moving forward and, see what his progression looks like, when he gets in the cages and, rides a bike or whatever he needs to do to get the thing loose. But so far, so good. So, hopefully, fingers crossed, we dodged a bullet.
I didn't get enough camera shots over to you after he had kind of stepped had the funky step there. Were you just staring at him and going, no, I need you to look at me and tell me? How was that communication? Because it kind of kept looking like he kept going, I'm fine.
Yeah, initially when he, went, came to the stadium yesterday, he told me it's the first day that he has felt 100% regarding the hamstring. Oh. So we're like, all right, perfect. Here we go. He's like, yeah, I can go to first to third. I can steal a base. Like, go ahead and let me go. I said, great. Awesome. And then of course that happens. Right. So, and then so initially I thought it was the hamstring. And so that, cause I didn't see him hit the bag or hit the top of the foot from the first baseman. So I didn't know what it was until I got out there.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So then and when we were having the conversation, he told me, that he was good and to get off the field. So I got off the field, and so that shows you what kind of gamer he is. Then I saw him kind of jogging after a fly ball to the left and knew it wasn't right. So it wasn't any reason to push it up, I think 6 runs at the time. So got him off and hopefully got him off in time where he, got some treatment and feels good enough to play today.
Would you anticipate maybe Seager having the day off today or Friday, and would that be contingent at all on Nimmo?
So we have Seager's going to play. He's in the lineup today. I talk to Corey every day, and he's as far as where he's at mentally and physically and everything, he's good. So I always feel that a guy like Corey is always close to breaking out, right? So and it means something when his name is in the lineup. As long as he feels physically and mentally good, we're good. So we have circled a day here coming up and see what that looks like. But there's always constant communication just in case he needs one before that. But Corey wants to play. He knows he's a big part of this group. And, when he goes, we're going to, be really good. And we always feel like he's one swing away.
We'll make references back to our first conversation, Skip, at spring training throughout the year. That's just how we are. But you did tell us that you wanted Zeke to kick the door down. Has he officially kicked door down? And what more is there for him right now?
Yeah, he's fun to watch, isn't he? Yes. He's doing everything that we have asked and more as far as playing multiple positions. By the way, at an elite level. So it's second base, it can be shortstop, it can be right field, left field. We even put him in center field. The other day, I had him catch a bullpen just in case another catcher went down, and we flipped a catcher out late in the game to pinch run or something, emergency situation, and he looked like he could catch. So it was. He's been. Not only the spark plug in the clubhouse with the guys, the high energy, always the same guy, 0 for 4, 4 for 4, doesn't matter. He's going to give you everything he has. He loves to play the game. And I think that's what you have to look for in players when you are trying to identify who fits in our culture and who you root for is the guys that love to play baseball and love the grind. And he is definitely that guy. So it's been a pleasure to get to know him better, throughout the year so far. And yeah, it's an easy guy to fall in love with.
CY told us, I think it was opening day when we sat down with him, he was like, one of the things we were looking for is guys that know what their role is and how they can contribute. And obviously, I think at that moment he was talking about hitting in the lineup and in that order. That being said, he came in this season with his role being that utility kind of guy. Does his role stay that way and he's going to be that all season, or can he earn something else at some point?
Well, it feels like I'm starting him every day somewhere different. Yeah. So I guess you could say it's a utility role, but he's playing every day, right? Yeah. So he's been hard to take out of the lineup. He's been hitting righties better than lefties. So it's not really a platoon situation. He's been at the top of the lineup. He's been hitting sixth and doing well. So he's just, again, wants to play baseball wherever you put him. I feel comfortable at, and don't even hesitate. Like he's now could be our defensive replacement if he didn't start in the outfield or infield, right? So it's a luxury type of player to have, and lucky to have him on our roster.
I know this guy has far less experience, but when you talk about that, like, just happy to be playing baseball kind of vibe, is that what you get from Alejandro Osuna as well?
We do, yeah. We have a couple of these young guys that are just they can't wait to come to the stadium, and I think it's a breath of fresh air with some maybe veteran guys that are established and are coming in, and they love to play baseball as well. Don't get me wrong, but I've been a veteran before, and you come in and it's just you come to work every day, right? And to be excited to come to work is what you try to find with each guy to motivate them to be, having fun to come to work. I know it's a job, but having fun and finding joy coming to work every day. And these young guys do give, the entire clubhouse that feel and that vibe every day. There's always high energy because of those guys. And it helps the veteran guys as well, maybe at the, wherever they're at in their career, because, the veteran guys, they were young guys at one point too, and they probably had the high energy, type of feel when they came in. And so it's always good to have those type of players, come through the clubhouse.
Skip Schumacher joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, home of your Texas Rangers. I'm just kind of curious, and last time I asked a food-related question, you said you'll have to ask Jacob deGrom, but did you happen to notice if Mackenzie Gore ate anything different yesterday? Because that was special to watch.
Yeah, I don't. There's a lot of things I look at, video-wise, and trying to figure out how to get guys better. I don't dissect what they eat usually in the morning or in the afternoon, but whatever he did eat, hopefully he does the next time through in the next start. But yeah, he was, after a bullpen day, we needed some length. And, if Mackenzie went 5 innings, we were going to be scrambling. So he went 8 innings. We really had Collier, Latz, and, a couple guys like emergency only and Quantrill, right? So that was the only guys really available. So when he gave us 8 innings and then our offense provided, some cushion, that was gigantic for us. But yeah, Mackenzie's fastball execution was the best it's been this year. And then he had the curveball working. The changeup still is kind of a work in progress. The bullpen sessions have been amazing with the changeup, but in game it's kind of been hit or miss. He'll get that. I'm very confident that he'll get the feel of that, at next start maybe even. But the fact that he could go north and south with the fastball and then the curveball underneath it, made it really challenging for the D-backs.
Do you have to talk to him and say, hey, we need you today after a bullpen game, or did he just understood?
Mackenzie Gore came in my office the day before when Evo had side discomfort and said, I can pitch today.
Love it.
So that shows you where he's at. He's a gamer. He wants the ball. He even told me that when deGrom missed his start, the second start of the year, like, I'll take the ball if you need it. So that's the kind of guy Mackenzie is, gamer. He knows what's at stake. And so that's why you're always confident when he takes the mound.
What was that conversation, if at all, like after the 7th inning? Any hesitation to put him back out there? Because now you're getting in, closer to the career high territory of innings pitched.
For Mackenzie, you're saying?
Yeah,
like after the 8th inning? Yeah. I'm 95 pitches. I know he probably wanted to go CG. I totally appreciate that. But again, when we have a cushion and, 6-run lead, we felt pretty good about, taking the game. Now, it got a little dicey towards the end. But I think, you have to play the long game. And when you have a chance to take guys out, you do it, right? Because, you never know when you need that extra inning in a high leverage spot. And because you gave him that inning off maybe in May, you push him a little bit more in August. So you always have to remember that of when you're navigating these games of like, okay, we feel good, like we have a really strong chance to win today. Right now in this point of the game, he did his job, 8 innings, 95 pitches. Let's give it to somebody else. And maybe, if he needs to push against whoever the next start is, then we've given him that cushion.
Is the thought right now still day-to-day on Evo with the hope that he can still start Sunday, or are there any other updates?
Yeah, well, he hasn't come in yet, but yesterday was a better day than it was the day before, which is a good sign. So once he comes in today and has catch play, he played catch yesterday, which was great news, right? He wasn't a full day off. So once he comes in today, has another day, potentially maybe even gets on the rubber just to feel it. I'll have to see what that looks like. And obviously our medical group, and, we'll come together and see what the next steps are. But it was a good day yesterday. Hopefully we have a better day today.
Chris Martin, I know he got his first kind of rehab appearance yesterday. Considering how well the bullpen has been doing, they've been freaking amazing. Do you question bringing Martin or eventually, when he's ready, Garcia back right now? Or does that maybe give them a little bit more time to ramp up to rejoin the big club?
Yeah, I think you want to make sure that they're ready to help us at the big league level, right? So, Chris and Garcia both have missed significant time, making sure that they feel good in their rehab starts to, or the rehab outings to make sure that they can come up here and help us win baseball games. So, I think you're going to see both guys get a couple outings to make sure they can go back to back. And so we're still a little bit away, I think. But you never know. I don't want to give that a timeline either. Cross your fingers that we're all healthy and everything's good. But yeah, so Chris Martin yesterday, his fastball, was good. He felt good. The split fingers where he gave up a couple home runs yesterday. So getting that right and where he wants it, because that's his pitch, the splitter and the cutter. When he gets that right and he feels good, I think that's when, we'll have the conversation.
You'd given Jake Berger a couple days off yesterday. He gets 3 hits. What do you tell a player going into that couple days off scenario? Do you want them to just relax, or what can they watch? What can they change? What can they learn? Like, what is that scenario like?
Yes, all of it.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think it's a lot of watching some video of, your best seasons, your highlight reels, remembering how good of a baseball player you are, and not just focus on all the negative stuff, right? In this job and, as a player, there's so much negative that you can get consumed by one or the other. And so I want him to remember that he was a really good player. He still is a really good player. Watch those things of why you were a really good player, and then focus on that. Get back to that mentality. Get back to hitting the fastball, because you used to crush the fastball. Let's get back to that. Sit back, watch the game, observe. Take a deep breath. It's going to be okay. It's the middle of May. A lot of games left, but I want you also to work. So in the mornings and the afternoons, get with JV and our hitting group, get off traject, and start getting back to where you want to be and who you are, because we know you're a really good player. And then during the game, watch it. Take a deep breath. I'm not going to use you unless it's a high leverage against a lefty type of situation, which they only have one lefty in this bullpen here. So we just wanted to give him a little bit of a break, and he was, totally okay with it. I mean, he wanted to play, don't get me wrong, but he understood it. And then, got back, and it helped with JJ. It helped with Smitty as well, and Berger coming back with 3 hits. So some guys need a couple days off, and I think it's really beneficial for them.
Well, connected to that, and this will be the last thing for me here, Skip, is the Players Trust from MLBPA just announced that Jake Berger as the most valuable philanthropist honoree for May, granting him $10,000 for the Berger Family Foundation. In addition to what these guys do on the field, you got a crew of good dudes, and Jake Berger, we've gotten to know him pretty well and the work that he does. Your thoughts just kind of on those extracurriculars that go into being at this level?
Well, yeah, I mean, Jake is a phenomenal human being. You want to take the baseball side out of it. I know that's what we do, and that's what we're paid to do is help win baseball games and be a really good teammate. But you also have a platform, and you have a limited time to use that platform at this level. You hope to play 10 years, right? It's like a 1% chance that you play 10 years in this game. So what are you going to do with this platform that you're given? Luckily, you look at what Corey Seager has done in this community, and look what Jacob deGrom and Evo, but Jake Berger, obviously has taken this to a new level. And every road trip he's visiting different facilities, with kids with Down syndrome, and is excited to do it and bringing other players along with him. And we had a group of guys go to visit kids with, cancer yesterday at the Child Life Hospital in Dallas. So we have an amazing group of human beings. CY and Ross have always identified really good people first to make sure they fit, what we want and be about in this organization. And, Jake Berger's at the top of the list. So I'm very proud of him for getting that achievement.
Yeah, appreciate all of that insight right there. 3 wins in the last 4 games. Good luck today and building up that winning streak. We'll catch up with you next week.
Awesome. Thanks, guys, for having me on.
There you go, Skip Schumacher right here on 105.3 The Fan. That is really cool.
Yeah, that is
Jake Berger.
That's awesome. Thanks, Alec, for shooting that over to me, man. Because being able to ask the manager about it in the moment is really cool too.
Absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 This Fan. I was already getting ready to tell you the audio, and I was like, you need to slow the F down.
This fan.
Can you go ahead and give me cut number 9, and we will move into the NBA and NHL Super segment.
Sabres crowding the front of the net. They work it to the front. Benson scores! Zach Benson! A power play goal! And a 3-2 Buffalo lead.
And Buffalo would, in fact, get the win 3-2 to take the series into a tie.
I thought you said a Buffalo, and I was like, oh, that's kind of fun, too.
I mean,
like one Buffalo.
Yeah.
Got the win.
It was the one from the nickel.
He was awarded the win tonight.
Yeah, so they get the win there, 3-2 Sabres to tie that series up. Things are even tenser in the Western Conference as the Golden Knights beat the Ducks 3-2 in overtime to take a series lead of 3-2 right there. And now tonight, just one game because you got the 2 games last night. Obviously, the Hurricanes aren't going to play for like another week or so, especially now that other series is tied. Think about it. That means that Canadiens and Sabres will go until at least May the 16th. So you're not going to start that series until best case scenario, May 18th, probably the 19th, if it only goes 6. At that point, the Hurricanes would have already been off for at least a week. So I'm really curious how that translates to, now we rested up and we continue to annihilate people. Or if they're like, oh, crap, a little rusty there. Because you can't replicate that in practice.
Yeah, I know. And I kind of discussed this a little bit, and that is you're conditioning somehow. You have to figure out how to stay conditioned. But there is a difference between a week of no conditioning at that level. You get on the ice for a few minutes and you're like, oh, crap, like it's hitting me real quick. You might have to make those a little bit shorter. This is where the coach has to really think about, how do I keep my guys sharp? But I might have to make the shifts a little shorter to start. And then on top of that, I might have to just let the guys know it's going to be a mental charge right out of the gate. We got to be able to sustain that for the entirety of 2 more periods after that, though. So let's get into this. Let's ease ourselves in while also keeping the same level of intensity, but just don't wear ourselves out.
Do you anticipate the Avalanche closing out the Wild tonight?
Yes.
Okay. Woo, that answer was really fast.
They're just that much better.
Okay.
And I think they were like, we will allow the gentleman's sweep because Nate needed his flipper swimming situation at the hotel. But yeah, I just think that Colorado's that much of that better of a team.
By the way, those 2 GMs, Chris McFarland for Colorado, Bill Guerin for Minnesota, they are 2 of the 3 finalists for GM of the year, along with Pat Verbeek. So Jim Nill, not a finalist. His 3-year reign as GM of the year will come to an end.
That's it. I'm sick of this.
I'm glad that you're mad.
Is it because of the playoffs?
I don't think so.
Did you see what that dude had to deal with through the regular season?
Don't you think they were just kind of like, we probably should give it to somebody else?
That's not fair.
Okay.
If the guy deserves it, he should earn it.
Okay, so would the counter-argument, I'm just asking, would the counter-argument be you won GM of the year 3 years in a row, and in none of those seasons did your team win or even make the
regular
Stanley Cup
season
final? Okay. Don't pretend like that doesn't trickle over. Don't pretend. I know it shouldn't.
Yeah, I know.
But let's not pretend that it doesn't.
Congratulations to the other guy.
Yeah.
Whatever his name was.
Yeah, whoever wins. We didn't even pick a winner yet. Who cares? All right, go ahead and give me cut number 8 because it's only a super segment if you get the NBA in as well.
Here comes Wembenyama going to work again, backing it in. Victor, kick out, Castle, left wing, Castle, back to Wembenyama. 3-ball on the way. Yes, sir. Victor Wembenyama feeling it. 16 in the opening quarter.
Dang, dude.
And he really was because they annihilated Minnesota 126-297. By the way, I forgot to mention Craig Berube got fired from the NHL Cowboys. So he's out after only 2 seasons as the head coach of the Maple Leafs.
Why? It's
his fault that's not happening.
It's because, I don't know if it's because that is like what the rest of the world knows them as. Because every time I say the NHL Cowboys to my friends, you not included, because you're one of my friends,
right?
Work friend. I'm sorry, dude. I just like to say it in the show. I love you. You know I do. But I say that, and and people go, they start laughing, and I'm like, that is
they know.
Am I just conditioned because I've been around Kevin so long that that's what we call them?
Yeah.
Do you call them that, Tolos out there in the world? Do you call them Maple Leafs? And what is it? Is it the English football team?
Oh, yeah.
They're the
English football team, is definitely soccer Cowboys. So, look, everything is Cowboys.
I'm just conditioned to think that everybody already knows that, but I guess more people need to catch on.
Hey, but if they don't, then you get to look like a clever guy every single time.
That is true.
So,
and that's kind of what we always want, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
The San Antonio Spurs whip the Minnesota Timberwolves. I wanted to throw out this mind-boggling statistic about Victor Wembanyama. Yeah. Of course, it's about Victor Wembanyama. Look, next time I'll try to bring you like some really cool Stephon Castle statistics. But for now, let's focus on this. Wemby has 22 blocks in this series. Oh, wow, that's a lot. That's pretty impressive. What if I told you this? Here's the more important part. Victor Wembanyama has more blocks in this series, 22, than Minnesota Timberwolves field goals when he contests their shot. So if you're going towards Wemby and it's going to be a contested shot, it is more likely that that shot gets blocked than you make it.
So it's what you're saying is
they score 4 baskets a game against him.
Better plan would be to distribute the basketball than actually take a shot.
Yes.
Whenever you go up against Victor Wembanyama.
I would definitely think that.
But that you can't do that. You know? You have to continue to attack him because you got to figure out how to wear out this guy somehow. And Stephen A. Smith thinks that since he's not 300 pounds, you can't do it. But you gotta figure out a way to either wear him out or, like we talk about with pitchers and other things, you gotta show that you can do it. We talked about the Stars and Miro taking shots from the point.
Right.
You gotta show you can do it, so now it adjusts their plan. Or you're just never going to be able to, by the way, against Victor Wembanyama. That might be the case, Kevin. It might be too difficult. From now until forever.
The idea that he's going to get better is terrifying because you know how old he is, right? He's 22. So theoretically, he's 5 years away from being in his athletic prime. Now you might think that's skewed a little bit younger because of how the college system flows into the NBA, but still, that's freaking terrifying.
Flag has to go up against that for the rest of his career.
Yeah, we will do that segment at some point. I've wanted to discuss that all week, but we've had too much stuff. Now, you won't get that game again until Friday. So you won't get Game 6 until Friday. Meanwhile, Oklahoma City's waiting for the winner. In the East, the Knicks have already advanced to the Eastern Conference Finals, which, Corey, unfortunately for you, means tonight you get the dud series. You get the Cavs and the Pistons.
Ugh.
In Game 5, the Pistons, I'm going to go and throw this out there, are only favored by 4.5. Maybe that's a fair number, but they're going to win because the Cavs are 6-0 at home in the playoffs and 0-5 on the road. This game's already over.
So I guess what you're doing is you are giving me a redeeming quality in that I already know who to root for. Like if I want to root for the winner tonight, you've just shown me
it's going to be Detroit.
This is how it's going to be. Root for Detroit. You're rooting for the winner.
Correct.
So I'll just pick some players. And you know what? I might even root for less turnovers by Cunningham.
Oh, I like that. Or if you were making your play, wouldn't you go higher?
Yeah,
just based on the numbers so far.
If you're Tolo out there and you're like, no, Corey, listen, hear me out on this series. Give me one redeeming quality about this Detroit and Cleveland series, other than what Kevin gave me in that it's already a decided game on this one.
Yeah, because I guess the best other thing I could say is it is an NBA playoff game that happens tonight.
It's a game. It's happening tonight.
Exactly.
Huh?
Romo would be ecstatic. By the way.
Hold on. Sorry. I know you have something you want to get to. I was talking to Carter about motivational speeches, and I was like, this is one that Tony Romo did, and he was like, I would not play for that guy.
Yeah, it's a game. It's happening today. Let's go. And you're like, what?
He said we would have laughed him out of our middle school football locker room.
Yeah. By the way, the next step in the process is the unemployment line right now for Daryl Morey. He is out as president of basketball operations with the 76ers after 6 seasons, and that thing has just been a disaster as well. And oh, by the way, you have Joel Embiid under contract, I believe, for the next 3 years at about a total of $180 million. So good luck.
Let's go.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10
now
will win a pair of tickets to go see the Rangers play the Astros as part of the Silver Boot Series on Monday, May 25th. The first 10,000 fans at Globe Life Field get a All for Texas hockey jersey presented by TXU Energy. You can get your tickets at Rangers.com or win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. Coming up next, it's the C Block.
I got a Paul Skeens conversation. Plus, what's the most inanimate object you've ever flipped off? Next on The Fan.
Oh.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece, hopefully bringing you laughs by the dozens. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Really appreciate that introduction from you. To all the Tolos out there, we really appreciate you sticking with us despite us. You know?
Fair.
Somebody just texted this. I like this from the 601. Crap, man. I was caller number 5. This is the first time Alec answered my call, so that was cool.
You're
Alec,
getting closer.
I'm always curious, after the amazing moment in which I scream, let's give something away, and everybody out there kind of does what I presume they do, what we all did at the wave pool, and that is scream when the bell rings, and you're just like, oh my God, the waves are coming. I presume that's what everybody does. They're waiting for the moment that I scream that. They all scream, and they start dialing. Is the conversation, do you have talks with anybody?
No, not usually, because a lot of the time, especially this is real behind the curtain, the copy for this giveaway is kind of long. So whenever Kevin is done and then I am able to send it to break in that instance, sometimes caller number 1 has already been on the line for 30 seconds. So I'm like, I don't know how much longer before it drops them. So I'm trying to get to everybody as quick as I can. Okay. So it's just caller 1, caller 2, caller 3, caller 4, and then caller number 10 or whatever we pick that day. Obviously, I have the full conversation. Congrats, you're the man. Yeah. You're the woman. You know, you did it. Let's get some information, get you some tickets, some free baseball. So it's usually very brief. Yeah. Usually very brief.
So not only do you win the tickets,
you get to talk to
Alec.
You
get to talk to Alec longer than anybody else.
And even if you don't win, the anticipation that you might get to talk to Alec.
Right. Oh. But by also winning, you get the double win.
Oh.
Because you get to talk to Alec.
See, except for on Friday.
Oh.
When he'll be at the Dallas Card Show, and you could talk to him by just going to the Dallas Card Show.
Just walk up, say hi. And I do like the ones that are super plugged in all day, and they happen to win. Because Tolo Joshua won yesterday. Or it might have been Mondays, and he said Gmail, not Hotmail.
Oh.
And I was like, yes! You paid attention to one of the most niche conversations on the show today. Thank you.
Do you think more people are excited to see Alec at the card show or Peyton finally being released into the world tomorrow at the Firehouse Tour in Rockwall?
On Friday.
Oh, that's Friday.
Today's only Wednesday.
Today's what?
Sorry, buddy.
Kidding me right now.
See, I think it's Alec because Peyton went too far in his promo. Because I was with Peyton on his promo, but then it felt like they were like, hey, man, you need to talk 10 more seconds. And he was like, seriously, though, I'm in the world. You should come see me. And I'm like, nope, we should just wrap this thing up.
Mm-hmm. But
you have access to play that promo?
I can find it.
Yeah, see if we can find it. I want you to hear
him any suggestions on other things to say?
I wasn't there when they recorded it. I just want to know if you think that is an unfair presentation.
I thought you said you were there with him while he was doing it.
No.
And my thought here is, I understand why you didn't give him any advice.
Yeah.
I'd been invite us to his wedding.
Take one of the other roads and don't get caught on the bridge. Yeah. This is called a receipt for that.
Yeah. You didn't get invite us to the wedding?
Yeah. It kind of feels like we helped get him that job.
You like Alec more anyway?
Oh.
Will you invite us to your wedding?
Yes, 100%.
What if in the between times we fired you?
We would not fire you, by the way.
I know. I just want to see.
No, I'm just saying,
what?
We don't have the power to fire him.
Well, you're really bogging down my conversation right now.
Our bosses are the ones that have that,
irrelevant.
Okay.
This is a hypothetical. I don't need to follow the rules of society in a hypothetical. That's why somebody is not like, hey, do you like butter? They're like, how much would you need to be paid to eat this whole stick of butter? Because you don't need to focus on the normal rules of society. And by the way, that butter hypothetical, I just toned that way down because it was about to be something different.
I saw a dude eating a whole onion once.
Why?
For $10. He said, it's not what I had to do. It's the amount of time I had to do it for the money. He said some people out there are working for $10 an hour.
Yeah.
And he said, I ate an onion in 5 minutes for $10. Did he throw up?
Valid.
Yes.
Okay, but let's take that too. You're working at the textile factory. Would you rather work there for a day or eat 8 whole onions? Like if you're because you're 8-hour workday, you're expanding it out. Which would you rather do?
Now I can eat all these onions as fast as I want.
That's
and
right.
make the same amount of money.
Correct.
Or I can just hang out at the textile factory for the 8 hours.
Exactly.
What else would I do with that time? You know?
I don't know. I'm not the supervisor.
Sounded like you were trying to be the supervisor a minute ago.
Exactly. You're trying to get me fired.
Once again, the brilliance of the hypothetical, you can bail whenever you want.
These are getting too real.
Yeah. Find that promo.
I have it ready.
Oh, let's see. Okay. So my contention is that he was done talking. And they're like, we need like 7 more seconds. Let's hear it.
Tolos, the day has finally come after seeing Lucius in Vegas and Alec out at the ballpark. I'm finally being let out into the public in my hometown this Friday. Come see me, Peyton. That's right, Sean and RJ's 2026 Firehouse Tour rolls on. It's your chance to grab breakfast and a one-of-a-kind Tolo item. We'll be in Rockwall at Firehouse Station number 2 at 920 Rockwall Parkway. Our one-of-a-kind giveaway this time is a Tolo-themed collectible t-shirt. Huge thanks to Fraser Roofs and Gutters and Branch and Dillon Law Firm for supporting our local firefighters. I'm just so sick and tired of being left out of remotes, so please show up and make me look good this Friday in Rockwall at our Firehouse Tour with the fan.
See? It's all solid. Then at the end, he's like, hey, 7 more seconds.
I will say, it was like 32 seconds before he started that bit, so maybe they were like, need to make a nice round number here, buddy.
Yeah, well, I think he would have been fine just wrapping it up before that last part.
Does it come off a little desperate?
Yes,
Ooh.
That's exactly what I think.
You know?
So that's why I need y'all to show up, because they're not sending him anywhere. If not.
I think he should have done a show up or not. Either way, we're going to kick ass. You know, something like that.
Yeah.
I dare you to not show up.
Given the details, I
dare
guess.
you to break into my parents' house. You know, stuff like that.
Well, I'm glad you played that promo again. I feel justified. He got his piece, said all the relevant info, and then they're like, 8 more seconds, bud.
You think that's going to get an invite for us now?
No. No. It's too late. Isn't he getting married like next month?
We're the only people at the station that didn't get invited to.
What?
Yeah. Oh. Chiafalo and Wolchuk are going to be there.
Is Gavin Dawson going?
Probably not.
Okay.
I don't know if he was invited, though, but I bet he would.
That's what we need to find out.
I'm not going to that.
I'll ask.
We need to find
Yeah,
out.
we'll have to see. Broadus might be there.
All right.
Are you upset now? I'll be honest.
I see how it is.
I don't want to go to your wedding.
Oh,
I dare you not invite me to your wedding.
oh, he already did.
I like Kevin a lot. Still
Are
almost
Fred
didn't-
and Blake invited?
Still almost didn't show up for his wedding.
Ooh,
Man.
I doubt it.
Okay.
I tried really hard. All right, guys. Now that you know what, this Skeens conversation might not actually work out. But I saw the picture of Paul Skeens while he was dominating the world of baseball yesterday, doing his whole like I don't walk people, never situation. But in the background of the picture, I was like, I don't see a human in any of the seats in this pictures.
Oh, no.
And I was like, how many people were there? And it turns out there were a few. But then I was like,
more going to be at Peyton's wedding than at the Pirates game.
Is he wasting, are Pirates fans appreciating having Paul Skeens there?
Doesn't feel like it, does it?
But they are, Kevin.
Oh, okay.
In 2024, well, I'll be honest about this, average attendance at Pirates games when he doesn't start, 21,000 people. Which is, I think, a lie. Average.
That feels inflated.
Average fans there whenever he does, 25,000 people. A 19, almost 20% bump whenever he's there. 2025, 18,000 and 19,000. So a 2% bump right there.
So this year's better.
This year is 8% better for whenever he's there. So that was 2024, 2025, 2026. On the road, though, Kevin, it's a 18% bump. In those games in 24, 9% bump and 8% bump. So he's still across the board. He is beloved whenever it's time to get out there. So
wouldn't you, just as a Rangers fan, like I know you missed him this last time, but wouldn't you be way more amped to go see if you knew Paul Skeens is going to pitch against Jacob deGrom? Wouldn't you be like, holy crap, we got to go?
Yeah, and that was something that I was like, okay, I need to go look at deGrom real quick. I wanted to see what deGrom's numbers were at home. So these are the home games. Now, obviously, 23, 24 unique situations, but 9 and 5% bumps whenever he was out there. Still consistent 7 and 8% bumps when in the last 2 years for deGrom. So when we discuss why companies, because Ray Davis runs it like a company, whenever these owners are getting players and their GMs are like, we need some butts and seats too, Jacob deGrom's a perfect example of he makes people buy tickets. He makes people come out to our stadium. Now, I do believe that you can fit 30,000 in the Pirates stadium, and they're only getting up to 25,000. So again, I don't think Pirates fans are fully appreciating him. But when it comes to deGrom, you're getting about 31,000, 30,000 people in that stadium.
PNC Park capacity is almost 39,000.
39, even that much worse.
See,
they're definitely not appreciating him.
Did you love how much? What A.J. DeBonsa said the other day when he talked about not only himself as a player, but he was like, I sell tickets. I pack those arenas. And so, it felt like he knew.
You know, the other thing, too, I did love that, but I was sad that we didn't get DeBonsa or won't get him because I wanted us to do the DeBonsa Mash song whenever we get him.
Oh, yeah.
The Mash. The DeBonsa Mash.
DeBonsa Mash.
I'm sure Bobby could make it happen.
It was a backboard smash. Oh, my God. This thing writes itself.
Didn't even have to do anything. AI didn't even have. They were probably thinking to themselves, yeah, we already thought of that one.
Probably.
All right, guys. Yesterday, before I had yet another thing, this is the busiest week, during May-Cember, I'm thinking. Just one thing after another. But I got home and I was like, before we get out of the house and go do one of these other school events, I need to change the filter. I need to rinse out the filter on my pool. And it took me 3.5 hours to put that thing back together.
Oh.
And I did not allot that much time for myself, but I needed to get it done. Otherwise, while I was gone, it might kick back on. And so I'm sitting there putting this thing back together, putting these filters back in. You squeeze it all together, put the top back on, and then it all falls apart. You're just like, oh! Like a blooming onion is what it was, dude. You squeeze it together, and then you let it go, and it just falls back apart. And at that point, Adrian came around the corner, and I was flipping off the pool filter over and over, just giving the pool filter the finger. And she was like, what is happening right now? And I was like, it's not doing what I want it to do. And
she was the same thing to her?
No.
Okay, I just was checking.
Because she's very different than a pool filter.
Okay. It's nice that you acknowledge that.
And at that moment, that's when I realized that pool filter doesn't get the full effect of this.
Yeah.
So I asked the question, what is the most inanimate object you've ever flipped off?
It's a fireplace. I thought a lot about this, and especially as a kid, where the fireplace was at in our living room. Perhaps it was just poor couch placement by our family. But I feel like my right pinky toe got smashed by the fireplace many, many times, and I would definitely flip off the fireplace.
Oh, yeah.
Does it have any feelings? Probably not. Do I know that for sure? No.
My first thought was that it wouldn't light fires in it, and that's why he was flipping it off, but that makes a lot of sense.
No, yeah, and I was so mad at the stupid fireplace. The other one is sometimes cars with no drivers in the parking lot. I flipped them off, projecting the driver in there for doing such an S job of parking.
Taking up 3 spots.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I was your 1987 Honda needed these 2 spots.
It's not the car's fault.
Yeah, it's not.
But you're projecting
I'm projecting the driver in there, and I was like, I wish you would have beeped or something. I'm like, no, you did this wrong.
Alec?
I flipped off my glove box yesterday.
See?
Because I haven't gotten to the bottom of it yet. I need to actually take the time today to fix this. But something got into the cabin filter area of my car.
It's a Chevy, Kevin. What if it's the same as with a truck?
Well, boy, do I got a story for
No, there's no secret compartment. I promise you that.
Okay, all right.
I think like a rock or an acorn might have gotten into the AC system because when I push, the little fan speed, it's got the little LED dots. Once I take it past 3, it starts vibrating.
Oh, no.
And so there's something in there. I just need to unscrew the panel and actually take out the cabin filter and look.
Yeah.
I just didn't feel like doing it yesterday, so I flipped off the glove box instead.
I want this person to follow up that says they flipped off the wind.
Yeah, I need to know what the wind had done.
Yeah.
What had the wind done? And the wind is see-through.
Stupid.
So when you
what? Okay.
So whenever you do that, there could be a person on the other side that thinks that you're flipping them off because it's not
Can you imagine if you're just like, and somebody sees you and they're like, what the hell, dude? And you had to be like, I'm sorry, I was flipping off the wind. Is there any chance that person believes you?
Nope.
Yeah.
They're like, I must have definitely done something.
From the 682, my skateboard, it made me flip it off many times back in the day. Now, what I like here is they're putting the responsibility on the inanimate object for doing these things, and then the metal leg in the middle of my bed frame. I stub my toe, scream, and flip it off.
That's the C block, ladies and gentlemen.
Very fair. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, live in studio, Texas Rangers legendary broadcaster and philanthropist.
This is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's the pitch. Swung on, hit down the right field line pretty deep. Back into the corner is Carroll. He's at the foul pole. That ball is history. Zeke Duran, an opposite field home run. Carroll just ran out of room, crashed into the fence, and the ball clears to make it 3-1 Texas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. Right now in studio, we have the man who made that call, Texas Rangers broadcaster and legendary philanthropist, Eric Nadel. Good afternoon, sir.
How are you guys doing?
We're good. So we're, 30 hours-ish away.
Are you doing exact math right now?
I said ish,
right,
from the birthday concert tomorrow, Longhorn Ballroom in Dallas. And I know you were talking about this the other day. Does the milestone birthday help bring a little bit even more specialness to all of this?
For sure, because it's my 75th, we convinced the charity, the Grant Halliburton Foundation, the beneficiary of the event, to blow out the budget a little bit and bring in two bands that I love who aren't really well known in Texas. One from San Francisco, Chuck Prophet and his Cumbia Shoes. They do a brand of Latin music called Cumbia, which comes from Colombia. And he's a rock legend in the Bay Area, and he's basically just working on this new project. And then from Brooklyn, New York, my hometown, Sammy Ray and the Friends. It's a big band with a very charismatic female singer named Sammy Ray. They have horns. They have backup singers. Both of them are high-energy bands. People will be dancing. It will be more of a festive event than it's been in the past.
And I know I've asked you this before, but we get new listeners all of the time. What was it that got you involved with Halliburton or mental health and just that entire scope of helping people?
When I was a kid, my mom used to work for an organization in New York that helped kids. Back then, they referred to them as emotionally disturbed. But they were basically kids with various, mental health issues. So I was aware of the fact that, mental health can be a problem and something that should be dealt with, not something that should be hidden. And then within my family, there's a history of depression. And then when I started going through it in the early 2000s, I really decided that it was important to do what I could to erase the stigma around mental illness and support organizations that work in that direction. And the Grant Halliburton Foundation provides programs in schools that do suicide prevention programs and mental health education programs, both for parents and the students, and even the teachers. They have programs for the teachers, too. And this event raises a good chunk of money for them and allows them to be in more and more schools with their really valuable programs.
I'm not going to ask you to unload the whole toolbox here, but one of the things we talk about a lot is when, we talk about mental health a lot on the show anyway. Both of us have our own experiences. They're uniquely different. We have, I was talking to my kids about this, having other strategies, having other ways to cope with things or battle back at something. What is the thing that you say, I'm going to go with this one first when it comes to something like that? Because always for me, it's go outside. Get outside, see if I can get some sun, and then we'll go to step number 2. I didn't know if you had a plan or a strategy like that you like to go to.
Yeah, one of the things is try to do the things that bring you joy. And some of them can be even the simplest things. When I was going through what I called the black hole, a friend of mine who had been through it said, really enjoy the things that you take for granted, like a hot shower, where, a significant percentage of the world can't take a hot shower.
Yeah.
Enjoy that. Enjoy getting into clean sheets at night on a soft bed that a lot of people can't do. Appreciate those little things and feel the gratitude. And, that can help. Obviously, it's not going to help everybody. It's not going to solve all the problems. Talking about it is the big step, I think. You talk with your friends, first of all. You talk with your parents. You talk with your teachers. Talk to a mental health professional eventually, because talk therapy, for a lot of people, is all they really need to help come out of depression and deal with anxiety. In a lot of cases, it's not. It's worth trying medications, antidepressants, that sort of thing. Then there's breathing exercises, relaxation, meditation, all sorts of things. But until you talk about it with someone, you don't necessarily even know what all the options are.
And Kevin, that's one of the reasons. Like this morning when we kind of started the show, I was like, a lot of people not talking is because of fear.
Yes.
Of a variety of things, but because of multiple different types of fear that exist out there. And that's why I appreciate you talking and being open about it and us doing what we do, because it gives people I can do that too, hopefully. Like that's the hope with all that. I am kind of curious though, like you say the things that you love, music, where did music become a big part of your life?
It was always on in the background in our house when I was a kid. My parents listened to show tunes. Back then it was South Pacific, Oklahoma, The King and I, Sound of Music. And they would listen a lot to Frank Sinatra and Nat King Cole, Tony Bennett, those sorts of performers. But my sister was 3 years older, and she was more interested in Elvis Presley and Chuck Berry.
Okay.
And so in the late 50s, when I was maybe 6 or 7 years old, she started bringing home those records, and that was a game changer for me. And we wore out those Elvis Presley records. We had a 78 RPM record. The thing was like a dinner plate, even in the thickness. And it had Hound Dog on one side and Don't Be Cruel on the other side.
Yeah.
We wore out the grooves on that. I remember her bringing home Love Me Tender, Heartbreak Hotel, Jailhouse Rock. Those were the songs that I remember we had on 78 records. And then Buddy Holly and the Crickets. That was the first album that we owned. I think it was called Meet the Crickets, or the Chirping Crickets. I think that's what it was called. And then eventually she started moving into the folk world, and she would bring home Bob Dylan records and Joan Baez, the people like that. And then the Beatles and the Rolling Stones came, the British invasion.
Yeah.
And we were really hooked at that point.
Yeah.
When those guys came and started doing what they do.
That's when Adrian and I were running around Deep Ellum, it was always fun to, find bands that we liked. And when we go out of town, we get lucky to stumble into a bar and be like, this band is awesome.
Yes.
I imagine that's I know you got baseball games to do, but whenever you travel, do you get those opportunities to kind of swing through, and that's
Absolutely.
how you find those?
Every chance I get. There's an app called Bands in Town that gives you a listing of just about everybody who's playing in a given city on a specific date. You can look at today's date, or you can look at any date in the future, and whatever shows have already been booked will pop up on there. And that's what I use to figure out what I'm going to do on an off night or after a 4 o'clock game in Seattle, or something like that. But I catch a lot of music on the road and make a lot of musical discoveries there by just going to venues that I like without even knowing who the bands are, knowing that whoever they book is going to be good.
So, and it's a little bit your fault. I got distracted during one of your answers because I was looking at your silent auction page, because in addition, Corey, to going to the concert, man, you get lost in this silent auction page, including a lunch with you and I.
What?
At Lockhart.
Let's go.
And so, you'll be there.
Yeah.
So I don't necessarily need you to bid.
I will go.
But if other people could bid as well, how cool is it to be able to grab so many experiences from people that you've gotten to know and work with over the years? Because you're looking at this, it is a murderer's row of personalities and DFW personalities. Plus, I was thinking of, could I buy the cruise without my wife getting mad at me? So, there's a whole lot of options going on here.
I think we have 25 of these celebrity dinners this year. Brian Broaddus is doing one.
Yes.
We've got Ross Fenstermaker, the Rangers general manager. Ooh. Neil Liebman, the managing partner, is going to do one at Albernays. Skip Schumacher is doing one.
Mike is doing one. Mike Bassick, too.
Mike Bassick is doing one. Elvis Andrus and Jared are doing one at Choloso. And you can bid on these, and it's usually, most cases, it's lunch or dinner for 4. We have Mark Followell and Chuck Cooperstein doing them. We have Brent Severin and Brian Ray, the Stars pre- and post-game and intermission hosts.
That's our buddy.
Doing one.
Yeah.
Evan Grant is on there doing one.
Norm.
Norman and Mary at Bob's Steak and Chop House. I'm doing one at Neighborhood Services. You can do one at Hurtado with Matt and Jared and me. And Laura Stickles and I are doing one at Chamberlain's. Those are the big ones that we make most of the money off. But also, how about Dale Hansen? He is having 6 people to his house.
And picking you up in a limo.
And picking you up in a limo to take you to watch the Hacky where he lives. And then these experiences, I convinced the Rangers this year, it's the first time we've done it, to let me auction off the opportunity to be one of the dots in the dot race.
Awesome.
That is cool. That is cool.
We've always talked about that.
That's already up over $1,000, and the auction goes till 9:30 tomorrow night. You don't have to be present to win in the auction. And you can enter right now by texting ENBB, as in Eric Nadel birthday benefit, lowercase letters ENBB, and you text that to 44834. I remember it as 44 Hank Aaron, 8 Yogi Berra, 34 Nolan Ryan.
That's the way Colby would do those as well.
Text ENBB to 44834, and you can get it on the bidding now. And the cruise that you're talking about, I went on last year, and I will go on that cruise again next year. It's the David Foster Hitman Cruise.
Michael McDonald's
Michael McDonald.
Yeah.
He still has his fastball, man. It was outrageous. And on the cruise, there's a variety of fantastic female singers, including Morgan James, who's one of my favorite performers. She's singing as the backup singer to Michael McDonald on this cruise. And It was one of the most magical musical experiences that I've ever had.
Do you think if we went on the cruise, we could get him to go, "It's the KNC masterpiece"?
Probably so. Yeah.
Okay, that would
while
be.
you're walking around on the cruise.
Who needs him to do it?
Yeah.
You can do it.
Oh, that's a good point. So,
We do have an idea, and maybe you can steal this or snag this or talk to the Rangers for us in the future on this one, of auctioning off the ability to be the person that opens the roof, either pushing the button or whatever the crank is. I don't know what it is.
There's no way they just like hand
But it's very
crank the
rare.
roof open.
It's very rare, so I think this would go for a lot. Like, this is not going to get a lot out of those opportunities.
You only have 3 or 4 opportunities a year, generally. I thought maybe you were referring to last night. The roof was slow last night.
Yeah.
Because the game had already was starting when it was still going,
moving,
right?
It was still moving. I don't know what's going on. I'll try and get some sort of report on that when I get there tonight. But it hadn't been used for over a month, but there are times it hadn't been used for months and months, and it runs just fine.
Does that kind of bum you out at all? I realize the dew point and all of that, but
I wish it was open more. But apparently, it's a safety issue when there's condensation on the walkways. You don't want anybody getting hurt. You don't want people slipping on the concourse, and it's too bad because there have been nights where it's been in the upper 70s. And they haven't been able to open the roof because it's too humid and there's condensation on the concourse.
My suggestion is get the leaf blower guy from Arizona from Surprise just come out there and blow everything dry. It'll be all right.
Our idea was like a giveaway, and all these people have little backpacks with little leaf blowers on them. So we worked on that. Now, I know obviously we're raising money for charity, and that is the most important part. For a personal aspect, you talk about bands you like. How much fun is this night for you?
It's the best. I look forward to it all year. I'm actually already working on next year's.
Wow.
We've got offers out to a couple of artists for next year's show, and I just love it. Think about it. Have 2 bands that you just love playing for you on your birthday with as many of your closest friends as you can round up, and people who are fans of the bands or fans of the Rangers, fans of the radio broadcast, wanting to come out and just be a part of it.
Yeah.
And, we'll have 500 to somewhere between 500 and 700 people there at the Longhorn Ballroom tomorrow night.
Well, we could still do better, though. GrantHalliburton.org/Eric Nadel. We could get more people there.
We can. You can walk up and buy tickets. And this is not like some benefit gala where the tickets are hundreds of dollars. They start at $25.
Awesome.
So you can get in. The tickets run $25 to $70, I think. And you can walk up tomorrow night and buy a ticket if you'd like. The first band, Chuck Prophet, will go on at 7:30. And the second band will go on at 9:30, Sammy Ray and the Friends. In between, we have our live auction. And in the live auction, we are auctioning off a dinner with Chris Young at Nick and Sam's.
Ooh. Wow.
A home plate suite, the suite behind the home plate where the owners sit, where, you can have people watch you eat popcorn all game if you're sitting in the suite. We have a weekend in Houston to see the Rangers and have a VIP treatment and visit to the booth and dinner with the broadcasters. We have Chad Hauser of Cafe Momentum, the award-winning chef, will come to your house and prepare dinner for 10.
Wow.
And then we have a weekend in Napa with a variety of wine tastings. Those are our live auction items, and you have to be present to bid on those. But all of the online auctions, all the celebrity meals we were talking about and the experiences, you do not have to be there tomorrow. You just have to text ENBB to 44834.
Kevin, how much would you pay to beat Chris Young down with trade opportunities?
Man.
And also get to eat an amazing dinner.
See, and also I could be like, hey, this was for Eric's charity. You have to be nice to me. All right. But yeah, I was already thinking, I was like, maybe the cruise, my wife would be like, well, that's nice for us both. Mm-hmm. And so I would have to figure out some ways to slide a little money to the side. That is incredible. Anything else you want us to know or we need to know about the event? I mean, obviously, it already sounds amazing.
People have been asking what the dress code is. There's no dress code.
Yeah.
As in most things I'm involved with. Wear whatever you want. You want to wear a T-shirt and shorts, that's fine. You want to wear a three-piece suit, that's fine too. Most people will be comfortable because there will be some dancing. These are bands that'll have you up out of your seat.
Are you a dancer?
I'm a bouncer. Mm-hmm. I kind of stand around and bounce up and down. I know no dance steps.
Okay.
I remember having to supposedly having to learn how to dance for dancing the first dance at your wedding, and all I can do is try and bluff my way through.
Yeah.
I have no idea how to dance. But I bounce up and down. I like to stand and bounce up and down and move around. I don't usually stay in one place at concerts. When I go to some shows, I like to be standing in the pit as close to the band as I can.
Okay.
And, I'm dancing, but I'm not doing anything that anybody else would recognize as dancing. It's
right.
just kind of bopping up and down. I guess that's how I would put it. I'm a bopper.
That's a little less fun than when you said you're the bouncer. And I was like, oh, man, neat.
He's at the door. And
Where the
he's
hell's
like,
your ticket?
You see that ID here.
I love it. All right. Thank you so much for jumping on and for raising all the money and awareness through Grant Halliburton and so many different causes with mental health stuff. That's freaking cool, man.
Thank you guys so much for having me and for doing the celebrity lunch. You guys will have a great time.
Of course. And also, there might be rival radio shows that have other things up for bid, and we want to beat them.
Yeah, we want to defeat them.
Yeah.
For charity.
Exactly. For charity. That counts. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Get to upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Here's the pitch. A swing and a line drive right field. Base hit. Rangers add another one. It is 7-1. Throw comes into second, and Osuna scrambles back to the bag. Berger with his second RBI hit of the game. They've both gone the opposite way. This is a 4-run fifth and a 7-1 Ranger lead.
Can't see masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Wanted to throw out the first Dallas Wings game of the season. Drew 2.5 million viewers against the Indiana Fever, the second highest watched WNBA regular season game on the ESPN family of networks ever.
In your face.
Normally we talk more about that or the stuff of Mackenzie Gore, but we have other things to get to today.
Angel Reese's dominance last night?
Yes.
She crushed it.
She did.
Gosh.
We trading AZ Fudd for?
Should have traded the #1 overall pick for.
At least she plays. So I'm just kidding. It's game 2. Okay. Right now, courtesy.
That's kind of the point. It's only been two games.
Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Haggy. How are you?
Man, I was doing better until I found out pretty much everyone who's ever even maybe even been an intern at the Fan is invited to Peyton's wedding, except for me and Corey.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Did you get invited?
Of course. Yeah.
What the hell?
I think so.
Yeah, Dawson, he cuts a rug, man.
I think that's what it's in that envelope over there.
Because you want to invite people that bring good party vibes to the situation.
I can see why I
man.
didn't make the cut then.
And
That's fair.
Yeah, you're going to touch all your.
It's fair.
You're going to finger the foods.
My wife once said, "Yeah, you're great when you give an F and things like this." And I was
When
like,
you give an F.
I was like, that feels fair.
You got one in you every couple of years.
Yeah, and this ain't it. So that's why I'm not invited. All right, so
we gave him a start.
When we started at this station a decade and a half ago, there were the youngs and the olds.
Yeah,
right.
true.
And I believe we excluded the olds. And now the tables have turned.
And we've been excluded.
The turntables.
Okay. Are these two like the pivot point between the youngs and the olds?
Yeah.
Because it feels like y'all exist, and then everybody else who works here is 25 or under, or like 40 plus.
Kind of true.
That's where we were whenever we got here.
Yeah.
We were at their age.
We're straddling that line.
Yeah.
I've often thought that about
the
you,
Mendoza
Zach.
line.
You're right in the middle of the demo. Nice work, guys.
More of a scissor, I think, from you, Wolchuk, as usual.
Well said.
Yeah, indeed. So let me ask you
Shout
this.
out to the Fuds.
I don't know if you ever do this at any
It's the
wedding.
Beckers, bro.
Yeah. Do you judge when they're up there getting married if you're like, this couple's going to make it or not a chance?
Yeah, but I've found I'm not
good at that?
I'm not. Yeah, I don't have a good read on it. I think usually, from my experience, the vibes are so high and the love just feels so legit. Yeah. But also, you're seeing the height of it right there, and how much of it is performative, I don't know.
That's a good point.
I'm usually a couple of tequilas in by the time that ceremony gets moving. Mm-hmm. So I'm just out there smiling and have a good time. It's really treat weddings more about me. Where's the food? Where's the fun? Where's my boys? Let's have a good time. Oh, yeah, they are getting married and this is their biggest day. But this is just a day away from the kids for me, And
you might not even talk to them.
It's a party, dude. Everything's free.
You might not even talk to the couple anyway.
I'd put a $10 gift on the Amazon. We're good, man. That was my get-in ticket.
I contributed to the honeymoon fund.
Yeah.
All of $5.
I put a 5-ski on it.
Let me ask a hypothetical question. If your wife had a friend who got married and you knew that wasn't going to work out, and maybe you said it one time and it might be trending in that direction, you should just keep that to yourself, right? Not bring it up again and be like,
No, I think you should probably wait till it's finalized and then you got one good dunk in you.
Okay.
To be like, told you.
It's your wife's friend?
Yes.
You keep that to yourself.
Okay.
You don't. I don't think you can ever say that. That's going to end up starting a war.
Yeah, let Justin
it's women.
With that.
Bros, we can say that.
Yeah.
We don't do women.
Knew it.
No.
Okay.
No.
I'll tell you
If
later
it's your
who it
wife's
is
friend, no.
Yeah.
Wow, Walchuk is like very serious about it.
Walchuk's like, I got 3 couples I can tell you right now, but I'm not gonna.
My lips are sealed.
Yeah.
You want the drama, though, don't you, Hagee?
A little bit.
I can see it in your eyes.
I think you just want to be right.
He wants
yeah.
somebody to storm in and kick the door open and profess their love in front of everybody. That's what he wants to see the most.
Can I tell you what I found out after the fact? Jess almost hired somebody to come do that because she knows that's a dream of mine. How many weddings do you go to your life? I don't know, like 40? But you remember the one where like, oh my God. And then this dude came in, he's like, don't do it. I still love you. You never forget that wedding, right?
I was so close to doing that, dude.
That
because I got
would've
locked
been-
out. I
Yeah,
showed
a
up
little
late and
bit.
I got locked out. And I was like, I could bet I could kick these doors open and do that and get a laugh and he'd be okay with it. I just didn't know if she'd be okay with it.
I should have gone full Kool-Aid, man, just through the wall.
Oh, yeah. Just break on through there. Oh, no.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. We will debut our AZ FUD panic meter right out of the gates in about 5 minutes.
It's about 10 right now.
Injury prone?
No.
And Krusty's Corner at 3:40. Brian's out today. David Hellman's going to jump in here and answer our Cowboys questions. Yeah.
Love
Pure Gold,
David
as always. Did I say
Hellman.
that?
Easy.
Thanks for asking. Okay, good.
Love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the Kansas Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day as we are off and running here on a Wednesday. Have 4.5 hours of sporting conversation coming up for you. General at your service at ease. Broadus is going to be off for the next 5 shows, including today. He's hanging out with his dad, basically, having the best of times, probably watching bull riding right now, maybe listening to the show, cooking dinner, I could imagine. The Broadus boys over there just crushing it, having the best of times.
How long into the show is the FOMO setting in and the work muscle beginning to twitch in his body? Has that already happened, or is the first day kind of like, there's something nice about this. I got nowhere to be for the next 4.5 hours, and that's kind of cool. And then it sets in tomorrow?
Yeah.
I don't know. Is he doing his crown?
He is doing crown.
So maybe that's enough to, suffice him in his work addiction. But I got a feeling by the time we get around to 3:40, and he knows he's got to come around and come correct with some squirrel chasing and some random stuff. A couple of Cowboys questions.
Starts itching a little.
I think he's going to start itching.
Start shaking, convulsing.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder how many podcasts he's in already today.
Just filling the sked.
Might have done Jeff's this morning. I know him and Vach had Brad Sham in studio at Crown, so they got a new episode out, which I'm sure is fantastic. And Friday we're still doing the Stag. He didn't cancel that, but
he is a workaholic.
He is. He can't stop.
The only other time I've known him to actually take time off is when he went to Saudi Arabia for that week. That's the only other time he's been out for a sustained period of time.
Which was somewhat of a work trip.
Yeah. I mean, I bet if we said, hey, we're getting your computer set up and sending a microphone over, you can jump on, he would.
Oh, yeah, he would.
I don't think I've ever worked with a workaholic to the extent of Brian Broadus. Hardest working man in DFW sports. There's Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and 635, fixing to go 4.5 flawless. LA Live's coming up at 5:40. Of course, G-Bag of the day at 2:30. You have Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Aiden Butler is coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Always available on backup with your Odyssey app. If you don't have that downloaded and 105.3 The Fan favorited, maybe now is a great time to do just that. But, salute to the Rangers. Hell of a win last night. Opened with the Jock Peterson solo shot. Mackenzie Gore was dialed. I believe Wolchuk called it at some point in yesterday's show. He's probably going to go out and have the best start of his career. It was a career-long 8 innings pitched, 5 hits, 1 walk, 1 run allowed. So salute to you for calling that, man.
Well, it's really all thanks to you. You did what you had to do, and I feel like I somewhat helped in Jake Berger going for 3 last night.
Yeah, there was a lot of that.
We got to put the pressure on. It's nothing but love for Jake. Actually, I believe he just became the philanthropist of the month in May for MLB baseball. The MLB put that out. But yeah, if it weren't for you calling Mackenzie Gore out, I don't think we get 8 innings of 1-run ball. And after that home run, I believe it was 2 for 22 the rest of the way for the Diamondbacks. So, hey, congratulate. We're just doing our part. That's all it is. Hashtag
whatever
do
it
your
takes.
part.
Might have to step up to the mic here and call out Jack Leiter. Maybe he's due for a refill. And I'm always handing him out free.
That cup's empty. He's ready. He's ready for more.
Corey,
get some more.
In this game that we're playing here, I think Seager is Bowser and trying to get him on the right side of some offensive production here might be the biggest challenge. You might have to go full on scorched earth, get a little personal. I don't know what it's going to take.
I'm up for it. I'm going to be patient with Corey for a little while longer because I think he's earned it. But Father Time might be knocking. Something's knocking. Either a countdown to his breakout or Father Time's hey, I'm thinking about showing up a little bit early on this one.
Yeah, what a bleep hole that guy is.
This could be his first significant slump. Simeon's elongated slumps, I think, started at age 32. And he would turn the page on him and then go hit 400 for a couple of months, and you'd look at the end of the year and be like, wow, another good year for Simeon. But the signs were there. Okay, but look, somebody has to keep these players accountable and send them messages that what you did isn't good enough, because they are now growing up in a world that won't send you those signals. Like, coaching has gone from, in my generation, pretty damn toxic, but you would be held accountable. There would be a high degree of discipline, and if you failed, you knew it. You know, now it's more like teaching and vibes. You see who's getting these coaching jobs now. You see what Shoddy's all about. And then you look at Bochy, who was a grandfather version of that. He was from the old school, but he wasn't keeping anybody accountable. I mean, CY tells us every week how much he believes in these guys.
Yep.
And, you know, if you take the temperature of 98% of official team broadcasters, they're going to skew positive, because it's kind of the gig, you know? And I get that, you know? So who in DFW is going to keep your Rangers accountable when it is time? I'm here for you, you know? Do I miss sometimes? Sure, it happens.
Absolutely.
But
a lot of the time. And that's okay, because last night, you damn well hit.
Yeah. I'm here for you every afternoon starting at 2 o'clock, Rangers.
And the hits are big.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean, that was a big one. 8 innings.
Huge.
You set a new career high.
Yes.
The stuff was on point, and what was more important than the stuff? The command.
Oh, it was so good. Only one walk. Brandon Nimmo, 3 hits, but also turned an ankle. So what are we doing in right field now, you think?
Yeah, this one's going to be a bit of a pickle. Maybe they want to put Duran back out in the outfield, and does Foscue play some second base?
Hey, let's get the Jock situation going again, baby.
Wow, do you really want that? Now, shout out to Jock. I mean, you already said it with that leadoff homer, but I think it's probably McCutchen. Haggerty.
Yeah.
You're probably looking at the other outfield options. But, I mean, a lot of fans have been saying, where's Kutch? Why isn't McCutchen getting some more love? When they've played him, how productive has he really been? Maybe this is a good opportunity for him.
Hey, he'll always have that first week in a Rangers uniform.
It was glorious.
We'll never forget that.
That bat went pretty cold.
If it was a lefty on the bump tonight for the D-backs, maybe you would see Kutch, but I don't know.
Yeah,
they got
big,
Ryan.
Big Country Nelson.
Big Ryan.
Got to get Langford back, but he's 2 to 3 weeks away. And I feel like if you're talking sprained ankle, we'll get an update a little bit later on. But that's
day-to-day is the latest I had heard, but we'll see.
Yeah, maybe it's just a little tweak.
Maybe.
Sometimes the sprained ankle tweaks you good, and you're like, oh, boy, I'm going to be out for a while. And then you wake up the next day, and you're like, dude, I think I might be all right. Okay, they have won 3 of 4, though. They scored a bunch of runs. I think you got to be happy about that. 3 of the last 4 games, their offense has been at least reasonably productive. It'd be great to get something tonight from Kamar Rocker. If I'm him, I might be thinking somebody is going to come for this damn job if I can't get this figured out. Because last time he started, I think it was 3 1/3, 3 2/3. The start before that, it was just 2 innings, and then the white sleeve incident inside there. Like, things are not going well for Kamar Rocker. And I would try to send him a message, but I don't think he'd care that much.
No, I don't either. I think that he's kind of. You know,
he's got that big man alpha energy.
Yeah,
like,
and
nothing's going to bother me.
He'd kick our ass.
I'm going to throw the hell out of this baseball. Get out of my way. Okay, you mentioned the Jake Berger news. That's MLB Players Association deal, the Players Trust. So he picks up a $10,000 grant in support of his work helping individuals with Down syndrome and their families through the Berger Family Foundation. So congrats to Jake Berger. And did he have 3 hits last night too?
Yep, he did.
Man, that was it was good, and it was needed. By the way, Mariners had Cal Raleigh break out of his slump last night. You see what they did for him, or what he did to get out of it? Oh. He did the shower in the uniform bit.
It's a brilliant.
It's a hell of a deal.
It's a brilliant move.
Maybe that's what Seager needs to do.
I mean, it's the family-friendly one, right? Because up next is Slump Buster.
Yeah, that can go sideways on you real quick.
Ask Mike Vrabel.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Gosh, that was like a 7-year slump bust.
Oh, no. Well, he made it to a Super Bowl.
Or it becomes like a golden thong or something like that. Or you go Verlander and you're just punishing a bunch of Taco Bell gorditas with no tomatoes, something like that.
You know, tassels on the pasties.
Yeah, you get little tassels on there. But, I like the shower in the uniform bit.
Yeah.
Nobody gets hurt. It's behind closed doors. It's just you. Probably turn the lights off in there.
Have a good laugh.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, and I guess the only person minorly inconvenienced is the clubby. That's what he's there for.
Yeah.
Could you imagine, like, showering and then going to play, though? You know, that would be...
staying wet in the uniform?
Increase the degree of difficulty.
Well, and if you're the club, you have
the pregame shower.
The chafing would be unfathomable.
You just walk right out there, you're dripping wet.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, we're indoors.
Back just slides out of your hands.
But they beat the Astros last night, who continue to be in a free fall. Houston now 16-27, and the Rangers get Houston in 2 of their next 3 series.
Heck yes.
So this is going to be fun. Paul Skeens is probably the best pitcher in the world, and that might become more and more obvious here over the course of this summer. Last night he flirted with a no-no. He worked 8 innings for his second straight start, 2 hits, 10 Ks against the Rockies, struck out the first 6 batters he faced. But here's the craziest thing about this Skeens run that he is on. He lowered his ERA last night to 1.98.
It's amazing.
Which is actually higher than his career ERA of 1.97.
It's unreal.
And it all goes back to that first game of the season.
Oh, yeah, his first start, he was like a 6'7".
When O'Neal Cruz was just betraying him in the outfield.
It was baseball follies.
So Skeens' last 5 starts, 32 innings pitched, .84, 38 Ks, 0 walks.
Wow.
He has not allowed a run, and now in 16 straight innings, and the Pirates are sitting there at 23-19. But this is the best start to a career, I think, in my lifetime.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to fathom somebody being more dominant than this. I see from Rob Friedman, Skeens had a 67.5 ERA after his first start.
That's insane.
And now it is the 1.98, but he also hasn't walked a batter. Is this real? He hasn't walked a batter since April 13th.
Yeah, he is halfway to the NL record. I think Greg Maddux holds it around 75 innings or something like that, and Skeens is sitting at 35 or something like that without a walk. So, yeah, he might make history in a number of ways here this season. Top NFL schedule story of the day as anticipation builds for the schedule release tomorrow. We will have a schedule release tailgate show for you tomorrow, 2 to 7, then hand it off to the fan after dark. And then, the NFL is going to make it official, but our insiders will be all over it, and I'm sure we'll have leaks throughout the day for you tomorrow, probably some more throughout today, but 9 international games. Goodell says they're targeting 32 of them.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
So,
all right, this is getting a little out of control. 32.
We're jumping to 9,
bro.
Prestige. It's a lot of travel, but I think once you go to a 20-game schedule, you're going to have 9 home, 9 road, and 2 international. We're going to Mexico City and London this year.
Wow.
And it's probably going to coincide around bye weeks. So you go international, then you come home for a bye week to get your rest.
Okay.
And everything. But they are absolutely making a very aggressive push for this. The Cowboys-Ravens week 3 in Brazil. Steelers-Saints is going to be in Paris. Niners-Rams in Melbourne week 1. So quite a bit of reporting going on around this. But yes, as I teased, AZ Fudd last night, inactive with a knee. Coach Fernandez saying it was out of an abundance of caution and concern for her long-term health. And when that phrase came out of his mouth last night, I said, okay, I don't know what we're looking at here. But hopefully this isn't bad.
Long-term?
Because in I think their last preseason game afterwards, she was talking about swelling on the knee. Doesn't start the opener, plays 17 minutes, doesn't play game 2. Is the swelling back? Are we in a situation where knee swelling is becoming an issue twice in 2 different occasions over the last couple of weeks? And if that's your situation, then who knows? But I'm not taking this as, oh my God, what are they doing to AZ? Not starting her and then sitting her with a mystery knee illness or knee situation, knee injury. I'm really starting to hope that everything's okay with her knee and her rookie year can get underway without further interruption ASAP. Because they needed her last night. They were.
No, they did.
I think they were like 4 of 30 from 3.
Yeah, and I think
they
that
needed a sniper.
It goes back to like you end your college season and you just roll right into the WNBA. Like this is just how it is. So like I think her last game, they made the Final Four at UConn. So it's not
like early April.
Yeah, so she didn't have time to really go ahead and like most people do in an off season where you're healing from that previous season, that grind of that. Now you're just being thrown right in. So she's probably got lingering issues from UConn in that season.
Yeah, you're probably right. It's just such a high workload, repetitive stress, and everything. So best of luck for her. They'll be back in action tomorrow against Minnesota. Okay, we're coming back with the G-Bag of the Day champion, then Wolchuk's Top 10. Buddy, where are you taking us?
All right, Top 10 toughest NBA title runs. 877-881-1053. I can think of one pretty tough one. What more do you have that's next in the nation?
First, I want to tell you about my friends at Greystone Roofing and Construction.
in a car or truck wreck, call the Frangles first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frangles, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. All right, we got Wolchuk's Top 10 right around the corner. Time to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has your champ.
Gotta put my glasses on. Can't see a darn thing. There we go. Yeah. G, back in the day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. Replay the champ right about here. And our champion is a one-time champion, going for 2 today at 5:30. And I got some John Blaze for you. It was looking kind of funny for G back in the day a few days in a row. We're looking all right now. All right, but this one right here is the winner.
With confidence today, baby.
Yeah.
I love that.
Feel a little good about this one, dog. Feel a little good. Let's go to Baton Rouge, where the Baton Rouge police arrested the plug. Fellas, can you explain to the audience what the plug is?
That's your drug dealer.
Oh, damn. I thought you was going to do a little.
It's your pusher.
I could have did that.
Put some secret sauce on there.
Yeah, I thought you was going to explain it where, maybe it's a little highbrow, Yeah.
Provide some home essentials.
Street pharmacist.
Okay, don't say that. Anyway, they arrested the plug, had him in the back of the car. His phone goes off, his cell phone. The cops answer the phone and start trolling the other person on the line.
Oh.
Hi, you at the spot?
Yeah, I'm at the spot. What spot? Where you want me to meet you?
Well, I was about to pull up at the spot. I'm right here, super stop.
So what you looking for? What you trying to get?
I was going to get that $200.
Man, so what you trying to get for the little 20?
You want a 7?
Huh?
You want a 7?
Or a 3.5?
Or a 3.5?
What the 7 is? This is some meat.
Yeah, it's some meat.
Yeah, it's decent. It'll get you by. I can do the 7 for 20.
Those are cops.
All right, you got cash out?
Yeah, I got cash out.
All right, I'm about to.
Where you about to pull up to the spot?
Yeah, right here on M.
Please don't.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's cool with me.
All right.
That's cool with me.
Hey, big brother. I talked to one of your customers on.
Oh, say, hold on. No, son, what they said?
They gonna meet you. They said they gonna meet you on Elm Street.
Oh!
Hey, he sounded all right to be arrested. He must have that. He got that bail money on deck, or maybe you didn't find what he really had. He's like, "Well, that's what you got me. Oh yeah, come on, take me on in."
Yeah. I guess I better go downtown right after you guys.
Yep. Sorry about that.
Dude, that is hilarious. The police trying to talk like they're cool. Like, oh yeah, what you need?
It'll get you by. It's a 7.
3.5.
Yeah.
All right, it's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20. Here is Zach with an H.
Oh, goodness. All right, top 10 toughest NBA championships. Who had the toughest run to a title? 877-881-1053. We did just get news in. Eric, you're going to be pumped about this, dude.
Am I going to be pumped?
I think you're going to be fired up. It's a Netflix movie.
Uh-oh.
Grown Ups 3 is official. It's been greenlit at Netflix. Grown Ups 3 is going to follow the group and their respective partners as they travel to Europe to spread their close friends' ashes and prove that they can still be fun, even in their 60s.
Wow.
Coming soon to Netflix.
Now, I'm going to be excited about this because Doug Heffernan is in this.
Doug Heffernan's in it. Sandler's in it. David Spade's in it.
And you're excited because Selma Hayek's in it.
I love her.
Who doesn't?
Absolutely.
The snake dance. Will she do that snake? Oh, it's a whole nother movie.
Oh, yeah, From Dusk Till Dawn. Goodness gracious.
Maybe they can.
It's one of the first,
yeah.
Call
back. That. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Trying to get these clicks, man.
Yeah, no kidding. They should just go ahead and see if she still got it in her 60s, because we know she does. Those hips still don't lie. Netflix also is bringing back Quarterback for season 3. This is who's going to star in the new season.
Okay, so this is where we see in the summertime what took place with some individual quarterbacks from last season.
Previous season, yeah. And I think both seasons have been solid so far, minus the Marcus Mariota stuff. He was super boring. But you've got Jaden Daniels.
I mean, injury-riddled season.
Didn't really play much.
See how much of a mama's boy he is.
But yeah, we'll get some info on that. How about Joe Flacco? Now, he's entertaining.
Yeah. Well, in
what way?
He's very outspoken.
Okay.
He just kind of says whatever is on his mind. Baker Mayfield.
Okay,
man.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. He's just kind of like
he was excited about getting solace away from his family.
Yeah, it kind of scowls all the time. You're right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like in his own way, his own unique way. But he definitely gives you some solid sound bites. Baker's going to be in it, and then Cam Ward. And I'm excited to see more of Cam Ward because he's a very quiet, like keeps to himself person. In fact, all the pictures they put out of this, Cam Ward just by himself fishing.
I loved how he was talking trash with Shador last year, though.
Yeah, he's really good.
He's good at that. So if you could get him some more interactions with other players in competitive situations,
I think
probably be viral.
Year 2, man. Could be a big year for Cam Ward.
I mean, he apparently used to like call out the defensive coordinator when he was at Miami. They'd be in practice doing like scrimmage stuff, and he'd call out the defensive coordinator like, "Really, this is what you're going to run right now?
Okay,
watch this S, bang, touchdown."
Might not be a bad team to have on Hard Knocks in the future if Solid's going to be the head coach there for a while. Because I mean, imagine him going back and forth with Bob.
Yeah, it's a good. That's right.
Two alphas.
Two alphas with the defensive coordinator, head coach.
That could be fun. That could be fun. I don't know which friend's ashes from the 214. They didn't say that in the description.
So we don't know which friend has died in Grown Ups 3.
No, and maybe it's just an imaginary friend that we don't even know.
Yeah, they invoke a new character.
Yeah, that they've just decided. Maybe,
I think it's all been about death, didn't it? Like one of them was going to the funeral of their old basketball coach.
Honestly, I haven't seen either of them.
Oh, really?
No, I'm not a Grown Ups person.
Well,
but I knew you were a big fan.
Yeah, I mean the first one was solid.
I heard the first one was really good. Grown Ups 2, I had.
You got Chris Rock in there. Like you got some funny dudes. Rob Schneider's in there.
Yeah. I mean, if Adam Sandler's in it, you know Rob Schneider's
That's
somewhere.
True. That kind of goes without saying.
You can do it all night long. All right. Here are your top 10 toughest NBA title runs. 877-881-1053. Lucius, did you have a title run that just...
No, I'm just hoping there's one on this list. It's got to be.
I think you'll be pleasantly satisfied.
One of them is a GOAT, right?
Yeah.
Definitely a GOAT.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. That yesterday we decided that should have retired a little earlier?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep.
Number 10.
If you're Tolo, you know what I'm talking about.
You do. Number 10, and this one kind of hurts a little bit, but it is the 06. And I guess in a way, it shows you how good that Mavericks team was. But the 06 Heat, down 0-2 in the finals, they come back, they win 4 straight games. To get there, they had to also beat the Detroit Pistons, who were a championship team.
Yeah, they were legit.
They'd won 64 games in the regular season that year, so that Pistons team was no joke in the Eastern Conference Finals. 9, you've got the Nuggets from a couple of years ago. They had to go through one of the strongest recent runs. They swept LeBron's Lakers. They defeated a red-hot Phoenix Suns team, and then they beat the upstart Miami Heat in the finals that year. And that Heat team led by Jimmy Butler. I mean, Jimmy Butler just ran out of gas. He had nothing left in that 23 finals.
Oh, yeah. Is that when he was, they saw him just exhausted, like the Popeyes worker after a shift, just like hunched over,
collapsed,
totally out of gas. Yeah. He had ice packs on
elbows
his knees.
To your knees, bro.
Yeah, just like you're done. Like the tank's been emptied.
2019 Raptors. They faced the reigning champion Warriors without KD for most of the series. They had to navigate the East. They had to get past the 60-win Bucks team with Giannis, and then the Sixers to make the finals, which was Joel Embiid. 7, we've got the 94 Houston Rockets. Hakeem Olajuwon led the Rockets to their first title by going the distance in 2 tough series. He had a 7-game series against the Suns. Then they overcame a 3-2 deficit to meet the Knicks in the finals that year.
Yeah, it's tough to say that was that difficult because Jordan was out.
No Jordan.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of ironic, isn't it?
A little bit.
Wow, what a tough road.
But you didn't have the toughest player.
Yeah.
I mean, in a way, you're kind of gifted. You know,
he stepped aside in between 2 3-peats.
All right, go ahead and take one here. The 93 Bulls do come in at number 6. Jordan and the Bulls played a grueling Eastern Conference gauntlet, including a tough 0-2 deficit comeback against the rival Knicks before they faced the 62-win Phoenix Suns and Charles Barkley in the finals. Number 5, 2001 LA Lakers. Statistically boasting one of the strongest opponent profiles, Lakers went 15-1 in the playoffs. They swept the West, getting through a 50-win Blazers team. The Kings and the Spurs before defeating Iverson's 76ers in the finals.
Yeah, that was their best team.
Was it the first round they knocked out the Blazers? Or was that the
Yeah, well, they beat the Blazers in the conference finals in 2000 and the first round in 2001.
Yeah. 16, the Cavs. Now, the majority of this is really because you were able to beat the Warriors. You
For
come back
sure.
to a 3-1 deficit.
It's unbelievable.
Against the 73-9 Golden State Warriors. You're down 3-1, they come back and win.
And the thing, in part thanks to a Draymond Green kicking somebody in the nuts, right? I can't remember whose nuts got kicked.
And
whose nuts got kicked?
Whose nuts did get kicked? Was it Tristan Thompson?
There's a part of me that thinks it was like Dellavedova or somebody that was just a pest.
The deli was open. I mean, Dellavedova was phenomenal in that series. Maybe it was.
Hashtag whose nuts got kicked. First Tolo to send that answer wins.
Draymond, he kicked
nut guy of the day.
Kyrie Irving in the chest during Game 1 of the 2016 Finals.
Okay.
That's not what we're looking for.
Nah, he's done so much. Like, you can't ask that. Yeah. I remember him jumping off of somebody's chest. Remember that? Come on, bro.
It's like Google's like, you got to be more specific, bro.
He kicked Thunder center Steven Adams in the groin during the 2016 NBA playoffs.
And that's like the last guy you would want to kick, dude.
Crazy.
Guy's like super strong. Got some samurai background.
And isn't he Australian?
Yeah.
I mean, he's got the accent. You don't mess with those guys.
Was it Timothy Mozgov?
Timothy Mozgov would actually be hilarious if it were him. I forgot all about Timothy Mozgov, that he even played in the NBA.
Okay, that was LeBron. So Draymond was on a rampage. He kicked 3 guys in that playoff stretch.
Okay. So they were like, we got to
Adams,
suspend you.
Kyrie, and then LeBron in the junk.
Like, Draymond, you've given us no choice.
It's an all-time playoff streak that'll never be broken.
Yeah, we've got to do so. We've got to pull some disciplinary move. And now he's ticked off about Wemby. Like, well, they set the standard. Of course you get suspended if you hit somebody in the neck.
It's amazing how him and LeBron have become buddy-buddy since then.
Well, and a big thing is, do you get a sign and trade LeBron going to Golden State? Like, does he play with the Warriors next year? The Warriors are being super aggressive. Kawhi and LeBron are apparently the top 2 players on their wish list that they'd like to pursue this offseason.
Wow, they're just trying to run it back with some old heads, dude.
Well, you might as well. It's like, look, we got Steph. Like, the Lakers did that, didn't they? With like Karl Malone, they brought him in like after their three-peat.
Yeah.
They tried to do that whole thing. They made a run. I think they might have even lost in the finals that year.
That might work for LeBron. You could actually kind of commute.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, it's a 5 or 6 hour drive, but in a chopper, you probably get that done in 90 minutes. Maybe less.
I don't know if we're doing choppers anymore.
Yeah, let's not do that.
That's a good point.
That's a wrap, bro.
Yeah.
It's done forever.
That's a wrap. Throw that away.
Just get one of the Phillip Rivers like limousine things where he's like watching film. He's commuting from San Diego to LA.
Yeah.
You're getting he can put up like a massage table in there. All the biohacking stuff that he does to stay healthy. He can just get it done in like a Winnebago.
That's true.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, 2 birds.
I'll just sit in one of those chambers.
Yeah, get like a cryo.
There you go.
Or like a hyperbaric.
There you go. That's what I was thinking. But yeah, the cryo on top of that.
That works.
All right.
Top 3 toughest NBAs are the 04 Pistons. Underdog Pistons completely dismantled the favored Lakers dynasty. They also beat a 54-win Bucks team. Number 2 is the 95 Rockets, lowest seeded champion ever.
Never underestimate the heart of a champion.
Defeated the 3 50-win teams on the road, including the Jazz, the Suns, and the Spurs, and then they swept Shaq's Magic, I know, in the finals. But number 1 is your Dallas Mavericks.
That's my first heartbreak.
Really?
Yeah, that was my first real heartbreak. Probably destroyed for the whole summer.
Yeah.
That's how you started your summer, dog.
Yeah, it's true.
It's like, this is spoiled.
Whoa.
There were so many Magic fans everywhere.
Oh, yeah, it was a fun team, man. Are you kidding me? Number 1, though, your 2011 Mavs. Dirk and the Mavs sweeping the defending champion Lakers. They beat the big 3, Durant, Westbrook, Harden, and then they take down the Heatles, LeBron, Wade, and Bosh in the finals. The toughest road to an NBA championship in the history of the sport.
Shoot, yeah.
Forever.
Damn
Thank
right.
you, old Chuck.
Dirk forever.
Okay, we got to run. Brendan Schaub, the former UFC fighter turned podcast host and comedian, set to join us next year. It's the G-Back Nation on the Fan. I'm going to chat Frank.
Got more new Chevys than anyone in their all price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Look at the text right now, 214. Brendan is a great guest. Good job, men. As yes, joining us now here on The Fan is the former UFC fighter, the comedian, the podcast host, Brendan Schaub, powered by East Dallas Diesel. And a good afternoon, Brendan. How the heck are you?
I'm great, brother. How are you?
Man, we're doing great. Looking actually forward to this Ronda Rousey spectacle this weekend. What do you expect? Is this going to be a good fight, or is it just like a money grab?
A little bit of both. I mean, you got in the main event, you got two women over 40 fighting, so I never recommend that. But two legends. I mean, I'm trying to do my best here, fellas.
Yeah, I know. I hear you, man.
And I have nothing to do with it. I'm not working the fight this weekend. We decided to go a different direction. But Gina Carano hasn't fought in 16 years. So I don't know. You guys tell me how you think it's going to go. Probably not great. It's just if you're not in the UFC, it's hard to put together a card that people care about. And with Netflix, they actually have 300 million subscribers. So I'd be willing to bet we're told it's the most watched fight ever. I call bull crap on that. So I think it's going to go well. But if you think it's going to beat the White House card, you're out of your mind. Just because the White House card, you have legit in their prime contenders. It's at the White House. It's on CBS. It's also on Paramount. So you're comparing, apples to oranges there. So, again, it's going to be entertaining. A lot of casuals will tune in for Nate Diaz and Rhonda and, a 4-year-old Gina Carano, and you're going to be entertained, but I don't think you're walking away going, man, I can't wait to see that again.
I mean, the interviews might be more explosive, and with Rhonda, there's always the potential for that. You know her really well. What is it about Rhonda's personality that makes for such interesting interviews?
I think she's a savage. She has that Kobe mentality. So, she didn't get to where she's at by being laid back and not speaking, her mind. So, you put her work ethic and, her determination, she's a savage. She also learned from the best. She's very close with Dana White, who's the best combat sports promoter of all time. So she's taking a page out of his book. So when she's promoting this thing going, we're the biggest, baddest ever, and even though I'm 40 with however many kids she has, I'm a better fighter, like, it's not true, but, that's what promoters do. They sell you on this product, and she's taking a page out of Dana's book, and, it seems to be working. I think when they first announced the fight, it got a lot of kind of hype momentum, but as time has gone on, that seems to be dying down. So we'll see how it performs this weekend.
What do you think about the rest of the card? You got Nate Diaz and Perry and Gagnon. I mean, I know you've had some back and forth with Nate before, which has been super entertaining from an outsider's perspective.
Sure. Again, it's tough to put together a card outside the UFC. The UFC has a stranglehold on the business. They have a monopoly, which, I can argue is not a bad thing. The NFL has a monopoly, NBA has a monopoly, MLB has a monopoly. So you need your one-stop shop, for that for the best fighters or best basketball players or best football players in the world. So UFC has a stranglehold on that. So when you get outside that, like, are any of you guys watching the XFL? Do you guys ever break down the XFL or WNBA or, the CFL? No, we don't really care because we know they're not the best. So that's what you're dealing with. It's a hard sell, to be honest with you. If you're not in the UFC, it's a hard sell, man, because you're not getting the very best of the best.
Can this help at all with the fighter pay conversation that's been going on, or do you think Dana White just has everybody by the balls?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I wanted to do well because more competition for fighters to get paid is a good thing. But you have to be at such an elite level in order to garner that money from MVP Netflix. So if you're just a guy who, whatever, you're 5-6 in the UFC or you're 7-3 in the UFC, but you weren't like a big name, there's no home for you at Netflix. So it's far and few between. It's going to be really, really tough to jump over there. And my other argument would be, is Netflix in the actual MMA business, or are they just doing these one-off spectacles? Like, is there a plan? And I'm sure they have an answer, but we haven't heard it yet. Do they have a plan? Like, what's after this event? Is it going to be once a month? Is it going to be, once every 2 months? Like, what's the plan? And I haven't heard of a plan. So I don't know, if they're in the MMA business or they're just in kind of the big spectacle to get people to tune into Netflix.
It's Brendan Schaub here with you on The Fan, powered by East Dallas Diesel. What is more fun, being MMA famous or being internet famous?
Oh my God! Both heavy lies the crown. I don't see myself as being famous at all. Man, I don't know. In the world we live in today, everyone gets an opinion, and the algorithms and stuff like that encourage hate. So no matter who you are, if you're in the spotlight, you're getting the good and the bad. And a lot of time, the bad is what we're wired to see. So, I don't know, man. It's a good question. It's tough, it's also how I make my living. And, there's nothing I love more than fighting and breaking down fighting. Like, that's my passion. So I do on my show, The Big Brown Breakdown, the podcast. And I was with Rogan yesterday breaking down fights. So it's my passion, but it's always weird being recognized for it. I'll be honest. Anybody who says it's not weird is a sociopath.
Brendan Schaub with us here on 105.3 The Fan. You brought up the White House card, and as a UFC fan, it first gets announced a little bit underwhelming, but I think that's just the state of the UFC right now, Brendan. What do you think about the landscape of where we are and overall, top to bottom, how this card planned out?
Man, I got to be honest. You guys got great questions. Usually when you do radio, it's like, hey, how's Chuck Liddell and Ortiz going to do this weekend? But when when it comes to the White House, yeah, you're spot on. It's just where the UFC's at right now. And I think Dana doesn't make a ton of mistakes, but we made a mistake with this White House card is probably a few months prior, he went on, a whole media tour saying this is going to be the best card you've ever seen. It's going to beat UFC 100, UFC 200, UFC 300. It's going to destroy those. So we had expectations. So when he delivered the actual White House card, and it doesn't meet those expectations, there's going to be a lot of backlash. Now, if he just said, hey, we don't have a ton of stars right now, but it's going to be really good matchups, so we're trying our best. Hopefully we figure this thing out, but it's at the White House, which is a cool event. I hope you guys tune in. Then we're all on board. But when you're told it's going to be the greatest you've ever seen and they don't deliver that, they got a lot of backlash. But overall, the card's fantastic, man. It's good. But the problem is we were told it was going to be the best we've ever seen.
Brendan Schaub more nervous before a fight in the octagon or before he takes the mic to go do a stand-up set?
More nervous when my son's pitching in his travel ball game.
Okay.
Yeah. The fighting, the nerves. If I told you guys you were going to fight someone tomorrow at 5:00, that the nerves are through the roof. It just so happens you had to fight one of the best fighters in the world, so the nerves are crazy. But you weirdly get used to it, I guess. It's just, it's just the biggest thing is you don't want to be embarrassed. I think that's where the nerves come from. But dude, these days, both my kiddos play sports, football, baseball. When my son's pitching and that's his thing, he's the ace pitcher on his travel ball team, the nerves are way worse than fighting.
They get your size?
Oh. Yeah, he's a huge kid. He's kid. He's 10. He's 115 pounds, 5 foot tall. We got one, fellas. We got one. I don't want to make any promises like Dana White saying he's going to be the greatest ever, but he's going to be pretty damn good.
So what brought up the love and trucks? East Dallas, these are my people. So what was the experience like with Tony and Fernando and the crew there, and what ride did you end up getting?
Yeah, Fernando's my boy. So I've been, a car guy since I was a kid, and I just have a love, especially for diesels. I have a built that I built myself, a Hummer with a swap 6.0 Power Stroke, fully built diesel. I bought a ton of trucks, and when I came across East Dallas Diesel, they had this 2024 AEV Ram 2500 with the Cummins, and I haven't done a Cummins project yet. So I was talking to Fernando. And, you never know how old these car guys are, right? You're like, this guy's a dork. But Fernando is actually really cool. Me and him connected, start talking on the phone. We're buddies now. So I drive up there to get the truck, and me and him talk damn near daily. He's just a good dude. No bull crap, just very straight shooter. This is what we can do. This is what you're getting. It's been the best truck I've ever owned. They have some insane trucks there. I wish you could buy them all. But listen, I've dealt with a lot of dealers. It's kind of what I do. And hands down, East Dallas Diesel is by far the easiest, simplest. I saved the most money. It was so great. It was just a great experience.
How many trucks you got?
Boy, too many. Where do I even begin? Let's see. I have my two-door Hummer right now, and it's going to LS swap right now in LA. I got my Power Stroke here. I got my Ram. I got my Excursion. I got TRX. I got a Jeep. Give or take 8, 9.
Nice, dude. Nice. I love it. Okay, and I see in your Twitter bio, you're a Diet Coke lover. Okay, the General Gavin Dawson here is a big Diet Coke man himself. I'm trying to see who puts up the most numbers. All right, I think Dawson's putting down 2, 3, 20 ounces a day, like in your prime.
About 60 ounces, Brendan.
60 ounces. That's cute. I go through about a 12-pack a day.
Damn.
12-pack a day. And my wife, she gets, the big orders from Costco, and I destroy them, dude. And then my new kick is Diet Cherry Coke.
Ooh.
I don't know if you tried the cherry, brother, and I only drink it in a can. It has to be ice cold can. That Diet Cherry Coke, buddy. If you ever see me on Intervention, it's going to be just for Diet Coke.
Let's go.
Just for Diet Coke.
I love it. I've been eyeballing it actually in the little shop downstairs, so I think I'll grab one at the break. Brendan Schaub, brought to us by East Dallas Diesel. Man, you're a legend. That was awesome. And we look forward to catching up with you next time if we can.
Anytime, brother. Yeah, you guys got my number anytime, man. Love talking with you guys. You guys know your stuff. This is great.
Cool.
Thanks, man.
Cheers. There he goes. Brendan Schaub with you, comedian, podcast host, former fighter. What a bro. What a stud. Absolute.
We impressed him.
1 down, 3.5 to go. Rangers pregame's coming up at 6:30. What's next, Chief?
Newsbag Nation, a DFW Sports staycation opportunity, plus another addition to 1,000 Ways to Die. This is ridiculous next to the nation. But first,
Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. We got the C-Note coming up in 20 minutes. Cowboys News of the Evening. David Hellman's coming up at 3:40. A lot going on here, but before we do any of that, it's time for a Newsbag Nation with your chief.
Yes, sir. We got a lot here at the news desk. An opportunity for sports fans here locally for a little staycation. Are you interested?
Yes.
Right after this.
You're rolling with the Newsbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
The Omni PGA Frisco is offering a very Frisco sweet package themed around Dude Perfect.
Nice. Shout out to Sparky.
They're Frisco legends, yes. Shout out to Kevin Sparkman.
We need to get Sparky on the show.
He is my personal favorite of the dudes that are perfect.
Did you see him out there playing with the Savannah Bananas or whatever it was?
Yep. Dude, his athleticism, I mean, he was the ringer.
He was the dinger.
He was the ringer-dinger in the fan wiffle ball event from,
10 years ago,
maybe 10 years ago?
Yeah.
And he really is a legit athlete. You know, if the size wasn't working against him, he probably could have done something, you know, and now he's doing something huge with Dude Perfect.
He was doing basketball at UNT.
Well, how am I just now hearing about this? So Kevin Sparkman is in Dude Perfect now?
Yeah, so he started off when he left us, because he's been buddies with all those guys, you know, since high school. And so when he left us, he went over and he started their gaming department, and now he's basically become like the fifth dude of Dude Perfect.
Yeah, he's such he's an amazing personality, like one of the sweetest dudes ever, just a cool guy, loves sports, and he is super athletic. So he gets involved in a ton of their bits. When they go on tour, he's on stage doing stuff. Like, Dude Perfect lovers know who Sparky is. Okay, so he's the man, and now it looks like the Omni PGA Frisco Resort and Spa is offering families a unique way to vacation this summer. Now, of course, it would be a staycation for most of the Tolos here listening locally, but all around the country, you could fly into DFW and enjoy a little Dude Perfect, a little themed suite. Now, it's going to cost about $1,100 per night. Okay, now that's obviously it's a little bit up there. But it fits like 8 people. So you got a king size bed in there. You got a bunch of twin size beds and things like that. So you could maybe double family this thing and bring it strong, have a good time with the kiddos. And so it's on the 10th floor of the resort, overlooking the 10th hole at Field Ranch East. Sleeps 8 guests.
Beautiful.
And you have a dedicated kids zone is what they're calling it. So the room is filled with Dude Perfect adjacent features like AstroTurf in the living room. All right. Player safety be damned. We're just going with the turf. All right. You have the bunk bedroom, PlayStation gaming system, leather gaming chairs, a mini basketball hoop, a game table. I'm not sure. Is it like a billiards? Is it ping pong? I don't know. Some level of a gaming table, maybe air hockey. I don't know. What would you prefer? If I told you could have a gaming table in your suite of any kind, maybe you're a foosball guy. I don't know.
Hockey.
I think air hockey.
Yeah.
Billiards is legit if you got the space for it. You know, sometimes you get to a billiards table and all of a sudden your sticks running into the wall.
Man, it's crazy how pool, you could sit there for 8 years and never be played, but once the spark hits, you could end up playing pool for hours.
Yeah.
For like 2 straight months.
Mini basketball hoop, game table, and then dedicated gear up stations inspired by fan favorite stunts. So it's just going to be like it'd be like a kid extravaganza. If you're like a 12-year-old kid and dad's like, hey, got a little surprise for you.
You know what I need instead of the foosball golf simulator? We're there at the golf spot. Okay, it's 9:30 at night. We're cracking coldies with the dads. Let's go play 18 at Pebble.
I like that, dude.
Let's make it happen.
Yeah, kids be damned. Dads are getting on the sticks tonight. We're going to have ourselves a dang good time. So that seems like a fun little staycation opportunity for some folks here locally.
That sounds great. How many square feet? That sounded spacious.
Yeah, I mean,
$1,100 at first. I was like, $1,100 for a hotel room? No, this is like a hotel floor. Sounded like.
Yeah, it doesn't specify here exactly how big the room is, but I would imagine it would be quite large to be able to do all the fun activities that you have there. So that is going to be at the Omni PGA Frisco if you want the dude perfect staycation opportunity here locally. Now,
not far from the new house.
Not far. Oh, for you?
We're moving. Yeah, probably about 10, 15 minutes away.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Well, if you're going on a cruise ship. Be careful.
Haven't got any planned as of now.
Okay, good. Yeah,
But
we don't need any more baby Wolchucks running around.
Still trying to get that boy.
Well, how about this for a headline? Cruise ship passenger dies after driving mobility scooter off pier in the Bahamas.
Oh, so this wasn't even on the boat.
This is
80. What do they call that? A port of call?
Yeah, they port. Yeah, it's their port.
This is an 88-year-old lady who just rode her remote wheelchair off of the pier, presumably accidentally.
Couldn't swim?
But, these are the types of things. Well, the police believe the woman struck her head against the hull of the ship before entering the water. So
that's user error.
I mean, there is some user error here.
Some?
Yeah. I don't know what type of liability, but you've seen, how about the lady that got super hammered on one of these Carnival ships recently?
Yeah.
And then acted a fool. And then it's the cruise ship that has to come correct.
Overserved her.
Yeah, overserved her.
Yeah, which is wild.
I know.
You can't get me drunk.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here
How
tipping
dare
you
you.
$10 a beverage.
You get the drink package, man.
Yeah, we need to do away with that. I'm surprised.
With the package?
Well, with those kind of lawsuits.
Oh, with the lawsuits. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Where
where
is the family member that let 88-year-old Thelma go on this and be unattended as she's trying to get back to the boat? She's not going to make it.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. There's some sort of, you should know what you're doing here, that you're not going to drive this thing off the damn port.
Brian's taking a week off. His dad's younger than that.
Yeah,
he's taking a week off to hang out with his dad.
That's what he's doing.
Yeah.
he's being a good family member, helping out.
Goodness, that's terrible.
And if he didn't, who knows, right? Who knows what could happen, but it wouldn't be anybody else's fault.
Right.
You're ancient and cruising through the world.
Yeah, so I don't know if the Carnival Cruise Line is going to be held accountable for this, but these are just it's another installment of why somebody like me who's never been on a cruise is scared of going.
You shouldn't be.
There's all sorts of ridiculous things. It's like at least once a week there's a new cruise fiasco.
Man, don't drive your car. Don't fly in a plane. We can, if we want to go
but
down.
Those are things I have to do.
Well, you don't have to go on a cruise,
exactly.
But gosh, you're missing out on a hell of a time. I can only speak from my personal experience. I've loved every second of it. But yes, there is a risk that you'll end up on a poop cruise, which would absolutely be catastrophic.
Can you imagine you're sitting there soaking in the sun, having a good time on vacation, all of a sudden here goes grandma, she goes flying off the deck?
No, that's a scarring situation.
How am I supposed to have a good vacation, relaxing vacation after that?
I think there's a norovirus cruise too.
Oh, is there really?
There's a hantavirus. There's a norovirus. Norovirus is like the worst kind of flu.
Oh, God.
It can kill with dehydration becoming a factor after 72 hours or so. But I don't go on cruises either, Chief, because it just sounds miserable to me. Like it's like a hotel, but you can't leave. It's like, hey, you can come down to the lobby. We got a pool.
Oh, there's many places. There's so many things to do.
Yeah, I know. Maybe
it's the biggest hotel you've ever been in.
It's a floating. What it is a floating city. It's not even a hotel. Okay. I mean, there's a lot of places you could find by yourself, just a little Gavin Dawson area. You can make it for yourself.
And I feel like the rooms
he would do
are
that
tiny.
In a heartbeat.
Yeah, I know. The Diet Coke.
The halls are tiny. I'm claustrophobic already.
That would probably be the a reason I would say don't do it.
Sounds like a good bet payoff for Dawson.
Yeah,
it seems like it
the rooms are small and it can get crowded.
You got lines.
Probably depends on the time of year you're going, but yes, it can get crowded in certain areas.
My theory is the people that enjoy themselves either don't want to move because they're old, big, or they're hammered, or they just love gambling. Sometimes all three.
Yeah, you hit the trifecta.
The hammered part is definitely accurate.
Yeah, I mean, if you're hammered, a lot of stuff can be fun.
Lucius, what is your cruise experience? Have you tested these waters?
I've been on a few cruises, yes. I like to cruise. One I probably can't name here on the microphone.
Oh, was that you were looking for that little
brand?
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, some good stuff, man. I don't see why you wouldn't want to go.
Really?
Yeah.
Even after that.
Just don't go to the ones where it's like a lot of families. You got to go to like the adult vibey ones.
Okay.
Yeah. Then it's a little bit more safer. Might cost you a lot if you got kids.
Yeah, it'll run you a little bit.
Cleaner.
For
You
sure.
don't have to worry about a norovirus taking over your life.
The kids will spread the germs.
Yeah, the families.
100%, dude.
Yeah, they're dirty.
Yeah, they are.
Super spreader events.
Yeah.
We are adding new lighting into the studio right now, and now we have a wonderful. Actually, okay, it's starting to move. I had a nice glare on Lucius's face there, where I couldn't actually see him speaking. I could only hear him. And I'm gonna have to bring back the sunglasses are back now. Okay, with the new lighting that we have. It's a bit stark right there in the eyeballs, but yeah, I'm not seeing Lucius's face. I'm just seeing a floating Atlanta Braves hat.
I got the got the gym. Then after the gym, you get to drinking on the cruise, bro.
Yeah.
There's always food being served.
Always, and the food's good. And they got restaurants. I mean, as soon as you get on the cruise, you just don't have to worry about anything.
Laying in the pool all day.
Everything's done for you.
And if you're on a Bliss cruise, you can people watch.
Oh, there you go.
Definitely.
Okay.
I got ballsy and said it.
a little
Bliss cruise.
Yeah.
little scenic.
I got ballsy and said it, bro.
That's my guy.
Yeah, shout out there. Might be my last day. Go for it.
Well, we have the. Did you guys see the San Francisco Giants? Wolchuk, was this a basis talking point about the San Francisco Giants and their outfielders and the way they were celebrating?
No, but I did see the video.
You saw Did you see the video?
The manager was getting in on it.
The manager was getting in on it?
Yeah.
I only saw the outfielders.
The manager was doing some gyrating, too.
The San Francisco Giants, their little victory dance celebration at the end of the game the other night after beating the Dodgers, you have the outfielders huddling together for a little post-game celebration. It was one of the more bizarre displays of victory excitements you'll ever see. You're seeing it now, where they group together crotch first and they start gyrating together. And
That's definitely humping. That's not gyrating.
Okay, thank you.
Gyrating would be like shimmying.
Yeah, you're right.
Like
Antoine
Walker.
Just didn't. I didn't know if we could go full on.
Yeah,
hump.
no,
this is a very thrusty victory dance. Okay, this is a very close knit group
and
there in
Gilbert
the outfield.
is really into it. Like this, this poor Japanese gentleman, J.H. Lee, he wants no part of this.
He got
Gilbert's
suckered
like,
in.
get in here. And the other dude's like, okay, I guess I'll go along with this, but
no, I don't want some of this.
Gilbert's the orchestrator.
all in the San
Nimmo's
Francisco.
in the lineup.
Nimmo's in the lineup?
Lineup just dropped, and it's
No
the same.
way.
Yeah, Nimmo's in. He's
Let's
batting second,
freaking go.
playing right field. So that ankle can't be too bad.
That's pretty good.
And Evo was apparently doing some long toss. So hopefully that's a sign of things to be positive about with the side. So just wanted to dinkle that positive
That's
information
huge,
in.
man. Thank you, Wolchuk.
Absolutely.
This is Good News Bag Nation is what this is.
Hell yeah, it is.
We got away from the lady running off the cruise ship at 88 years old.
Well, she drove off.
And so now we get to the good news. That's fantastic about Nimmo because that thing turned inward. Like usually you roll your ankle and it goes out. But this was the internal roll, which felt like, that could get nasty. But I guess his ankles are built different. So that's fantastic, dude. But ultimately, the San Francisco Giants outfielders they pivoted. Okay, I think somebody with authority came to them and said, "Hey, we're not doing the thrust celebration together anymore."
No.
And so they just did like after their latest win, they just did like a take their hat off and take a bow together. So they've pivoted from the Village People celebration.
I mean, it was offensive, I think. And if the NFL set the precedent of 2-pump max, they
crossed that line.
That's at least 15 yards and maybe $100,000 fine, if you ask me, Chiafalo.
Yeah, this is oh my gosh, this is 5 or 6 with contact.
Wow.
5 or 6 pumps with contact.
That's unfortunate. We got David Hellman coming up in Krusty's Corner at 3:40. Cowboys news of the evening coming up next here on The Fan. I want to chat with you about my friends at D&M Leasing before we do anything else, though, because if David Hellman's coming up in 15 minutes. He's going to join us for Krusty's Corner because Brian is out today, and he will be out for the next 5 shows. Send that man some love on social at Crown Global Media. Let him know that he is missed. Segment here brought to you by the Frankels. It's time for the C-Note. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online, frankelfirm.com. They only get paid when you win. There's no out-of-pocket costs. The go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas, that is the Frankels. Okay, let's go to Nick Harris. For those keeping track, he wrote, today was the first team workout for the Cowboys since George Pickens signed his franchise tag, but he was not present, even though the workouts do have high team attendance. It's all voluntary at this point. Nothing is mandatory until June 16th. So he posted that last night. I think there's a couple of significant takeaways here. To me, I think it kind of eats away at the theory that he's going to try to do everything to convince people that they should pay him like the top 6 or 7 wide receiver that he is. If that was going to be his goal, like hold my beer and watch this, I'm going to be at everything, I think he would have been there. It also makes me wonder, has their cap situation gotten so bad with Dak's contract and pushing it forward that they're going to have to eat a 9-figure cap hit with all the money they've pushed into the future with him? Is it starting to look like maybe they just want players on short-term deals?
You know, that's interesting because I do think that we were kind of looking through like, okay, CeeDee Lamb's contract and the whole thing about paying 2 receivers. Next year, his cap hit, I believe, starts to go between 25 to 30 million. So, yeah, I mean, like the first 3 years of that deal, they were able to keep it relatively low, and then they are going to be in a situation where Dak, CD, all of those now they're starting to be big time pays each year.
Yeah, because when Dak does step away, there's going to be like a 9-figure hit.
Right, and it's similar to what they dealt with Romo. Like they were never really able to truly maximize that rookie contract for Dak because they were still on the hook for paying Romo even after he had retired. So I do think there is something to that, and that's why, I mean, they know. And one thing I have learned is I know we can try and educate ourselves as much as possible with Over the Cap and Spell Track. Not all of these numbers are accurate. So that's why, you know, when like Adam Pacifica and he's probably sitting back and is like rolling his eyes at some of the stuff we're saying, and he's probably right because it's like we're not privy to that information. We're doing the best that we can to try and like put these numbers together. But yes, I think that that's something that the Eagles are going to have to deal with as well. But I do think there is something to that. They have seemed to be like, look at the free agents outside of Jalen Thompson. It's all 1-year deals. Yeah. It's not like they're really expensive contracts, but yes, I think there is something to that.
I mean, it could be a situation where they're looking at, well, when Dak's contract ends going into 2029, or maybe a year before that. You know, maybe after 2027, you're like, there's 1 year left on this deal. We could post June 1 it, break it up into 2 years, but we're not going to have somewhere between $50 and $100 million in cap space that we otherwise would. So we need to have flexibility every year. And of course, there is going to be a group of players that will continue beyond that. But maybe you're in a situation right now that you can't add to it. So therefore, going year to year with George Pickens actually is the only option for them. Mm-hmm. And that's why Stephen Jones was so certain we're not going to do any more long-term deals, because if we do, it's going to mean when Dak is done playing football, we would have to cut other contracts earlier than we would want to. And after giving them all the guaranteed money, I think there's definitely some massaging of it. And if that is the case, if they're already having to be conservative because of how they have delayed the cap hits on Dak's contract for 6-7 years now, it will be unfortunate that they never really went for it. And that's why you got to, when you're close, push all your chips in and truly go all in, not just we're in win now mode. There's a difference between being in win now mode and truly being all in. And, I'm hoping the Cowboys are saying, hey, 28, 29, somewhere in there, the salary cap reaper is coming for us, and we are going to pick one of these years. One of these years, damn it, 2026, 2027, we're going to say, let's really go for it because we don't know when we're going to have a franchise quarterback again. And maybe that's consistent with how Jerry Jones is looking at the world ever since last summer there on the red carpet, the Netflix event.
Are you more with what they did, and I get it, they kind of had the draft capital to do so with the Micah trade, but then being aggressive at the deadline and going after a Quinnen Williams. And we've seen them kind of make some, like the NFL trade deadline used to be nothing. There's no activity. Now it's starting to heat up and you're seeing more and more big names getting made. But are you more optimistic now that if this year the defense actually, they hit on this, you see the improvement, the offense carries over, and they look like they can compete and contend, that they might actually go for a big swing if there's something to be made in a trade at the deadline?
I think so. I'm more optimistic than I've been. Yeah. And maybe by a significant amount.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping right now what they're doing is saying, let's see how this team looks as we get through OTAs. There's not an opportunity out there right now to improve the team that's not also going to be out there as we get after the OTAs.
Right.
And then maybe in the build up to training camp, if some of these veterans are saying, I need a deal now, we'll consider it then. But usually guys in their 30s, they want to wait till about 2 weeks into training camp. Let's get through preseason game 1 and see if Overshown, Barron, Stewart, and D. Winters can actually handle this thing that Christian Parker is trying to install. But, and then so much of it is reliant on the quality of Donovan Ezeraku and Malachi Lawrence off the edge. Mm-hmm. That might be such a big problem that if those guys don't perform, I don't know if they have the resources to fix it.
Well, that's where you're like, and I don't know how much this would actually go about fixing it, but that's why I think adding a guy like Von Miller is not a bad idea. Bring Von home. And not only for what he can do just as a situational pass rusher for you, but I also think there's some level of what he can provide in terms of mentorship for Ezeraku and for Malachi Lawrence. Hey, you get to learn from one of this generation's GOATs on how to attack offensive tackles.
Yeah.
I think DeMarcus Ware provided a little bit of that for Von Miller back in the day with Denver. So why not have that with Von Miller? I wonder if that's a guy that they're kind of earmarking for, okay, maybe when we get to training camp, that would be a veteran guy that we would bring in if he's not picked up at that point.
That would be killer. And I would think everybody agrees you need at least one training camp with Von Miller in a Cowboys hat, don't you?
Yeah, dude, I want to see that.
What are we doing?
I love it, yeah.
Okay, Nick also writing a story in the Telegram about the Cowboys' day 3 pick, the Devin Moore out of Florida pick, 114, and how he could challenge Revel and Durant for a starting spot if he stays healthy. The injuries are significant. Freshman missed 8 games, shoulder. Sophomore, 5 games with a back and a concussion. 5 games in 24 with the other shoulder. He played his final 2 seasons with a groin injury that was so bad it required surgery. So he's trying to power through it. Like, groin's not right, but damn it, I got to play eventually. So I'm playing now. I'll get surgery on it after the season. But yeah, if you missed the audio on draft night, he told Jerry you guys are getting the best corner in the draft. Is his tape that good? I actually didn't watch his tape because he was so hurt.
Good. Yeah, his tape is solid. Now, I mean, it is an issue, the soft tissue stuff, 100%. But for his size, he is very, very rare at his ability to move. You see there's a little hitch in the giddy up there. Not many players that are like 6'1" and taller can flip their hips and run as well as he can. And he does have the ability. You see it in man coverage, which you predominantly will see a guy that size do, but I thought he actually excelled in zone. I thought he was a better zone player than a man player, and I think you're going to see them play a lot of zone.
Right on. All right, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. That would be a hell of a surprise if he's that good, but even if he's that good, I think you'll be holding your breath.
Yeah, absolutely.
Usually injured guys continue to get hurt. Okay, I know we got Krusty's Corner coming up here in just a few minutes, but I look up at the clock. The World Cup is a month away, and I think we have time for 60 seconds on soccer. That is right. I got some international power rankings with 29 days to go until the World Cup. Number 1 is Spain, as Lamine Yamal, the teenage sensation, nursing a strained hammy, should be good to go, but any complication could slow him down. Kylian Mbappe in France, number 2. The defending champs, Argentina, at 3. Is Messi still powerful enough to be a driving force for them after spending 3 seasons in MLS? I don't know, but he is projected to start. How about that? 38-year-old Messi still starting for Argentina. I love it. 4 years ago when they won it looked like he was going to call it a career. Just going to wrap this thing up. Probably my last World Cup, but still getting it done at a very high level. England's coming in at number 4, actually. Star-studded England team with Kane and Bellingham and Alexander and Foden. Feels like they could do it, but it's been 60 years since England hoisted a major trophy. Brazil at 5, haven't won it since 2002. Vinny Jr., Rafinha, Casemiro, just not the same impact of the names of years past when you scan their starting lineup. Portugal at number 6, Ronaldo now 41, just never got the supporting cast that he needed to make a great run. Still looking for his big run, but probably not on the cards there for Portugal. And how about Germany falling even beyond that? Kind of a lost generation for Germany.
Really?
Coming in at number 7 in ESPN's international soccer rankings here ahead of the World Cup. You want your USA projected starting 11?
Please.
At striker, Balogun, Fuller and Balogun. At left wing, Christian Pulisic. In the middle, Weston McKennie. And on the right, Timothy Weah. Your sixes, Tyler Adams and Tanner Tessman. That is your defensive center mids. Then along the back line, Anthony Robinson, Tim Ream, Chris Richards, and Serginho Dest with Matt Freese in goal as the World Cup sitting under a month away now. It's time for Krusty's Corner. And David Hellman set to join you and break down Cowboys questions here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan.
and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Broadus is out. Send that man some love on social. Let him know he's missed. We have a special guest for Krusty's Corner. It's brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Broadus.
Yeah, buddy, joining us now for Krusty's Corner, longtime former co-worker of Broadus, curator of Brian's written football analysis at DallasCowboys.com for a long time, then went big time, moved to L.A., now the co-host of the Athletic Football Show. It's Dave Hellman here with you on The Fan, and a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm wonderful, guys. Good to be on. What's up?
Well, I think the question here going into the rest of this summer is how much better have the Cowboys made themselves? Some of your peers, in the national football scene are going kind of all in and saying they could see the Cowboys playing on Conference Championship Sunday. Could you go that far right now?
I don't think I could go that far. It's funny timing. We just had a conversation about this on our podcast, which will be out tomorrow, where we were just assessing each team's offseason. And look, there's no denying that the Cowboys have made themselves a hell of a lot better. Like, in totality, understanding that they traded away one of the best players in the NFL, you got to be happy with where they are coming out of the draft, having completely overhauled their defense, completely overhauled their secondary. You feel good about the picks they made. You feel really good about Caleb Downs. The free agency additions maybe aren't game-changing players, but guys that should give you a much higher floor on defense. And obviously, Dallas doesn't need a great defense for that offense to take it in some really fun directions. I just said this on our pod, though. I think upon closer examination, there are still some things that give you pause, like the linebacker room, the edge situation. How good is the pass rush going to be coming off the edge? The depth at cornerback probably isn't as great as you want it to be. So I still think this is a fairly flawed team, but absolutely a team that should have playoff aspirations, which, for where this team has been the last year or so, I think that's fine. I don't know if I could get all the way to conference championship weekend, though. That feels like a hell of a dramatic jump for 1 year.
The very measured Dave Hellman with us here in the G-Bag Nation. You mentioned the edge rushing group. You mentioned the linebackers. If I told you could have Bobby Wagner today or Von Miller today to soup up the Cowboys defense a little bit, who you going with?
I mean, if those are my options, I think I would take Von Miller. And to be honest, I'd have to go back and watch what Von did for Washington. I'm not intimately familiar right now, but I just think of it in terms of like see ball, get ball. And like, if you're signing Von Miller in 2026, you're probably doing it to play situational, like obvious passing down, go get the quarterback type of stuff. And I think Von Miller can still do that in a limited role. I think Bobby Wagner could still be a useful NFL player, but he's a far cry from what you think of when you think of Bobby Wagner at this point. And I don't know if you're getting the same amount of bang for buck, because he's going to play way more snaps and there's way more potential for him to be put in disadvantageous situations where I think you could probably still find a way to maximize what Von Miller has left in the tank. So if those were my choices, I would go with the edge rusher.
I was blown away to see that Von Miller still had 9 sacks last year. I was like, what? He had 9 sacks? I mean, I felt like he was kind of not discussed much.
Well, that Washington defense got beat to hell. They had several guys go down for the year, and obviously Dan Quinn took over play calling duties. I mean, they were just kind of a mess. That's not to take credit away from Von Miller, but sure. I don't think their blueprint for the season went according to the plan, and I would guess Von Miller played an even larger role than they were already expecting him to. But that's kind of my point. I mean, the Commanders were a bad team and a bad defense, but Von Miller can still give you that kind of juice where, especially on a good team where he can rotate with other qualified guys, I think Von Miller could still give you plenty in that sort of role, and you would be able to take him on and off the field situationally.
So, David, you guys kind of kick around the off seasons for every team. I asked this to the fellas yesterday. When you look at the NFC East, is this the division that maybe improved the most talent-wise among the four teams, with the Giants, what they did in the draft, also adding Isaiah Likely, the Commanders, they attack with Owe and Chason, Chenal at linebacker, the Eagles trade for Grenard. I mean, it does seem like this division, you could maybe make the case, has improved the most in the entire league.
That's a really good question. I'd have to really go through and think about it. I mean, just sort of off the top of my head, I mean, you think about the Bengals trading for Dexter Lawrence, the Ravens added Trey Hendrickson, the Browns made 1,800 draft picks this year. The AFC North comes to my mind for sure. Probably the NFC South as well, just because I like Carolina and New Orleans in particular really kind of seem like they geared up. But I don't think you're wrong, though. Like, I think the NFC East is a really good answer. Obviously, we know what Dallas did. The Eagles are always going to be aggressive in pushing for competitiveness. And then, I mean, the Giants, just by virtue of the fact that, A, they spent a ton of money for John Harbaugh in his first year, and they wound up with 2 top 10 picks. Obviously, they're going to wind up adding a boatload of talent. And my gosh, yeah, I mean, I think the Commanders gave out like $175 million in guarantees this year. So, yeah, without like diving deep into it, I think that is probably the right answer.
Is Dave Hellman with you here on The Fan from The Athletic? What are we anticipating A.J. Brown for sure leaving post June 1? And what do we make of the Eagles here? I don't know if they're going to hang on and be just as good, or if this last year was the beginning of the end.
I mean, that's such a weird situation with AJ. And we brought that up on our show, too, where I was like, there's nothing forcing the Eagles to do this other than just obviously the fact that they want to and the fact that they've made all these moves to ensure themselves. It just seems to indicate that the relationship with AJ Brown is at a point where everybody thinks they're best served by moving on. I don't think you're a better team without AJ Brown on your roster. Like, I think even if Mekhi Lemon is a really good player, and even if you get something out of Dontavian Wicks and Hollywood Brown, I'd be shocked if the Eagles are as good of a team without A.J. Brown as they were with him. That said, I still think they're a plenty good team. I think they are the most complete roster in the NFC East. Probably not the juggernaut that they have, certainly that they were in 2024, but even last year, I don't know if they're overall as deep of a roster, but the trade for Jonathan Grenard is just, I mean, that's how good teams stay good, using your comp picks to trade for a guy with 25 sacks when he's been healthy over the last couple of years. Reek Woolen was a really nice signing in free agency for them. So I still think really highly of the Eagles. I think the gap between them and the Cowboys is closer than it was, but I think the Eagles are absolutely still a team that's going to be in the mix to win the division and hopefully for them do more than they did last year.
What do you think about what Shoddy has cooking? Last week, I guess it was, or was that early this week? Steve Sarkeesian says Shoddy's one of the top 3 coaches he talks to. Does Shoddy have something cooking here, you think?
I said this on our show too. I think, and you guys know this as well as I do. I think when ownership is as intermingled in the day-to-day decision-making process as the Cowboys are, I don't think you're completely in charge of the culture in the building as a head coach. Like the culture to some degree is always going to stem from the Jones family, but I think Shoddy is doing his damnedest to make his mark on the culture in the Cowboys building. And like, that's my own observation from the outside, but that's also what I've heard from people that I still talk to inside the building. I really, the highest praise I can give Shoddy is his hiring process has just sort of made you sit up and take notice. I mean, I love the Clayton Adams hire last year, and I love the Christian Parker hire this year. And these are not things that I think in hindsight. Like, I was my coworker was in on Christian Parker and gave me the rundown on Christian Parker and what he's about as a coach and a scheme guy well before the Cowboys were ever talking to him. And what Clayton Adams did in Arizona was on the league-wide radar well before he ever landed in Dallas. So the fact that Shoddy is able to identify and bring those sorts of guys into the building, I think is an incredibly good sign. And I think if you look around like the national landscape, it was easy to think of Shoddy as a bit of a punchline, the way he got hired and his track record and his resume. But I think over the last year plus, you're starting to see people come around on what he's doing there. And I think he overall has a pretty good reputation for the, considering how he got here and everything like that. I think people are taking notice of what he's doing there. And yeah, I do think he's got something cooking in Dallas. I've been pretty impressed so far.
Do you get excited about the schedule release? Well, what do you look for when this thing drops?
I think the schedule release is the stupidest thing in the NFL. I can't believe we have to turn it into a week-long event to announce games that we already know. I mean, it's very useful for me as somebody who works in the industry. It's easier to plan your life when you know which games are when, and you're like, okay, this game is on Thursday night. That means that I might have a longer weekend and maybe I can get away and go have a little bit of a vacation and see my wife for a change, like that type of stuff. But that's not interesting to fans. I don't expect anybody to care about that. And so, no, I think it's absolutely ridiculous. Like the NFL is so unsatisfied by having everyone's attention 11 months out of the year that we've got to turn the schedule release into, like, if you want to do a one-day show, that's fine. But we're at the point now where we announce one game on Monday and we announce another game on Tuesday and we announce the international games on Wednesday. I think it's the stupidest thing in the world. But I am very excited to know when the games are happening. I don't get why it couldn't be an email, to be honest with you.
I'm 100% with you, but there's something in me that still appreciates the free content. The NFL knows how to do it.
I mean, they are clearly skilled at it. I don't want to take that credit away from them. They are very good at turning stupid things into content. But sometimes I just want to say, like, hey, when is enough? Like, surely the content machine doesn't need to be fed 365 days a year. But I know the NFL would turn right back around and say, you're wrong. It does. So here we are.
Dave Hellman, The Athletic Football Show. Hell of a job as always, man. Thank you so much, and have a great week.
Anytime, y'all. Talk to you next time.
Cheers. There he goes. Dave Hellman with you here on 105 through the Fan. If you didn't know, worked with Broadus at DallasCowboys.com for a long time. And he did a hell of a job there. It was clear he was a rising star. Went to L.A., worked for Fox, became a big TV star, and now on maybe the top football podcast, would you say? The Athletics Football Show?
Yeah, I'd say it's right up there for me.
Okay, we got 2 down, 2.5 to go. Wolchuk?
Let's do it. Let's do a football fix. We got the latest schedule rumors, 13 personnel in the affair that might have altered history. That's next.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on the Fan. Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Game 5 between the Spurs and Timberwolves didn't look a lot like Game 2 until the end, as the Spurs blew out the Wolves 126-97 to take a 3-2 series lead. When a series is tied at 2 games apiece, the winner of Game 5 goes on to win the series 82% of the time. That bodes well for the Spurs. Game 6 is Friday night in Minnesota. I'm Adam Abdallah.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin, thanks to Skyrizi. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The Dallas Card Show is back May 14th through May 17th. It's at the Marriott, 777 Waters Creek Boulevard in Allen. More than 700 vendor booths and something for everybody. Me and Corey are going to be hanging out there this Friday doing the show from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Come see us and show off the cards you get while you're here. And you can drop off cards on site with PSA.
Get tickets at DallasCardShow.com or at the door. Don't miss the Dallas Card Show May 14th through the 17th at 777 Waters Creek Boulevard in Allen.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
How many of you want a home equity loan, but you want to close fast? With TexasLending.com, we can close fast for many reasons. One of them, we do automated appraisals on many of our home equity loans. That means you can get an appraisal done for a fraction of the cost at twice the speed, closing your loan when you need it, fast. Call TexasLending.com for your home equity loan today. We got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
I keep seeing celebrities posts, me in the 90s versus now. Well, the person staring at me in the mirror is definitely not the same person that could pull off bootcut jeans. Time creeps up on us so slowly. You don't see it until suddenly you do. Same thing goes for your bills. $1 here, an uptick there. It's a slow burn until one day you realize the price you're paying now is way higher than when you signed up. But at T-Mobile, customers had the lowest wireless bills versus Verizon and AT&T over the past 5 years. And with T-Mobile on their experience plans, you get a 5-year price guarantee, so you know exactly what your plan price will be for the next 5 years. So at least that's one thing that won't change over time. I can't guarantee you'll still look good with frosted tips, but T-Mobile can give you a clear guarantee on your wireless plan.
Lower bills based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 21 to Q4 25 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Get ready for spring and get rewarded at Walgreens. It's the perfect opportunity to elevate your beauty and personal care routine. Get up to $150 in instant savings at Walgreens this week with digital coupons available in the Walgreens app. Finding amazing deals on your must-have brands is incredibly easy. Just clip and save. Look for the lightning bolt on your favorite beauty and personal care brands, including Crest, Pantene, Gillette, and Olay. Stock up on everything you need to look and feel radiant all season long. Offer valid 5/10 through 5/16 at participating locations. Restrictions apply.
Looking for something smart, soulful, and full of heart? I'm Jen Hatmaker, host of For the Love, the podcast where we talk about what really matters. Love and family, faith and purpose. Every week, I'm joined by incredible guests for honest conversations that invite all of us to live with more intention, more laughter, and more connection. Join us on For the Love wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, it's Eric Giafalo. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now for a limited time, new Verizon Mobile and Frontier Fiber customers can get Fiber 500 internet and a line of mobile for just $59.99 a month with autopay for 1 year. Get Fiber 500 internet for $19.99 a month and unlimited welcome for $40 a month plus taxes and fees with a new smartphone line. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more and switch. For new Frontier Fiber internet and Verizon Mobile customers in select areas, mobile and home discount enrollment required. Additional terms apply. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Rangers and Diamondbacks coming up. Pregame at 6:30. They'll be off tomorrow. Have a full show tomorrow. Our NFL schedule tailgate show. Cannot wait. Okay.
We should have Hellman co-host that with us tomorrow.
We should.
Yeah.
I could get Dave in. I can get anybody in on this.
S-ing on the
Get in
sked.
on this with me, boys. Come on.
Yeah, that was hilarious from Dave, though.
I knew he was going to poo-poo on it. I know Dave well enough now.
Yeah.
He's not a fan of that one.
And I mean, it was, what I said is genuine. Part of me totally agrees with him.
Yeah.
I hate it, too. But at the same time, it's fun getting opportunity to look at these matchups, and we're never that far off from a football conversation here on The Fan. We don't need much of an excuse for it. So, hell yeah, we're going to do a tailgate countdown show for the schedule release tomorrow. When we get off at 7, Fred and Blake will jump in, and the NFL Network and ESPN are going to have a 2-hour special to talk about it. So I'm sure they'll be breaking it down as it all becomes official. But I would not be surprised if, with your insiders and text and Broadus,
I think this is going to, we're going to be able to put out the majority of this thing, I think.
Badass. Well, in the meantime, here's Wolchuk with your football fix.
All right, let's get our fix right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
Well, speaking of good old schedule leaks, how about these? We do have a new Thanksgiving game that has been dropped, as the Lions are going to host the Bears on Thanksgiving. So we know the Thanksgiving Eve game will be a Netflix special, which will be the Packers at the Rams. And Eric, you were asking, like, okay, well, when the hell are they going to play the week before?
Yeah, if you're playing on a Wednesday, when was your previous game? Was it the Thursday before? Were you playing a Thursday night game? But you can't have both those teams playing on Thursday night and then playing again together on Wednesday. So I am curious.
Bye. The bye week is the speculation. Both of those will have a bye week in week 11, and then they will play the Wednesday night game of week 12. So that is what's being floated out right now.
I can't imagine they're going to appreciate that.
Maybe not, especially the Rams, who are doing quite a bit of international travel this year. In fact,
they got 2 of them.
I believe they do. I mean, they start the season off against San Francisco. They've got the opener in Australia.
Melbourne.
In terms of the travel, it is the 49ers and the Rams. Those are the top 2 teams with the most miles logged this year. The Texans at 3 and then the Cowboys at 4. Cowboys are going to be traveling 27,980 miles, which is, I mean, the 49ers are at 38,105. That is crazy. The least amount of travel is the Carolina Panthers, 8,740.
That is, what a discrepancy,
crazy,
dude.
Absolutely nuts.
A team is traveling 40,000 some odd miles, and another team is traveling less than 10,000.
Wild. Now, the other Thanksgiving game that's being floated out, Scott Zolak is saying that he is hearing rumors the Patriots are going to be playing the Chiefs on Thanksgiving. So we know the Thanksgiving Eve, that's Packers-Rams, and I would anticipate the Cowboys would then play the following Thursday against one of those teams. Maybe they go to Green Bay. That makes a lot of sense to me because then Micah probably back for that, right?
Yeah.
Or it could be going to the Rams. But I think Cowboys at Green Bay would be one that I'll throw out there as a guess for Week 13. But that would be a heck of a banger slate. I mean, you've got Rams-Packers Wednesday night. Then on Thursday, we start off with Bears-Lions, which should be a competitive game. You would hope both those teams going at it. Ben Johnson returning to Detroit. Then you got Cowboys-Eagles, and then Chiefs or Patriots. Could be fun. I like that.
Yeah, I think the NFL saw that the Chiefs are quite the draw as well on Thanksgiving,
and they can do absolute numbers.
Yeah, they can,
even if they're stinking.
Generational wealth in one afternoon here.
Yeah, that's that would be quite the schedule.
That might be the greatest slate I've ever heard of.
That's pretty damn good, right?
Yeah,
we say that now, and then Drake May, Mahomes, Goff, and Caleb Williams are all going to be dinged up. And it's just going to be a bunch of non-playoff teams and backup quarterbacks duking it out.
And did the Bears have a pop-up year last year, Wolchuk, or are they legit?
What's your football gut telling you?
I lean the Bears are actually pretty legit, but I was a believer in Caleb Williams coming in. So, I thought Caleb Williams had all the talent. I think he's finally got the offensive mind to help him with this and Ben Johnson. And I think defensively with Al Harris, that dude just finds a way to get turnovers for his secondary. So I think the Bears are going to be legit, and I do expect Detroit to get back into the playoffs. The Lions were a team last year that I faded, and that was one of my bold predictions. They'd miss the playoffs. I think the Lions get back in it this year. And the team that I think will not make it will be Green Bay. I think the Packers are going to struggle this year. I think they're going to be like a 500 football team. I just don't love the roster. But for the Cowboys, I always am scared bleepless when it comes to the Packers. Just hasn't been a good history in my lifetime. I know for Brian, it was the other way. But outside of the 90s, Cowboys, Packers, it has not gone our way, unfortunately. Maybe that can change this year. Now, here was some international games. This was wild because Joe Burrow called his shot a year ago. He put out on Instagram, Bengals in Spain. Can we play the Dolphins in Madrid? Could this please be true? Well, they are going to play in Madrid. It's just not going to be the Miami Dolphins, as the NFL unveiled the international slate of games, and it will be Cincinnati against Atlanta. So Bengals-Falcons will be the Madrid game. Yeah, Patriots-Lions will be a Munich game. Vikings-Niners in Mexico City, Week 11. Colts-Commandos in London. And then the Jags home games in London. They'll take on the Eagles and the Texans. So that, of course, goes with Ravens-Cowboys. Now, that leads us to a very special edition. Eric Chiafalo, are you ready for this?
I don't know.
Guess that spread. International edition, baby.
Yeah, neutral sites.
Woo! Let's go. Week 1, Thursday, September 10th, 49ers against the Rams from Melbourne. A Netflix extravaganza. Guess that spread, Gavin Dawson.
Okay, let me get the Rams favored by 3.5.
Oh, very good guess.
I was thinking 3.5. I'll just take the 3 and feel good about it, Wolchuk.
All right, 2.5. Rams by 2.5. So you guys are pretty darn all over this thing. All right, back to you, Eric Chiafalo. Week 3, Sunday, September 27th, 3:25 on CBS. Ravens, Cowboys. Guess that spread.
Give me Ravens by 1.5.
Ooh, Dawson.
I think he's on it, but the way you answered that,
did the ooh shake you a little bit?
It seems like you might be 2 points off.
Damn.
I'll go Ravens by 3.
Dang, I'm going to meet you guys in the middle here. 2.5 Ravens favored here.
Wow, so they think the Ravens are better than the Cowboys by the same amount that the Rams are better than the Niners.
They do. Giving some love to Dallas there. Now, Sunday, October 4th, Gavin Dawson, Colts, Commanders, Hotspur Stadium in London, 8:30 a.m. kick on NFL Network. Guess that spread.
What's the date on this?
This is Sunday, October 4th.
Jones back?
See, that's a question.
Is a question. I'm going to lean yes, but
that was an Achilles in November.
Yeah, almost a year.
Okay, and I'll go Colts -2.
Okay.
Give me a pick 'em, dude.
Commanders 1.5.
Okay.
Favored in this one. Eagles, Jags, Sunday, October 11th. Eric.
Eagles, Jags.
Wembley Stadium in London.
Ooh, that's a matchup
it's
right there.
It's actually a fun one, yeah.
You can actually consider this a Jags home field advantage because they play there so often.
They're going to play back-to-back games there. They'll host Houston the next week.
Yeah, this is the toughest one. I'll go Jags by 1.5.
Okay.
By the time we get there, I think the Jags will be favored by at least a field goal. But right now, I'll go Philly -2.
Philly by 1.5. Good call there. All right, let's stick in your wheelhouse, Dawson. October 25th, Week 7, Sunday. This one's in Paris, 8:30 a.m. Steelers taking on the Saints.
Little breakfast ball.
Oh, wow. Man, Saints are bad, aren't they?
Saints are bad, but
Steelers are about average.
They're on the come-up,
They're kind of the sexy pick to win that division this year.
Everybody's believing in Shuck now.
Yeah, it's
the
weird.
Shuck boys got some love.
I'm still not going to believe in him. I know Bobby's believing in him because Shuck and Kellen Moore were his guys, but I'm going to still – I can't believe in Shuck until he puts up more consistency.
I mean, if Rodgers doesn't come back, it could be Shuck against Aller, which would be a bleep show. I'd feel horrible for the folks at Spurs.
Is Mike McCarthy really telling Drew Aller, forget everything you know? we're going to start from the beginning here.
I could see that. The McCarthy QB school, he takes it very seriously.
Legendary.
He thinks he knows all.
Just forget
He's
it all.
like, guys, I got the answers. I'm doing the same drills I did 30 years ago with quarterbacks. Trust me.
I was doing this with Aaron Brooks in 91.
Yeah,
Trust
I'm a
me,
genius.
bro.
Okay, did you see what Dak did with me?
I'll go Pittsburgh by 3.5.
All right, Eric?
I'll go Pittsburgh by 2.5.
1.5 Steelers favored there. All right, let's get one more in. We'll go Sunday, November 15th, Week 10, New England taking on Detroit from Munich, FC Bayern Munich Stadium in Germany.
Oh, it's another tough one, dude.
Yep.
Give me Lions by 2.
Lions by 2. I like it. Gavin?
Wow, I don't really believe in either of those teams. Let me go New England. No, they've lost. Do they have a wide receiver 1? What'd they do?
It might be
they're going to be
A.J.
A.J. Brown.
They're going to be A.J. Brown. New England -1.
I think once that trade's made, you're right, but right now they're going Lions by 1.5. Now, speaking of A.J. Brown, you have Austin Stanley, co-founder of A to Z Sports and a Titans content creator. He is alleging that Mike Vrabel's relationship with Diana Rossini has resulted in the leaking of inside information that directly has affected multiple NFL transactions over at least 4 consecutive seasons, including 2 of the most consequential moves in recent AFC South history. We go to the 2022 NFL Draft, in which Rossini, who was scheduled to be in Indy to cover the draft for ESPN, instead stayed in
Nashville.
Tennessee.
Nashville.
Yes.
Where Vrabel was the head coach at the time. And during this time, Rossini broke the story of the Titans blockbuster and unexpected trade of
A.J. Brown.
A.J. Brown to the Eagles.
I'm working on something really big here in Nashville, guys.
Which was a franchise-altering move that sent one of the best receivers in the league to the opposite conference, with Stanley alleging that Vrabel fed her the information directly. Probably not a giant leap. Then the following year,
Kind of leap.
Do we have war room cam footage of the two of them
canoodling? Maybe that's the next thing to come out. TMZ will have that soon. Next year, Stanley reports that Rossini published a tweet, which she later deleted, in addition to purging her entire Twitter account and making her Instagram private, claiming that the Titans had withdrawn their trade offer to the Arizona Cardinals for the number 3 pick after C.J. Stroud was selected by Houston. So they're looking to go up to go get Stroud. Stroud gets taken. Now they no longer are offering the trade. Houston seemingly reacts to this Rossini report about the Titans' interest. They trade back up. And what do? They take Will Anderson Jr. at 3. So they went back to back.
Great pick, man.
They're like, oh my gosh. So they surrendered further draft capital. So in his first year in the NFL, Stroud then named Pro Bowl Offensive Rookie of the Year, while also quarterbacking the Texans now to 3 straight postseasons. If Stanley's reporting is accurate here, that means that Vrabel's alleged information leak didn't just help Rossini break news, but it actively here influenced another franchise's draft decisions. Oh my gosh.
Wow, dude. So
Big
there's
deal,
actually...
Or is he reaching?
I mean, it's hard to say if she impacted or just reported what the facts were, and the facts were already in the process of impacting.
Like if she doesn't report this, does somebody else then report this? And in whatever, regardless, in the space-time continuum of NFL moves, that then the domino effect of all of this, does it still end up happening regardless? Or is her reporting strictly the lone result of why the Texans then say, oh my God, another team's trying to move up to 3. We better just do this now and get Will Anderson Jr. and the A.J. Brown stuff.
Yeah.
The A.J. Brown stuff, I think, is whatever.
No, but it ultimately backfires on the Titans because now Will Anderson is a Texan in your division and just eating your lunch at least twice a year.
Yeah,
is one
like
of the
I
best
get
defenders in football.
Titan fans are like, what the hell?
And it really doesn't matter, but it's like the worst kept secret in football and sports is like the leagues select who the insiders are and they feed them info and they agree to not break stuff. So Rossini is like breaking that protocol. There's news happening that they don't want getting out. And if you do that enough, then I think somebody wants you fired. Like this wasn't okay with the NFL, like these kinds of leaks. You know, stuff gets out and they're okay with it getting out. If you report stuff that they're not okay with getting out, they take away your access. You know, but I think maybe Rossini didn't need access because of, you know, where her pipeline of information. was direct from the spigot, if you will.
Yeah, she was getting sex.
Yes, she was.
She was an insider of a different sort.
469 said Rabel was feeding Orsini a mouthful.
Absolutely.
Information.
Yeah, absolutely. And she was crushing it. I think ultimately the fans lose on this one because there will be less inside information, and there will be only league-approved inside information now. She was the people's champ in a lot of ways.
Bring her back. Okay. I miss her.
Bring her back. We got to run. We got Sports Hodgepodge coming up, Chief. Where are you taking it?
Yeah, we got some trouble in La La Land, man. That's next to the nation.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Hi, it's Eric Giafalo. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now for a limited time, new Verizon Mobile and Frontier Fiber customers can get Fiber 500 internet and a line of mobile for just $59.99 a month with autopay for 1 year. Get Fiber 500 internet for $19.99 a month and unlimited welcome for $40 a month plus taxes and fees with a new smartphone line. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more and switch. For new Frontier Fiber internet and Verizon Mobile customers in select areas, mobile and home discount enrollment required. Additional terms apply. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Academy Sports and Outdoors doesn't sell meat. We do sell the things that make meat meat. Grills that make steak sizzle, smokers that melt brisket, and chairs that make you say, let's sit and eat meat. But that meat didn't come from us. The shade you're under, spice you're tasting, and American flag shirt you're wearing, that's us. Cherry wood and charcoal, yes. Corned beef, no. Corn whole, yes. Canopies, yep. Canapes, I don't know what that is. Meat, no. Everything but the meat, yes. Academy, fun can't lose.
Most car buyers don't know this. The longer your loan, the more likely you are to owe more than your car is worth. Millions of drivers are stuck in 6 and 7 year loans facing negative equity. Leasing with D&M avoids that trap, letting you drive the car you want without years of depreciation. For 50 years, Texans have trusted D&M to keep payments under control and drive smarter. Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com. D&M Leasing, the smarter way Texans drive.
We make leasing easy.
Oh, look, if you've been hurt, the last thing you need is another high-stress situation. At Branch & Dillon, our goal is to remove that stress and let you focus on recovery while we focus on protecting your interests. Established right here in Dallas-Fort Worth. When you work with us, you're a fellow Texan, not a number. No yelling, no gimmicks. Visit us at crashhelpfast.com. You focus on recovery. We'll handle the rest. crashhelpfast.com.
Winter weather can cause damage to your roof, and if you've got roof leaks currently or you haven't had a roof inspection in a couple of years, we encourage you to call Blue Nail Roofing and Construction for a free roof assessment and inspection. Finding and repairing roof damage early can save you money and also extend the life of your roof. Call today to schedule your assessment, 855-255-1975, 855-255-1975, BlueNailRoofing.com. Wind or hail, call Blue Nail.
Texas, let's talk Wagyu. Better yet, let's taste it. Booth Creek Wagyu is now open at Park Village in Southlake. Stop in and experience it for yourself with a complimentary sample of our Wagyu beef. And for the first 250 customers who spend $100, we're including a free ribeye. Booth Creek Wagyu, changing the way America eats beef. Visit us in Southlake or at boothcreekwagyu.com.
Each weekday at 5:30, Gavin, Lucius, and the guys bring you the G-Bag of the Day. The craziest audio sent in from you and all of the Tolos. That's every day at 5:30 and replayed the next day at 2:30. Driven by EastDallasDiesel.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hey, DFW, Dave Ramsey here. A great smile could change your life. I've been talking about my friend Dr. Jeff Buski over at Granbury Dental Center for many years, and there's a reason. If missing teeth or ill-fitting dentures are holding you back from eating what you love, smiling confidently, or enjoying life fully, dental implants could be a smart decision for your health and quality of life. You can enjoy secure, natural-looking teeth that feel like your own. No covering your mouth, no messy adhesives. You can smile with complete confidence and even eat steak and corn on the cob. With Dr. Jeff Buski at Granbury Dental, you can experience life-changing results that can last a lifetime. Trust me, it's worth the drive to Granbury to see the good folks at Granbury Dental. Call 817-573-3761 for your free consultation, or visit GranburyDentalCenter.com and mention Dave Ramsey for special savings, because taking care of yourself is always worth it.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KRS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the Men's Tea Clinic.
Fellas, feeling tired, sluggish, or not yourself? Gavin Dawson from Men's Tea Clinic, they have the fix. From testosterone therapy to hair replacement, joint recovery, bedroom wellness, they do it all. Same-day appointments, fast results. Get your edge back right now. Visit Men's Tea Clinic today. All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Jared Sandler's coming up in an hour. We can ask him more about the Evaldi situation. A little breaking news on Evaldi we'll get to here in just a second. Then we'll get a hodgepodge. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Never an out-of-pocket cost. Only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Before we get to this hodgepodge, well, Chuck, what do we know about Evaldi right now?
Yeah, so he threw a bullpen today, and the Rangers beat is reporting that he said he feels good and he should be ready to go Sunday against Houston.
Let's freaking go.
So great news.
Yes.
And then it is SpongeBob night out of the Globe. So we got baseball time in Bikini Bottom. The Rangers are going to be giving away tonight an exclusive co-branded SpongeBob SquarePants Texas Rangers jersey collab. It actually looks pretty
Does it look
badass.
cool?
It does look cool.
I love that, man. That's great stuff. These promotional items that the Rangers are doing these days. SpongeBob and baseball, man. That's what Texas does.
Yeah, you'd look great in one of these, Eric. I'm going to send you the picture of this.
You think so?
I think if anyone's going out and is able to get their hands on an extra Ranger SpongeBob jersey, we need to get one of these for Eric. Next time we're at the Globe, he can rep this like his Rangers, Power Rangers one.
You know I love free gear, man.
I know you do.
I take it every time. All righty, here's Eric Chiafalo with his Sports Hodgepodge.
Yeah, man, I think we got some trouble in Lakerland, and gosh dang it, Wemby is starting to bug me right after this.
TJ Hushmanzada, could you just rate my guy here on a scale of 1 to 10? You don't think it's rude what you just did?
Who's literally listening to this anyway? Is anyone listening?
Well, it is the home of the Cowboys.
Well, no one exactly. No one's listening.
I did a radio show when I first got here, and they told me I was fat.
The brisket sando, that is hard to beat.
LeVar, do you want to get in on this?
I'm not in on that, you rude motherfucker.
Oh, he almost cussed.
Then they called me the Girthquake or something stupid.
I do like the Girthquake. That's a nice nickname.
Little shock jock stuff.
It just sucks seeing Wemby in a Spurs uniform just dominating, dude. It does. It's annoying. What he did to Rudy Gobert last night was just disrespectful. The spin cycle that he put Rudy Gobert in last night
is unbelievable.
That is an all-time highlight. He did the MJ like one-hand ball thing where he's toying with you like you're a child, and Gobert's spinning around like
he's hooping with his nephews.
Lucius, watching Wemby is ridiculous. He was awesome last night, and like they poked the bear. He walks in and he's like, I'm going to give you 16 points before you can even start to breathe, okay? Yeah. And then credit to the T-Wolves, man, because they fought back. They tied the game in the third quarter. Okay, we got ourselves a ball game, and then Castle and Harper and the rest of these guys with the Spurs, they go ahead and get the job done. But
if this game is going to slow down to the point he can start toying with the opposition, I'm done. You know,
that's like
just let me know when he's retiring.
Yeah,
and I'll start pulling for my teams to win the championship again.
I don't know. Like, and then you have the Thunder situation and their dominance. You're like, this is
it's annoying.
This is pretty aggravating. And like for Rudy Gobert, I don't know how you're able to like lace him up again after that. Like that film session has to be as embarrassing as any NBA player's ever experienced.
I love the reactions that this Spurs teammate is giving, whether it's the elbow to the face.
Harper just loves it all.
Dude, that's where the camera's got to go as soon as Wemby does anything.
He's in awe of Wemby. Like, I see this every day. I travel with him. I practice with him. I play with him. And I'm still, like, jaw to the floor, bug-eyed, eyebrows high. I can't believe I just witnessed that.
I mean, you're getting the memes of his domination and the Harper memes at the same time. But this is every bit as good as we feared. I think there's some Olajuwon to it. There's some Shaq vibes to it. Like, this is what it felt like from about 99 to 2004 with Shaq in that small window where he had experience. He wasn't too fat yet and still had his legs. And it was just like, nobody can stop this.
Nobody can.
You just wait until it's over. But, yeah, he's going to win 2, 3, 4 in a row. And I think Wemby is of the quality that they're going to be able to cycle the supporting cast around him.
Mm-hmm.
The dynamics that impact the Celtics, the Nuggets, it's like, hey, we got a championship, and now your roster is going to get eaten alive because you can't afford to keep it together. I think with San Antonio, they'll just be like, we'll just get other role players. And as long as the guys can shoot around Wemby, rebound and defend, we're going to be fine.
Yeah, youngest player in NBA history with a playoff game with 25 or more points, 15 or more boards, 5 or more assists, 3 or more blocks. That's what Wemby did last night. His first 9 playoff games are better than Tim Duncan's were. More rebounds, more blocks, better true shooting percentage, and the points per game is basically identical, but you have Tim Duncan playing over 40 minutes per game in those, and Wemby's playing under 29 minutes per game in his first 9 NBA
crazy.
Playoff games. Like, it's totally ridiculous, and opponents are shooting like under 25% when Wemby is the one contesting the shot.
Yeah, last night he allowed, I think, just 2 field goals. The entire game. 12 forced misses, 3 blocks, according to Hoopology. The dude's, and he, of course, leads the league in blocks per game.
Yeah.
Like, he's a cheat code.
Yeah, he is.
The game was played at a lesser pace back then, but per minute efficiency is, still, it's goatish. And I saw a quote earlier that maybe this is going to turn the LeBron-MJ conversation into who was second best.
Whoa.
Oh, wow. We finally get relief from the LeBron-MJ conversation.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
got to stay healthy. It's hard to do at that size.
And I think that's really the only question at this point is just, can he stay healthy enough to keep this going for a decade? Now, speaking of LeBron and that whole situation, now that the Lakers season is over, you start to get all the reports, okay? The hurt feelings, the frustrations. What's going to happen with LeBron? Is he going back to L.A.? On March 31st, the Lakers defeated the Cavs, and LeBron broke the record for the most wins by an individual in NBA history. Compiler stat of all compiler stats, but it's still his. 1,229. That broke the record. In the same game, though, you had Luka passing 15,000 points. You had Rui Hachimura passing 5,000 points, and you had J.J. Redick reaching his 100th win as a head coach. So it was a big-time milestone-type game for the Lakers.
Pretty crazy. All of that happened the same night.
Yeah, and it's all versus the Cavs, too.
Jeez.
You know? So it was a pretty big day. Well, after the game, J.J. Redick's running through all the milestone stuff, congratulating everybody, and then Rob Pelinka comes in, Lakers GM, and he gives the game ball to J.J. Redick. He doesn't give the game ball to LeBron. Doesn't give it to anybody else. It really would only be LeBron or J.J. They both reached pretty significant milestones, and they actually had a video. They threw to a video of J.J. Redick's two sons, like, congratulating their dad on win 100, and then Pelinka gives J.J. Redick the game ball, and apparently that irked LeBron. It was an example of the Lakers taking him for granted, and that didn't sit right with him.
They're probably signaling and maybe sending him a message, we're moving on.
Weren't they kind of doing that all last offseason? Like leading into the year, it felt like there were all those reports.
They stopped listening to his trade ideas like 2 years ago. You know,
they were building around Luka and phasing him out.
So it sucks for LeBron, I'm sure. But I think LA has always looked at him more like Pat Riley with the Heat. Like, you're part of this organization, but we're not going to let you dictate everything.
Yeah. Yeah, and then now you have a LA radio host going on Cleveland radio. His name's Bill Reiter. And he's
Bill is Reiter than you.
He's a sports talk host in Los Angeles. And he says, quote, I know LeBron and Luka don't get along very well.
That's pretty stunning. I mean, going from Luka's rookie year where he's like in awe of LeBron, and it's the one time you kind of saw him star-studded and shell-shocked by him. I guess maybe don't meet your heroes type of thing.
Well, and I don't know what the real dynamic is here, if this is even true. But this guy's pretty close to things as a sports talk host in Los Angeles. And you heard LeBron reference after the game the other night, like, man, I've had to do things that I've never had to do in my entire life, be the third option. Like, maybe that didn't totally sit well with him. And maybe
ask Sedano?
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me text George.
Yeah, hit up George.
I'll pull a Broadus here.
He's right down there.
Ask Sedano.
Yeah, just get your gang of 7, and see what he thinks about that particular report. But that's where things stand right now. You have some general managers anonymously in the league just thinking that LeBron's going to end up going to Cleveland and doing that thing. Maybe it ends up being the Knicks if the Knicks, for whatever reason, can't win the title this year.
Okay.
If they get blasted in the finals or something, maybe it's LeBron going to New York, and then, I mean, what a moment that would be if LeBron is able to assist the Knicks in getting their first title in forever. That would be quite the way to kind of close things down as the final chapter. But the Cavs obviously make sense as well.
I mean, I would love the idea, and maybe this is doable now that both of his kids are out of the house in college and the pros, of just like choosing a team every year and playing for league minimum for as long as I can be like this 20.5 assist level player.
Yeah.
Who needs a championship? Yeah. And can I help you get there? As a role player, as a third or fourth best player, I think he's still got that in him.
He's like Will Smith in the bullpen. He went like Rangers. It's like every year, wherever Will Smith goes, he ends up winning a championship. That's LeBron.
I just love the idea that LeBron is sitting there in the team meeting room waiting for his game ball, and then all of a sudden J.J. Redick's sons come up on the video, and he's just mother bleeping these 10-year-old kids. Are you effing kidding me? Are you kidding me?
It's 100 damn wins.
He's got his own son on the team, okay, and he thinks the Lakers are taking him for granted.
So do you think they want him back at their price, or they want to move on, and it's up to LeBron to see if he wants to live elsewhere?
Yeah, I guess that's kind of what it is.
I think the Golden State idea is the most likely.
Okay, yeah, you also have the Golden State idea as well, which
Clippers might play. They want to win now.
Yeah, maybe that's the way to stick it to the Lakers a little bit. Just stay right there in L.A. and help them. I don't know. I mean, there's certainly some options. Knicks, Cavs, Warriors, or back with the Lakers. I don't know.
If he goes to the Celtics. They trade Jaylen Brown for him.
I don't see him wanting to go to the Celtics, but maybe. I mean, if he thinks
Celtics-Lakers rivalry, if you're really just wants to.
Okay, there you go.
I mean, that's kind of where I was going, just like pure pettiness.
But he's frustrated. He's maybe got some jealous cooked up inside of him, and I do as well. Because did you see Sean and RJ?
What happened?
Did you see they got their own coffee?
They did, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
They got
Pretty
their
cool.
own coffee?
Yeah.
Just Love Coffee. And I do love Just Love Coffee. Grand Prairie, Arlington. But now you can go in there, and you will be supporting the Sandlot Children's Charity, which is special. But the Ethiopian something kind of coffee, and it's Sean and RJ's brand. They have their own coffee.
It sounds delicious.
Do I have a little bit of jealousy? Yes, I
Absolutely.
do. Okay, I would like to have a little G-Bag Nation coffee cooked up. I mean, I don't know what would our product be. Would it be coffee?
Espresso?
I think we're all other than Broadus, but majority rules, bro. We're all coffee people. I think we'd love a little G-Bag Nation branded coffee. I'd be drinking the heck out of that thing. So congratulations to Sean and RJ. I'm not envious. I'm not annoyed.
Did you just skip the next word after Ethiopian?
I did.
Because I don't know how to say it either. Yurgashev?
Your guess is as good as mine on that one, man.
Right.
Ethiopian Yurgashev wash something or other coffee.
Vanilla tea-like citrus.
They make a good coffee bean in Ethiopia.
I don't doubt it.
Ain't that their origins? Doesn't
that
coffee
right?
come from there, right? Am I tripping?
Original coffee?
Yeah, I think so.
Coffee was invented in Ethiopia?
You're the smartest on the show.
Let's get out there, bro.
Don't do that.
You probably saw a documentary on it, and it's somewhere in the files of your brain, and you nailed it.
I could be close.
I'm going with it, man.
I'll Google it, but I think you're right.
Congrats to Sean and RJ, man. They've done it again.
Coffee originated in the ancient coffee forests of the Ethiopian plateau.
Bow!
Look at
where
our guy.
wild coffee plants
Coffee
first
guy of
grew.
the day, Lucius Alexander, ladies and gentlemen.
I said I'm going to take my keys and go home. That's it for me.
Damn right.
Did pretty good today.
You deserve your own coffee, Lucius. I don't think Sean and RJ knew that. I don't think they know that they are drinking the coffee that was where it was invented.
Nectar
the
of the
birth
gods.
of coffee.
OG coffee.
OG coffee. That's what they have. Shout out to Just Love.
Yeah, some Sufi monks had the idea in the 15th century. We should take these beans and brew them. And bang, there it went.
G-Brew Nation copy.
Salute to you guys.
G-Brew Nation.
5 thoughts on the Cowboys schedule release. Sandler coming up in 20 if you missed it. Evo said it'll be good to go on Sunday. We'll get Sand's thoughts on that and more coming up at 5:20, and we're back here in the Nation.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece. From the kind of reasonable to the totally wild, would you consider any of these dramatic baseball rules changes? That and NFL overreaction reality. You got to tune in. 10 to 2 on the Fan.
Polo's time is running out to get 10% off your home painting project with my friends at CertaPro Painters. You can ask about their spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. And each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. And you can trust them to get the job done right because they take pride in what they do. The process is worry-free, starting with that free estimate. And when you choose CertaPro Painters, you're not just hiring a service, you're partnering with trusted local professionals with over 70,000 5-star reviews to make your house feel like a home. So do what I did, schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
If you have IRS problems, you have legal problems, and you need an attorney. Hi, I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath.
And I'm Jamie Flores, the managing partner at the law offices of Namath and Flores. So many of our clients routinely reach out to us after they have already unsuccessfully spent thousands of dollars with some out-of-state tax resolution company.
National tax resolution companies do a lot of talking, but if you're facing IRS wage levies, bank levies, or tax liens, you should have the law offices of Namath and Flores behind you.
Call us today at 972-484-0-TAX, offices in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Frisco.
What's up, everybody? Nick Kirk's here helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Coming up tomorrow, Wednesday night in the pro basketball playoffs, San Antonio, a 9.5-point home favorite against Minnesota, total 215.5. Now, I don't know if Minnesota will win outright like it did in game one, but this point spread is way too big with how hard Minnesota plays. I think Minnesota keeps the game close, and Minnesota covers the big number. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
It's time to warm up that scoreboard and get ready to bring home the win with Specs. Specs has you covered with lower prices on all your favorite fan fuel. From craft beer, rare spirits, and world-class wine to chips, dips, and gourmet finer foods. And with same-day delivery when you order online or through the app, Specs is your MVP for the biggest score of the game. At Specs, the fun starts here.
Here's to you, cheers to savings.
The much-anticipated NFL schedule release is here, and the Fan has you covered. Listen to G-Bag Nation tomorrow afternoon as our G-Bag insiders gather the info and piece the schedule together. Then it's the official schedule release with reaction all night long from you and Fan After Dark with Fred and Blake. The Fan is the place to be tomorrow, live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. Your home of the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
At Alliance Hyundai, you can shop the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade today. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty and owner's assurance. Plus, you don't need an appointment for service. Come see us today in person or visit us online at alliancehyundai.net.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
At Genesis of Plano, part of the Huffines Auto family, we're committed to doing things the right way. With clear, upfront pricing, no unwanted dealer addendums, and over 100 years serving North Texas. Our vehicles are engineered to inspire exploration, pushing the boundaries of what luxury can be. And our dealership delivers an experience defined by comfort, intention, and elevated detail. Visit Genesis of Plano today and discover a higher standard of luxury, totally on your terms.
You know, this is one of those topics that no one really wants to think about, but if you're a parent, a homeowner, married, or helping take care of aging parents, it's something that honestly deserves a little attention. I'm talking about estate planning. And before you tune out thinking it's complicated or expensive, that's actually why I want to mention Trust and Will. Trust and Will makes estate planning feel way less intimidating than it sounds. They offer modern, attorney-designed wills and trusts that you can create online. And the process is surprisingly straightforward. In fact, you can create a will in as little as 30 minutes. That includes things like guardianship for your kids or pets, how your assets are distributed, and even healthcare directives. Don't wait until it's too late. Protect your loved ones with Trust and Will, the most trusted name in online estate planning. Go to trustandwill.com/TOLO to get 20% off. That's trustandwill.com/TOLO for 20% off. Trustandwill.com/TOLO.
This message is sponsored by BetterHelp, and the leading online therapy platform, BetterHelp, now accepts insurance in Texas, making therapy far more accessible for people who have previously thought it was too expensive to start. With quick coverage checks, easy online matching, and average copays around $23, this removes a major barrier and helps more people get support when they need it most. As I've discussed a lot on these airwaves, therapy has been a game changer in my adult life, and BetterHelp is the next evolution of this as the largest online therapy platform with more than 30,000 therapists and having served more than 6 million people globally with an average rating of 4.9 stars out of 5. Here's how it works. BetterHelp does the initial work for you via a short questionnaire that helps identify your needs, and with BetterHelp's 12 years of experience and industry-leading match fulfillment rate, they typically get it right. Fill out the questionnaire and check your coverage today at betterhelp.com/KRLD. That's better, HELP.com/KRLD. Average copay is based on eligible members. Actual cost and coverage may vary by plan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Berkey's AC Plumbing and Electrical.
Jeff Cox here, president of Berkey's. We're celebrating 50 years of serving DFW. Save $19.75 on a new 40 or 50-gallon American water heater installed. Huge savings on the things you need. Visit us at berkeys.com today.
In 37968.
Working the phones, at the practices, and covering the biggest events, we call it the Fan Difference. The more you listen, the more you know when you turn it on and leave it on. The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight. And they've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're about 30 minutes away from Jared Sandler joining us there at 5:20. He'll tell you what you need to know about this rubber match coming up pregame at 6:30 with the Diamondbacks in town. Breaking news earlier this hour, Nathan Eovaldi threw a bullpen. Feels like he'll be able to make his next scheduled start, which is Sunday. So that is fantastic news. And on top of that, if you missed it, Nemo's ankle roll, not bad. He's going to be back.
Yeah, he is.
So a couple of scares this week in the injury department for a team that can't take any more injuries. I mean, it's at the tipping point in that outfield, especially with Langford out already. So we've been on the receiving end of some good developments here throughout today's show. All righty. Todd Archer writing today or yesterday on ESPN, the makeover of the Cowboys defense is complete. And I wonder what all he's working on there. Do you think he talked with sources that said we're done here after they brought in the corner from Philadelphia last week?
Oh, Adoree Jackson
for the little
a workout.
There hasn't been anything else, and Todd mentioned that. Like, you know, we might be at that stage of free agency, and I just hope that the Cowboys are at least open-minded to things falling their way. Like they've said, player acquisition is a 365-day-a-year type of deal. So, man, what if the linebackers aren't what you imagine? Or if you have an injury, you're just going to be like, well, I guess we're going with young guys. We're going to see what Barham can do. Mm-hmm. I'm excited about Barham, but I think that's maybe a project. Any third-round pick is a project, you know?
Sure, you don't want to pencil in a third-round pick as this is going to be your starter, but I think that there is high expectation for him in the building, and Jesse Holley was on DLLS. He actually got to talk to the rookies there at the Star, and he said the guy that really impressed him, just paraphrasing, was Barham. I mean, he looked at him and said, I'm here to take somebody's job. Like, this guy understands the task and has the confidence and just carries himself in a way that really stood out and impressed Jesse. But I think this is probably one of those things, and we've experienced this out there, where they're probably done until August when they're out there at camp, and they kind of get a feel for their team when they're like, you know what? Let's bring in Carl Lawson. Let's bring in, last year was like Lyle Collins. Now that was due to injury, right? But let's work out Justin Houston and these guys. So maybe that's where a Clowney addition happens. We're out there in August, and they kind of, we do need a linebacker. We do need to add another outside corner, and that's where maybe there's another addition to be made.
I think with young players, it's important to put that carrot out there and say, okay, is it Barham? Are we going Barham?
Yeah, I believe it is Barham. That's why I've kind of started to call him Jayshawn Barham. I think that's how he pronounces it.
He goes Barham.
And I would love a Barham. Thank you very much. Why not? Wrap it up in some cellophane, hand you a bar of ham.
Yeah, Barham.
Barham over bar turkey, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that's been well established.
Over bar chicken,
bar bacon,
bar beef.
But you take a bar ribeye over anything.
Bar pork, bar ribeye. A bar of filet mignon. I don't think filet mignon gets the credit that it should.
Dude, thank you. There's been like an anti-filet push out there.
Yeah.
Like it's the lazy cheesecake.
Yeah, I think it's considered
lazy. I think it's the lady cheesecake.
And the filet is the most feminine steak.
Okay.
Yeah. If you want a real clean, like lowest fat you can get type of operation, the filet mignon.
Really nice, tiny little size. Super expensive.
Yes. Very expensive.
Wouldn't fill up an adult.
Wait, what about a baseball filet? Is that a little bit more manly for you? Is that sexy?
While we're talking steak real quick, I have decided recently the move up to the prime grade isn't worth it. At Costco, like a tray of filet mignon prime, you're looking at about $100.
Ooh.
The one step down is $55. So you're saving $45 for the same weight of steak.
Wow.
A little better marbling. But
yeah.
Over the years, cooking that highly marbled steak as compared to the less marbled, I don't think it's worth the extra, basically doubling the price per pound.
So the marbling potentially overrated because I got so many. I mean, my algorithm is filled with like
It looks amazing.
butcher videos, and I see them cut down these steaks, and you see that marbling, and from an eye test standpoint, you're like, I want that.
Okay.
I feel like I need that, but you've actually experienced it. I haven't had the super dominant marbling.
Try out the Prime.
I pass on the Wagyu all the time, even though it looks amazing. I see it at the butcher shop, and I'm like, I'm not spending that much money.
You're going
I don't
straight
think it's worth
grass-fed.
it. I think it's a brand thing. I think it's a brand thing, or you believe it, or we've made it more expensive, so people are like, oh, that must be way better. I don't think it. Maybe it is 5% better. Maybe,
but not double.
No, it's
double the price better.
My eating experience is not twice as
not
good.
Worth it.
What's the Franklin injury attorney text line think about that? Prime meats are a scam, says the 903. Okay, that's East Texas. East Texas would know about this. That's beef country right there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Heck yeah, it is.
Porterhouse with the T-bone is the best. I'm not going to fight you on what you prefer. I just think the filet mignon deserves that recognition as being really good. 573 Dawson, you're spot on. Sous vide those bad boys, and you get the same tenderness with less cost. I don't mind the sous vide. That's when you put it in the bag and you boil it basically to get it to the precise internal temp.
It was intimidating.
Then sear that thing.
No, Sean actually gave me a sous vide deal to try, and
you never did it.
I tried.
You did?
No, I didn't get as far enough to actually follow through with it. I was too intimidated by the whole sealing process. I'm like, I'm going to bleep this up. And then he made fun of me on air. I returned it to him. I think he's regifted it to somebody else. My charter friend Jared swears by it, and I've been to his house, and he knows how to sous vide this thing. It's probably easier, and I'm overcomplicating it, but it's like the waffle maker at a hotel. I'm like, I'm going to F this up.
I think the most important thing about a steak, though, correct me if I'm wrong, is the sear and the grill marks.
I'm with
the
you.
Flame, and how it dances with the salt and the fat.
You want it to touch the fire.
And with the sous vide, you're getting the perfect tenderness. You're getting the perfect internal temperature, but
I gotta have that crust on there.
Yeah, but yeah. So you're having to warm up the grill anyway to put that sear on it. And where are you pulling it now? Am I pulling it at 115 and throwing it for the sear in the extra 10, 15 degrees? I don't know. I might as well just grill the whole thing if I'm getting that involved with it already. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We got football's finest coming up next. Then Jared Sandler, buddy. Where are you taking us here in the finest?
The most confident man in football, and an NFL insider has something interesting to say about our Cowboys. That is next here in the nation.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The NFL announced their international schedule, and traveling the most amount of miles this year are the San Francisco 49ers. With an opening trip to Australia, a trip to Mexico City, and road games in Atlanta and New York, the 49ers are flying over 38,000 miles this season. Having a team that is often injured and adding in all of that travel, I'm not too high on Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers this year. I'm Adam Abdallah.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Chip, follow back here with you, Tolos. And I know as parents, we would all do anything to give our own kids a bright future, but some kids need a helping hand to get there. And that's why I'm here today to ask you to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. It does not have to be running. It's possibly a total eyesore in your driveway right now. You're trying to figure out what to do with it. You could change a kid's life by donating that vehicle to Cars for Kids. And here's the deal. It's so easy. All right, free towing, all paperwork done, a maximum tax deduction, and a $50 gift card as a thank you. Every cent of net proceeds goes to Texans Can Academies, giving at-risk kids the education and hope that they deserve. Listen, if my kids needed help, I'd pray someone would step up. Be that someone today. Visit carsforkids.org or call 866-835-5437 and write off the car, not the kid.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
Many of you want a home equity loan, but you don't want to refinance your current mortgage. That's why we have great second lien home equity loans at TexasLending.com. You can get your home equity loan done in your primary residence, a second home, and even on investment properties. Call TexasLending.com today to find out more. Get a free quote. We got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
The Dallas Card Show is back May 14th through May 17th. It's at the Marriott, 777 Waters Creek Boulevard in Allen. More than 700 vendor booths and something for everybody. Me and Corey are going to be hanging out there this Friday doing the show from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Come see us and show off the cards you get while you're here. And you can drop off cards on site with PSA.
Get tickets at DallasCardShow.com or at the door. Don't miss the Dallas Card Show May 14th through the 17th at 777 Waters Creek Boulevard in Allen.
Spring is showing up and showing out. Give your yard its own moment with limited time deals from Lowe's. Grab select 1.5-gallon annuals hanging baskets, 2 for only $15. Plus, we've got Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil, 5 bags for just $10. A little dirt, a little color, and we are so back. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid 5/7 through 5/13. Selection varies by location. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. You're turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Jared Sandler's coming up in 20 minutes. He'll tell you about some pretty good Rangers news today. Nimmo and Evaldi going to be okay. Pregame on that coming up at 6:30 as we have a rubber match. The final of a 3-game set between the Rangers and Diamondbacks. First pitch coming up at 7:05. Pregame 6:30. Here's the Chief with your football's finest.
What do you think about this particular report nationally about our Cowboys right after this?
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time. A day and a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
All right, let's try and read between the lines here a little bit with Dan Graziano.
Okay.
He's got a nice little article on ESPN. He's answering 10 lingering questions about the 2026 NFL offseason. He's got a handful of teams that he addresses in here.
And I love Danny as an insider. I really do. He's got some gold.
He does.
Schedule league.
We got leakage. We go live to our leakage correspondent, Zach Wolchuk, live in studio.
Yep, I got you guys. Jordan Schultz reporting Seattle going to open the season at home. Super Bowl rematch, New England.
Wow. Wait, are you serious?
Serious. Patriots, Seattle rematch. Get ready, Vrabel. You don't have long.
Rossini's like, that would have been mine.
Yep.
That would have been my report.
And now it's Schultz's.
The NFL scheduling department is in their prime. This is just crushing.
They're in the bag.
The Thanksgiving leaks earlier. It's the best Thanksgiving ever. Now it might be the best week 1 ever.
What's the Thanksgiving again, Wolchuk? We have the eve, the night before, which is going to be Green Bay and the Rams.
Yep.
Then we wake up. Of course, we're getting the Lions. They're taking on the Bears.
Yep.
Okay. Then we get Cowboys, Eagles.
Yep.
Then we get
Patriots, Chiefs.
Patriots, Chiefs. Yeah, that's a heck of a lineup.
Pretty sexual and seductive.
It is pretty. It's football seduction right there. I mean, again, in May, before we find out that Drake May and Mahomes are not going to be healthy enough to play in that game. But right now, today, you give them credit, okay? You give them credit where it's due.
Right
I
now.
actually kind of like the Super Bowl rematch. It's like a fun litmus test for, okay, Patriots, you really didn't belong on the field with Seattle back in February. Here we are in September, though.
Mm-hmm.
Are you better?
Who?
Or are you worse?
Yeah. No Kenneth Walker.
No Kenny Walker, but they got Jadarian Price now, the rookie Golden Domer.
They got the Price, man.
Toting the rock. Yeah, that'll be a lot of fun, dude. A lot of fun. And now you'll probably have the A.J. Brown element.
Yeah.
Like, man, if A.J. Brown was in that Super Bowl, what a difference it could have made. They may have only lost by 14 points.
Maybe they'd have won. Who knows?
So you have Dan Graziano, and he's a national reporter. But you see him, listen, he is pretty plugged in with the Cowboys. You see him at Cowboys games plenty. Bump into him on the elevator, going up to the press box. Where, we're fighting over the cutting station there in the press box.
He's been like elbowing you a few times.
He's a hungry guy. I respect it. Me and him are in there, and we're eyeballing that cutting station. But he's even a guy that Broadus will go out of his way for. When Broadus has to get up from his throne in the press box to go do the halftime show in the Brad Sham radio booth and snag all the sushi, he will make it a point, if he sees Graziano, to walk over to him, shake his hand, and say, "I respect your work, sir." Now, I've seen him do that at least 3 or 4 times. Okay, so Graziano's got his article, and he's talking about, the question is, why didn't the Cowboys want to extend George Pickens?
Why didn't they?
So he runs through a list of things, and he says that, there's a few reasons that they wanted to see Pickens basically do it again before deciding whether to commit long-term money to him. They're already paying Lamb, obviously, quite a bit of money. Carrying 2 of the highest-paid receivers in the league would be tough on the salary cap. Another reason, as team president Stephen Jones said a few weeks ago, is that Pickens is still new to Dallas. He doesn't have as much in the bank, so to speak, with them as he would if it had been the team that drafted and developed him. There are explanations for why the Cowboys were able to get a player as talented as Pickens from the Steelers a year ago for only a third-round pick, just as there are explanations for why no team sent him an offer sheet after Dallas tagged him. Pickens' time in Pittsburgh, all the issues that happened there off the field and that kind of stuff. But this is how he closes it down. He says, who knows? If Pickens has another big year and Lamb struggles with his health again, maybe the Cowboys feel differently about both players a year from now. But they've decided the franchise tag is the right way to go with Pickens in 2026. He's leaving the door open for maybe they could find themselves out on Lamb by the end of the season and back in on Pickens long term.
Maybe.
Like, maybe this is a make or break it year. This is like a seed, and they're like best friends, it seems. But you have Lamb and Pickens where it's like, could be an arms race to see who the Cowboys love more by the end of the season. And it's not about the Lamb production, it's about the Lamb health. And of course, he was banged up a little bit last year, missed some time for sure. I don't think of CeeDee Lamb as, this is a guy that's perpetually missing games.
No, and he played through that AC joint 2 years ago.
Yeah, he showed the toughness.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, but
I guess the age difference here, CeeDee's 2 years older, 3 years older. And
Pickens will be 25 years old or whatever.
Essentially you trade that, and I mentioned how they kind of set that contract up to where they're reaping the benefit of the lower hits now, so the bigger hits are coming up down the line. Maybe you swap that up, and now you get a new deal done with Pickens. Bottom line is I don't think they want both paid here at the same time. So I could see that. I'd hate it. I love both of them. I love CD. I wouldn't like to pick between the two, but maybe not a terrible decision.
If Graziano was thinking about it, I feel good because it's something that I would bring up, and I did bring up last year.
You've brought it up a couple of times.
Like CeeDee Lamb is not as healthy as George Pickens over the last 2 or 3 years. I think there's something to it. I wouldn't give the Cowboys enough credit to actually do it. In my mind, they got Lamb in the 88. That's part of Cowboys lore and history and legacy branding.
True.
I couldn't see him moving off of that. But if they do, then I will be forced to reimagine that maybe the Cowboys are putting championship first instead of branding, marketing, and legacy. And that would be a surprise for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be a surprise to a lot of people. And I know George Pickens became quite the fan favorite this year.
Yeah.
I mean, Cowboys fans, perpetually on the text, when we talk about George Pickens, it's like we want him around. And
most entertaining player.
Until that Lions game.
Yeah.
They kind of turned.
Best watch since Dez. Maybe you put him in a very, very select group with like Zeke and Herschel Walker. Dion.
There's just
oh my God, what am I watching?
Yeah.
This guy is just insane.
It's an experience to watch him when he's clicking on all cylinders.
And Lamb's amazing. Don't get me wrong.
For sure.
Lamb has given you some of those moments.
3 straight 100-catch seasons. I mean, the production's been phenomenal with CD.
But I could see it. It is fascinating. There's so many different things that could explain it. I mean, I floated earlier. Are they preparing for a dead money dump in 2028 or 2029 to dig out and reset their salary cap, and they just don't want to add any more long-term deals because it would make that more painful in the future? I think that's real. Quinnen Williams is only under contract through 2027. Are they going to add a bunch of years onto that? I wouldn't think so. He's 29 years old. Maybe you don't want to write $125 million guaranteed money check that all contracts signed in the NFL, all the guaranteed money has to be put into escrow. That's a $125 million check out of the Jones family slush fund. I mean, yes, it's operating revenue in some ways, but at the end of the year, we're divvying that up in the Jones family and putting it in our personal investment accounts or whatever. The CeeDee Lamb trade, that is maybe the most far-fetched out of all the ideas we're considering on why. Like, want him to earn it seems like a reach to me. That seems like a justification for not doing the deal. Because of how good he was last year. You've given less accomplished players significantly more. Just look at Osa and Deron Bland.
Well, is that like a Cowboys perspective? You have that thought? Because the rest of the league kind of did say that, with their lack of interest in him. They're like, okay, you did this one time. Great. Awesome.
But those teams have to give up significant draft capital.
And pay him.
Yeah, and pay him.
Okay.
The Cowboys just have to pay him.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, we got to see you prove it. And maybe the thing that makes the most sense is just that his off-field lack of accountability is so nuclear that teams just don't want to sign up for it. Like, I'm late to everything, and I'm not there some days. Zeke was doing that in 2024, underreported story, just absent. Where's Zeke? Nobody knows.
No, for sure.
We'll see him on Sunday.
Yeah. And that was not when he was a dominant player anymore either.
Yeah.
That was frustrating. Now, the other thing that Graziano talks about in here is in regards to the Dolphins, and I know that we're all kind of holding out hope that perhaps the Cowboys will be able to make a swing for Jordan Brooks.
Yes.
The linebacker's got 1 year left on his deal. He led the league in tackles last year, 3-down linebacker. Like, he would immediately and obviously be your best linebacker if you were able to trade for him. But he says he's reiterating something that we've heard throughout the offseason. Says, talking to Dolphins staffers throughout this offseason, what I've been told is that the team views Devon Achane, the running back, their center Aaron Brewer, and linebacker Jordan Brooks as foundational players and candidates for extensions rather than trades. So it kind of takes the wind out of our sails.
Why'd you draft 2 linebackers?
Yeah.
He's coming up on 29 years old. Wow. But I guess his intangibles and leadership is off the charts.
Yeah, I mean, they were drafting Texas Tech players. He went to Texas Tech. He went to the war room celebrating with the Dolphins front office that he barely even knows because it's a whole new regime there.
I'm the veteran example for your next generation of players.
Yeah. Okay. And Hafley's a defensive coordinator, now the head coach. He wants his defense to probably be at least respectable. Hey, if we're going to suck this year, let's at least know that, hey, I'm the defensive-minded guy, and our defense is, you can at least see glimpses of where this thing could be headed. Jordan Brooks is going to help you do that, and he can help bring along guys like Jacob Rodriguez, and they also brought in Kyle Lewis, the Pitt linebacker, who's kind of a do-it-all. Is he a safety? Is he a nickel? Is he a
you got all of our favorite guys down there in Miami, didn't you?
Yeah. The Dolphins, they
had
ended
a
up
nice draft.
They got some guys, for sure. So
the Cowboys brought in, who was the other guy? Curtis Robinson, who played some green dot last year.
Yes.
Was he in San Francisco, too?
He was in San Francisco. He's been predominantly like a backup special teams guy, but he is a veteran player.
Yeah, I think when they brought in D. Winters, the Jordan Brooks dream died for me. And anything comparable to that, I think, is temporarily suspended at least. I think the next chance of the Cowboys making a significant add will probably be at the trade deadline around week 8.
Yeah, and then maybe that's when Jordan Brooks could be a guy that could be available. It's like, hey, he's an expiring deal. Dolphins by then will have lost a buttload of games, and it's like, hey, you've done your part helping along Jacob Rodriguez for half the season. Go try and get some wins with a team like Dallas. I could see that happening for sure. Now you have Dan Duggan, who reports on the Giants, and he's talking about the Giants wide receiver Malik Neighbors. We were talking about this the other day. Cowboys open up with the Giants in New York, Week 1 Sunday Night Football, and we were kicking around the idea maybe Malik Neighbors is not even available in that game coming off the ACL. Well, apparently he underwent a second surgery on his knee to remove scar tissue that was causing stiffness. He had like a little draft. He was doing some Micah draft stuff.
Yeah,
wasn't
it was on
he?
Bleacher Report.
Bleacher Report. You saw him trying to get off a couch. It didn't look great, from just during the draft a few weeks ago. Just him getting off the couch and moving around, it didn't look ideal. But the second surgery apparently took place multiple weeks ago, so maybe around the draft he was just coming off of that surgery, and that's why it kind of looked wonky for him. It was just a cleanup. Second surgery isn't expected to impact Neighbors' recovery timeline. The team is still hoping he will be ready for the opener. But it was the ACL and the meniscus in late October. Wasn't just a clean ACL; it was also the meniscus. So having the cleanup surgery there, if you're a Giants fan, you're probably like, gosh dang it. But everybody's high on the are right now. Are you guys are you seeing these national people just snorting the Giants?
Look, I think
what
they had their defense could be really, really good.
I do think the defense could be good. I mean, you lost Dexter Lawrence. Let's not forget that. DJ Reader's a nice guy to bring in to fill the shoes, but you're not going to replace Dexter Lawrence like that.
No, but the way that they've got, Abdul Carter year 2, Brian Burns, you still have Thibodeau. They didn't trade him. They draft Arvell Reese. You add Colton Hood. Their defense on paper is so much better than it was a year ago.
They were talking about trading Thibodeau, though, and Abdul Carter is a disappointment if you ask Giants fans and content creators. Arvell Reese is a big question mark. Like, that's a dice roll, and it could hit for him. Rookie tackle. He might be really good.
Probably starts at guard, I think, for them.
Oh, Maddow is going to be a guard.
I think he'll probably play guard for them. But, yes, it's a projection, and I'm not a believer in Jackson Dart.
Yeah, and I'm not a believer in loser organizations. They make waves, but this team was horrible. And I'm not a believer in Dart, as Wolchuk said. But they were about to be a 2-win team until they got to play the Raiders and the Cowboys there at the end of the season. In Week 18, what was that? That was Joe Milton. I think they have such a massive gap to go that this offseason could be a piece of them becoming competitive in the future if they got these draft picks right.
Yeah, I mean, it's like for them to just step in year 1, year 2 of Dart, year 1 with Harbaugh, and you have Adam Shine, they're going to be a really good to great team. I could see them winning 10 games this year. And they have a pretty dang hard schedule as well. Like, the Eagles have the easiest schedule far and away, at least as it stands today, for the season when it comes to the division. But the Giants, the Commanders, and the Cowboys all have one of the toughest schedules in the league. You have Peter Schrager saying, I think the Giants might be an 11 or 12-win team.
No.
How is that? Why is everybody just buying in on the Giants like this right now? Of course, you're believing in Harbaugh. I mean, that's part of it. And then you're believing in Jackson Dart not getting concussed 19 times in the first couple of weeks of the season. Now, I did want to play this sound here. We have really a no-name player. His name is Leonte Carroo. Can anybody tell me anything about Leonte Carroo?
His last name's Carroo.
There you go. And what's his first name?
Leonte.
Okay, so you guys got him. You guys got him nailed down.
How do you
pretty
even
good.
spell that?
Leon and Taylor.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out the fathers.
This is the Draymond special coming back for Leonte. He was a wide receiver for the Dolphins some years ago, back when they had Jarvis Landry and Ben Johnson, the Bears head coach. Ben Johnson was on staff with the Dolphins at that time.
Okay.
He was I think he was just simply the wide receivers coach. He had never been an offensive coordinator. Nobody in the world knew who Ben Johnson was, okay? But he was the wide receivers coach for the Dolphins. Leonte Carroo was a wide receiver for the Dolphins at the time. And listen to him tell his favorite Ben Johnson story. Now, he's going to have a take in here about Jarvis Landry. Just forget about it, okay? Not a good take, but listen to what he says about Ben Johnson.
All right, so my greatest Ben Johnson story is, first of all, he absolutely loved me. Even when I was messing up, he loved me. He used to always say to me, like, you love football. I know you love football. You just got to get straight. Like, but you're one of those guys. And I remember he came in the receiver room one day, and Jarvis Landry arguably was probably top 5 receiver in the NFL at this time. I mean, him, Odell, all these guys were top notch. And he ripped Jarvis in front of the whole wide receiver core. And he's like, I want to be at your Hall of Fame speech one day, because that's my message for you. That's where I want to see you in a gold jacket, because I know where I'm going. And he literally points at himself and he goes, I know I'm going to be in a gold jacket one day as a coach. I know that about me. And this was like before he was even like calling plays. And when I tell you the guy loves football, he used to leave the facility at like 1 a.m. and be there at 5. Like, he's on a football adrenaline rush. He loves football.
The most confident man in the National Football League, wide receivers coach Ben Johnson, was talking about how he's going to be in the Hall of Fame as a NFL head coach one day.
That might be a greater call than Tyron Smith calling his Hall of Fame at his Cowboys introductory press conference.
I forgot about that.
2011. I mean, to be a wide receivers coach?
Yeah.
Or DeMarcus Lawrence calling his Super Bowl shot.
Yeah, going to a team up with Sam Darnold for that Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's amazing.
I mean, this is the same Ben Johnson who's ripping his shirt off in the locker room amid celebration because he's so fired up about his football team. Like, this is as confident as it gets. This is the guy who's calling out Matt LaFleur at the podium before he's been a head coach for 5 seconds.
How frustrating does this have to be for Miami fans? You have him in the building for 7 years. He's there from 2012 to 2018. You can't recognize his greatness. He goes on to the Lions, where shortly thereafter Dan Campbell gets the gig and recognized his greatness.
Yeah.
Made him the OC.
Yeah, and Campbell was on staff in Miami with him, so he knew. He knew this Ben Johnson's the real deal.
Yeah.
Dolphins are like, please, go somewhere else.
Awesome.
We're going to lose a bunch of games.
Finest is in the books. We got Sands stepping in next. He'll tell you about Rangers, Diamondbacks, Evaldi, and Nemo, and more coming up next year on The Fan.
Hey, Tillo, Sean, and RJ here with Just Love Coffee. It is a real coffee person's coffee, and right now, a custom coffee bag for the Fan listeners, the Sean and RJ Ethiopian Yirgacheffe blend. You're going to love it.
It's legit. Really smooth, vanilla, citrus, tea-like notes, really awesome coffee, and the proceeds go to the Sandlot Children's Charity. Stop on by in Grand Prairie or Arlington and pick up the Sean and RJ coffee from Just Love Coffee.
Gavin Dawson here for Window Nation. May's weather is pretty nice, but those hot summer days will be here soon. Don't wait until the heat hits to try and avoid high energy bills. Upgrade your home's windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all your windows with new energy-efficient ones and getting half of them free. Plus, you could even get them with no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Sale ends soon. Visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a hospitality manager at a 5-star hotel.
So I just checked into room 318, but someone was in there.
Room 318. Oh, you were supposed to be booked in 813, which is now booked.
So what do we do?
How about rock, paper, scissors for who gets the bed?
This is time for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
At Jack, my $4.99 jumbo sausage breakfast platter has grilled sausage, cage-free scrambled eggs, a crispy hash brown, and French toast sticks. That's a whole lot of food for $4.99. Guys, it broke the table again. Welcome to Jack in the Box. Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Sean and RJ's 2026 Firehouse Tour rolls on. It's your chance to grab breakfast and a one-of-a-kind Tolo item. Where are we going to be this Friday, Bobby?
We'll be in Rockwall at Firehouse number 2 at 920 Rockwall Parkway. And Sean, our one-of-a-kind giveaway this time is a Tolo-themed collectible t-shirt. Huge thanks to Fraser Roofs and Gutters and Branch and Dillon Law Firm for supporting our local firefighters.
We'll see you this Friday morning in Rockwall with Peyton Russell for our Firehouse Tour with the Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos and more. Start the process right now, online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
If your home was hit by recent storms, you could have roof damage and not even know it. A tiny roof leak can lead to thousands in water damage, toxic mold, and even structural issues. Nick Post again with K-Post Roofing, Waterproofing, and Solar. For over 20 years, DFW has trusted us to protect their homes and businesses. Don't wait, don't guess. Schedule your free inspection now at kpostcompany.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Get ready for spring and get rewarded at Walgreens. It's the perfect time to refresh your home and your wallet. Get up to $150 in instant savings at Walgreens this week with digital coupons available in the Walgreens app. It's so simple to save. Just open the app, find the lightning bolt, and clip to get instant discounts. Look for the lightning bolt on your favorite household brands, including Tide, Crest, Dawn, and Charmin. Stock up on all your cleaning and everyday essentials for a sparkling clean spring. Offer valid 5/10 through 5/16 at participating locations. Restrictions apply.
Hi, it's Eric Giafalo. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now for a limited time, new Verizon Mobile and Frontier Fiber customers can get Fiber 500 internet and a line of mobile for just $59.99 a month with autopay for 1 year. Get Fiber 500 internet for $19.99 a month and unlimited welcome for $40 a month plus taxes and fees with a new smartphone line. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more and switch. For new Frontier Fiber internet and Verizon Mobile customers in select areas, mobile and home discount enrollment required. Additional terms apply. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Segment of the Fan is brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Rangers pregame's coming up in an hour and 6 minutes as they host the Diamondbacks in the finale. It's time to chat with Sands, Jared Sandler here. The Expressway brought to you by the On-Time Experts. G-Back of the Day and LA Live now right around the corner. And Jared, good afternoon. How the heck are you?
I'm great. Can you guys hear me? I'm in the dugout, which has caused problems, but I'm in one place, so I'm hoping that it sounds okay.
It sounds great, man. It's awesome that you're reporting live from the dugout. You just talking with Skip?
Actually, just caught up with Jeff Bannister. Good to catch up with Banny. We talked about his decision to ignore Peyton's calls this morning and not join Sean and RJ because he's super mad at RJ. But no, it was great to catch up with Banny, and I just looked at the time, and I thought, well, if I go with the elevator, I'm going to be screwed, so I may as well just head over to the dugout and pray.
Well, we got some great news earlier today. Beyond that, is Eovaldi and Nimmo going to be all right, huh?
Yeah, it seems like it. Hopefully, we'll see Nate against the Astros, and Nimmo's in the lineup. And with the off day tomorrow, it would have been an easy opportunity to just tell Brandon, hey, you're just going to sit today, tomorrow, you'll be all right. Like, it kind of been a no-brainer if there was any hesitation, but the fact that he's in the lineup is obviously a great sign.
Is he taping it up and gutting it out, or is he okay?
I feel like there could be an innuendo there, and I don't want to fall into a bear trap. Trying taping it and getting it out. I'm trying to think what that could. I can't speak to what's going on down there, but I feel like whatever they need to do, they're doing to get him on the field.
All righty. Well,
as long as he gets it out.
Yeah. I said he was going to gut it out, Sands. I wasn't trying anything on you.
Oh, okay. My bad.
No, you're good.
He's going to tape it up and gut it out. That sounds about right.
So, the other thing is, how about that old Mackenzie Gore? Huh? The command was there.
Yeah, he looked good last night, and Gavin, you guys know, if nothing else, like I'm just not a big small sample size guy. Sometimes to my detriment. So what I would say is that was great, and that's the potential that I think a lot of people see, and that level of ability. But now, getting to 8 innings, which is the first time in his career. How about 4 or 5 days from now? Let's do it again. And he showed an ability to have success without the strikeout. He really didn't dominate from a swing and miss strikeout standpoint, but that's also what allowed him to go deep in the game. And so, sometimes an outing like that gives you the confidence you can have success in a different way. And, I actually thought it was really interesting hearing him talk after the start. He said, listen, I'm a swing and miss guy, and sometimes that gets the pitch count to pile up. But he also then was like, but there are guys who find a way to do it, right? Basically saying there are guys who get swings and misses who still can go deep into games. And, if all he, was able to do consistently was give the team 6 innings, you're not going to, bitch and moan about that necessarily, but he's the type of guy who's got the talent to do more than that. And, we saw a glimpse of that last night for sure.
When's the last time you've been as confident in a Rangers closer as you are right now with Jacob Latz?
Man, that's a great question. Well, Kirby Yates. I mean, I know the.
Yeah, fair.
I don't want to say poo-poo the question, but I know you're thinking it's been a while, and it has. But that forgettable 2024 year, Kirby Yates was unbelievable. So he would probably be the answer, right? But prior to that. Obviously, in the playoffs, the Spurs-Leclerc combo was great, but not throughout the year, that regular season. So, it's been a while. We've talked about it. And I don't know what Jacob's role is going to be as the year unfolds and next year, but, it's been since Joe Nathan where the Rangers have had the same closer back-to-back years. And that's obviously not going to, end after this year. But if Jacob Latz is able to, hold on to that role, and then, he does it next year. It'll be the first time since Joe Nathan over a decade ago. It's just been kind of crazy how much of a revolving door that's been.
Are we making a push to get this roof open more often?
I don't know that we're going to have many opportunities to, once it starts getting, to the mid-90s and whatnot. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know, how much of it has to do with just the inconsistencies offensively and giving it a little bit of a change. Obviously, we've been told that the ball travels a little bit more when the roof's open. But I'm impressed that we're here in mid-May and we've got back-to-back games with the roof open. The Rangers 3-1 when the roof is open, so hopefully they can make it 4-1 tonight.
Can you do us a favor and when you're bringing in the pregame show tonight, can you say instead of live from Globe Life Field, are you going to say live from Bikini Bottom?
I'm trying to.
It's SpongeBob night at the ballpark tonight, Jared.
Oh, is it really? I've never seen SpongeBob.
What?
Really? I've never
seen
that. Yeah.
Wow.
I know that there's the Pineapple Under the Sea, right? That's the song. I've heard the song, but I've never seen an episode.
Well, give us a Bikini Bottom drop tonight, man.
Okay, but you promise this is. I'll have to look it up. So
I'm not.
No, that's where he lives in Bikini Bottom. That's the place under the sea.
All right. Okay, I can do that. I'll work in Bikini Bottom, and I'll maybe tape it up and get it out or whatever we were talking about earlier.
Sounds like a plan, Sands.
A lot of talent in that body.
We'll talk to you Friday night. Go get a win. Score some runs. He's Jared Sandler, at Jared Sandler on Twitter, reporting live from the Rangers dugout here on your home of the Rangers.
Amazing.
That was pretty cool. And, if I'm being honest, I'm a little surprised that he forgot about Sam Dyson's 38-save season in 2016. That's probably the last time I felt this good about the Rangers reliever here. Other than the 2024 season, of course.
Yeah, no, of course.
That was special.
That was amazing.
All right, let's keep it rolling here. It's G-Bag of the Day time with Lucius Alexander. Is that right?
Yeah. Can't believe Sandler thought you was trying to do something a little slick right there to him.
I know.
He don't know you, bro.
Exactly.
Yeah. Dawson doesn't do you like that. He don't do you like that. All right, G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan 5:30. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. This piece of audio right here is going for 2 today. Going for 2. Baton Rouge police, they arrested the plug. Had him sitting in the back of the cop car. His phone rang. They answered it, and I feel sorry for the person on the other side because they thought they were talking to the plug. I guess they don't know the plug.
Oh.
Hi, you at the spot?
Yeah, I'm at the spot. What spot? Where you want me to meet you?
Well, I was about to pull up at the spot. I'm right here, super stop.
So what you looking for? What you trying to get?
I'm talking to that $200.
Man, so what you trying to get for the little 20?
You want a 7?
7?
Huh?
You want a 7?
Oh, 3.5.
Oh, 3.5.
What the 7 is? This is some meat?
Yeah, it's some meat.
Yeah, it's decent. It'll get you by. I can do the 7 for 20.
All right, you got cash out?
Yeah, I got cash out.
All right, I'm about to.
Where you about to pull up to the spot?
Yeah, right here on M.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's cool with me.
All right.
Don't do it.
Hey, big brother. I talked to one of your customers on.
Oh, say, hold on.
What?
No, son, what they said?
They gonna meet you. They said they gonna meet you on Elm Street.
Oh, man, I hope she don't meet them cops on Elm Street.
That'd be a nightmare.
Yeah, real talk. You gotta keep it moving. I'll see them lights. Just slide on by. You guys are talking about Bikini Bottom and whatever, right?
Yeah.
SpongeBob.
Yeah, SpongeBob, bro. My time in Baltimore, this is when I found out they be doing some wild things in the club, like wild. Oh. First of all, the dances look like they're doing aerobics. Straight gangsters.
Okay.
Gangsters in there doing aerobics. Straight gangsters. And I'm telling you this because they play one of these songs. And they're just dancing, bro. I was like, this is a totally different place. This is a different place. Excuse me. All right, let's see what else we got right here for you boys. Ice Cube. Yesterday celebrated the Dodgers bobblehead night at Dodger Stadium, where he threw out the first pitch, and the catcher was Mike Epps.
Yeah, it was cool.
That was really cool. The catcher was Mike Epps, and they let Ice Cube in the booth. What is this? The Spectrum Sports Net LA booth with Joe Davis and Earl Hershiser. And a little magic happened when they had Ice Cube in the booth.
It's been great to just be a fan of the Dodgers, to see them, battle in the 70s against the Yankees in the 80s. I seen you on the mound, doing your thing, rooting and cheering. And been a Dodger fan ever since I can remember.
Fantastic. Game 1 of the '88 World Series. Tell me about that night for you.
Oh, man, that night, we was broke as a joke. When I say we, it's me.
There's the drive off of the bat.
Yes.
Ohtani headed for the wall and the seats.
There we go.
All we had to do was bring Ice Cube into the booth. And Ohtani figures it out. It's that simple.
Amazing. You couldn't have scripted it better.
We're going to go live here and stay that way, but when we do the replay, you can break it down.
Okay,
you break down the pitch and the swing.
No problem.
There you go.
When he lined that up, sent it right down the middle of the plate, right where he loves it, and he smacks this thing all the way. Goes yard.
Out of the pork.
Incredible.
All the way out the pork.
Man, with 88 in the air, should have gone with the Jack Buck. I can't believe what I just saw.
Yeah.
That would have been iconic.
Believe it. Man, can you believe it? Right.
That's awesome.
You guys remember that, right? Kirk Gibson?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's legendary.
Yeah, Ohtani he was in a bit of a power drought there. 2 homers and just 113 plate appearances. Shout out to Ice Cube.
Yeah, shout out to Ice Cube stepping in the booth, man. You see that bobblehead that they were giving away, the Ice Cube one?
No, I missed that one.
Yeah, he was sitting in the 6'4" Impala as well, a drop top.
Oh, sweet.
Come on, we had a Tupac bobblehead. Now we got the Ice Cube bobblehead. Texas Rangers, you are on the board. DFW folks, Tolos, what DFW artists should the Texas Rangers make a bobblehead of? Send that to the fan text while we do this. And this is an ice pack. It's an ice pack because there's 2 clips involving this Ice Cube bobblehead situation. Let's go to the Giants baseball on NBC Sports Bay Area. Dwayne Kuiper. He has some thoughts on the Ice Cube bobblehead night.
And let me finish this about Ice Cube. I have nothing against Ice Cube. I think it's great. But I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do with an Ice Cube tonight. It's going to be a big, thick, square one. I'm going to put it in a glass, and I'm going to pour a Blanton's on top of it. That's my Ice Cube moment for tonight.
Yeah, getting drunk.
Pour a nice Blanton's on it.
Yeah, a little whiskey.
That's how Wolchuk talks about canned cranberry and a turkey on Thanksgiving.
Oh, baby.
That's my kind of Wolchuk Thanksgiving.
Hell yeah, it is.
Big extra plug bobblehead. Walker, Texas Ranger. Okay, I can see that one.
Yeah,
that'd be good.
Honor the late great.
Absolutely.
The DOC. Yeah, we said the bobblehead, the Post Malone bobblehead, but that'll be looking so dirty.
Yeah.
It's got to come to you worn already.
Very detailed.
Yeah.
Smelling like Bud Light and cigarettes.
Distressed.
Sweat.
Yeah. Happy birthday to the great Stevie Wonder right there. Oh. We got a young man doing wheelies on his mini bike in the empty parking lot in the neighborhood, right? Looks like it's over there by a clubhouse area. There's no cars. He's got a whole lot of space. Now, there is a sign that says, no getting on the grass or whatever, like stay off the grass. But he's not on the grass. He's on the concrete. But his neighbors confront him anyway.
What does that say right there? No motorized vehicles.
On the grass.
Yep. Have your dad call me. Have your dad call me when we're on. Honestly, you're not supposed to be doing it.
I'm not a child.
Okay? You're not supposed to be doing it.
Okay. Call the police. I don't know.
What?
Call the police. I don't know.
Maybe I will. Maybe I will. What's your name?
Don't worry about it.
Oh, don't worry about it. That's a funny name. That's a funny name.
Don't worry about it.
How old are you?
Why do you want to know?
Let's go. Because you shouldn't be doing this.
It's nobody's here. I don't understand. I don't understand how this affects you.
They don't like it. They don't like it.
Nobody likes it.
Okay? You have to pay insurance on this crap, okay?
I'm not destroying anything. I'm
It's
literally.
not that. It's if you fall and crack your head open.
I'm wearing a helmet.
Oh, you got a helmet on.
I'm wearing protective gear. I'm riding a mini bike.
For everything, I know.
Got an answer for everything.
Don't do it in an area.
Find a track and practice.
Where?
Something useful. Wheelies aren't going to do shit. Learn how to drive.
Oh.
Wow.
That's a funny name. It's such a great response.
Funny name.
In the old man crashing out's defense. I think this is messing with Gen X because when we grew up, we couldn't take our motorized things anywhere, Lucius.
Yeah.
You know? And now the battery-powered motorcycles have changed the game. They've normalized it.
They're pretty cool.
We're riding stuff everywhere. I'm driving this golf cart to Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, my neighbor's always on that
So
damn golf
like
cart.
13, 14, 15-year-olds, they're just cruising around willy-nilly like it's nothing. And in our brains, we're like, this doesn't add up. You know?
A little jealousy.
Yeah. The times have changed.
It's a community.
Yeah, he's mad. I've got to pay insurance if you break your neck over here, kid.
It is kind of loud, you know?
Yeah.
If you're-
If
if
little
you're-
mini bikes.
Yeah, if you're like in a subdivision and someone's ripping around on a four-wheeler. But no matter how annoyed you are, you got to like turn up the music or put some noise cancelers on because you can't go out there and make that scene. You just got to be more self-aware. These kids are waiting to roll on you.
He brought his old lady and his dog outside. Watch me get in his kid's butt real quick. Let's go to UFC 228? 328.
328, yeah.
I wish I could move this closer because I can't see for anything, fam.
Is the lights?
Got to make the font bigger.
Yeah, I really do.
You're in your CA area.
Yeah. I really am.
300%.
Yeah, UFC 300%. 328. Now, this happened this past weekend. What's this kid's name here? Joaquin Buckley.
Mm-hmm.
Did you watch this?
I missed this fight.
Okay.
I really tuned in for the co-main and the main.
Okay, well, I need to know if Buckley versus Sean Brady, who won? Look that up for me. This is Buckley right here, talking during the presser before the fight.
Lots been made with the media and fans about like this run-in you guys have had, him blocking you on social media and all this kind of stuff. Is that something like maybe fans and media were trying to find a storyline here, or is there actually like substance to that between you guys?
May 9th, the world gonna know.
So, but for the record, no issues with Sean whatsoever, even though he seems to find you a little annoying. But he did say he appreciated, he can understand what you're in his mind you're trying to do.
May 9th, the world gonna know.
Sure. And I guess skill-wise, what do you make of Sean Brady? Obviously, he's...
May 9th, the world gonna know.
Sure. I saw an interview where you said, I think your quote was, "I feel sorry for Sean Brady," even though there's nothing personal here. So I guess, are you expecting a violent finish? And I can imagine I know what your answer is going to be right here.
The answer is, May 9th, the world's going to know, 100%.
Appreciate you. Good luck, man.
How did that turn out for him, bro?
Didn't turn out good. He lost.
The world knows.
Yep, Sean Brady beat him in via decision.
The world found out. We found out.
CompuBox numbers definitely tells the story. Takedowns, significant strikes, total strikes.
Yeah, total ass kicking, really.
That's hilarious. May 9th, the world gonna know.
I wish we had like trash talk like this and lead up to all sports games, man.
Yes, bro, yes.
Like Rudy Gobert before last night's games, like, yeah, I'm going to be all over him. Wemby's got no chance. Watch, you're going to know the T-Wolves are here for real. And then he gets put in the spin cycle and is embarrassed in an all-time way.
Oh, my gosh. All right, this isn't one because I played a lot of these already, but I'm going to give it to you anyway. Nightcap, another Ocho Cinco joke.
I saw a one-legged man at the ATM today.
You saw a one-legged man do what?
A one-legged man at the ATM today? Yeah, he was checking his balance.
Oh, he was waiting on that.
That might be his best one.
That's good.
All righty, is it time to vote, Lucius?
Yeah.
Let's do this. Is it Baton Rouge police arresting the weed man, then answering his phone? The Ice Pack. You have Ice Cube in the Dodgers broadcast booth, and then the Giants announcer with his own Ice Cube commentary. Gen X parent crash out there on the young man doing wheelies. And then UFC 328, Joaquin Buckley talking about May 9th. Of course, you have Ocho as well, not one, but sometimes those win. Alrighty, let's see here. Who do I want to vote for? I think I'm going to go with the Gen X crash out, Chief. How about you?
Yeah, same here.
Lucius?
Ice pack.
That is good. Wolchuk?
I'm going to go with the crash out as well.
Okay, by a score of 3-1. That's a funny name. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion. If you ever miss the champ, you can tune in at every afternoon 2:20, where Lucius replays that for you right before Wolchuk's top 10 list. It's time now to stay in the Pimp Cup, and here's Lucius with LA Live.
Hey, it's a Butt Naked Wednesday. Let's get into it right after the great Rick J. It is Wednesday, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Former Fort Wayne mayor is getting some national attention. Thousands of people voted online to name the new city-county building in his honor.
But that probably won't happen because of his name.
The people voted, and the top pick so far with more than 10,000 votes is the Harry Balls Government Center, named after one of the city's longest-serving mayors. But not everyone's on board with that name. To pick the new name for the building, people went over to feedbackfortwayne.org. They made suggestions and voted. The overwhelming front runner was the Harry Balls Government Center. Harry Harry Balls was the mayor of Fort Wayne back in the 1930s and 40s. He even served a term in the 1950s. We have a street named after Harry Balls. So what's the big deal about naming the new city-county government building after? Some people think the Harry Balls Government Center would make Fort Wayne the butt of jokes. After all, the family did change the pronunciation of their last name from Balls to Bells.
It's butt naked Wednesday.
Wow. From balls to bells. Hey! Some wild stuff going on there. Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Is that Fort Wayne?
Fort Wayne. Fort Wayne. Hey, this is LA Live for Wednesday, May 13th, 2026. It is a butt naked Wednesday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Shout out to Miss Erica Badu for naming today. And shout out to the gods, peace to the gods and the earths and everybody that has consciousness out there. LA Live is brought to you by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Oh, one more shout out. Big shout out to the dads that get their kids on the weekends. Big shout out to the dads that get their kids on the weekends. I might have something for you. I seen this driving in. Chuck E. Cheese has a summer fun pass. Uh-oh. Chuck E. Cheese has a summer fun pass. About 4 months of unlimited visits, gameplay. Well, not unlimited gameplay. They got you limited, but they hooking you up. And some food and drink discounts, man. One pass covers the whole family up to 6 people. Oh. So for you busy dads out there, 6 people, bro. Check those passes out, all right? Check that out. Every Wednesday, I like to ask the listeners a question, listeners of this here station, because you know way more about us than I know about you, and I'm just trying to get to know you. Who are you? This one right here is inspired by that new AP Swatch watch drop that just fell apart. Let the streets down, yeah.
$400 for that.
It did not live up to the hype whatsoever. So my question for the Tolos is, what's something that did not live up to the hype? This is a layup today, folks. What is something that did not live up to the hype? I had another question lined up, but then that AP drop happened. And I was like, yeah, nah, I'm going to use that inspiration. God gave me one.
The universe provided.
The universe provided.
I'm going to say for me, it started with Hungry Hungry Hippo. Terrible game.
That game disappointed you, but that commercial was awesome.
It was. The commercial was the best. And then after that, you jump forward a couple of years to the Tyco Turbo Hopper. 1988 was one of the hottest toys for Christmas. Radio-controlled car. Battery was dead in about 12 minutes.
Dang.
It sucks when you get a game that you're so fired up about or a toy.
Stinks.
Yeah.
And this is like being young and disappointed. It just destroys you when you're young and disappointed, man.
They make the commercial so legit. You're like, wow, these Hot Wheels are like, they're going to be unbelievable.
You're going to take that radio-controlled car and fly through your front yard? No, you're not. No. It doesn't have enough torque. It's getting stuck by blades of grass.
Yeah.
You are not jumping over creeks. Mm-hmm. You're not going up into the flower beds. Forget about it. That piece of bark dust is going to stop your radio-controlled car.
Never is cool.
And it's not even lunch on Christmas Day yet. You know what I'm saying?
And it's already been ruined.
yeah. You've had the toy for 12 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Damn it.
What's something that did not live up to the hype? I got answers like this from the Tolos. Being an adult. That's it. Just being an adult.
That might be
number one.
The best answer.
I mean, as a kid,
it was the number one answer.
That's all you want. And it's like, wow.
It was always about adulting.
Yep.
That lets me further know it's a scam. Mm-hmm. It's a scam. If everybody doesn't like it, but we're forced to do it, yeah, it's a scam.
Yeah.
What's something that didn't live up to the hype? Trader Joe's.
Okay.
We got some Trader Joe's hate out there. I hear it's just a big candy store with some food on the side.
Yeah, there is a lot of that. Nuts.
I mean, everything at Trader Joe's isn't perfect, isn't better. But some of their items are so much better than I think anything else you could get at other grocery stores.
They've got some great items. I would say In-N-Out.
But I would say you're running through Trader Joe's to spend about $70. And then you're going to another grocery store for a lot of your other grocery shopping.
It is a second stop. You can't get everything at Trader Joe's.
Yeah, it's not a spot that I frequent. I don't have one really just like within striking distance.